You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 551. Evil Thoughts. Han Fei and his team members took a cab to Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. He was very curious about the hospital. He had been meaning to visit the place, but had no good excuse. Leader, why are we coming here to meet the client? Brother Fake Plant was confused as the car drove into more deserted streets. He assumed they were meeting the client at familiar places like a hotel or restaurant. Today's client is rather special. Be on your best behavior and try not to speak. Fu Yi used to meet the clients alone. This time, he suddenly decided to bring all of them. His teammates couldn't help but wonder why. The hospital was situated on a higher elevation. They had to walk for some time after the cab dropped them off. They reached the gate after passing through a well-manicured garden. Do you have an appointment? The guard came to stop Han Fei. He looked at them in confusion. Are you here for hair transplant? Wait a minute. I'll make a call. Han Fei took out his phone and used his smuff to send a message to Du Zhu. About 3 minutes later, a nurse rushed over. I'm sorry, but which one of you is Fu Yi? I am. Please come with me to Building 1. Han Fei and his teammates were about to move forward when the nurse stopped. How about you have your friends wait outside? I was notified to bring you alone. This hospital is quite mysterious. Li Guo groused. She leaned towards Han Fei. Leader, how about we just leave and find another solution? I'll go in to take a look. Make sure that we stay in contact. Han Fei told them. Many people had died here. Du Zhu couldn't be a kind person. Han Fei followed the nurse into the hospital. Han Fei compared the place with the map provided by Shen Luo. He paid special attention to patients with bandaged faces. The hospital was huge. It was unclear why this hospital had left such a bad impression on Fu Sheng. Han Fei walked down the corridor, and he felt chilled. Han Fei took the elevator to the 4th floor. Du Zhu stayed here. The center of the building was carved out and made into a sky garden. Please wait here. After the nurse left, Han Fei walked to the window and looked out. The richest clients stayed in Building 1. Building 1 almost looked the most like a plastic surgery hospital. There were a few more buildings further in, but they looked decrepit. This place looks more like a mental hospital than a plastic surgery hospital. The inside buildings are separated from the outside buildings. Han Fei memorized the general layout of the hospital with his fantastic memory. He marked down the strange locales in his mind. Generally speaking, the hospital is safer during the day. I don't see any strange staff. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He wanted to look into the other buildings, but all the wards were curtained off. Shadows were moving about, but it was impossible to tell what they were doing. Mr. Fu, please come with me. The nurse led Han Fei through the sky garden to the other corridor. The decoration here was not luxurious, but warm and clean. Walking down it, one would be healed. CEO Du asked you to go in directly. The nurse stopped and signaled Han Fei to enter. Han Fei pushed open the wooden door. A light fragrance drifted out. The temperature inside was slightly higher than outside. It was very comfortable. Relaxing music danced in the wind. There was even a burbling brook. Han Fei pulled back the drapes, and a pair of perfect legs appeared before him. His instinct was to retreat. Such a pair of perfect legs would be made into an exhibit in the cryptic world. Why did you come looking for me? A woman's voice rang inside the room. It was lazy, as if nothing could grab her interest. Compared to her perfect body, the woman's voice was common. Her throat appeared to be injured because her voice was strange. It's about the company. Come closer. I can't hear you. The woman who lay behind the drapes raised her arm. She tickled her finger. The workers around her retreated. They exited the room and closed the door. Then I shall be louder. Han Fei didn't dare to move too far from the door. The game I am working on has the potential to be popular, but the progress is jammed. I believe you'd be interested in this game, so I think. It doesn't matter what you think. The water gurgled behind the drapes. Soon, a woman in loose attire walked out. Her face was impossibly beautiful, her skin flawless. From afar, she had a gentlewoman's aura, but there was an impregnable arrogance in her eyes. Xia Yilan in real life was already very beautiful, but she was nothing compared to this woman. Her face was inhumanely beautiful. You'd stare at me every time, but every time you'd leave without hesitation. The woman sat on the sofa near the drapes. She didn't mind that her skin was showing. When I was young, my father had a hunting hound. It only obeyed my father and refused to answer to me. Not long after that, my father's favorite hound died on his favorite hunting ground. Han Fei could tell that this woman was different from the others. The others at least had once loved Fu Yi, but this woman never cared about Fu Yi. She didn't love Fu Yi. She merely treated him as an interesting toy. She wanted to keep this interesting toy to herself, but the toy refused to stay with her. Fu Yi kept playing around and refused to submit to his role as a toy. The dog only obeyed your father. It means that it was loyal. Han Fei wanted to leave. He knew he wouldn't persuade this woman. She looked to be the stubborn and conceited type. Everyone loves a loyal dog. I want one too. The woman opened her purse to pull out a scarf. She removed a priceless ring from her finger and looped the scarf through it. I've heard what happened from Zhao Qian. Your problem can be easily solved. The woman tied the ends of the scarf together. She looked at the makeshift collar. The ring glowed like a dog's bell. Many problems in this world can be solved by money. I can help you become the main designer of Immortal again. Isn't that your life's dream? Your talent shouldn't be overlooked. Immortal is my dream. Think about what you really love, and then tell me what you should do. The woman crossed her legs and dropped the scarf beside her. The collar-like scarf dropped beside the woman's legs. The pristine gem glowed on the soft rug. What should one do in this situation? Han Fei didn't anticipate this. He knew that the mission would be more difficult after he rejected Du Zhu, but submitting to Du Zhu was very dangerous too. Han Fei looked into the woman's eyes and pondered. Du Zhu is powerful and rich. She is a regular at the hospital and is deeply connected to this place. If I get the other players to help me kidnap her, maybe I can force her to give up the hospital's secrets. Han Fei planned to use the other players to stir up the world. If he had entered the memory world alone, he would never do something so risky, but since there were other players, they could help share the risks. The only thing he needed to consider was whether kidnapping Du Zhu would accelerate the world's mutation. Du Zhu was a crucial character in Fu Sheng's memory world and might be a pure hatred. Du Zhu noticed the complication in Han Fei's eyes when Han Fei was thinking. She smiled beautifully, and venom crossed her eyes. She had already prepared the rest of the plan. She would make those who betrayed her suffer a fate worse than death. She would break Fu Yi's mind, ruin his family, make him into an obedient toy before destroying him. She had to be the one who ruined others, but Fu Yi betrayed her by maintaining contact with 7 women. Du Zhu's hatred started to go out of control. Han Fei was very sensitive to danger. Han Fei was a master at reading microexpressions. He knew Du Zhu meant great harm, and the worst part was the hatred was not only directed at Han Fei. Han Fei shook his head. Give me some time to consider. Du Zhu had no idea Han Fei was actually considering kidnapping her. How much longer do you need? Du Zhu stepped on the diamond ring. You have a good wife and a perfect family, but you know better than I do how dirty things are underneath. I can give you time, but you have to understand that certain things can't be hidden for long. What do you mean? When the outside world knows of your mistakes, your family can't pretend that certain things haven't happened. They might fall ill or seek escape using suicide. The threat was clear. Du Zhu was very likely to destroy Han Fei's family, or worse. The other women only hated Fu Yi, but they never wanted to harm Fu Yi's wife and children. Du Zhu was different. In that case, please don't blame me. Han Fei wanted to play along, but now he had changed his mind. He picked up the mirror on the table. He walked to the sunless corner and looked at his own reflection. When he saw a womanly figure appear in the mirror, he placed the mirror before Du Zhu. You have the perfect figure and face. You are the world's most beautiful person. It sounds like you've made your decision. Du Zhu smiled prettily. Unfortunately, you are worse than the other women I know. Each one of them is more attractive than you. Han Fei looked at Du Zhu's face. For you, beauty is everything, but for them, beauty is only one of the things interesting about them. Du Zhu was stunned, but slowly her emotions started to fray. Thin red lines surfaced underneath her skin, looking like cracks. Look at yourself in the mirror. After all, that's all you have left. Han Fei left the room. After a few seconds, he heard the mirror shatter. So what if she's a pure hatred? It's not like I haven't kidnapped one before. The white shoe's kindness is my brother. Han Fei mumbled internally. He didn't want to do this. His most imminent mission was to lower the women's hatred and rectify Fu Sheng's regret. Chang Wei is a numbered orphan. It should be easy for him to kidnap a normal person with his ability before the world mutates. Even after Du Zhu becomes a pure hatred, Chang Wei will be able to escape safely. Han Fei trusted Chang Wei. After all, the players wouldn't really die in the memory W. They'll while only lose part of their memory. After I take control of the altar, we can leave together. I'm only trying to save them. Before Han Fei convinced Chang Wei, he had already convinced himself. Han Fei didn't hurry to leave after he exited Building 1. He slowly approached Building 2, pretending to be lost. As he was about to enter Building 2, he saw a masked doctor walk out. The doctor held a bloody bandage, and he looked nervous. Chapter 552. Han Fei's theme song. Han Fei wanted to hide, but it was already too late. The doctor appeared without warning. The doctor panicked because he didn't expect someone to be outside. I came to visit a friend today. I am lost because I'm not familiar with this place. Han Fei explained. He saw immediately that something was wrong with the doctor, but he didn't expose him. He used his acting to help the doctor. Oh, you got the wrong turn. The exit is behind you. The edge of the doctor's mask was soaked in sweat. His pupils trembled. Thank you. Han Fei smiled. Doctor, your sleeves are ruffled. The doctor couldn't smooth down his clothes because he held the bloody bandages. Han Fei moved forward to help. Doctors would wear cleaning gloves when disposing of medical wastes. But doctor, you seem to be wearing surgical gloves, the kind used during surgery. Of course, I'm not a doctor, so what do I know? As Han Fei helped the doctor, he touched the man. No information came, so the doctor was not a player. From what Shen Luo said, not all doctors were evil. Some of them wanted to escape too. Thank you for the guidance. Hopefully, we can meet again. The doctor's heart raced. Blood bloomed on his mask, as if his face was wounded. Han Fei saw this, but didn't point it out. He turned back to Building 1. Han Fei returned after the doctor left. He eased open the ward door and looked in. A patient lay on the white bed. The person was covered under a thick blanket. The body was freshly bandaged. The bandages are new. Could the patient be the doctor? And the doctor I saw was the patient. Han Fei entered the room and found a patient's list. The list contained the names of most of the patients in Building 2. Strangely enough, the list didn't have the patient's history of plastic surgery, but it did have every patient's mental and physical deformity. These patients are imperfect. Why are all of them marked? Han Fei felt like Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital was like a lab. The rich people in Building 1 were the investors who enjoyed the benefits of the results. The patients in the other buildings were the experiment participants. The plastic surgery hospital is just a shell. Han Fei was confused about one thing. Fu Sheng's schooling memory was so different from his adult memory. How did a student who could see ghosts suddenly become a character who changed the world? This was a mystery. Fu Sheng and Fu Tian were obsessed with perfection after they grew up. Could it be related to this hospital? Han Fei realized that was highly possible. Han Fei knew parts of Fu Sheng's actual memory thanks to Happiness Neighborhood's manager mission. After Fu Yi died, Fu Sheng was trapped at home as a patient. Fu Yi's wife found him many doctors, and those doctors might include some from the plastic surgery hospital. Du Zhu is related to Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. Du Zhu sees Fu Yi's family as toys. She wouldn't allow Fu Sheng to have actual treatment. With her intervention, Fu Sheng's conditions would only worsen. Only people with the most profound despair could possess the black box. The black box had chosen Fu Sheng, so he must have experienced hell. The human world wounded him, but, regardless, he still chose to destroy the cryptic world in the end. Han Fei initially thought Fu Sheng chose destruction because it was an easier path than salvation. But as Han Fei got to know Fu Sheng, he realized there was a deeper reason. It must have been difficult for him to make that decision too. Han Fei knew Fu Sheng's final ending. His 3 children were heavily injured, and he was crushed until he only had fragments of memory left. Compared to Fu Tian, Fu Sheng has done more. Han Fei wanted to stay further, but footsteps came from the corridor. Han Fei left to avoid misunderstanding. There are 5 buildings here. Other than the biggest Building 1, all the other buildings feel suspicious. Han Fei reunited with his team members. Leader, how did the meeting go? Li Guo'er's eye scanned Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei waved at the others and ignored Li Gui'er. It didn't go well. The client refused to help us and might even make things more difficult for us. But why? Leader, what have you told the client? I am sure the game will sell well once it's released. Who would go against money? Brother Fake Plant was anxious. For a game designer like him, the bonus from the sale was his actual income. Han Fei was prepared for the worst. Our game development is rather simple, and it doesn't require much programming. We'll focus on the plot and artistic effect. We can subcontract some parts, but we need to finish the game as soon as possible. Han Fei had to finish his last game to complete the mission. He had no choice. I have offended the company's management and the investor. Even after I leave the company, you all have to help me finish this game. Don't worry. Leader, I have some friends who are game programmers. Brother Fake Plan offered. They were all frowning. Only Li Gui'er was in a good mood. Leader, no matter what, we will finish this game. Li Gui'er approached Han Fei. She couldn't smell strange perfume on him. Her eyes behind the glasses moved about, and the hatred in her eyes lowered further. The company values Immortal and Octopus too much. We have no choice but to rely on ourselves. Han Fei picked up his slack and showed off his determination. Han Fei focused on his work after leading the group back to the company. He didn't pay attention before this because he couldn't less about the game that seemed to be modeled after him. However, things changed after it became a system mission. Han Fei didn't know much about game design. Most of the time, he used his acting to fool people. However, with the talent of the art appraiser and the artistic view cultivated in the cryptic world, he soon created a world filled with dark humor, gore, romance, and horror. He lived in the cryptic world and could draw direct inspiration for the 10 female protagonists. It was an easy job for Han Fei. Leader, I've contacted my friend. Since we're making an indie game, they don't ask for much. It's even lower than the market price. Okay, I'll go talk to Zhao Qian later. If the company doesn't approve the budget, then I'll pay for it myself. Han Fei wanted to finish the mission. His spirit inspired his team members. They thought Han Fei was being serious about showing Octopus. How could one not be inspired by a boss like that? Leader, I can handle the art stuff, but there is a big problem. Li Gui'er liked the way Han Fei was acting. He was reliable and mature. What about the theme song and background music? A score is crucial to a game. It helps build the atmosphere and brings the players into the game. That's a small problem. Han Fei looked at Li Gui'er. No one told you I can sing. At the hotel, Han Fei inherited Sea-Glass voice and the voice kissed by the devil. You can sing? Li Gui'er nudged her glasses. Not everyone can handle singing the theme song. I suggest we look for a professional. Leave the music part to me. I'll show you what the meaning of the devil's whispers is. Han Fei assigned the work, and then he grabbed his bag to find Zhao Qian. Han Fei knocked on the door and walked in. He saw Zhao Qian grab a random file and pretend to be busy. Sister Qian, my meeting with that client went sour. Han Fei sat down. She will not help me. In fact, she will probably do everything she can to chase me out of the company. Huh, so you want me to praise you for offending the company's client? Zhao Qian said sternly, but the light in her eyes softened. I can resign and take the responsibility, but my team members are innocent. Han Fei took out their plan from his bag. We've spent the whole year planning Immortal, and Octopus suddenly took over near the year-end. He took over all our hard work too. Grow up. Complaining is not going to solve anything. I know taking back Immortal is impossible, so I wish to focus on the dating sim. The year is ending. I want to give my team members a good ending to the year. Han Fei placed the plan on the table. I know we don't have the manpower, so we intend to subcontract the programming work. The rudimentary cost is Fu-Yi. The company will not approve of this budget. Before Han Fei finished, Zhao Qian stopped him. Just focus on your job and stop making mistakes. I've guessed as much. Han Fei picked up his files and prepared to leave. Wait. Zhao Qian stopped Han Fei. The number is not that big. I'll try to see what I can do. Thank you. Han Fei returned to his desk and started to work on the music and song. He had singing talents and a wealth of life experience. He had played the role of Spider and was very familiar with the creative process of a writer. Along the way, Han Fei had inadvertently picked up many precious experiences. The songs that he scored were grotesque, absurd, and maddening. However, there was hope in the darkest despair. His melody was like a ray of sunshine as one slipped into eternal darkness. There was another good news at lunch. After the marketing department released the game's promo video and concept, it got popular on certain gaming websites. Hanfei took some time to take a look. The promo wasn't completed. Of the 10 seats, 7 were covered in question marks. Love with the saw, Zhao Qian with the mature beauty, Ligua Air with cuteness and danger were exposed. Ligua Air and Zhao Qian's faces were edited. However, the feelings they exuded were genuine. There were many 18-plus games on the market, but a dating sim that connected mystery, horror, and good creation was rare. The promo got on trending. Big Sister, Come Kill Me even became a meme. The fact that the story was inspired by a real event also gained a lot of attention. Many players wanted to know who the real main male character was. The fact that it was based on real life had drawn many eyeballs. This is good. This makes it easier for us to trick the investors and sponsors. That afternoon, Hanfei personally visited Brother Fake Plant's friends. He ironed out the details and even promised the programmer bonus if the sales were good. Once the man saw the traction the game was gaining online, he agreed without hesitation. After they signed the contract, Hanfei forked out his own money and asked the man to work faster. Brother Fake Plant's friend didn't waste time. His studio immediately started working. Everything was proceeding nicely, but Hanfei felt more and more insecure. It felt like something was chasing after him, and he needed to finish more missions and rectify more regrets before he was caught up. Hanfei didn't return to the company after leaving the programmer's studio. Instead, he rented a recording studio. Based on his understanding of the game, he created the theme song. No one understood the male character better than Hanfei. After all, he was playing that character. Every lyric that he sang was soaked in regret and blood, pain and self-discrimination. It started with debauchery and enjoyment. Then he was pulled down by desire and swallowed by darkness. The man who hunted love was finally served on the dining table as food for his lovers. Extreme desire became extreme despair. Only Hanfei could come up with such an epic song. Who would have thought I have the potential to be a singer? I've gone through so much that the emotions are flowing out of the song. Chapter 553, -14 Charm. Hanfei had a very strong learning capability. Surviving in the cryptic world had unlocked his full potential. Hanfei used 3 hours to complete the game's theme song, and, through that, vent his suppressed emotions. At first, Hanfei was only singing, but eventually, it felt like he was telling his own story. When the theme song was completed, Hanfei received the notification. Notification for player 0000. Grade F talent. Voice kissed by the devil activated. Your voice is highly melodious. You're like a demon in the abyss luring in unsuspecting travelers. Your voice is highly despairing, every note dripping with sadness. Your voice is highly piercing, as if the sun ray cutting through the clouds, severing the destiny's shackles. Notification for player 0000. Your talent cursed words have been activated. Every lyric you sang is imbued with curses. This song is a nightmare weaved from endless curses. Notification for player 0000. Congratulations for creating a grade F curse. Nameless song. Nameless song. Curses are formed from pollutions of murderous and hatred-filled obsessions. This song is your curse against fate. You can influence the listener's mind subconsciously, evoking their internal despair and lowering their hatred towards you. Warning. Reward for creating your first curse, -1 charm. Hanfei was broken out of his reverie by the sudden notification. I've created a curse. Hanfei glanced at his attributes. His charm had dropped down to -14. This shouldn't be. I was merely singing about my life. The song wasn't even named, and it was already a curse. I guess this is a good thing. The song will subconsciously influence the listeners. This is a slow-acting curse. After Hanfei finished recording the song, he scored the scariest background music from his memory. The sound and music which appeared the hardest to Ligua Air were completed by Hanfei in one afternoon. After paying the rental, Hanfei hurried back to the company. He closed the office door. With Ligua Air watching him in confusion, he approached her and took out the headphones. Here, listen to this. What is it? Ligua Air put on the headphones. When she heard Han Fei's voice, her pretty eyes widened, and her face colored with disbelief. The song was like an inescapable nightmare, but at the same time, it was a devil's warm embrace. The listener knew they would fall into the abyss, but they couldn't leave his arms. Ligua Air looked at Han Fei in shock. She had no idea the man was such a good singer. Listening to his song was like experiencing his life. Notification for player 0000. Ligua Air's hatred towards you lowers by 1. Accumulation of 6. Han Fei was shocked. He hadn't really done anything. Perhaps Ligua Air fell in love with the competent, mature, and talented Fu Yi. What I've been doing recently has brought him back to her. Fu Yi was a horrible bastard, but it was undeniable that he was really talented too. He graduated from a prestigious university, was a good game designer, and ran a company's most significant project before the age of 30. He was handsome, and most importantly, he knew how to disguise himself. So what do you think of my singing? Ligua Air didn't seem like she was going to put down the headphones even though the song was long over. She wanted to repeat it. Han Fei's curse was different from others because people would willingly fall for his curse. It's amazing. Ligua Air took down her glasses to look at Han Fei. The hatred in her eyes was mostly gone. In its place was a special emotion. It was sharper than love, but softer than despair. She was like a girl who wanted to pluck the rose from a high wall. She knew she couldn't reach it, but it didn't stop her from trying. Leader, you know how to sing too? Brother Fake Plant and the other members crowded over. Brother Fake Plant grabbed the headphones from Ligua Air and put them on himself. Different people would respond differently to the curse. Ligua Air felt an embrace from the devil, but Brother Fake Plant felt like he was swept into an ocean of nightmares. Only despair around him and a small light of hope down the horizon. This is impressive. Brother Fake Plant's head was covered in a cold sweat. He shivered. I need to watch some funny videos to balance this out. Han Fei had all the members listen to it. The first impact was the strongest, and eventually, the effect weakened. But if someone listened to it repeatedly, the song would have a curious effect on the listener. The impact will probably be stronger if I sing it live. Han Fei was cursing while others were singing. Other singers could gain fans, while Han Fei would gain diehard fans. Han Fei copied the song. He had Brother Fake Plant keep watch on his friend and had another member contact the marketing department. Since Immortal hadn't started their promotion, they needed all the resources they could get. After doing all that, Han Fei was ready to rest. However, Zhao Qian came to find him. Fu Yi, come out for a moment. Zhao Qian's voice didn't sound so right. Han Fei picked up the headphones and left for Zhao Qian's office. Has the company approved of the budget? We're already gaining a player base even though the game hasn't been released. What happened between you and Du Zhu? Zhao Qian didn't answer, but asked another question. It looks like the company is unwilling to give me a chance. Han Fei didn't hide anything. He told her what had happened with Du Zhu. The general story hadn't changed, but Han Fei made himself into an atoning father and Du Zhu into a mentally twisted antagonist. Notification for player 0000. Zhao Qian's hatred towards you lowers by 1. Zhao Qian's expression didn't change, but the system told Han Fei that her impression of him had improved. Fu Yi in the past was extremely selfish, but the new Fu Yi was family-orientated, loyal, and a perfect gentleman. He wouldn't interact too freely with the members of the opposite sex. Du Zhu is the company's biggest investor. Basically, her family is involved in many businesses in this city. You'll have a horrible ending doing this. Zhao Qian's tone softened. I have a feeling that I don't have much time left even if I don't do something like this. Han Fei smiled. Perhaps it's because I've sinned too much. I know I can't be saved, and I didn't wish for a good ending. All I want to do now is to accomplish a few things before my life ends. Han Fei didn't look like he was acting. He was putting his soul in this. I want to finish this last game and fulfill my team's hope in me. I want to see my eldest son return to school and walk out of the shadow of bullying. I want to celebrate my youngest son's birthday and bring him to the theme park. In my remaining time, I want to rectify all my wrongs and then choose the method that they wish for me to die. Han Fei suddenly coughed when he finished. He looked down, and his nose started to bleed again. But different from last time, he felt the obvious discomfort. I'm sorry. When Han Fei raised his head, Zhao Qian was ready with the paper napkin. The company will not approve your budget, and the promotion on your game will cease. All the resources will be moved to Immortal. Zhao Qian announced the bad news, but he seemed ready as she took out a contract from her drawer. But I can personally loan you half of the budget. You can repay me with the game sales income. What if the game doesn't sell well? Then, you have to look after yourself so that you can repay me with your life. Zhao Qian was stern, but Han Fei felt more at ease than when she was smiling. Han Fei read through the contract and signed it. Thank you, CEO Zhao. Don't need to thank me. The game will be a hit, and I believe in your ability. After all, I taught you myself. Zhao Qian gave Han Fei a copy of the contract and kept a copy for herself. Then she waved him out. Han Fei wiped away his blood and left the office with his contract. Once he was out the door, he leaned against the wall due to the dizziness. I need to do more good things and raise my level using the Good Samaritan's effect before my body fails me. Han Fei would gain 2 stamina with each level up, and his stamina would have a categorical improvement with every 10 increase in stamina. Han Fei heard Brother Fake Plant scream as he entered the office. Leader, what happened to you? Why are you bleeding? Zhao Qian punched me, and I was sent flying. Han Fei joked. Just focus on your work. This is a workplace. Who would be fighting? Who really knows? I saw the news yesterday, and there was a parent who ran to the school to beat up the headmaster in his office. The news always exaggerates stuff. By the way, was the parent's face blurred out? It was, but his clothes feel very familiar. Brother Fake Plant scratched his chin. While Han Fei spoke with Brother Fake Plant, Ligua Air stared at Han Fei's pale face, and she seemed to realize something. Finally, it was time to get off work. Han Fei wanted to work overtime for half an hour to finish the game, but he got a call from his wife. Is there a problem at home? I wanted to go look for Fu Sheng after I fetched Fu Tian, but the teachers told me that Fu Sheng hasn't gotten to school today. What? Han Fei shot up. He picked up his stuff. Don't panic. I'll be there immediately. Where are you now? I'm still at school. Han Fei hung up, grabbed his coat, and raced out of the company. In his hurry to leave, Han Fei didn't notice that both Zhao Qian and Ligua Air were standing beside the window to look at him. They pretended to be busy with something else, but their eyes were glued to the same place. However, the emotions in their eyes were different. Chapter 554. A familiar head. Fu Sheng was the central character of the memory world. When Han Fei heard Fu Sheng missed school, he was immediately nervous. Han Fei rushed to the school without hesitation. Inside the car, Han Fei called his local neighborhood security, asking to see the tape of Fu Sheng that morning. The guards were very helpful. They soon sent Han Fei the footage when they heard a child might be missing. After your son left the neighborhood, he took bus 24. Bus 24 heads to his school. Oh, it looks like Fu Sheng was really going to school. In that case, why did the school say he hadn't been there? Han Fei hung up and tried to think from Fu Sheng's perspective. Fu Sheng often went to help shield the sapling from the rain. The new headmaster knew the old headmaster was buried under the sapling so that he would feel threatened by Fu Sheng. The headmaster was probably behind Fu Sheng's bullying problem at school. No wonder other than Lu Lina, all the other staff didn't like Fu Sheng. This was the headmaster's doing. Han Fei knew Fu Sheng suffered a lot at school. He was bullied, beaten up, and humiliated. The new headmaster suspended Fu Sheng for a simple reason. Fu Sheng had the eyes to see the truth. Fu Sheng was only willing to leave home after the new headmaster was captured. The child is very clever. He merely doesn't like to share his problems. Han Fei had a very good impression of Fu Sheng. Even though Fu Sheng didn't like to talk to humans, he was loved by all the ghosts. As the new manager of Happiness Neighborhood, Han Fei believed only people with kindness could gain a ghost's trust. Fu Sheng put on his school uniform, and his school bag didn't seem to contain anything unusual. Where could he have gone other than the school? Han Fei had done a lot to help Fu Sheng return to school. Could he have run into an accident? Han Fei had the driver stop beside a bus stop. Han Fei got down to study the route for bus 24. Sir, can you just drive along the route of bus 24? Whenever Han Fei passed a large junction, he would get down to ask the nearby convenience store to let him see their surveillance footage. His professionalism and presence made him feel like a detective with at least 3 years of experience. Han Fei followed Fu Sheng's trail all the way to the school. Han Fei finally found something when he was 2 stops away from the school. "Could you please pause the video?" Han Fei, in the suit, told the worker at the bookstore. The young man was completely impressed by Han Fei. Even though Han Fei never said he was with the police, everything he said and did suggested he was with law enforcement. Han Fei's eyes zoomed in like a hawk as he followed one of the students on the screen. Fu Sheng got down at this stop. Fu Sheng, in the video, appeared to be attracted by something. Han Fei looked closer, and he realized Fu Sheng was holding an invisible person's hand. "Yes, sir. Do you need anything else?" The worker was very nervous. He met something like this for the first time in his life. "Has there been a death around here?" Han Fei turned to the worker. The latter quickly shook his head. "No?" "Then, whose hand is Fu Sheng holding?" Han Fei studied the chairs of the bus and realized the person was probably a child. Fu Sheng got off the bus with an invisible child. "Should I get the manager? He has lived here for decades. He's a local too." The worker felt immense pressure standing beside Han Fei. He tried to escape. Soon, a middle-aged man walked over. He studied Han Fei and came to the same conclusion as his employee. Han Fei was a plainclothes. "My family lives on this street. I haven't heard anything bad happen here before." The manager frowned. "Perhaps there has been an accident here? The victim is about high. They should be a child who took the bus often." Han Fei gestured. The manager hadn't heard such a strange description before. He thought for a while. "About a decade ago, a fire burned down a small restaurant nearby. The young couple who ran the place died in the fire, but before they perished, they knocked open the door and shoved their child out. However, their child died on the way to the hospital. I've lived here about 30 years, and that is the only thing I can think of. His parents died in the fire, so the boy probably came back to reunite with his parents." Han Fei mumbled to himself. The manager didn't dare to say anything. Han Fei checked the route for bus 24. The bus did pass by the hospital. "The boy has been trying to go home, but he can't find his way. So Fu Sheng is there to help him?" Han Fei turned to the manager. "Where's the restaurant? Can you show me?" It was built at the innermost part of the street. It's now a small hostel. The accommodation fee is meager due to its location and history, so it serves mostly the poor who came to the city looking for work. The manager led Han Fei to the alley behind the bookstore. The deeper they went, the eerier it felt. The sun was setting. The sky darkened. Han Fei felt the street was twisting. The city was so different at night. The noise of the city faded away, and it became abnormally quiet. Han Fei's eyes moved away from the manager to study his surroundings. Ever since they entered the alley, Han Fei had a bad premonition. He felt uncomfortable. Han Fei sent a message to his wife and picked up his pace. He followed the manager deep into the alley. Before them was a 4-story building. From the outside, it looked spotless. There was no trace of a fire. There are no cameras in the alley, so I can't tell if Fu Sheng has been here or not. Han Fei stopped before the white hostel. He looked up, and then his pupils narrowed. One of the windows on the 4th floor was open. A young girl had half her body out the window as she reached for the abandoned air conditioner outside the wall. The girl's movement was not agile. She appeared to suffer from some kind of leg impediment. She nudged her body with difficulty. Han Fei looked for a long time before noticing an injured stray cat curled on top of the broken air conditioner. The girl wanted to fetch the cat into the room. The girl gripped the window with one hand, and her other hand reached for the cat. As she was about to get it, the cat probably thought the girl wanted to harm it and reacted by scratching at the girl's hand. The girl was startled. Her body lost balance, and she fell out the window. "Not good." Han Fei screamed and rushed forward. The girl had muscular atrophy. She couldn't keep her balance. At the last moment, her arms grabbed the air conditioner. Cast under the streetlight, the girl was like a flittering flag in the wind. "Hang in there." Han Fei didn't hesitate and rushed into the hostel. "Are you planning to stay or—" "Hey, what are you doing?" The receptionist tried to stop Han Fei, but Han Fei was too fast. Han Fei had no idea how long the girl could hold on, so he had to be fast. Bang! He kicked down the wooden door on the 4th floor and jumped over the blankets. He rushed to the window. "Don't let go." Hearing Han Fei's voice, The girl slowly raised her head. Han Fei finally saw the girl's face. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Indescribable fear consumed Han Fei. A scary memory surfaced in his mind. He had seen this girl before. When Han Fei attempted the Happiness Neighborhood's manager mission, a girl's head would fall from the door whenever he opened it. That girl looked exactly like the girl before him. That manager mission was the first time Han Fei entered Fu Sheng's memory. Fu Yi was dead in that memory, and endless ghosts took over Fu Sheng's house. One of the ghosts was this girl before him. Her head was placed about the door. Every time Fu Sheng wanted to leave or enter the house, he would face her. Han Fei died more than 40 times in that mission, and the girl was responsible for quite a number of them. Han Fei's movement slowed. At the time, the manager mission was the hardest mission he had ever attempted since he started the game. His memory was lost with each death. The pain was something forever carved in his heart. To save or not to save. In the manager mission, the girl was dismembered, and her head was hidden above the door. The girl's mother was dismembered too. Based on Han Fei's prediction, Fu Yi most likely did all that. In real life, Fu Yi probably had killed the pair of mother and daughter. It was this action that pushed Fu Yi's family into the abyss. If I save her, would that absolve Fu Yi's sin? Would that change fate? Han Fei had no idea what the relationship between the girl and Fu Yi was. Everything was turning better, and the girl was suddenly placed in his path. This was a choice that could change everything. The girl was losing strength. Her pale fingers slowly weakened. She looked so helpless. The girl slid down. As her last finger lost its grip, another arm reached out from inside the window to grab her wrist. The girl looked up at Han Fei and uttered, "Father." Han Fei yanked the girl back from outside the window. He carried the frightened girl and placed her on the ground. Then, he moved to help the injured cat. The cat became more obedient after it saw Han Fei. Its body stopped shaking. Han Fei picked up the cat by the back of its neck and then closed the window. Don't do something so dangerous in the future. Han Fei stared at the girl. He noticed a problem. The girl had a congenital disease. Her legs were atrophied. She couldn't even move on her own. Okay. The girl kept her head lowered. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I'll bring this cat to the vet. You should stay at home. The hostel room was small. There was only one living room and one bathroom. The bed was placed in the corner of the living room. A bamboo mattress was spread out on the floor. Han Fei placed the girl on the bed and helped her with the blanket. Where are your parents? I live with my mother. She went out to look for work this afternoon. The girl didn't mention her father. She was timid. She never once lifted her head. You and your mother stay here all alone? Han Fei looked at the bowls that sat on the table. There was a bank card and an envelope wrapped in a high school brochure on the same table. Han Fei frowned because the envelope was bulging with cash. The family was poor, so where did they get the money? Did someone come to find you today? Han Fei knelt beside the girl's bed and asked patiently. Yes, a big brother in school uniform came. He is a very kind person. He wants to help me with my illness, but mother said we can't take his money. The girl's age was between Fu Sheng and Fu Tian. She should be in primary school, but she couldn't due to physical problems. A big brother in school uniform? Han Fei had the girl describe him further, and Han Fei confirmed the person was Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng found out some things from the boy, so he came here to make up for his father. Han Fei connected everything and realized the girl might be another character who could influence the future of this memory world. Girl, can you tell Uncle your name? Han Fei softened his voice. I want to help you too. My name is Fu Yi. The girl looked up at Han Fei. Chapter 555, Pressure. Notification for player 0000. Effective Good Samaritan triggered. You've saved the sick girl and obtained a lot of EXP. The system said, but Han Fei's attention was entirely on the girl. Your name is Fu Yi? The girl's name was similar to Fu Yi. They had the same surname, so she was probably Fu Yi's illegitimate daughter. The kneeling Han Fei felt dizzy. His legs wobbled, and he sat on the ground. When he faced the females who wanted to kill him, Han Fei consoled himself with the idea that there wouldn't be anything worse. Han Fei finally managed to soothe most women, but fate had presented him with a big gift. A new female appeared, and it was a girl. Han Fei stared at the girl who had once murdered him multiple times, and his expression was complicated. I notice you have problems walking. Are you sick? Progressive muscular dystrophy. The doctor says this is an illness caused by a genetic mutation. The girl was optimistic. She didn't lose hope because of her illness. She fought the illness head-on. She was very kind. The fact that she risked her own life to save the stray cat was the best evidence. How much money is required to cure your illness? I don't know. Mom never told me. She told me not to worry. It'll get better. The girl was shy. She kept averting her eyes when talking to Han Fei. Good. Han Fei smiled, but he silently took out his phone to research online. Progressive muscular dystrophy couldn't be healed. Many children lost their ability to move. Most of them would die around 20 due to a failing heart. In other words, getting this disease meant one's life was in a countdown. With the aid of masterful acting, Han Fei's expression didn't change, but his fingers that held the phone paled. When will your mother return? I don't know. We only just moved here. She said it's easier to find a job in the city and I'll have better treatment. Recently, she has been leaving early and coming back late. She works hard. The girl felt guilty. If not for me, Mom would have a better life. Never think like that. I know. The girl smiled at Han Fei. Her smile was adorable. So I will try my best to get better. I will take care of her after I grow up. Han Fei didn't say anything but combed the girl's disheveled hair. The girl didn't resist. She felt like she had met Han Fei before. When she spoke to Han Fei, her voice was soft, like she was afraid of scaring him away. This is it. Boss, come. The receptionist and a pair of husband and wife rushed to the 4th floor. They were armed with mops and brooms as they glared at Han Fei. I need to go. This is my number. Call me if you run into any trouble. After I'm done dealing with other stuff, I'll come back to find you. Han Fei grabbed a pen and paper to write down his phone number. Then, he raised his arms in surrender as he walked towards the door. I mean no harm. I saw the girl falling from outside, so I rushed here to save her. I can compensate you for the broken door. Don't hurt him. I can be his witness. He's plainclothes. He saved this child. The bookstore manager huffed as he climbed up the stairs. Thankfully, he was here, or there'd be another death at this hostel. Han Fei didn't argue with the hostel boss. After he paid for the door, he returned to the girl. Do you remember the student who came to find you in the morning? Where is he now? Mom didn't take his money. She even scolded him. He quietly put down the money and left. I have no idea where he went. The girl thought. He was despondent when he left. You should look after him. I will. Han Fei was in a hurry to find Fu Sheng, so he didn't wait for the girl's mother to return. He ran out of the alley, calculating the time Fu Sheng left. Fu Yi was most likely Fu Yi's illegitimate daughter. Fu Sheng knew that. He probably came here to avoid a tragedy from happening. In the Mirror God's world, Han Fei played the Mirror God. He was the main character, but in Fu Sheng's memory world, Fu Sheng was the main character, Han Fei was just the side character. Han Fei had made the decisions Fu Yi didn't do in real life, so the memory world started to change. Han Fei, who had attempted other inheritance missions, knew that these small changes would ultimately change destiny. Fu Sheng was trying to do something, but he failed. He didn't return to school, but went somewhere else. Han Fei's wife called the police, but since Fu Sheng was over 18 and he wasn't missing for more than 12 hours, they couldn't do anything. The school admin didn't like Fu Sheng, so they ignored the wife. Thankfully, Han Fei never had any hope in these people. He walked out of the small alley. He tapped into Fu Sheng's emotions and tried to follow his trails. Eventually, he reached the small mountain behind the school. The sky was dark, and the place was deserted. Typically, the school forbade its students from coming here. He was seen here last on the security footage. Did he come here to be alone? The mountain provided a good vantage point. One could see the surrounding buildings and even the students at school. Using the flashlight on his phone, Han Fei walked up the steps. He didn't shout Fu Sheng's name. He only kept racing upwards. He had a feeling Fu Sheng was here. Han Fei finally reached the summit. There was a viewing deck in mid-construction. The rails were just fixed. The scaffolding had the only light. Under the yellow ray, a student leaned against the railings. His new uniform was wrinkled. His bag filled with books and test papers sat on the ground. Han Fei was relieved when he saw his son uninjured. He didn't make any loud noises. He messaged his wife and then silently moved to Fu Sheng's side. He looked down the distance to see what had captured Fu Sheng's attention. The city was bright. The students wandered around the school compound. Some of them raced around the field, and others studied in class. Young couples found quiet corners to be together. Everyone was busy with their things. They had their own reason for being alive. Fu Sheng turned around when he heard the footsteps. When he saw his father, different emotions appeared in his eyes. There was disgust, pain, and relief. Fu Sheng felt conflicted. He wanted to be alone, but he was afraid of loneliness. He hated his father, but he wanted warmth from his family. "Sorry, I skipped school again," Fu Sheng said. He didn't look at Han Fei, but kept his eyes on the other students. "It's fine." Han Fei wasn't just saying that. He understood the pain within Fu Sheng. No one approved of Fu Sheng more than Han Fei. Fu Sheng had a special feeling hearing his father's reply. His father used to be aggressive and selfish. He always blamed others for his problems, but recently, his father had changed. The night breeze touched the pair of father and son. It seemed to take something away with it. The distance between the two became closer. They look so happy. They are always ready with smiles. Fu Sheng's eyes were still on the other students. He didn't wish for much. He just wanted a life like the others. "I am smiling every day too. Can you guess if I'm happy?" Han Fei grabbed the rails and joined Fu Sheng. He didn't have any children, and he didn't know how to be a good father. Sometimes, he was more like an adult child. Neither of them said much. They studied the city in the night until Han Fei's phone rang. It was his wife. "We should go back. We shouldn't make our family worried." Han Fei picked up Fu Sheng's bag. "Come on. We'll have dinner at a restaurant tonight." Han Fei was an excellent actor, but he was himself at that moment. This was because he wanted to leave behind some actual memories for Fu Sheng in his limited time left. Fu Sheng didn't say anything, but followed quietly behind his father. The two got down the mountain and reunited with Han Fei's anxious wife. Unlike Han Fei, his wife rushed over when she saw Fu Sheng. Her tears fell as she grabbed Fu Sheng's arms. She examined Fu Sheng's body. Her concern was genuine. She was like Fu Sheng's biological mother. "Come, we'll have something good tonight." Han Fei looked at his wife and Fu Sheng. He led his family to a presentable restaurant. "The price here is quite expensive," the wife whispered after she read through the menu. "Should we go to another restaurant? This place is fine. After all, this is a significant day for me." Han Fei smiled as he looked at Fu Yi's family. "Did you get promoted? You got to design that game again?" His wife was happy for him. "No, tonight we get to eat together as a family." Han Fei placed Fu Tian on the seat. He looked at Fu Sheng and his wife. He sighed. He thought this day would never come. The family was finally seated together. This was Han Fei's happiest moment since he entered the memory world. The dishes were served. While Han Fei's family had their reunion, a pair of mother and daughter sat on the bed in the dilapidated hostel. "I hope you weren't frightened by what happened." The mother used the needle to patch up the girl's old clothes. "I'm fine." The girl was very happy. "Mom, I think I saw Dad today." Hearing that, the mother's warm expression disappeared. She put down the needle and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. It's true. He looks just like the picture." The girl tried her best to grab the note with Han Fei's phone number. "He saved me today. The uncle at the bookstore said he is a policeman." "Policeman?" The woman smiled sadly when she heard that. "Then you really got the wrong person. Someone as selfish as him will never be a police officer. If you don't believe me, you can call this number. Dad left it behind." The girl handed her mother the note. The woman ruffled the girl's hair. She assumed her daughter had projected her lost father on a kind policeman. "Come on, call it." "Okay, I'll call it. I need to thank the kind gentleman anyway." The woman took out her phone. Before she could make a call, she received a call from a Dr. Zhu. The woman shoved the note into her left pocket. She grabbed her phone and ran out of the room. She only answered the phone after she was sure her daughter couldn't hear her. "Dr. Zhu, can my daughter still be saved?" "Yes, but it'll need a lot of money." "Can you save her first? I'll pay later." "I'm afraid we can't do that." Zhu's voice came from the phone. "I heard from your debtors that your husband is a manager at a big company. They loaned you the money because they trusted you. If you really love your daughter, why didn't you go to the girl's father for help? Blood is thicker than water. He wouldn't ignore you. I don't want to go beg him. Can't you just give me some time? You didn't need to beg him. His daughter is sick. Shouldn't he pay for her treatment? He's her father. Duju's voice changed. I suggest you go to his company to find him tomorrow. He wouldn't reject you in public, right? I'll think about it. You can have the time to think about it, but does your daughter have the time? You're delaying her best treatment period. Duju was impatient. We don't have endless space here at the hospital. I have been reserving the spot for you because I pity you. You better pay up in the next 3 days. I will. Thank you, Dr. Du. The woman wanted to say something more, but the call ended. She stood in the old corridor. After some time, she pulled out a name card and some small change from her right pocket. The name card had Fu Yi's name, his company address, and his contact number. Chapter 556. Meeting Fu Yi's mother studied the name card and slowly sat down. He knew Fu Yi was not with the police, so when her daughter said an officer saved her, she knew that person was not Fu Yi. Fu Yi's mother leaned against the wall and sat for a while. She didn't take out the phone number in her left pocket. She didn't call the number on the card. She paused and then stood up. She wiped her face in the dark. When she returned to the room, she was back as the tough and optimistic mother. Mom, have you called Dad? He was the one who saved me, right? Fu Yi looked at her mother with anticipation. You got it wrong. The officer merely looked like your father. Fu Yi was disappointed hearing that. The excitement in her eyes faded away. She thought her family would be complete. Let's eat. Things will slowly get better. The mother served her daughter food. As Fu Yi ate, her mother noticed Fu Yi's hair was braided. The braids were all over the place because the person was not familiar with hair braiding. Did the officer who saved you braid your hair? Yes. Fu Yi's voice was low from disappointment. The woman sighed. If only the man were really Fu Yi's father. In the same city, different stories were playing. After Han Fei and his family had finished dinner, they decided to walk home. His wife planned to visit Fu Sheng after fetching Fu Tian, but she panicked when told that Fu Sheng hadn't arrived at his school. Since Fu Tian was still young, she had to bring Fu Tian around to look for Fu Sheng. After the day of bustling about, the children were tired. Fu Tian's eyelids were heavy, and he kept yawning. Eat and sleep. It's so fun being a kid. Han Fei carried Fu Tian on his back. He walked beside his wife and Fu Sheng. Without realizing it, he became the core of the family. The family hadn't had a chance to walk together like this before. Fu Yi was busy with women and money to care about his family in the past. His wife knew about his activities outside, but she had to support the family independently. People outside saw her as a happy full-time mother, but her heart was heavily injured by Fu Yi. Other than the innocent Fu Tian, this family was already broken. They were like a shattered mirror, pieces that couldn't be joined back together. However, Han Fei managed to bring his family back together despite this circumstance. Han Fei was an orphan. He had never experienced the warmth of a family before. Initially, he worked hard because he didn't want to be killed by his girlfriends, but without realizing it, he started to feel the warmth of home. The home provided him with a sense of sanctuary. The streetlights showered on them. Han Fei, who carried the sleeping Fu Tian, walked in front. He looked so reliable. Notification for player 0000. Your wife's hatred towards you is lowered by 1. Accumulation of 6-inch. This was probably because Han Fei had found Fu Sheng. Of all the females, Han Fei's wife was the only one who had actively helped Han Fei. She hated Fu Yi and wanted to kill him, but at the same time, she tried to protect the family. She was very conflicted. The female characters had different emotions towards Fu Yi. They loved him differently. His wife loved him as a family and husband. Duju loved him as a toy. Ligua Air loved him for his talent. The female online friend loved him as a father figure. Love came in many different shapes and sizes, corresponding to different deaths. Fu Sheng grabbed his bag and disappeared into his room when they reached home. Han Fei didn't say anything. Their relationship had already improved a lot that day. Han Fei placed Fu Tian on his bed. He and his wife only left after Fu Tian fell asleep. Han Fei showered and changed. After a whole day, he was tired too. Han Fei walked out of the bathroom and saw his wife sitting on the couch holding his clothes. Han Fei's nerves pulled tautly. He recalled what happened that day. His clothes should be free of another female's perfume or lipstick print. Aren't you going to bed yet? Han Fei walked towards the bedroom. When he passed his wife suddenly asked, "Do you have anything that you're not telling me?" "No." "Then, why your clothes?" His wife picked up his shirt. "Are stained with blood near the collar and sleeves? You haven't gone for a physical check for a while already. It's a nosebleed from the heat." Han Fei didn't stop moving. "If there's something, I'll tell you. Your family." Han Fei grabbed the mattress and placed it on the ground. He didn't feel any evident deterioration of his physique, but he was dizzy after a long day that had never happened before. Han Fei soon fell asleep. His defense against his wife lowered after her hatred towards him lowered. Deep in the night, Han Fei heard a woman telling him something, but he was too sleepy to hear anything. The alarm waked up Han Fei. He found it harder to get up in the morning. Han Fei exited the bedroom and saw his busy wife. The breakfast was already on the table. "Thank you for everything." In romantic dramas, when the husband woke up to his wife making breakfast in the kitchen, he would go and hug her from behind and give her a morning kiss. The atmosphere was right, but if Han Fei really did that, he would be chopped into pieces. The dramas are all lying. Han Fei just sat down when the door on the second floor opened. Fu Xing rushed out, holding his school bag. "Wait a minute. I've prepared breakfast for you. You can eat them on your way to school." The wife ran out of the kitchen and handed the boxed meal to Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng halted, looked at the box, grabbed it, and ran out. The fact that Fu Sheng was willing to take her meal box made Han Fei's wife very happy. As the stepmom, she tried her best to win Fu Sheng's approval. Just how did Fu Yi, the bastard, manage to marry such a good woman? Han Fei lamented. He finished the breakfast and hurried to work. The hatred of his friends lowered by the days. However, his physique also worsened by the days. To complete the altar mission, Han Fei voluntarily interacted with other departments and personally checked the progress of each team member. "The company doesn't give us much time. We have to finish this as soon as possible." Han Fei knew Du Zhu would target him, so he had to race against time. "You are not doing this for the company. We have made this game ourselves. The company will take limited dividends. So you are working for yourselves. Think of your future. You all know I am very against working overtime, but with how popular our game concept is getting, other people will copy us. You wouldn't want that to happen, right? If we can enter the market first, then we'll be able to get a lot of bonuses. Think about it this way. You're not really working, but printing money." Han Fei showed them the data provided by the marketing department. Their game was creating a storm among the 18-plus games community. The plot was fascinating. Many players were helping the game developers promote the games on forums and websites. Every element of the game was top-notch. Han Fei even had a feeling that if he replicated this game in real life, he could earn actual money from it. I'll pull by Xian and Huang Yin in as investors. As the main designer, after all the designs were done, Han Fei had the freest time. He didn't know much about game programming, and he didn't want to stand in the professionals' way. "I'll go out to find more sponsors. Don't slack off." Han Fei went to find Zhao Qian. Using the need to record some new music as an excuse, Han Fei left the company. Han Fei had no idea how long his body could withstand, so he needed to push things forward. He came to the second floor of Golden Leaf and called Wu San. He wanted to see Chong Wei. About half an hour later, a handsome man with long hair entered the booth with 4 others. They were all players. "Han Fei, we meet again." Wu San greeted Han Fei with a smile. The rest was not as friendly. "Why do you want to see me?" The others only dared to sit after Chong Wei took his seat. "You must have noticed that this world is becoming more dangerous at night." Han Fei poured himself a glass of water. The world mutation was related to Fu Sheng. Han Fei was closest to knowing this world's truth. "Why? Do you finally feel pressured enough to join us?" A female player on Chong Wei's side scoffed. She was Chong Wei's assistant. She heard from Yu that Han Fei had 7 wives, and he depended on them to survive. All females should despise him. "The pressure is increasing, but I still don't plan to join you." Han Fei toyed with the glass. "My brother is missing not 2 hours after he joined you. Don't tell me you've forgotten about that." "Our people went missing too." The female player wanted to say something more, but Chong Wei stopped her. He stared at Han Fei for a long time and asked a curious question. It was you outside the prop room that day. It was you who saved the paparazzi? That's right. Han Fei knew what Chang Wei wanted to ask. I also heard your conversation with Xia Yilan, and you're investigating Immortal Pharma's plastic surgery hospital. Chang Wei's eyes glinted dangerously. Don't worry. I have something more important to tell you. Han Fei put down the glass. Actually, we come from the same place and are numbered since we are young. Chang Wei suddenly stood up and ordered the other players. I need you all to leave. The players treated Chang Wei as their leader, so they obliged. The door closed. Chang Wei sat back down, and his expression was dark. The more you know, the quicker you die. Don't you understand that? That's the cutest threat I've ever heard. Han Fei picked up the chopsticks and flung them. The chopsticks brushed past Chang Wei's hair and pierced through the door. If Han Fei aimed for the man's eye, then Chang Wei would be dead already. Oh right, my main attribute is intelligence. Han Fei added casually. Chang Wei stared at his broken hair on the table, and his pupils narrowed. He didn't expect such aggression from Han Fei. What is your goal? I'm here to save you. Immortal Pharma is behind that hospital. Do you think you can take it down with a small website? The derision in Han Fei's eyes made Chang Wei uncomfortable. You don't need to worry about that. Chang Wei stared at Han Fei. Since you are not joining us, then we have nothing to discuss. No, I'm not joining you because I'm giving you a chance to join us. Us? You have other players like you? Chang Wei hated that Han Fei knew more things than he did. You still don't have the right to know. You only need to understand one thing. In the game, I can bring you out of any hidden map. In real life, I can make Xian Lu police cooperate with me. Han Fei smiled humbly. Be it Immortal Pharma or Deep Space Tech, their main offices are at Xian Lu. Han Fei stood up and walked to the door. If you want to know more, then prove your worth to me. The opening of the plastic surgery hospital is on a woman called Du Zhu. Her family is involved in every business in this city. You want me to help you find her? Chang Wei couldn't guess Han Fei's goal. Finding her is the first step. Cutting her connection to the hospital is the real goal. Han Fei opened the booth door. I'll give you 3 days to consider. I await your answer. After Han Fei left, Chang Wei mulled on his words. Cut off her connection to the hospital? Han Fei wants us to kidnap this woman. Chang Wei was shocked that the man would suggest such a ludicrous thing. Chapter 557, Farming EXP. Over so soon? Wu San and the players rushed into the booth after Han Fei left. Chang Wei sat beside the table, and his face was pale. Han Fei doesn't wish to join us. Wu San was not dumb. He guessed that from Chang Wei's expression. The issue is bigger than that. Chang Wei glanced at the hole in the door. Be careful if you run into him next time. Is he that dangerous? Isn't he just a third-rate actor? The female player said. If not for his 7 wives, he wouldn't even survive one night here. Chang Wei shook his head. He didn't expose Han Fei. Particular info was not meant for outsiders, like how each orphan was numbered and the connection between the hospital and Immortal Pharma. These were all confidential. If exposed, they would be targeted by the big company. No one wanted to challenge the big company unless they had concrete proof. In any case, just stay away from him. Chang Wei picked up the menu. How is the investigation on the ghosts coming along? There are definitely killing ghosts hiding at Starry Art Hotel. Every night, even at my guard post, I can see the shadows inside the hotel reenacting the massacre. Wu San sat beside the table. After Diyu, Boss, and Xin Luo, I also lost contact with the vet. What is his assigned zone? Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. Before this, he would contact me every night. But since the day before yesterday, I couldn't reach his number anymore. I tried to enter the hospital through the police force, but I found nothing. Wu San was worried. If this continues, I don't think we can hang on much longer. We have to deal with other players in the day and ghosts at night. Chang Wei closed his eyes before slowly opening them. All the murder cases in the city are related to the hospital. The missing persons are last seen at the hospital. Everything has to do with the hospital. Contact the others. Have half of our people keep watch over the hospital. We're abandoning the theme park? Aren't we going to find a way back? A bald man beside Wu San spoke. He was dressed plainly. His hands were calloused, but his eyes were vicious. We've stayed at this place for too long. I'm still level 18. If we don't leave soon, I'll be shaken out of the top ranking. Inmate, I'll be direct. Chong Wei put down the menu, held his chin, and looked at the bald man. Since you've accepted boss money, then you have to be obedient. This is an Iyashikei game, but it's also very cruel. You lose everything if you die. Inmate was only one level lower than Chong Wei. He didn't seem to like being ordered around. Is there anything else? Chong Wei turned to his female assistant and the last male player. I noticed something weird recently. The male player was very pale. What is it? Look at my arms. The man rolled up his sleeves to reveal many scars. You know I have self-mutilation tendencies. In perfect life, no matter how much I cut myself, as long as my life points is above a safe level, the wounds would heal, and there would be no scars. However, the rules of the hidden maps don't seem to be similar to the normal perfect life. This place is like another reality, a place where ghosts and monsters exist. The man then pulled open his scabs. A bright smile appeared on his lips. This is perfect. Noon will stop me here. The male player and the bald man were two extremes. One desperately wanted to leave, and the other desperately wanted to stay. You crazy bastard, get away from me. Inmate kicked the man to the ground. I have no idea where the boss finds you crazies. As crazy as Worm is, he is the most talented among us. Without him, you probably wouldn't have survived the first night. The female assistant picked up the man. She didn't want people to go against Chong Wei. No fighting among ourselves. Chong Wei didn't even look at the others. Worm, sit down and explain. Okay. Worm was not angry. He appeared to be a masochist. Perhaps he had some kind of mental problem. After a few days of investigations, other than normal ghosts, killing ghosts, and big ghosts, I found a new type of ghost. Worm said excitedly. When the ghost appears, a fog will cover an entire area. She exudes hatred as sharp as knives. She appeared to be looking for someone. She wandered the streets at night, checking the building one by one. Where did you run into it? She was moving towards the city center. She'll be there in a few days. I have mapped down her movement. If we run into this unique ghost, we wouldn't have the chance to run. Worm asked the waiter for paper and a pen. He doodled on it. She passed the private high school at Dusan. She followed the route of bus 24. She would stop at every junction. How can you be sure she's looking for someone? Wusen was confused. Because she has been uttering a name. I was too far to hear her clearly. Worm placed the map before Chong Wei. If she stopped at every junction, she would arrive at Han Fei's company in 3 days. In 5 days, she will reach the neighborhood at the city center. Coincidentally enough, Han Fei lives there with one of his wives. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Chong Wei thought back to what Han Fei said. Stop the activities in the other areas and focus on the plastic surgery hospital. The plan is like usual. Try to approach normal ghosts. Run if you encounter any killing ghost or big ghost. We'll ignore the new ghost? Wusen was concerned. The new ghost was heading towards Han Fei. We can't deal with ghosts. Other than Worm, the rest of us will die if we run into these things. So what can we do? Chong Wei closed his eyes. He was thinking about something else. Han Fei wanted to test him. He wanted to test Han Fei too. If he is really as impressive as he says, then he wouldn't be killed. I can consider joining him. If he is killed, then it proves he was lying, and naturally, I wouldn't need to cooperate with him. The players continued to discuss some other stuff. They didn't know that Han Fei returned after he went downstairs. Using his sharp hearing, he heard everything. Worm has a special talent. I should scope him out. Based on his description, a pure hatred is coming my way. Han Fei was anxious. When he made the game, he added 2 new female ghosts. He just wanted to fill up the numbers at the time. It looks like many things are already predestinated. After the players' meeting was over, Han Fei left too. He planned to use this downtime to increase his level. Being a good Samaritan was not easy. There weren't that many people who needed help. If only Shenluo were here, he attracts accidents like a magnet. But that's no different from playing with fire. Han Fei pulled up the info in his mind and came to the city's most chaotic neighborhood. He stood out against the dirty and old streets in his sharp suit. This place is a treasure trove. He didn't walk far before he ran into a boy in a private high school uniform being beaten up by a group of ruffians. The boy had blonde hair, and his arm was bandaged. He looks familiar. Isn't he the boy who bullied Fusheng? I broke his arm. Han Fei cracked his knuckles and walked over. The group of ruffians pushed the blonde guy to the ground. The leader was mocking the blonde, asking him if he still wanted his motorcycle back. The blonde nodded, and he got another beating. Han Fei arrived just as the ruffians were almost done and prepared to leave. He looked at the blonde on the ground and asked, "Do you need help?" Hearing Han Fei, the blonde shivered. He had no idea what Han Fei wanted. Plus, he only appeared after the ruffians were ready to leave. "Stop minding other people's business. We are only borrowing his motorcycle for a few days." "You're not borrowing. You're robbing him. Give him back his bike," Han Fei said officiously. He confused both the ruffians and the blonde. "Are you crazy?" One of them rushed at Han Fei, but he was so slow in Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei hit the man in his stomach. When the ruffian fell, Han Fei removed his suit jacket, folded it neatly, and put it to the side. "All of you should come at once. I am in a hurry." Han Fei already held back because he didn't want to send them to the hospital. Han Fei needed them to farm his EXP. They could rest for a few days, and when they came out of hiding, Han Fei would find them again. He would get triple EXP from the same group of ruffians. That was recycling. In the past few days, Han Fei was pushed around by 7 women. He vented his anger towards Fu Yi on the poor ruffians. 10 minutes later, only Han Fei remained standing. Notification for player 0000. You've aided the injured high school student playing truancy. You've obtained plenty of EXP. After hearing that, Han Fei walked towards the blonde. "Stop playing dead, get up." The blonde shivered once Han Fei walked over to him. The ruffians left surface wounds on him, but the man snapped his arm. He couldn't even ride his bike properly anymore. He came here looking for people to go after Han Fei and Fu Sheng. "I'm sorry," the blonde pleaded. After he saw Han Fei, he had a bad feeling. "Why are you so scared? I just saved you. You should thank me." Han Fei removed his expensive watch and put it on the blonde. What are you doing?" The blonde was confused. "Just stand up first." Han Fei picked the man up from the ground. He gave the blonde his briefcase. Then he picked out 5,000 renminbi and shoved them in the boy's school uniform. "That's perfect. Make sure the money is always exposed." Han Fei was satisfied. "Now, you can go on wandering around this place." "Now." The blonde looked at himself. One of his arms was injured. His other arm had the very expensive watch. The money was bulging out of his pocket. He was a walking target. Even an average person with greed would come after him. "I don't think that's a good idea. The money is compensation for breaking your arm. Now, follow my instruction." Han Fei monitored the blonde from afar. He sent the blonde into the deserted alleys. He would jump out as the Good Samaritan if anyone came after the blonde. After 4 robberies, thefts, and threats, the blonde felt like crying, but he didn't dare to stop. Han Fei behind him was like a lion, stalking him. When he was robbed the 5th time, the blonde tried to wink at the bad guys to get them to help him. The bad guys didn't care about the blonde. They shoved the boy to the ground. They grabbed the valuables, and Han Fei happened to appear again. The bad guys were taught a lesson, and the valuables were retrieved. Han Fei returned all the stuff to the blonde. "I've saved you so many times, and you want to betray me? How disrespectful." The blonde shivered. He finally understood the danger of the adult world. If he had a chance to restart his life, he would focus in class. He wouldn't skip class again. Chapter 558, The Urban Legend. I want to go home. I haven't finished my homework, and my family is looking for me." The blonde saw the light after he encountered Han Fei. His darkness was chased away. He just wanted to focus on his studies, escape from this city, and never return. Han Fei was different from the ruffians who bullied the blonde. He was a man of justice, overly so. "You want to go back home? You want to focus on your study?" Han Fei studied the young man's regretful face. I guess this is a good thing to have inspired this transformation in the young man. "So can I go now?" The blonde looked at Han Fei with anticipation, but he quickly averted his eyes. 2 things couldn't be seen directly for too long, the sun and Han Fei's gaze. "You can go anytime you want, but there are many lost children like you. I remember there was a bunch of you who bullied Fu Sheng. I believe your friends need salvation too." Han Fei picked up the kid. The blonde shivered when Han Fei was kind to him. Should I get them over for you? Sure, you can leave once they arrive. Han Fei felt quite accomplished. He could help these fallen children find the right path. But what if they don't want to come? The blonde finally knew the danger of the adult world. In comparison, the school was cleaner. He decided to focus on his studies. You'll stay here until your friends arrive. I will protect you. Han Fei smiled, watching his rising EXP. The Good Samaritan title suited him. Each session's EXP wasn't high, so that Han Fei had to repeat it many times. Technically, Han Fei didn't do anything wrong. He didn't force the bad guys to rob the blonde. He didn't harm the innocent pedestrian. If anything, he helped improve the town's security. In the Mirror God's world, the mall boss used people's greed to turn the wishing well into an unmentionable cursed well. As the new mall boss, Han Fei also used people's greed to raise his own EXP. As the sun was about to fall, Han Fei called the blonde into the alley. The whole day of doing good work increased his EXP. If there were no accidents, he would reach level 20 tomorrow. In perfect life, every 10 levels was a threshold. Han Fei was curious what he'd unlock when he reached level 20. What kind of friends do you have? You've made so many calls, but no one came to find you. Han Fei grabbed back his watch and money. I know your home address, your phone number, and your school address. Tomorrow, you should come back to help me. Han Fei took out 200 renminbi to give it to the blonde. This is your salary for the day. Buy something nice for yourself. Isn't it better to earn money the right way? The blonde held the money. He almost gave up his life for this money. See you tomorrow. Han Fei put his suit back on. If you don't come to find me, I'll go find you. The blonde shivered. This was probably no different from being haunted. Han Fei returned to the company to check on his members' progress. Everyone was working hard. They were close to the finish line. It looks like everyone is treating this seriously. The team members had been with Fu Yi for a long time. They were affected when Fu Yi was demoted. However, none of them left his team. Fu Yi was a talented person. He was very good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. Han Fei brought the music files to find Zhao Qian. He had been wandering around for the day, so he had to show some results for it. Zhao Qian hadn't heard his curse before, so this was the perfect opportunity. Han Fei entered the office after knocking on the door. He placed his song before Zhao Qian. CEO Zhao, listen to this. You really went for a recording? I heard from your team that you'd recorded a theme song. I thought they were kidding. I have an edited version. Listen to this. This song hides many things I want to say. Han Fei passed the headphones to Zhao Qian. He sat to the side and observed quietly. The early note began, and the darkness rose. The song had its own soul. Zhao Qian was surprised. She looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't avoid her eyes. The song was a soul opening itself. Han Fei imbued his emotions in it. This was the first time Zhao Qian walked into Han Fei's heart. Instead of a world filled with debauchery, Han Fei's heart was pure. However, it was covered in a layer of darkness, so the others couldn't get in. I am an irrevocable sinner. My death is coming. I know I can't get your understanding. I only hope to lower your hatred towards me. Han Fei used cursed words in the nameless song. When the song was over, he heard the system. Notification for player 0000. Zhao Qian's hatred towards you lowers by 1. Accumulation of 2. Zhao Qian still hadn't gotten over the shock as she removed the headphones. The melody is very special. It's not that amazing, but it makes you want to listen to it. It feels like the darkness is embracing you no matter what you do. It envelopes you like a second skin. As if realizing how inappropriate her words were, Zhao Qian coughed and added, It looks like I've underestimated you. This song is very suitable for the game. Well done. Tomorrow, I will edit the background music and score. Han Fei smiled happily. He had the reason to skip the job tomorrow. Zhao Qian didn't know Han Fei's real thoughts. She assumed Han Fei was happy about getting her approval. She recalled the early days Han Fei joined the company. He didn't know anything, and Zhao Qian taught him everything step by step. Fu Yi back then was clever, young, and highly capable. He only had Zhao Qian in his eyes. Zhao Qian only snapped back to reality after Han Fei left. She stared at the door, and she was irked. Han Fei couldn't help his team members. He asked them what they wanted to eat. He ordered takeout for everyone. After that, Han Fei left for home since he had nothing else to do. Han Fei saw Fu Sheng when he reached the neighborhood. The kid was in his school uniform. He sat on the neighborhood's gym equipment. "Why aren't you home?" Han Fei didn't ask if Fu Sheng had gone to school. Compared to that, Han Fei wished Fu Sheng could come back home so they could sit down together as a family. Fu Sheng was still not used to talking to Han Fei. He held his school bag, and after a long time, he said, "I didn't go to school today. It reminds me too much of the past." "Don't worry. Take it slow. There's still time." Han Fei saw Fu Sheng, and he was instantly reminded of the other version, which was in the patient's outfit, tied to the bed. That was a bad future. Another thing was the house in the manager mission was very small. It was very different from Fu Yi's current house. This meant that something huge was about to happen to this family. "I need to be prepared." Han Fei picked up Fu Sheng's bag. He smiled. "Come, let's go home." Han Fei made dinner for his family. Fu Sheng joined them at the table. Han Fei had no idea how long these good days would last. He tried his best to leave more good memories for Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng had changed Han Fei's world, so Han Fei wanted to change Fu Sheng's world. After dinner, Han Fei calculated the time the ghost might appear, and then he fell asleep. The following morning, Han Fei and Fu Sheng woke up on time. Fu Sheng tried to go back to school. Han Fei went to the company to log in, and then came out to find the blonde kid. The blonde didn't come, so Han Fei had to go to his home to find him. The blonde came from a rich family. He lived in a 2-story bungalow. However, his parents were often busy with work. It was why the kid had the chance to stray from the right path. Thankfully, when God closed the door, he would open a window. The blonde kid was lucky to run into Han Fei. When Han Fei's face appeared at the kid's window, the kid almost fainted like he had seen heaven's angel. "If you don't go find me, I come find you. You have to understand that." Han Fei led the kid away from the bungalow. "Come, today, we're going to stroll around places where the security is worse." The downtown was the city's most unruly location. This place was not poor because the city's nightlife was located here. It had many illegal centers and certified pubs, restaurants, and hotels. This place was not rich because the downtown was home to many homeless people. The downtown was a headache for the police, but everything was changing. From an unknown date, a very scary urban legend spread in the downtown area. Whenever the sun rose, a young man with blonde hair and dispirited eyes would appear in unknown alleys. He would make faces at pedestrians, whispering voiceless curses. Those who encountered him would faint. Some people said the kid was an innocent young man killed downtown. Some said the kid was God incarnate. A mafia leader ran into the kid. As the head of a gang, after the man ran into the kid, his personality changed completely. No one knew what happened to him inside the alley, but everyone knew the gang leader started to turn towards charity. Things at downtown started to charge. New forces saw the chance, and the old forces were uneasy. No one knew who would stay and who would leave. The sun rose. Han Fei put on his suit. He stood along the empty street and looked at his attribute with satisfaction. When no more bad guys dared to come out, Han Fei finally reached level 20. This is crazy. Other people leave the beginner's map when they're level 20. When I'm level 20, I'm already deep in hell. Chapter 559, Flyer. Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 20 and gained 1 free attribute point. Warning. The player can have a second main profession at level 20. Will you upgrade your current part-time profession, Ziggurat Patrol, to your main profession? Warning. The player has completed the prerequisite for the profession, Lapidarist, and is 98% compatible with the profession. Will you make Lapidarist your second profession? Warning. When the player gains a highly compatible profession, they will gain extremely rare profession talents. There is a chance to enjoy the extremely powerful effect of the profession. Notification for player 0000. You've unlocked the function of the personality fragment at level 20. Currently, you possess 10% of the greed personality fragment. After successfully unlocking a personality, you'll gain extra reward. Notification for player 0000. As your level increases, so will your connection with the altars. Han Fei scanned through the notifications, and he caught something important. According to the main website of Perfect Life, a player could only have one main profession. The other professions would be part-time professions. The talents of the part-time professions would be unlocked based on profession compatibility, and there was no way the player could unlock all of the talents of the part-time profession. At every 10 levels, the player could upgrade their main profession to gain new profession talent. This meant that if the player didn't pick a good main profession, they either had to restart their profile or accept their wrong decision. Han Fei assumed he could only choose one main profession. However, he realized that was not the case. Perhaps because he was in the cryptic world, he didn't have to follow this rule. He could gain a new main profession at every 10 levels. Assuming max level is 100, then does that mean I can have 10 main professions? Han Fei found the benefits of being a cryptic world player. He had a harder time leveling up, but in compensation, he gained extra benefits when he did. The cryptic world provides me with plenty of skill points. I can raise all of my main professions to their maximum. Han Fei added the attribute point to stamina. At level 20, his stamina was 32. Midnight Butcher is already a strong hidden profession. When I accepted this profession, I destroyed Cattle Alley and killed all my colleagues. It allowed me to become the hidden profession among the hidden profession, Dawn Butcher. I need to keep this profession. Compared to Midnight Butcher, Ziggurat Patrol is more normal. Even though it is also a hidden profession, I'm only doing it part-time, so I only gain the talent where my movement speed will be faster at night. I doubt I'll gain anything more even if I made it my second main profession. Han Fei's eyes slowly moved like they were attracted by something. Accepting the new profession with high compatibility will earn me the chance to gain special talents. Han Fei mulled over the system's words. In the end, he chose not to do it. Such a cunning system. It feels like it is purposely luring me. I haven't had any experience in relationship manipulation. How am I suitable to be a lapidarist? Han Fei inherited the black box from Fu Sheng. This memory world was Fu Sheng's. Han Fei thought about it. Could this special hidden profession be something Fu Sheng left for me? But who would do something like that? Han Fei's emotions changed so much in a few seconds that he frightened the blonde kid beside him. We'll stop here today. Han Fei removed his watch from the kid. After 2 days of hard work, the downtown had better security. In the future, you better focus on your study. It's not cool to be a gangster, do you understand? Han Fei shoved the watch and money back into his pocket. Even though I said I'd give you money for working for me, you've seen how dangerous the world is for yourself when you're walking around with money, right? The kid nodded vehemently. He just wanted to go home and seal up all the windows. I'll keep them for you temporarily. If you fail to get into university, I'll come to find you, and we can start a business together. Don't worry. I'll get into university even if I die? No, I mean, thank you. The kid was already rambling. Go home then. Han Fei patted the dust on his body. His stamina increased again, but he was not in a good mood. When he was helping the kid, he could feel his movement was not as smooth as before. If I joined those players, they'd abandon me once they discover I'm sick. Thankfully, I've buried seed of suspicion in Chong Wei's heart, and they don't know my real situation. Han Fei was clear about one thing. The key to clearing this memory world was on Fu Sheng. When Han Fei collapsed, all the trouble would go to Fu Sheng. What Han Fei needed to do now was to resolve as much trouble as he could. He needed to help Fu Sheng walk out of the shadow and gain the willingness to support his family. And that included Han Fei too. Should I teach Fu Sheng some fighting techniques tomorrow? Han Fei pondered. He planned to go to Fu Sheng's school when his phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhao Qian. CEO Zhao, how can I help you? Come to the company now. A woman is looking for you. Han Fei sucked in a cold breath when he heard the term woman. When he wanted to ask more, Zhao Qian hung up. Zhao Qian knows Du Zhu and love. Zhao Qian wouldn't refer to them as a woman if they came looking for me. Could it be Fu Yi's wife then? Han Fei hurried to the company. His heart was pounding. Han Fei reached the company around dusk. As he walked out of the elevator, the employees pointed at him like he had done something horrible. Who is looking for me? Han Fei returned to his office. His members stopped working, and they didn't look too good. Leader, you better go to CEO Zhao's office. It's not good. Brother Fake Plant stood up to tell Han Fei. I know things aren't good, but I need you to remember one thing. Han Fei patted the man's shoulders and looked at the rest. No matter what happened, even if I'm no longer here, you have to complete the game. The game will gain other people's approval, and it will bring you great rewards. His members were surprised that Han Fei still cared that much about the game. They nodded silently. Han Fei glanced at Li Gui'er. She was the only member still working frantically to finish the game. Han Fei didn't say anything to her. He turned to Zhao Qian's office. CEO Zhao? Han Fei pushed open the door and looked in. Zhao Qian was the only one there. Who is looking for me? Here she is. Zhao Qian dropped the flyer before Han Fei. You have an illegitimate child. What kind of bastard are you? Han Fei picked up the flyer to take a look. His expression didn't change that much. He already predicted this. The flyer wrote what Fu Yi had done. The first woman he had an affair with was pregnant. Fu Yi broke up with the woman and cut off all contact, so he didn't know the woman had given birth to a child. The saddest thing was the child had congenital muscular atrophy. Her conditions would worsen as she grew older. The woman could not support the medical bills anymore, so she had no choice but to use this method to find Fu Yi. Han Fei knew everything on the flyer was the truth. However, strangely enough, the flyer didn't provide any proof. It also didn't expose any info about the woman and the child. This flyer was just the first step of someone's plan to torture Fu Yi. She wanted Fu Yi to lose everything in the end. This doesn't look like the work of Fu Yi's mother. It feels more like Duzhu. Han Fei didn't say anything. He knew the things on the flyer were true, so what was the point of arguing? Fu Yi might have denied everything and used a lie to cover up this lie, but that would only push him to a dead end. You were the main designer for Immortal, and now you're the designer for a new game. The company values both of these games. Zhao Qian placed a document on the table. If you can't clarify this, or if this is real, to ensure Immortal is not affected, the admin will most likely demand you to resign. Designing a game required a lot of resources and time. Naturally, the company wouldn't allow the game to be affected due to a single person's negative press. Han Fei was given two choices: find an excuse and resolve this issue in private with Fu Yi's mother, or accept the blame, lose his job, and then pay high medical bills and child support to Fu Yi's mother. Most people would choose the first choice, and Fu Yi definitely did. I've already asked people to collect all the flyers. Temporarily, the effect won't be huge. However, things can't be kept under wraps forever. You better think about what to do next. Zhao Qian was tired. She picked up the flyers and dumped them into the trash can. Go and find that woman. Give me an answer tomorrow. Han Fei exited Zhao Qian's room and returned to his office. None of his members dared to say anything. He sat in his chair and then stood up to address his team members. I personally interviewed all of you. This field has a high turnover rate, but none of you have left. I am appreciative of your trust. Han Fei paused. I need to inform you a few things for the last time as your team leader. The office was quiet, as everyone turned to Han Fei. 1. You have to finish the horror dating sim. Your bonus relies on this. 2. Do not be afraid no matter what happens. Learn to be independent, calm, and protect yourself. 3. You might be ostracized after I leave. I apologize in advance. I hope you can survive under pressure. Then you can fight for your benefit. 4. And the most important point, do not work overtime at the company in the next 3 days. Go back home before sunset. Han Fei knew about the pure hatred's movement from the other players. He didn't want his people to get hurt. That's all. I'll see you tomorrow. Han Fei left the company. He decided to visit Fu Yi's hostel to meet her mother. In the manager mission, Fu Yi and her mother were dead. Their deaths caused Fu Sheng to have a mental breakdown. Han Fei called his wife and tried to ask about how much money they had left. His wife's answer added pressure to Han Fei. They had purchased a house in the middle of the city. They didn't have much savings and needed to pay the housing loan every month. When Fu Yi was the main designer for Immortal, he was given a great salary. He was the company's most valued designer, but after he was demoted, his salary decreased, and they had been surviving on savings. Honestly, Fu Yi had earned a lot in the past few years. However, he had spent most of them on women. The man lost all of his income and had to pay for Fu Yi's treatment, as well as raise Fu Sheng and Fu Tian. Han Fei was walking Fu Yi's path. Fu Yi didn't run into any ghosts in this world, but he slowly turned into a murderer. That was even more harrowing. When I attempted the manager mission, the room was old and dirty. It's completely different from my current place. It looks like Fu Yi's wife moved after Fu Yi died. Only the most despairing person would be selected by the black box. Han Fei was about to face the beginning of Fu Sheng's despair. The cab raced down the road. 20 minutes later, it stopped beside a bookstore. Han Fei paid the cab fare and entered the alley behind the bookstore. He looked at the window of the hostel and sunk into deep thought. In reality, Han Fei had the confidence to make a person fully disappear. Be it stamina, intelligence, capability, or experience, Han Fei was much better than Fu Yi. However, the biggest difference between Han Fei and Fu Yi was, Han Fei would never resort to these things. Chapter 560, Fate-Changing Choice. The hostel was located at the end of the street. Only one room on the third floor had its light on in the darkness. Han Fei stood downstairs for quite some time before he walked upstairs. He avoided all the cameras and appeared silently outside one of the rooms. The light slipped through the gap and shone on the corridor. Han Fei could hear a girl laughing through the door. The disease didn't ruin the girl. She was optimistic before her mother. Perhaps she thought that was the only thing she could do for her. Fu Yi and her mother were poor. On top of that, Fu Yi's medical bill was heavy. However, when they were together, the small room felt like home. Han Fei knocked on the door. He stopped avoiding the problem. "Who is it?" Fu Yi's mother called out. She had Fu Yi lay in bed while she walked to open the door. The doorknob turned, and the door opened slightly. As she prepared to pull the door back, the light inside the room lit up Han Fei's face. The mother, who had nothing but her daughter, stood in the lighted room. Han Fei, who appeared to have everything, stood in the dark corridor. The half-open room door became a horizon that separated the two. The woman held the doorknob. She could not believe her eyes. She had pondered how she'd react once she saw Fu Yi again. She thought she would be angry or lose her mind, but when it really happened, other than the initial shock, all she felt was detachedness. She didn't scream or scold. She looked at Han Fei like he was a stranger. She asked, "How did you find this place?" "Fu Yi was trying to save a cat that day. I happened to pass by." When Han Fei spoke, the woman walked out of the room. She didn't wish for Han Fei to be in the same room as her daughter. The woman closed the door and stood with Han Fei in the dark. "I didn't come with malice. I just want to help Fu Yi." Han Fei lowered his voice. A child's heart was sensitive. He didn't want Fu Yi to hear these things, and he didn't want Fu Yi to believe that she had dragged down her mother. The woman didn't answer. She turned to walk down the stairs. Han Fei had to follow her. The two left the hostel. The woman only stopped when they left the alley. She turned back to look at Han Fei. The eyes that were dull with life carried some hope. "Even if you don't come to find me, I'll go find you tomorrow. I've taken care of our daughter for 9 years. I want to make her the happiest girl in the world, but who would have thought fate would punish me?" Fu Yi's mother gripped her fists. She had suffered a lot. For the sake of her family, she had to face many challenges. "Before I met you, I had a job, a life. But ever since I met you, everything was ruined." The woman smiled sadly. "During the first year, I thought you'd change and come back. But you have no humanity at all." Han Fei kept telling himself that the woman was scolding Fu Yi and not him. But strangely enough, the memory world made it so that he was not only playing Fu Yi's role, but also had inherited the man's emotions. "You can kill me if you want, but can you wait until Fu Yi's illness is cured?" The mention of Fu Yi thickened the despair in the woman's eyes. The shell she put on before her daughter faded away. Her thin body leaned on the wall like she was crushed. "Certain illness can't be cured. I asked Fu Yi before, and she said she suffers from progressive muscular dystrophy. However, I did some research. This genetic disease often only affects males." Han Fei was rational. "Is it possible that this is a misdiagnosis? We've seen many doctors. We've found the best expert with the help of a good Samaritan." The word caught Han Fei's attention. A good Samaritan? Through interaction with the woman, Han Fei confirmed it was not Fu Yi's mother who spread the flyer at the company. The culprit disguised herself as Fu Yi's mother and slandered Han Fei's name without even interacting with Han Fei. This person didn't want to solve the problem. She just wanted to make the problem bigger. In other words, the culprit couldn't care less about Fu Yi and her mother. She just wanted to destroy everyone related to Fu Yi. Is the Good Samaritan a woman who is very beautiful but has a horrible voice? Is her surname Du? Han Fei was familiar with Du Zhu's personality. The woman wanted to toy with Fu Yi until he died. She would do this personally because this was an entertaining game for her. That's right. The doctor's surname is Du. How do you know? Don't trust her. Am I supposed to trust you then? Fu Yi's mother shook her head. Actually, I don't trust anyone, but I don't have a chance. Dr. Du aside, what did the other doctors tell you about Fu Yi's illness? Then did the other doctors tell you how much is needed to treat her? Han Fei really wanted to help Fu Yi. He wouldn't abandon Fu Yi because she was not as crucial as Fu Sheng. Around 200,000, but I have owed other people for helping with her treatment, so in total 400,000. Fu Yi's mother admitted. At that moment, the system rang. Notification for player 0000. You've activated alter mission, Life's Debt. Life's Debt. This is your life's debt. You can choose to pay or deny it. Mission requirement. Clear the debt within 72 hours. Mission completion method 1. Take out 720,000 renminbi from your current family savings and hand it to Fu Yi's mother. Mission completion method 2. Once the debtors disappear, all the debts will disappear too. Han Fei's expression changed. This new mission was the choice Fu Yi faced in the past, to pay the debt or to kill the debtors. There were two details worth nothing. The first was Fu Yi's mother only asked Han Fei for 400,000, but the system required 720,000 from Han Fei. This meant that Fu Yi's mother owed more than she was telling Han Fei, and she didn't want to rely on him entirely. The second was more crucial. The system limited Han Fei to getting the funds from his family savings. It limited Han Fei's choices. He couldn't use these 72 hours to borrow money from others. He could only withdraw from his family savings. Do you think the number's too high? Fu Yi's mother had her hope disappear when Han Fei didn't answer. I've taken care of Fu Yi for 8 years, and most of the time, she needs treatment. 400,000 renminbi is too little. I did my research after leaving your home. The treatment needs at least 600,000. Han Fei shocked the woman. She didn't think she'd get the money from Han Fei. After all, Fu Yi was a heartless bastard in her eyes. 3 days. Give me 3 days. I'll do my best to collect the money. Han Fei promised the woman. 3 days later, I will come to you with 600,000, but I have a small request. What request? Don't tell your wife and company leader about this. Fu Yi's mother looked at Han Fei coldly. Don't worry. I have no interest in destroying another person's family. I just want to protect my daughter. You misunderstand me. Han Fei was honest. He knew Du Zhu would not let this go. Everyone at the company already knows. Soon, I'll lose my job. My favor has nothing to do with that. Then what do you want from me? The woman was confused. Stop contacting Dr. Du. She misdiagnosed Fu Yi, so she is not a good doctor. After I give you the money, you need to find a better doctor. Han Fei handed 5,000 in his pocket to the woman. Fu Yi will get better. Fu Yi's mother stood there holding the money. She hadn't seen Fu Yi for 8 years, and the man had changed so much. The change was more than superficial. Han Fei turned to leave. The system said, Notification for player 0000. You've paid 5,000 of your debt. You have 715000 left. Thinking back to the manager mission, Han Fei believed Du Zhu approached Fu Yi's mother disguised. Then with the fake intention of helping them, she slowly pushed Fu Yi to the edge. She finally created an opening for Fu Yi to kill Fu Yi and her mother personally. Du Zhu wanted Fu Yi to kill his own daughter, and for Fu Yi's remaining family to live in permanent pain and despair. What a vicious woman. Han Fei was a good observer after solving so many cases. He knew this was the perfect chance to regain the trust of Fu Yi and her mother. The only way Fu Yi can produce 700,000 is to sell his house. Han Fei's brain spun. Suddenly his vision blurred, and he almost fell to the ground. Han Fei touched his nose. Other than blood, there were other impurities. Han Fei wiped away the blood and took the bus home. Before Han Fei entered his home, he adjusted his clothes. He didn't want to bring his outside troubles home. When he opened the door, Han Fei had a confident and warm smile. He smiled at Fu Tian, who rushed to open the door for him, and Fu Sheng, who sat beside the table. He felt re-energized. There's OT today? His wife came to grab Han Fei's briefcase. You must be tired. You should wash your hands. The porridge is still warm. Thank you. The family gathered around the table. Fu Tian silently placed the carrot in his bowl back into the pot. He was discovered by his mother. After being scolded, Fu Tian said stubbornly that he'd create a world without carrots when he grew up. Fu Xing studied while he ate. He was preparing to return to school. Han Fei didn't worry about Fu Sheng's results. After all, the man would change the world. Han Fei's expression turned strange as he glanced at what Fu Sheng was reading. Fu Sheng, what are you studying? I'm reading for my essays. Fu Sheng took a sip of the porridge and turned a page. I have had to experience so much stupidity, so many vices, so much error, so much nausea, disillusionment, and sorrow, just in order to become a child again and begin anew. I had to experience despair. I had to sink to the greatest mental depths, to thoughts of suicide, in order to experience grace. I Hermann Hesse, Siddhartha. Sounds good. Han Fei had no other opinion. The dinner soon ended. Fu Sheng returned to his room to study, while Fu Tian insisted on playing hide-and-seek with Han Fei. At 10 p.m., his wife coaxed Fu Tian to bed. Han Fei returned to his bedroom. He placed the mattress. As he prepared to sleep, suddenly, the blanket moved as his wife lay down beside him. The floor is too cold. You need to get back to the bed. Han Fei sat up. His wife didn't move. She lay on the other side of the mattress. She stared silently at Han Fei for a long time. Did something happen to you? Han Fei leaned against the wall and said nothing. The room was quiet except for the ticking of the clock. After a long time, his wife turned away from Han Fei and pulled back the blanket. I feel like sleeping down here tonight. Chapter 561. Worst day. Han Fei looked at his wife. He had a feeling she had discovered something. His wife was hurt the most by Fu Yi. She already knew about Fu Yi's debauchery, but she didn't want to kill Fu Yi until the last moment. She had been trying to give Fu Yi a chance to try to protect this family. It was not that she didn't know, she just didn't say anything. Han Fei eventually lay down. There was a giant gulf between him and his wife. Half of his body was exposed outside the blanket. This doesn't feel right. Han Fei looked at the ceiling and felt drowsy. Han Fei closed his eyes, but soon he sat up again. I can't sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I see a group of red paper dolls dancing around me. Han Fei felt like he was sleeping on a dining table. Han Fei slowly got up. He helped cover his wife with the blanket. He grabbed a shirt and walked out of the bedroom. After he left, his wife curled up her body. She whispered, "It's not him." Han Fei lay down on the couch in the living room. This mission has taught me many things. For example, a big sofa is needed after marriage. There'll be a chance to use it. Han Fei felt better sleeping on the sofa alone. He had a dreamless night. He slept until the alarm rang. Han Fei woke up rubbing his eyes. He noticed there was an extra layer of blanket on him. The sun filtered into the room. He massaged his body and turned to the kitchen. His wife was making breakfast. Han Fei folded the blanket, brushed his teeth. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was successful, handsome, had masterful acting, and a voice kissed by the devil. He also knew how to cook and do detective work. No wonder he was suitable for the lapidary profession. Unfortunately, I'm not the kind to rely on others. Han Fei wiped away the water droplets on the mirror. He sat at the dining table and ate the breakfast his wife prepared. How's the breakfast? It's delicious. Soon, Fu Xing got down carrying his school bag. When he passed Han Fei, he was startled. His eyes looked right behind Han Fei. The faceless woman who has been following you is gone. Don't say something like that so early in the morning. The wife prepared the boxed meal for Fu Sheng. Han Fei was quite happy though. Perhaps she had found another person to play with. Han Fei finished his breakfast and grabbed his briefcase to leave for work. After he left his neighborhood, his smile disappeared. He had already discussed everything with Fu Yi's mother. She wouldn't create trouble at Han Fei's company. However, Duzhu would. The woman was too controlling. She would destroy any toy that wouldn't listen to her order. Han Fei took the bus to the company. Once he descended, he noticed something was wrong. Many people were gathered in front of the company entrance. He could hear them gossiping. What's going on? A manager at this company had an affair. He abandoned the mistress after he found out she was pregnant. I heard that the man's wife gave birth to a deformed child, so the man abandoned her to be with his mistress. Apparently, The manager also has an affair with his boss. That is how he managed to become the manager. Han Fei walked through the crowd with a stone face. He could hear the voices coming out of the speakers. The voice kept repeating how Fu Yi had abandoned Fu Yi and her mother. Han Fei turned to the source. There was a modified van parked on the empty space near the company entrance. A few speakers were fitted to the top. That was where the voices came from. The company guards were negotiating with the driver of the van. A few men sat inside the car. They refused to talk to the guard and refused to leave. Not far away from the van was a woman in tattered clothes. She looked pitiful and hung a giant white banner with Fu Yi's picture on the company entrance. The banner described how poor Fu Yi was. She was tormented by illness since she was young. However, the picture should be taken without permission. Fu Yi in the picture didn't know someone had taken her picture. She didn't look at the camera. Her head was lowered as she sat in the wheelchair. Han Fei could ignore the other things, but his eyes darkened when he saw how Fu Yi's picture was being misused. Fu Yi is a bastard. You should scold him, but why expose an innocent girl with illness? Han Fei walked towards the empty field in front of the company. The colleagues looked at him behind the window. Han Fei came to the giant white banner. He wanted to move further, but the woman stopped him. The woman demanded shrilly, "What are you doing? You are not the child's mother. Why do you have to put her picture here?" Han Fei yanked down the banner. The woman went crazy. The men inside the van also rushed out. "Isn't that Fu Yi? The main character is here. The man does look handsome. No wonder your daughter is so beautiful." The men were big and muscular. They kept saying things to injure Han Fei. "Don't let him go. He is the monster who abandoned his own child." The woman with the old clothes grabbed Han Fei. She made it sound like she was the child's mother. The crowd didn't know the truth. They lambasted Han Fei, calling him an animal. Some even wanted to hit him. "I'll repeat it. You can call me anything you want, but do not expose the child's picture and information. She is innocent." Han Fei pulled down the banner and shoved the woman away. He didn't use much force, but the woman slammed into the glass. Even though the glass didn't break, she started to cry. "This is madness. How can you treat your family like that in public? I can't imagine how you treat them at home." The men from the van blocked the company entrance. Their job was to make this as big as possible. Han Fei's expression was dark. The speakers kept repeating how he had abandoned his family. The crowd insulted him. No matter where he looked, he was greeted by derisive eyes. The insult came from everywhere. Even his colleagues joined in. Han Fei felt like he was grabbed by a giant hand. He couldn't breathe. Pain jolted through his nose. He was dazed and almost collapsed. He gripped his fists. Han Fei walked towards the van. The vehicle was covered in Fu Yi's pictures. "Where are you going?" The men surrounded Han Fei. They were laughing. "Get out of my way," Han Fei uttered coldly. At the same time, a peal of crazy laughter echoed deep inside his eyes. Uncontrollable madness appeared in Han Fei's eyes. "What if we don't want to? What can you do to us?" The men blocked Han Fei's way. The woman was still crying. She couldn't produce one tear, but she covered her face and looked like she was so aggrieved. The crowd's anger was ignited. They marched towards Han Fei. Just as the crowd was about to surround Han Fei, a car honk overwhelmed the din. Then it was followed by multiple screams. "Be careful! Get out of the way!" A car flew past and rammed into the van in the blink of an eye. The giant collision shocked everyone. The car sent the van flying through the company entrance. The speakers fell to the ground and became silent. The crowd was silent. Suddenly, everything was quiet. The deformed car door was kicked down. A cute woman held her bleeding arm as she walked out of the car wreck. She stepped on the broken glass and looked at Han Fei. "Good morning, leader." The car accident and the ground covered in glass. Han Fei felt transported to a few days ago when he sacrificed himself to save Li Gui'er. "You should go upstairs first. I lost my glasses. I need to find them." Li Gui'er looked at Han Fei, and she smiled sweetly. "I drove over when I was sure there was no one left inside the van." Chapter 562. Be his role model. The large men who threatened Han Fei earlier were stunned. Even the woman forgot to cry. They just brushed past death. Everyone parted. The voices disappeared. Han Fei wanted to help Li Gui'er bandage her wound, but too many people were watching. If he did that, there would be even more rumors, and it would only harm Li Gui'er. "Leader, You should go upstairs first. Many things are waiting for you to handle. Thank you. Don't need to thank me. If you didn't save me that day, I wouldn't be here today. Ligua Air found her glasses. She waited for the police to arrive. Han Fei rushed to remove Fu Yi's banner and pictures. He took the elevator up. When the elevator door opened, Han Fei heard the discussion about him. The whole company knew about his history. Han Fei understood he couldn't work here anymore. Zhao Qian had stated that very clearly. To prevent Fu Yi from affecting Immortal, the company would cut off Fu Yi. Han Fei entered the familiar office and looked at his team members. Different from the other employees, Han Fei's people were all working. It was like they couldn't hear the sounds from downstairs. Leader, we've worked overnight. The programmers are starting the internal testing. Brother Fake Plant stood up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked tired. In the future, this will be your project. This is your game. Don't let others take your hard work away. Han Fei glanced at his computer. He didn't have anything to leave behind for the company. Other than the horror dating sim, he had a game of Plants vs. Zombies that he almost won. Bang! Bang! Octopus appeared at the door. He looked at Han Fei gleefully. Sister Qian is looking for you. I know. I'll be there. Han Fei removed his work ID and entered Zhao Qian's office. Zhao Qian was different from normal. She had Han Fei close the door. Then she crossed her arms. After a long time, she asked, You were so selfish and clever, so why did you choose the dumbest path? Don't tell me you don't know the kind of person Du Zhu is. CEO Zhao, I came to inform you about my daughter and her mother. Han Fei already predicted these things. Zhao Qian should have predicted them too. Okay, how did the conversation go? I'll produce 720,000 to help cure Fu Yi and take up all the responsibilities I've shirked. 720,000? Zhao Qian looked at Han Fei. You still haven't finished your house loan. Where are you going to find the money? I'll find a way. How? Zhao Qian sighed. I just received the notice from upstairs to fire you. After what happened today, no one will dare to hire you after you leave this company. Zhao Qian once wanted to kill Fu Yi, but at that moment, she didn't feel the joy of having taken her revenge. She couldn't understand why. Perhaps it was the change she saw in Fu Yi recently. You're not young anymore. You'll lose your job. You have to look after 3 children, pay your housing loan, and provide your daughter's medical bill. Can you handle that? Zhao Qian was being realistic. I've seen the most despairing future, so I know what I'm doing is right. Han Fei placed his work ID on the table. As long as I am still alive, everything will change, and Fu Sheng will not be chosen by the black box. Zhao Qian didn't understand Han Fei. She took a document from her drawer and passed it to Han Fei. This is your bonus from making that game. I'll transfer my part into your account directly. Open the file when you're home. CEO Zhao. Han Fei didn't reject her. He needed money. I'm not your boss anymore. You can call me Zhao Qian. She waved and turned back to her work. Han Fei exited the office with the file. Octopus and the other workers were eavesdropping. They stood before the office door, holding coffee in their hands. Fu Yi, with your talent, you'll be the top game designer anywhere you go. It's not your loss, but the company's loss after leaving this place. Haha. Octopus was in a very good mood. He entered the company simultaneously as Fu Yi, but he was always in Fu Yi's shadows. He never had a chance at promotion when Fu Yi was around. Fu Yi would get the best resource, and he the leftovers. Octopus was the happiest in the entire company at Fu Yi's firing. Han Fei smiled at Octopus. He had worked at many places, and no living humans would be left at his workplaces every time he left. Han Fei calculated the time. The pure hatred was about to arrive. Come, I'll lead you to finish the paperwork. You've worked here for so long. You deserve at least this kindness. Octopus said. Han Fei had been fighting for the benefits of his own team members recently. This meant that the people of the other departments had fewer resources. They hated Han Fei for it. When Han Fei fell, they all came to enjoy the show. I heard you have 2 wives, several children, and you have to treat your daughter's illness. What will you do if you can't find a new job? Octopus said with mock concern. Of course, I'm only talking about a possibility. A job is not that hard to find. Don't worry that much. Han Fei entered his office to pack his stuff. Octopus waited at the office door. This is so unfortunate. I've been checking out the houses near your neighborhood lately. I wanted to be your neighbor, but it looks like you'll be moving out before I can move in. Octopus sighed in regret. Are you done? If you are, then get out. Brother Fake Plant, who was normally so nice, stood up to close the office door. I was only showing concern for him. Octopus laughter echoed outside the door. Fooey, if you plan to sell your home, please consider me. I'll take it off your hands with a good price, since we're such good friends. Haha. Hanfei saw in movies that people would have a box of things when they were fired. However, he realized he didn't have much that he wanted to bring with him. He found a black plastic bag and put his boxed lunch and water bottle in it. He opened his drawers and tossed in his headphones, USB cable, and a few books. In the past, the companies fail before I do. Fu Yi's identity has given me a new experience. Hanfei exited the office. It didn't take long for him to complete the procedure. He wanted to wait for Ligua Air, but the girl and the hired actors were all taken to the police station. Hanfei left from the back door. Everyone was busy, working towards their own goal. I've never experienced life from this perspective before. The alter worlds provided Hanfei with unique experiences. He could absorb another person's memory and see different things. Because of this, he had masterful acting at a young age. Where should I go next? Hanfei carried the black bag and walked downtown. When he was in Mirror God's memory world, Hanfei learned how to manage a gang from Brother Snake. This knowledge was valuable. I'm getting weaker and feeling less secure. Hanfei walked down the street. Hours ago, people surrounded him, but now, no one cared about him. As time passed, the pain would only remain in those affected. The bystanders would soon forget everything. On the way downtown, Hanfei received a call from Chong Wei. After giving it some thought, Chong Wei decided to make his move. Hanfei suggested that they kidnap Du Zhu from the hospital and keep her at the theme park. The success rate of the players would lessen the longer they waited. The players only had one chance to strike. If they failed, Du Zhu was influential enough to kill all of them. After Du Zhu is removed, I should try to sneak into the hospital to know its secret and find out why it became Fu Sheng's obsession. Hanfei arrived downtown around noon. He didn't hurry to work, but started to collect information. Downtown was different from the Mirror God's memory world. The downtown was dominated by a few gangs, and not one gang could overcome the others. It felt like someone was purposely maintaining this precarious balance so that downtown could be easily managed. Can you show me your boss? I want to ask him something. With his suit and expensive watch, Hanfei looked like a rich guy. We don't open in the day. Come back at night. The waiter told Hanfei carefully. These streets are haunted in the day, so you better take the main road. I only heard about hauntings at night. What ghost haunts people in the day? But it's real. Anyway, tell your boss to come to meet me. The waiter noticed Hanfei's unique presence, and he obliged. Soon, a middle-aged man with spectacles walked down. He looked more like a history professor than a mafia boss. How shall I call you? Qinwen. Hanfei exited the shop half an hour later. Qinwen told him one good news and one bad news. The bad news was the gangs downtown all worked for Du Zhu's family. The boss was straightforward. They were dogs kept by Du Zhu. The occasional gang fight was for the meat inside the dog bowl. As long as Du Zhu's family remained in power, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The good news was no one liked to be treated like this. As the meat became smaller, the resentment against Du Zhu's family grew. Even the gangsters are related to Du Zhu's family. Hanfei walked around with the bag since he couldn't borrow money like how he did in Mirror God's world. When he passed by a gold shop, he glanced in a few times. Calm down. This is not what a comedy actor should do. No one hoped their father was a criminal. Hanfei knew that. Even though the world was crushing him, he didn't give up. He wanted to be Fu Sheng's role model. Chapter 563. I have something to tell you. Hanfei left downtown and studied the overpasses. The sky was cut into different squares by the rapidly developing city. The skyscrapers rose and humans became so small. 19 hours have passed for the Life's Debt mission. I have 2 more days. Hanfei took out his phone and looked through Fu Yi's contact list. His main account was clean. His friends from the business world stopped talking to him after he was demoted. However, people kept sending him messages on his Smuff account. There were many salacious messages, and even a few 18-plus pictures. Other than his team members, Fui has no actual friends in his life. Han Fei studied the battery life and silently put away the phone. Han Fei didn't want to go home because it was still noon. He didn't know how to face his wife or talk about these things. He stood for a long time under the underpass until he was hit by dizziness. The pain became more intense. Han Fei waited for the dizziness to pass. His hunger point began to drop. He walked down the street and realized he was moving towards home. He reached the familiar street. His neighborhood was not far away, but he didn't want to go back home yet. I better find a meal first. Han Fei found a small restaurant and took the corner seat out of habit. A bowl of tomato noodles. After ordering, Han Fei closed his eyes to rest, but the only television in the restaurant uttered a familiar voice. He is a bastard. Don't let him go. He abandoned his child. The shrill female voice caused Han Fei's eyes to fly open. The television was broadcasting the drama outside the company this morning. The reporter who didn't know anything was reporting on it. Many pedestrians had taken down videos. The television is broadcasting it? The other patrons focused on the television while Han Fei slowly moved his eyes away to focus on the oil-stained table. The endless stimuli made him feel like his brain was about to be torn apart. This world was trying to shove everything that was Fui into Han Fei's mind. His brain pounded. Han Fei grabbed his hair. The reporter stood in the crowd. The overwhelming insults and humiliation echoed around him. Waves of pain rushed at Han Fei. Your noodle is here. It's hot. A young voice said. A pair of fair hands placed the bowl before Han Fei. Han Fei looked up, and his eyes flashed with shock. The woman in the waitress uniform was the female netizen that Han Fei sent to the hospital a few days ago. The girl liked warm colors. However, she had to wear a standard uniform at work. She still embellished it with a cute hair clip. Why are you here? Han Fei looked at her. The girl had just reached legal age. Her parents died early, and she had been living with her relatives until she was tricked by Fui. She abandoned everything and ran away from home, but Fui didn't want to take responsibility for her. You've used the most shameless method to make me understand many things, like how a person has to be independent and not rely on another person's conscience. I had nowhere to go after I left the hospital. I accidentally found this place near your home. They were hiring, so I gave it a try. I was hired on the spot. The female netizen put down the bowl and prepared to leave. But as she turned around, she added, Don't worry, I didn't add anything to the food. If something happens to you, this whole place will be affected. I don't want that. Unlike someone, I will never forget those who have helped me. The girl fainted in the storm, and it was Han Fei who sent her to the hospital. He paid for her medical bills and left her with some money. The female netizen walked to the counter, picked up the remote, and changed the channel. She was about to enter the kitchen when she heard a thud. She turned around and saw Han Fei collapse on the table. Blood poured out of his nose and mouth. Fui, but I didn't add anything to his food. The netizen and the boss were frightened. They quickly called emergency. This time, it was the female netizen who accompanied Han Fei to the hospital. Different voices surrounded his mind, and Han Fei couldn't differentiate them anymore. He could hear the female netizen calling his name. It felt like a giant stone had been inserted into his brain. The stone didn't belong to his body. It pressed against his vessels and nerves, consuming his soul. The stone had a face similar to Fui. It was rambling, making this horrible cackle, mocking everything Han Fei had done. With the doctor's aid, Han Fei regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he heard the system. Notification for player 0000. You've lowered the hatred of the female netizen for 3 points. The girl was looking at Han Fei with complicated emotions. What's wrong? Han Fei sat up. Did the doctor say what's wrong with me? The girl didn't look at Han Fei. She grabbed her fingers and stammered. The doctor said you are under too much pressure. You need to rest. If he had a small illness, even if Han Fei had saved the girl once, her hatred towards Han Fei wouldn't decrease by 3 points. Han Fei stared at the girl's eyes. The young girl was like a white paper before Han Fei. She had no acting ability at all. It's all right. Give me the diagnostic report. The girl hesitated before pulling out the folded paper from her pocket. She handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei read it, and his expression never changed. Should I contact your family? The girl didn't know what to do. In essence, she was still a kind and innocent girl. It's all right. Han Fei shook his head. He glanced at the wall clock and then reached to pluck off the foredrip. He put on his coat and walked out. I should head home. The girl wanted to leave with Han Fei, but she paused when she heard the word home. She stood there and watched Han Fei leave. After Han Fei disappeared around the corner, her tears fell. Bastard. Liar. I never liked you. I merely treated you as my meal ticket. I am the real liar. The girl wept as she grumbled. I never liked you. I merely thought the time I've spent with you was the best in my life. Han Fei left the hospital and took a cab home. He jogged down the corridor. As he knocked on the door, the tiredness on his face disappeared, and he revealed a warm smile. Fu Tian screamed as he rushed to get to the door. He was always the happiest around the house. Han Fei picked up Fu Tian. Did you listen to your teacher at kindergarten today? I was praised. I know the math problem that no one else can solve. Fu Tian was good with numbers. He also had a curious heart. Impressive, you'll change the world one day. Then, can I make all the carrots in the world disappear? But there are many people who like carrots. If you make them disappear because you don't like it, wouldn't that be unfair to the others? Okay. Fu Tian pondered. His scrunched-up face was very cute. Han Fei carried Fu Tian to the dining table. He changed. As he walked into the kitchen to help, his wife had already finished all the dishes. Time to eat. His wife shouted. The bedroom door on the second floor opened. Fu Sheng walked down the stairs with a book. This dinner looked normal, but Han Fei captured the small changes in his wife and Fu Sheng. Mom, I want to watch television. Fu Tian jumped down his seat. He picked up the remote, but it was instantly swiped by his mother. Focus on your dinner. But the cartoon is starting soon. Fu Tian complained. You promise I can watch half an hour of television per day. You have to rest early today. A little television won't affect that. In the children's eyes, adults should follow their words. Fu Tian leaned against his mother and tried to grab the remote. The normally kind wife slammed the remote on the table. She glared at Fu Tian. No. Fu Tian, who had never seen his mother like this, started to cry. He stood beside the dining table and wiped his tears. Han Fei already guessed the reason when his wife denied Fu Tian the chance to watch television. His wife and Fu Sheng probably had seen his news on the television. Han Fei stood up to hug the crying Fu Tian. You guys eat first. He patted Fu Tian's back and carried him into his bedroom. He used the gentlest word to help Fu Tian calm down. Han Fei walked out of the bedroom and grabbed Fu Tian's plate. He walked back into Fu Tian's bedroom. He sat beside the boy's bed and slowly fed him food. Han Fei also told him interesting stories. When Fu Tian finished his meal, he had stopped crying. Not living up to a promise is wrong, but this is not Mom's fault, but Dad's fault. Han Fei lay down on Fu Tian's cartoon bed. Mom has done so much to care for us. Don't make her mad anymore. But tears still stained Fu Tian's face. He didn't understand these things. Live up to your promises. Be a kind and principled person. Mom and Dad have always taught you that. This is because society won't teach you that when you grow up. Han Fei patted Fu Tian's shoulders. I don't understand. How about this? Han Fei looked into the child's eyes. When Dad is home, if you think Mom has done anything wrong, you can come to complain to Dad about it. You can insist on what you think is right. But when Dad is gone, you have to listen to your mom, and don't make her mad because she loves you very much. Okay. Fu Tian still didn't quite get it, but he agreed with Han Fei. You have to protect her, look after her, and don't make her mad, okay? Okay. Han Fei left the bedroom after Fu Tian fell asleep. Fu Sheng had returned to his room. His wife was cleaning up the table. However, she left a plate of food for Han Fei. Is Fu Tian asleep? His wife walked out of the kitchen. She heated the porridge and placed it before Han Fei. Yes. Okay. His wife continued to work. Han Fei looked at her and sipped on the hot porridge. Should I tell her everything? Han Fei sat at the dining table and thought for a long time. After finishing the bowl, he picked up the bowl and walked into the kitchen. Actually, there is something that I've been meaning to tell you. Chapter 564. Father and son. The hospital result was in Han Fei's pocket. He entered the kitchen and stood beside his wife. Clean water issued out of the pipe. It washed away the stain and bubbles. The plates were wiped clean. They shone like mirrors. Do you already know? Han Fei looked at his wife's hands. She was younger than Fu Yi, but her hands were rougher than his. Know what? His wife placed the bowls and plates back into the cupboard. Then she cleaned the toilet. After everything was done, Han Fei was still standing there. Han Fei hadn't experienced anything like this before. The words were at his mouth, but he couldn't utter them. This period should be the happiest in his wife's life. If he revealed the truth, the bubble would burst. Han Fei sensed that his wife knew about Fu Yi's history with the other women, and he was not Fu Yi. In this world, no one knew Fu Yi better than his wife. She tolerated him repeatedly until she had to pick up the knife. The woman valued her family a lot. She would not make this decision unless pressed. Han Fei could imagine her despair. His wife left after cleaning up the kitchen. It was like she was purposely avoiding Han Fei so that she didn't need to hear the truth. She really knows. Han Fei didn't expect that the first person to see through his masterful acting was a normal housewife. Han Fei and his wife entered the bedroom at 10 p.m. His wife took the bed. Han Fei opened the cupboard to grab his mattress. He noticed the mattress and blanket had been changed to a softer and warmer set. Han Fei arranged everything. He lay in bed and looked at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. At 6 a.m., his wife got out of bed carefully. She started to prepare for a new day for this household. Han Fei opened his eyes after his wife left. Han Fei didn't do anything extra. He waited for the alarm to ring and crawled out of bed. He entered the bathroom. Then he sat at the table to wait for breakfast. The second-floor door opened. Fu Sheng walked down carrying his school bag. Fu Sheng, I've prepared extra for you. The wife walked out of the kitchen and handed the boxed meal to Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng accepted it and exited the door. High school students are under great pressure too. Sometimes, they have it harder than working people. Han Fei had been through that life, so he could empathize. You better hurry up, or you're going to be late. Fu Sheng was the first to leave. After Han Fei left, his wife would walk Fu Tian to kindergarten. Han Fei finished his breakfast, grabbed his briefcase, and left like usual. Wait. His wife suddenly called after him. She wiped her hands as she walked towards Han Fei. She fixed his collar. Seeing how serious she was, Han Fei didn't say anything. Okay, be careful. I will. Han Fei touched the health report in his pocket. He sighed in relief when he realized it was still there. Han Fei came to the bus stop. He looked at the passing buses. There were fewer people around him until he was the only one left. He had no job, so where would he go? Fu Tian's kindergarten is on the west side. My wife might pass by here and see me. Han Fei left the bus stop and headed east. He wandered around and eventually settled at an abandoned park. The man with nowhere to go sat on the garden bench. No one visited this place. The trees were lush. Birds flew past, and an occasional squirrel scurried past the branches. The morning sun shone on the grass. A few lazy stray cats stretched. They were not afraid of humans. This place was their home. I might as well stay here until the time to get off work. Han Fei didn't know what to do. He had a life's debt, so he had to pay it. He needed to withdraw 720,000 renminbi from his family savings. He was tired. He leaned against the back of the bench and looked up into the blue sky. He had not had the chance to do something like this in real life or the cryptic world. He rarely got the freedom to sit down at a secluded city corner. After a while, Han Fei felt something brush against his arm. He looked down, and a stray had jumped onto the bench. It knelt beside Han Fei. Its tail wagged about like it had a life of its own. Have I occupied your space? Han Fei reached out to pet the cat when all the cats suddenly sensed something. They scattered from Han Fei and rushed to the other side of the bush. The confused Han Fei stood up. He turned around, and a high school student walked over with an open can of cat food. As their eyes met, both were colored in shock. They said in unison, "Why aren't you at work? Why aren't you at school?" Han Fei in his suit and Fu Sheng in his uniform looked at each other. The father and son stood face to face inside the small garden. The branches rustled. The cats looked greedily at the can of cat food. They meowed as if asking, "What are you two doing?" "Actually, I intend to go to school, but I would hesitate whenever I reach the gate." Fu Sheng put down the can. The strays crowded him. "Why aren't you at work?" "I was fired." Han Fei walked past the bush to stand beside Fu Sheng. They sat on the bench together. They didn't speak and study the stray cats together. Sometimes, I envy them. They don't need to worry about anything. They are free. Fu Sheng scratched one of the cat's chins. The cat liked Fu Sheng. Who would want to be a stray if they have a home? Han Fei was an orphan. He had a deep desire for home. It was why he would do anything to protect Happiness Neighborhood and his family. Some of the cats ran away after they had their fill. Some laid there listlessly like a lifeless furball. Fu Sheng skipped school, and Han Fei skipped work. They sat in the quiet garden. Even though they didn't say anything, they became closer. This should be the longest time they had spent with each other. At noon, Fu Sheng took out his lunchbox. He opened the lid and was about to dig in when he noticed Han Fei looking at him. You want some? Yes. Fu Sheng held the chopsticks and then shook his head. No, I can't give you. You silly kid, then why did you ask me? I thought you'd say no. Han Fei was strangely amused. How can you be full with so little food? Stay here. I'll be back. Han Fei patted his pocket and ran out of the garden. Soon he came back carrying a large bag. He placed the heavy bag on the bench. He seemed to be in a better mood. Fu Sheng looked into the bag. It was filled with beers. Ever since I met you, I hadn't touched alcohol. I was afraid that I might be affected by alcohol and make a mistake. As you know, I'd die with a single mistake. Han Fei opened a can of beer. I lost many things, but also gained many things. I don't know whether to thank you or hate you. The empty can arched through the air, and it landed squarely inside the trash can. What are you talking about? Fu Sheng was baffled. Generally, I think I should thank you. It's the reason why I can be here. Han Fei opened another can. He glanced at Fu Sheng. Do you want one? No, thank you. Have you always been this tired? Fu Sheng had never seen his father like this. His father was selfish, imposing, and brutish. Since he was competent, he was strict with his sons. If they failed to live up to his expectation, he would scold and beat them. But from a moment onwards, Fu Sheng felt his father changed. Perhaps it was that night after Fu Sheng saw his father stand up for him inside the alley. Perhaps it was when he overheard his father tell his mother on the phone that he had beaten up the headmaster. Or perhaps it was when his father chose to believe him and help the old headmaster. Recent events crossed Fu Sheng's mind. He took a long time to process them. The sun was setting. Fu Sheng finished packing his school bag, and he shook the sleeping Han Fei. Dad, it's time to go home. Chapter 565. Confess. Han Fei felt someone shake him. He opened his eyes blurrily. What time is it? It is time to get off work. It's almost dark. Fu Sheng picked up the plastic bag and the beer cans. He tossed them into the trash can. Do I smell like alcohol? No. Okay. Han Fei adjusted his suit and exited the garden with Fu Sheng. Tell your mom to prepare another set of lunch tomorrow. You're still not going to work tomorrow? Fu Sheng turned to look at his father. He hadn't seen his father like this before. You're a kid playing truancy, and you want to question me? Han Fei shook his suit, hoping to chase the alcohol smell away. A school is a place of learning. I've already learned everything on the syllabus. I'm not interested in the rest. Fu Sheng carried his bag and said indifferently. Han Fei was speechless. Fine. The pair of father and son walked home together. It didn't feel awkward. Han Fei knocked on the door. Soon the wife came to open the door. She saw Han Fei and Fu Sheng standing outside the door. Han Fei and Fu Sheng said in unison without planning. We met on the road. The wife looked at them and smiled. I haven't said anything. What's wrong with you two? I'll go cook. Han Fei felt guilty. He felt proud when he returned from work, but after skipping work to drink the day away, he had to do something to make up. It's fine. I've cooked everything. You just need to wash your hands and be ready to eat. His wife helped Han Fei remove his suit. When she saw the wrinkles, she frowned. What happened to you? Did you fall? No. Han Fei glanced at Fu Sheng and said, I had some beer to drink with friends in the afternoon and fell asleep. Drinking is not good for you. Drink less. I'm fine. Han Fei blurted out, even though he knew he was definitely not fine. If possible, he wanted to shield this family forever. The family sat around the table. Fu Tian didn't cry to watch television because he was distracted by the delicious food. He couldn't take his eyes off them. No one said anything, but the dinner was warm. It was like they were having their last dinner. After dinner, Fu Sheng didn't return to his room and sat down in the living room to read. This happened for the first time. The wife went to clean the dishes. Fu Tian, who was always energetic, begged Han Fei to play hide-and-seek. Every time, he was still caught and couldn't find Han Fei. The boy puffed up his cheeks whenever he lost, which was every time. The wife shook her head. Han Fei was such a kid. Even when he was playing with his son, he didn't think about faking a loss to Fu Tian. After Fu Tian was tired, Han Fei picked up Fu Tian and carried him to bed. He noticed all of Fu Tian's toys had been packed away. This is when Han Fei left Fu Tian's room. Fu Sheng had already returned to his room. This is weird. Han Fei checked the other rooms. Everything was packed. Everything was fine this morning. Did she pack everything when I was away? Han Fei ran into his wife as he left the bedroom. She sat beside the dining table and took out a well-preserved file from the drawer. When I was cleaning yesterday, I saw the news. The wife peeled back the file. Then I went to your company to fetch you. You went to my company yesterday? Han Fei's heart pounded and his eyes widened. You were gone when I arrived. It was Zhao Qian who received me. After I pressed, she told me how to contact that mother. Whose mother? Fu Yi's mother. The wife opened the file and shook out the house papers, contract, and tax documents. The light in the room chased away the darkness. Time seemed to stop. Han Fei couldn't hear the clock. A special emotion crowded his mind. I'm a mother too. I can empathize with her. If she had other ways, she wouldn't come to find you. His wife pushed the things towards Han Fei. Sell the house. Human life is more important. His wife's words touched the softest spot in Han Fei's heart. He didn't expect to run into such a kind person in the cryptic world. Thank you. When Han Fei said that, his wife shook his head. Actually, I didn't do this just to help her. I also want to thank you for turning my illusion into reality. She placed her hands on the table and gripped them into fists. I don't understand why, but I am certain that you are not Fu Yi. When she said that, the wife's energy drained. She collapsed on the table like she had ruined her own dream. I am indeed not him. Han Fei lowered his head. He experienced something similar in Mirror God's memory world. When Mirror God's mother was dying, her eyes wandered away from Han Fei and focused on the former owner of the altar. Even in the memory world, the power of love could cut through illusion. The living room was silent. After a long time, Han Fei said, Please don't tell Fu Sheng and Fu Tian. I want to rectify the regrets in their lives. His wife calmed down. Her eyes were red. She tried to calm herself. Don't worry. It's not easy for Fu Sheng to walk out of the shadows. I won't trigger him. Han Fei nodded. His hands moved to his pocket. He wondered if he should tell his wife everything. I've checked out the new house today. The wife took out his phone to show Han Fei. It's close to Fu Sheng's school. We can rent the place until Fu Sheng finishes high school. Are you sure? When Han Fei saw the picture, his heart squeezed. The house was the one he saw in the manager mission. It was dark, old, and small. It was close to school, but it was also close to the plastic surgery hospital. Fu Tian and Fu Sheng would see a lot more ghosts if they lived there. How about I look at other houses then? The main thing now is to cure Fu Yi's illness. We need to send them the money as soon as possible. Okay. Han Fei didn't take out the hospital result. He planned to give his wife some time to process things first. Then I'll go pack. Tomorrow the real estate agent will come. It'll take too long. I actually know someone who has been meaning to live here. Han Fei remembered Octopus' promise. The man saw Fu Yi as his main competition. He had extra money and wanted to live in Fu Yi's neighborhood. Han Fei called Octopus. This was his first time calling this number. Fu Yi, why are you calling me? Noisy music came out of the phone. Octopus was partying. Didn't you say you want to buy my house? I'll sell it to you for 90% of the market price. But you have to prepare everything before tomorrow. I need the down payment at the very least. Han Fei gave a massive discount. His house was in the city center. Its price would only rise. Octopus was instantly intrigued. The music faded as Octopus ran out of the nightclub. Are you serious? You know my conditions. I need money. Han Fei flipped through the housing contract. I've contacted others. If you want the place, you better be quick. Okay, I'll request for leave tomorrow and come to find you. Han Fei ended the call and put away all the documents. He was desperate because of two reasons. 1. He needed to complete the altar mission. 2. The pure hatred the other players mentioned would arrive tomorrow night. If Han Fei was right, the ghost target was someone in this family, so he needed to move as soon as possible. After tomorrow night, this place will be haunted. The price will drop. Octopus thought he got gold, but actually, he was given lead. After he buys the house, I should tell him not to move in yet. That should save his life. His wife packed up the stuff while Han Fei planned for their future. Han Fei's phone rang around 3 a.m. It was a call from Wu San. Han Fei entered the bathroom, put on the earphones, and answered the call. What is it? We made it. We caught the perfect woman called Du Zhu. We're moving her to the theme park maze. Wu San's voice was shaking. But we lost 2 more people. We also realized the plastic surgery hospital is a ghost lair. Chang Wei also lost contact with us during the mission. He is trapped deep inside the hospital. Chang Wei didn't escape? The last message we got is for us to contact you. Wu San was worried. He also said we'd really die if we die here. So we have to be careful. Chapter 566. Special title. Wu San was frightened. His voice was low and he couldn't stop trembling. The hospital is too scary. It's even worse than a nightmare. This game tries to kill everyone. What did you see at the hospital? Ghosts. Can you be more specific? Han Fei tried to lead Wu San to provide useful info. Many ghosts. Never mind, we'll talk tomorrow. You should rest. I'll try to save Chang Wei from the hospital as soon as I can. Han Fei was impressed by the players. They managed to kidnap Du Zhu, but the main reason was because Du Zhu was too careless. After all, no one thought people would go after Du Zhu. Will we still meet at Gold Leaf? Don't come to the city, there are too many cameras. We'll switch to a more secluded place. Okay. Han Fei heard the siren outside the window. He stopped talking and hung up. There is a twisted hatred inside Du Zhu's heart. Killing her will turn her into a pure hatred earlier, so the best solution is to trap her at the theme park. The memory world was very special. It had 2 unique locales, Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital and the theme park. They represented the 2 most painful memories in Fu Shang's schooling days. Even after the world mutated, the theme park should be able to trap Du Zhu. I need to rest early, or I might collapse. Han Fei called his wife to stop packing. They entered the bedroom together. They used the usual arrangement. One slept on the ground, the other in bed. How about you sleep in bed? It's not good for you to sleep on the ground. It's fine. Han Fei said awkwardly. Then, he fell asleep. Are you still there? The wife asked softly. She turned to look at the sleeping Han Fei. The man was completely unguarded around her. He was sleeping like a child. Good night. The new day arrived. The wife prepared breakfast. Fu Sheng went to school. Han Fei subconsciously put on his suit and grabbed his suitcase. When he was eating breakfast, he realized he didn't need to pretend anymore. Holding his mother's boxed meals, Fu Sheng glanced at Han Fei as he left. He whispered, Do you need me to wait for you? You need to hurry to school. I'll start looking for work. Can you really find one? Han Fei was speechless seeing how serious Fu Sheng was. You don't need to worry about that. You better go to school. Right? We might be moving today or tomorrow. If you come home earlier, you can pack up your room. There's nothing to pack. My previous things are inside my school bag. I carry them with me always. Fu Sheng left. The wife smiled. It feels like you two have gotten much closer. Really? Han Fei scratched his chin. Perhaps it's because we are now on the same playing field. One needs to return to school, the other work field. After breakfast, the wife picked up Fu Tian's little school bag. I'll send Fu Tian to work. You should rest at home. After his wife left, Han Fei was left alone at home. It was very quiet. What if I get used to the warmth of a family? My neighbors can accompany in the cryptic world, but in real life. Han Fei shook his head to chase the dangerous thought out. No matter how lonely I am in real life, at least I don't need to constantly worry about my life. At 10 a.m., Octopus arrived with 3 friends. His friends were all professional. They inspected the house, checked Han Fei's document, and gave Octopus an okay sign. After getting their approval, Octopus stopped looking so nervous. He was so much better to Han Fei, worried that Han Fei might renege on the sale. Brother Fu, let's start the procedure. The faster you transfer the house ownership, the easier it'll be for all of us. This was the first time Octopus called Fu Brother Fu after 10 years of being colleagues. I won't sell this place if I'm not desperate for money. Han Fei looked grief-stricken. Every expression spoke of his despair. He didn't mean to lie to Octopus. He was just playing along. Seeing Han Fei like this, Octopus was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to express it too openly. He suppressed his joy by pinching his legs. Han Fei followed Octopus to the bank, the housing department, and many other places before the transaction went through. Both Han Fei and Octopus were relieved when the last document was signed. They smiled. Fui, I bet you didn't expect this day to come. Haha. Octopus turned into another person instantly. He guffawed. I hated you the day you entered the company. You have done so much, but in the end, it only benefits me. Your project is mine, your post is mine, and now your house is mine. As a former colleague, I'll give you advice. You should only move in after a few days. Han Fei stopped acting too. He smiled. Be careful when you live there. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Octopus scoffed. The house is now mine. You have to move out today. Since we were colleagues, I would give you 5 hours. Fine, do it your way. Han Fei was being kind, but Octopus didn't accept it. Han Fei didn't waste his time. He called the moving company. Who are you to talk to me like that? I'd advise you to focus on finding a new job. Octopus put away all the documents. He was proud. Han Fei fixed a time with the moving company. He rushed home. His wife had packed up everything. The movers would do the rest. After I dropped Fu Tian off at school, I went to look at the house. The place is okay. It has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. It's perfect for us. However, the space is smaller than here. The wife explained. Then we'll move there. The new house was a temporary rental. The place was close to Fu Shang's school and the plastic surgery hospital. Han Fei would use the place to help him investigate the hospital. His wife contacted the landlord while Han Fei waited for the moving company. They worked together and finished moving everything to the new house around 3 p.m. You should rest for now. I'll send the money to Fu Yi and her mom. Life debts had a time limit. Han Fei left with a bank card. He arrived at the old hostel when it was almost dark. Is someone there? Han Fei knocked on the door. Fu Yi's mother appeared. I'm here to give you the money. Han Fei whispered. He knew Fu Yi's mother didn't want her daughter to have any connection with Fu Yi. Don't just stand there. Your daughter wants to meet you. Fu Yi's mother opened the door. She saw the news at your company and heard what you said on scene. I don't think that's a good idea. Han Fei knew the horrible things Fu Yi had done. He didn't have the face to see the abandoned daughter. Fu Yi was afraid when she saw herself on television, but you barged on screen to help remove her pictures. The woman sighed. No matter what the others said, Fu Yi pointed at you and kept calling you dad. You have saved her twice now. Han Fei entered the room and saw Fu Yi in bed. She covered her deformed legs with the blanket. This was their second meeting, but Fu Yi was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. She was called fatherless since she was young, and people kept bullying her. Her every birthday wish was to have a father to accompany her. Now her wish came too. When she was in danger, her father saved her. When unknown strangers were staring at her pictures, her father rushed forward. She had many things to tell Han Fei, but she was so nervous she couldn't even say the word, Dad. You'll be better. I'll protect you. Han Fei looked at Fu Yi. For some reason, he felt daughters were more obedient than sons. Fu Sheng had a strange personality. Fu Tian was clever, but he was stubborn. Of the 3 siblings, Fu Yi was the kindest. After a quick chat, Han Fei called Fu Yi's mother out of the room. He handed her the bank card. There is 720,000 inside. I'll try to get you extra if you need. 720,000? That's too much. I can't take that. I don't want to scam you. I never have that thought. Fu Yi's mother only asked for 400,000. Han Fei offered 600,000, and now Han Fei gave her 7200000. This made Fu Yi's mother feel complicated. Take this. We all wish for Fu Yi to get better and be happy again. That is most important. Han Fei told the woman the password, and he left. Notification for player 0000. You've completed the altar mission, Life's Debt. Different choices will lead to different rewards. You have taken 720,000 out of your family savings and given it to Fu Yi's mother. You managed to clear your debt in 72 hours. Congratulations for obtaining a large amount of EXP, eliminating hatred from Fu Yi's mother, and acquiring a unique altar title, Father. Father, this title will give the player 3 different talents. When the player gains Fu Tian's absolute trust, you'll gain the rudimentary talent, Ghost Eye. You can see anomalies and ghosts others can't. When the player gains Fu Yi's absolute trust, you'll gain the rudimentary talent, Heaven's Blessing. Luck +3. When the player gains Fu Sheng's absolute trust, you'll gain the rudimentary talent, Resurrection. You'll linger for a period after death. Chapter 567. Chang Wei's message. Han Fei sighed in relief and opened his menu. After obtaining the title, Father, Han Fei gained 2 new talents, Rudimentary Ghost's Eyes and Rudimentary Heaven's Blessing. Han Fei had beginning luck of 9, and now he had 12. Luck and charm were hidden attributes. They couldn't be raised normally. Basically, most players were stuck with what they had when they built their characters. 12 luck? I don't think I've encountered a player with such a high luck point before. Perhaps I should buy lottery. Han Fei noticed something else. He only obtained Fu Tian and Fu Yi's absolute trust and their corresponding talents. Fu Sheng's rudimentary talent, Resurrection, was grayed out. He couldn't use it. It looks like I haven't gotten Fu Sheng's absolute trust, but things are progressing nicely. Plus, I already have the Resurrection talent. I can send players out of the cryptic world. I can even bind their souls and take over their shells. That should be Resurrection's real effect. Fu Sheng's Resurrection can only work on the user. It is unique, but it is limited. No wonder it is only rudimentary. The 3 children hadn't unlocked their full potential, so their talents were all at the rudimentary level. They would only grow stronger. Unfortunately, I can only use the altar title inside the memory world. Han Fei really wanted the 3 luck points given to him by Fu Yi. Han Fei left the hostel and went to the lotto shop to buy all sorts of lottery tickets before he went home. The sun came down the horizon, and Fu Sheng came back from school. He saw a big truck carrying octopus furniture into the neighborhood. Octopus was in a celebratory mood because he purchased his dream house at a low price. He invited his team members to help him, and they would have a party at his new home. Fu Sheng looked at the noisy crowd and thought about the thing Han Fei said, if one had a home, who would want to be a stray? Come, let's go. Han Fei's voice came from behind Fu Sheng. We'll go to our new home. Fu Sheng nodded. He carried his bag and followed Han Fei. As they were about to leave, Fu Sheng stopped and turned to look at the house he had stayed in for years. What's wrong? We moved here after Mom died. She doesn't know we live here, and now we're moving again. Fu Sheng was talking about his biological mother. I'll bring you to go visit her one day. I miss her too. Han Fei and Fu Sheng left the neighborhood. Fu Sheng stopped at the convenience store and bought many bottles of yogurt. He placed them under the streetlight. I'm moving. You need to take care of yourself. Fu Sheng opened the caps and talked to the streetlight. Han Fei stood to the side quietly. He believed he saw a girl in a tattered school uniform. While Han Fei and Fu Sheng said goodbye to their neighbors, Octopus and his people came out of the neighborhood. Damn, isn't that Fui? Leader Fu. Octopus was surrounded by people. He laughed at Han Fei and Fu Sheng. Haven't you already moved? Why did you come back? Did you miss this place? Octopus was annoying, but he was a good man because he helped Han Fei finish his mission. Is that a bag of lottery tickets? One of Octopus' people saw the bag Han Fei was holding. Fu-yi, you've fallen to rely on luck? Octopus and his people laughed. The company's former head designer became like this. Don't laugh. What if he wins the lottery? Octopus chortled. Come, let's go buy some drinks. We're drinking until morning. Xiao Wang, do a head count. Who is not here, call them. Brother Zhao and Brother Chong have worked overtime 2 nights ago. I couldn't contact them since then. Then, ignore them. Octopus led his cronies and left. Han Fei wanted to remind Octopus, but he feared ruining their fun. I'm just too kind of a person. Han Fei didn't say anything. He grabbed the bag of tickets and took the bus to the new home. Han Fei started to check the lottery on the bus. 12 luck was ridiculous. He won basically every ticket, and the amount was quite high too. Fu Sheng was stunned. This doesn't make sense. Seeing is believing. Han Fei was having fun when his phone rang. He passed the tickets to Fu Sheng and answered the call. Leader, something happened at the company 2 days ago. The people for the Immortal Project disappeared after they worked overnight. Brother Fake Plant was the caller. His voice sounded nervous. Don't call me leader. Plus, I have been fired, so I don't care what happens to the company. Han Fei's only connection to the company was the horror dating sim game. Don't hang up yet. I'm just curious. Brother Fake Plant said carefully. Leader, you have been telling us not to work overtime. Do you know anything? Now everyone at the company says you have to do with the scary female ghost. Just because I have a lousy history, I have to be the bad guy. Plus, how did you know it's a female ghost? You've seen her? The surveillance cameras caught something. Look at them yourself. It's scary. Brother Fake Plant sent a series of footage to Han Fei. Leader, don't leak these things. Han Fei frowned as he clicked open the videos. The company corridor was silent at night when the safety door opened on its own. The footage didn't change, but a woman walked past the window. Han Fei paused and enlarged the frame. The woman's face was twisted by hatred. She was looking for something. The office doors opened one by one. The woman finally entered Han Fei's former office. Then something unexpected happened. Bloody handprints appeared on the window. The members of the Immortal Project ran over when they heard the noise. The footage ended there. Leader, did you finish it? Brother Fake Plant said. I don't believe in this thing, but people did missing, and this footage hasn't been tampered with. What did the higher-ups say? They don't have time for us. Another big thing happened recently. Brother Fake Tree sent Han Fei a message. Unbelievable, a group of desperados kidnapped our city's millionaire's daughter. Millionaire's daughter? She's the genius investor, Du Zhu. She is also our company's biggest investor. The whole company is a mess. The employees have to cooperate with the police, and the higher-ups have meetings daily to handle this. Brother Fake Tree sighed. To earn some funds, our dating sim has gained unprecedented attention, because we're their best hope. That's a good thing. Han Fei was quite happy. He knew the company would die, but it had to release the game before it failed. But no one dared to stay and work, and we're working on a horror game. Don't worry. The female ghost is already gone. You can worry about the others after the game is released. Han Fei hung up after consoling Brother Fake Plant. He and Fu Sheng arrived at their new home. Compared to their old neighborhood, this place was old and decrepit. The walls were mottled, and the place was dirty. If not for the school nearby, most tenants would move. We'll only stay here for a while. Soon, we'll move. Han Fei didn't like this place. He kept being reminded of the manager mission. It's okay. This place is not bad. Fu Sheng nodded at empty spaces and kept talking to air. To leave a good impression on the neighbors, Han Fei signaled for Fu Sheng not to overdo it. They arrived at their new home. They picked their rooms and began decorating. Everything overlapped with Han Fei's memory. The room became just like the one from the manager mission. Fu Yi killed Fu Yi and her mother and dismembered them here. Han Fei sat on the couch and looked at the room where he had died more than 40 times. When Fu Yi moved into this place, he was covered in despair and negative emotions. He became Du Zhu's toy and lost his humanity. Han Fei also moved here. He decreased many people's hatred and had trust from his children. Everything was becoming better. Even though Han Fei would die on the same day as Fu Yi did, they would leave different legacies. Han Fei rested for a while and went to help his wife and children. His phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. He accepted it, and Wu San's voice came. Can you meet me? Chong Wei sent a message from inside the hospital, but none of us can figure it out. What did it say? It's very short. It said number 000 perfect personality. Perfect personality? Han Fei's expression shifted. Where are you now? I'll go find you. Wu Xin gave an address. Han Fei hurried towards it. Half an hour later, he arrived at the small hill behind the school. The vantage point allowed a good view of the high school, as well as Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital and Starry Art Hotel, a few blocks away. Come on, stop hiding. Han Fei walked into the half-finished pavilion. Wu Xin walked out of the darkness. You're the only one left of the 18 players? Wu Xin smiled sadly. The others don't trust you. They even believe you've caused this to happen to Chang Wei. So they plan to do the rest on their own. These were all excellent players on the top ranking in Perfect Life. They were either rich or powerful. They had extremely rare talents or were extremely powerful. Their combined power was not to be trifled with. But they had a clear weakness. Once their center fell, the group turned on each other. No one was willing to follow the others. After all, for most of them, Perfect Life was just a game. If not worried about the penalty, some of them would have committed suicide to get offline already. Chapter 568. What the hell is that? Only half of the 18 players remained. Other than Wu San, they didn't trust Han Fei. The ending of these lone wolves was decided in this mutating world. Han Fei sighed. This is all Shen Luo's fault. Wu San had no idea why Han Fei would say that. He smiled wryly. Do you still remember Chang Wei's female assistant? She and another female player planned to sneak into the hospital as clients. They refused to listen to me no matter how hard I tried to persuade them. Worm escaped on his own. My friend is watching Du Zhu outside the theme park maze. The rest chose Inmate as the new leader. They suspect Chang Wei had found the black box a secret, so they're planning to infiltrate the hospital too. This group of players exemplified greed perfectly. When Chang Wei and Boss were still around, they listened to these two. But now that Boss was missing and Chang Wei was trapped, most of them started to revolt. Chang Wei was the nation's most famous black box hunter. He was also Absolute Truth's founder. He had much info related to the black box. Now that he had disappeared inside the hospital, the players didn't think about saving him. They instead believed Chang Wei wanted to take the black box for himself. Show me the messages Chang Wei sent you. The messages are with the female assistant. I only know part of the messages. They have locked me out of their private channels. Wu Xin shrugged. I asked the assistant to come with me to meet you, but she thought this would be meaningless. No matter. Han Fei nodded and asked another question. What did you see inside the hospital yesterday night that had frightened you so? Long story short, I feel like the scariest nightmare is not worse than what I experienced yesterday. Wu Xin held the rails. His hands shook whenever he thought about what had happened. Yesterday night, Chang Wei, Worm, and 2 more players entered the hospital. They had scouted the place and prepared for 2 days. They knew Du Zhu would carry out a special treatment yesterday night. Everyone planned to kidnap Du Zhu during the treatment because it was a private treatment. Even if Du Zhu disappeared, the others wouldn't know, and we would have plenty of time to escape. That sounds normal. The problem is the treatment is not what you think. Wu San's scalp numbed. I was their runaway driver. They didn't appear at the design time, so I turned to plan B. I contacted the female assistant and sneaked into the hospital myself. The hospital, which was crowded in the day, looked more like a morgue at night. The strangest thing was I almost got lost even though I had remembered the map. I searched for half an hour before finding contact with Chang Wei. He told me to get to the 2nd floor to meet up with them. Wu Xin looked normal so far, but as he was about to continue, his eyes widened, his pupils trembled, and he started to vomit violently. Wu San vomited out black water. After a few minutes, Wu San returned to normal. After I reached the 2nd floor, I saw a few patients standing there idly in the corridor. The bandages on the face were slipping down. Do you know what their faces look like? Wu Xin became agitated. Their faces have been hollowed out. There's only a dark cave under the bandages. Are you sure they are people? How did they appear to you? I'm telling the truth. Wu Xin looked at Han Fei seriously. I know. I'm not questioning you. Then, how can you be so at ease? Do you think I'm exaggerating? Wu Xin wanted to describe the scenes more vividly, but he wasn't that good with words. I've seen them at the hospital before, so I'm not that shocked. If Han Fei shared his own experience, it would frighten all players. Okay. Wu San rubbed his temples and continued. The patients feel more like plants than humans. They're like corn husks after the fruits have been harvested. In other words, they can't sense anything about them. They have no sentience and soul. I suppose you can see it that way. Wu San poured in cold sweat, like he was transported back to the hospital. I resisted my anxiety and walked through them to arrive at the location Chang Wei told me to. The room was huge with an unknown function. I waited for 5 minutes when Worm rushed at me carrying a woman wrapped in cloth. Then, I saw something I would never forget. Wu San's body shook. The corridors started to bleed and human faces appeared on Worm's body. Han Fei thought this felt familiar. When he visited the mirror clinic, he had entered a room filled with human faces. And then, Worm and I ran outwards, but Chang Wei was not with us. Worm said he and Chang Wei were chased by a monster. Chang Wei lured the monster deeper into the hospital. Wu San pulled on his hair. After I met up with Worm, all the wards started to change. Endless ghosts are hidden there. Han Fei was deep in thought. 3 people knew what really happened that night: Chang Wei, Worm, and Wu San. Worm had escaped on his own. Chang Wei was missing and Wu San was the only one left. Han Fei, what should we do now? Chang Wei said the way to leave this hidden map is inside that hospital. He also said we might die for real if we died here. However, inmates said Chang Wei only came up with that ridiculous warning because he wanted to take the black box for himself. I don't even know who to believe now. Don't panic. Han Fei used cursed words to make Wu San calm down. You said your experience is scarier than the scariest nightmare. But after hearing your story, I feel like your nightmares are not that scary. What do you mean? Wu San was confused. Take it slow. You'll get used to it. Han Fei got some info from Wu San. You better don't contact me recently. Be careful of the police. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to try to save Chang Wei. Okay, thank you. Wu San chased after Han Fei, who was leaving. Han Fei, was Chang Wei telling the truth? You'll die in real life if you die here? Why would you believe something that preposterous? Han Fei patted Wu San's shoulder. Chang Wei doesn't know hidden maps. Believe me, your physical body can still operate even if you die here. Okay then. At worst, your memory will be slowly removed until your brain is dead. Then you'd become the monsters that you saw. Your face will be gone. You will wander around like a zombie. Wu San's knees weakened. His face blanched. Don't worry. I will protect you. Compared to the other players, you've chosen the right path. Han Fei was using cursed words. He could control Wu San's emotions. Masterful acting plus cursed words made Wu San feel like Han Fei was his only hope, and he had to hang on to him. Han Fei could use cursed words 5 times a day. Why waste it? He needed a reliable ally now. Take care of yourself. Contact me once you discover something. Han Fei left. He was as fast as a ghost. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness. I've done everything I can do. Now, I need to use my limited life to neutralize the last hidden threat for Fu Sheng. Han Fei looked at the plastic surgery hospital, and he thought, time to get back to work. Han Fei avoided the cameras as he returned home. He bought delicious food. The family had a nice dinner. At the same time, Octopus and his people were busy partying at Han Fei's old home. Octopus guzzled the beer and enjoyed the praises and flattery from his members. He had never felt so happy. He felt like he had reached the peak of his life. Brother Octopus, the higher-ups now value you the most. They allowed you to handle such an important project alone. It feels like they're prepping you for CEO Zhao's post. Fu, he only knows how to rely on women. If not for CEO Zhao, do you think he could be better than Brother Octopus? Drink. Drink. Now that Fu Yi is fired, their small team will get disbanded. Leader, how about you invite Li Guo'er over to our team? She is very good at her job, but more importantly, she is very pretty. I'm already preparing for that. Octopus leaned against the couch and put his shoes on the table. Fu Yi's life was honestly quite enjoyable. He looked at the big house, and envy crossed his eyes. However, it was soon replaced by pride. But now he has nothing. His work, his reputation, his house, and Octopus envy resurfaced as if he just remembered something. He put down the bottle, lit a cigarette, and walked to the balcony. Octopus closed the balcony door, took a few deep breaths, and called Zhao Qian. It rang for a long time before it was accepted. Sister Qian, I just moved. Everyone is here. Do you want to? Congratulations. Is there anything else? An indifferent voice said. I mean, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Remember to prepare all the documents for Project B. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied with your new design. But isn't Fu responsible for Project B? Before Octopus finished, the call ended. His hands pulsed, his joy faded away. Octopus waved his arm and almost slammed the phone to the ground, but he stopped himself. He cursed. Octopus was about to turn when he saw a woman in red standing right in front of the neighborhood. The woman stood in the middle of the road. Her lowered head rose to look at the balcony where Octopus was. What the hell is that? Chapter 569. Your mom. The drunk Octopus leaned against the balcony railing and widened his eyes to look at the street. The woman in red suddenly disappeared. Am I hallucinating? Octopus stomped the cigarette out and returned to the living room. The music and the praises made him feel better. Come, drink. Leader, I bought a bottle of red wine for you. A member took out the bottle from a gift box. The bottle was pricey, judging from the box alone. Xiaowang, thank you. We'll finish yours first, and then we'll open the others. Octopus looked at the red wine, and he was reminded of the woman in red. He was irked, and he turned to alcohol. He gulped down the wine endlessly. This continued for an hour. Some of the female employees had to use the bathroom. I'll keep watch over Xiaoling. The rest of you drink. Octopus swayed towards the bathroom. He pushed open the door and saw his subordinate on the toilet. Xiaoling just vomited, and she couldn't even stand. I've been telling you all to know your limits. You should go rest. When Octopus picked up the woman and their bodies touched, for some reason, Octopus saw Zhao Qian's face. Since Zhao Qian was his boss, he didn't dare to even fart too loudly before her. He was berated by her earlier. The more he thought about it, the more incensed he became. He removed Xiaoling's shoes and placed her on the bed. Octopus sat down beside the bed. His hands slowly reached forward, but at that moment, his phone rang. Octopus immediately jumped up like a thief. Octopus looked at his phone. The caller was Zhao Lu. He was one of the people who worked overtime the day before. He was not at the party. Octopus accepted the call. What do you want? Unit 13, floor 14. What? Unit 13, floor 14. Have you lost your mind? Unit 13, floor 14. Octopus was too drunk to make sense of anything. He had to listen twice before realizing the voice didn't sound like Zhao Lu. It was emotionless. Octopus hung up. He glanced at Xiaoling and left the bedroom. He closed the door. Leader, we still need to work tomorrow. We can't drink anymore. Xiaowang was an astute person. He saw Octopus drag Xiaoling into the bedroom earlier. Indeed, we've already imposed too much on Leader. His subordinates helped each other up from the floor. One of the newer members, a fatty with glasses, looked around with his red face. Where's Sister Ling? Is she still in the toilet? I'll go get her. Ling has already gone home. Xiaowang said. He picked up the fatty and forced him to drink some more. We should go. It's almost midnight. Octopus subordinates staggered to the door and bade Octopus farewell. Octopus didn't walk them out. He only told them to be careful and then closed the door. Octopus didn't hurry to leave. He stayed at the door to listen to his subordinates' footsteps. This corridor is so dark. There are not even lights. Huh, but the place had lights when we came. Perhaps it's solar-powered. Strange. Why is the elevator stuck on this floor? Is it broken? And they're calling this place a top-class neighborhood? We'll take the stairs then. After his subordinates left, Octopus removed the top button of his shirt. Perhaps it was the alcohol or something else. He felt very hot. When I take Zhao Qian's place, my position will be empty. Xiaowang is the best candidate to take over, but I can give Xiaoling a chance. Octopus sounded like he was convincing himself. He took the bottle of red wine to the bedroom. He couldn't wait any longer. He pushed open the door. Octopus stood there. He was both excited and afraid. Xiaoling, can you hear me? Octopus asked carefully. When Xiaoling didn't respond, he slowly moved to the bed. Octopus placed the red wine on the table and knelt on one knee. He was about to touch Xiaoling when his phone rang again. Octopus' heart skipped a beat. He looked at his phone. It was Zhao Lu again. I'll have to punish him when I get to the company tomorrow. Octopus hung up without answering, but the calls kept coming. After hanging up many times, Octopus received messages from Zhao Lu. They all said the same thing. Unit 13, Floor 14. What is he doing? Octopus switched off his phone and tossed it aside. He got agitated. This was the happiest day of his life. He trampled on his nemesis. Theoretically speaking, he should be very happy, but he felt strangely anxious. Han Fei's joking warnings flashed in his mind. They pierced into his heart. The bastard was purposely trying to scare me. Octopus opened the red wine and downed it. He turned to study Xiaoling's fair skin. Time to feast. Octopus removed his shirt. Before he could do anything, his phone rang again. Fuck. Is he mad? Octopus picked up the phone and answered the call. He hissed. Zhao Lu, what the fuck is wrong with you? However, Zhao Lu didn't reply. Soon, Octopus realized something. He had already switched off his phone, so how did the call come in? His muddled mind cleared slightly. Octopus looked at his phone, and a woman's voice came from the speaker. Unit 13, Floor 14, Number 174. Octopus dropped the phone from fear. He was reminded of the woman in red he saw earlier. What is going on? The thing is onto me? Octopus shivered. Isn't this place number 174? But I just moved here. Octopus didn't even wake up Xiaoling. He put on his shirt and ran out. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he was. No wonder Fu Yi was so kind to sell me this place. Octopus raced barefooted to the living room. Octopus grabbed the front door when he heard footsteps. They were coming closer to him. The woman in red is coming over? As he hesitated, the footsteps disappeared. Octopus looked through the peephole. A woman in red was standing right outside his door with her head lowered. Octopus sucked in a cold breath and staggered backward. She is here. Her target is this room. Octopus wanted to kill Fu Yi. The smell of decay spread in the air. Blood seeped through the door. Octopus looked for his phone to call the police. He realized he had dropped his phone inside the bedroom. Octopus turned around and saw the previously sleeping Xiaoling standing at the bedroom door. Her skin was pale, and she stood on tiptoe. Her joints were bent, and her black hair covered her face. Xiaoling. Xiaolingling. Octopus' voice trembled. At that moment, someone shook the doorknob like they were trying to get in. Octopus knelt to the ground. I haven't done anything. You got the wrong person. You really got the wrong person. Octopus rambled and cried. He screamed for help. He took over Fu Yi's immortal, Fu Yi's resources, Fu Yi's post, and Fu Yi's house. He was so happy, but now he realized he had also taken over Fu Yi's tragedy. With a slow creak, the door opened. Octopus didn't dare to turn back. He had no energy left. He cried and pleaded for mercy. Footsteps walked through the blood. Red handprints appeared all over the room. Every spot with good memories was scratched off by the bloody hands. As the strange sounds died away, Octopus silently opened his eyes. A drop of blood fell on his nose. He looked up, and a woman's face was there. Before he could scream, the blood on the ground grabbed him like a rope and dragged him out of the room. Fu Yi. Before he could finish, Octopus disappeared into the darkness. Chao Lingling fell to the ground. The woman walked past her. She stopped in the living room, and then came to Fu Sheng's room on the second floor. The head lifted to expose a skull with stretched skin. She was very beautiful once, but she got sick. A bloody handprint appeared at the corner, and then it was followed by many more. The handprints layered over each other until the glass windows shattered. The woman who stood in the middle of Fu Sheng's room slowly turned around to look down a specific direction. At midnight, Han Fei stood in the middle of the narrow bedroom. He was finding a place to lay down his mattress. His wife was in bed looking at him with a sad smile. This room is small, why don't you? Then I should sleep in the living room. The air there is better. Han Fei grabbed his mattress and walked to the sofa. He was adjusting his bed when he heard weeping from Fu Sheng's room. What's that? Han Fei slowly approached. After some hesitation, he knocked on the door. Fu Sheng, are you still up? Yes. The bedroom door opened. Fu Sheng appeared at the door. His expression was normal, but his eyes were red. What's wrong? I kept hearing Mother calling my name recently. She told me to stay away from you. Fu Sheng looked at Han Fei. Can you tell me honestly if you have to do with Mother's death? No. Han Fei confirmed. Fu Sheng stared at him and sighed in relief. Good. Fu Sheng closed the door. Han Fei stood alone in the living room. No matter how scummy Fu Yi is, he wouldn't have killed his wife, would he? I didn't find any such hints when I did the manager mission, so this should be a misunderstanding. Han Fei could use Fu Yi and Fu Tian's ability after Han Fei acquired the father title. However, he couldn't use Fu Sheng's ability yet. This meant that he hadn't gained Fu Sheng's absolute trust. Fu Sheng will trust me if I solve this misunderstanding. Han Fei returned to the sofa. When he was about to lay down, his phone vibrated. He glanced at his phone and realized the caller was Han Fei. This thing is still alive. Han Fei glanced at the clock. He had a feeling the caller probably wasn't Octopus anymore. Han Fei opened his laptop. He played his song on a loop and answered the call. Hello? A woman's voice came through. She sounded like she was both laughing and crying. Octopus bought my house. The fact that you're there means that your real target should be my family and me. Han Fei's voice was stable. He sounded like he was talking to an old friend. There are many people who want to kill me. However, there is only one woman who is dead and who still has such an intense obsession with this family. Fu Sheng's biological mother. Han Fei poured a glass of water. He lay on the sofa. Can we talk? Actually, I wish to meet you. The laughter and cries turned shrill. The woman's heart was enveloped by hatred. She couldn't communicate with the outside world. If you don't want to talk to me, how about Fu Sheng? He was crying because he missed you. Han Fei took the phone to Fu Sheng's bedroom. He knocked on the door. Fu Sheng's voice came through. Yes. Someone very important to us is looking for you. Han Fei didn't hang up. After Fu Sheng opened the door, he passed the phone over. Looking for me. Fu Sheng accepted the phone. He hadn't said anything, but the call ended. The confused Fu Sheng looked at the phone. He was even more baffled when he saw the caller was Octopus. Is this person important to us? Fu Sheng passed the phone back. I know you're under a lot of pressure, but please don't do these strange things again. Chapter 570, New Caretaker, Fu Yi. I'm the one doing strange things? Han Fei was speechless. He was being criticized by a high schooler who talked to air. And can you stop the music? You're scaring the neighbors. Fu Sheng closed the door. When he returned to bed, he muttered. Even ghosts don't like his song. How did he manage that? Han Fei had a feeling that Fu Sheng was worried about this family in his way. Perhaps Fu Sheng had helped the family block many tragedies from ghosts. We would have sat down to have a serious conversation if I didn't need your help when your mother comes over. Han Fei returned to his laptop. He started on his resume to apply for a job at the hospital tomorrow. Hopefully, everything will be fine. Han Fei was sleeping on the table when someone knocked on the door. It was 6:30 a.m. Han Fei sat up, and his wife ran out of the bedroom. Don't worry, I'll go look. Han Fei looked through the peephole and saw two officers standing there. Han Fei slowly relaxed as he observed the two's expressions and mannerisms. They weren't there to arrest him. Duju's kidnapping hadn't been exposed. Rubbing his eyes, Han Fei pretended to be waking up as he opened the door. When he saw the police, he showed appropriate shock. Are you Fui? We have something to ask you. Sure, please come in. The wife was confused when she saw the police. Don't worry. One of the officers saw the unpacked boxes, and he explained. Based on our investigation, you just moved here yesterday? Yes. Why the hurry? Is there a problem with where you lived? The officer asked casually. No. The place is in the middle of the city. If not for some problems, we would not have sold the place. Han Fei looked regretful. Problems? I'm not proud of it. Han Fei whispered the incident about Fu Yi and her mother to the officer. Okay, I can understand selling the place, but why the hurry to move away? The police seemed to find that suspicious. We didn't want to. Han Fei sighed. At the time, we were desperate for money, so I sold the house at a low price to my ex-colleague. However, the man is a bastard. After buying the house, he forced us to move within 5 hours. We were still at the land department. That man is awful. The two officers looked at Han Fei for a long time. Actually, we're here today to tell you one thing. Octopus is missing. When the neighbors reported the incident this morning, We only discovered a fainted colleague at his house. Missing? Han Fei obviously heard this for the first time. Yesterday night, he had a party with his colleagues. After everyone departed after midnight, Octopus mysteriously disappeared. Based on the neighbor's testimony, Octopus was calling your name and begging for mercy before he disappeared. But I was not even there yesterday night. We've seen the footage, and you do have a strong alibi. So we came to ask some questions to see if you can provide us with some valuable clues. The officers were pleasant. Han Fei pondered deeply about it before shaking his head. Are you sure? Octopus is not the first person to go missing from your company. From the day of your incident, 2 male employees had gone missing. We suspect this is a crime targeting your company. I wouldn't know about that. I've been busy raising money. The police asked many questions, but they couldn't get any useful info from Han Fei. Thank you for your cooperation. You better stay at home recently. It is for your personal safety. Of course. After sending the police off, the new day started for Han Fei's family. His wife made breakfast. Han Fei and the 2 kids sat at the table. Fu Sheng was reading. Han Fei was sharply dressed as he looked over his resume. He was applying to be a caretaker. The job looked easy, but actually, it required a lot of knowledge. Basic nursing was rudimentary. Other than that, a caretaker had to know ICU protocols, psychology, as well as how to cook, do laundry, and so on. Han Fei's biggest problem was not his skill, but his physique. If he couldn't get this job, then he'd enter the hospital as a patient. After breakfast, Fu Sheng grabbed his bag and was the first to leave home. Han Fei arranged his files and ran to the mirror. He adjusted his appearance and left. There's no need to worry about work. Take it slow. Even though his wife knew Han Fei wasn't Fu Yi, she treated him like before in front of the children. Don't worry. Han Fei left home with a smile. His new rental was very close to Fu Sheng's school. I wonder if Fu Sheng has gone to school today. He looked through the school gate and didn't see Fu Sheng. Oh well. Han Fei came to the bus stop. He studied the bus route and took the right bus. After Han Fei departed via the bus, Fu Sheng walked out of a shop holding a can of cat food. He looked in the direction Han Fei left, and he was confused. Fu Yi graduated from a famous university, and he was quite well known in the gaming industry. If he was looking for a new job, it should be related to gaming. Those companies were in the city, but Han Fei took the bus to the countryside. Isn't he going to look for work? Fu Sheng hesitated for a long time before he placed the can in his bag and called a taxi to follow behind Han Fei's bus. Recently Fu Yi had changed too much. Fu Sheng was curious about what had triggered it. The bus soon arrived at Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. Han Fei took his resume and went to the side door. After he told the guard his intention, the man looked at him strangely. Can you bring me to the recruitment office? I saw your recruitment notice online. This is strange. Counting you, 7 people applied for this job. The guard led Han Fei into the hospital. Soon, Han Fei saw familiar faces. The bald player called Inmate was standing with 2 other players. The 3 formed a small group. When Inmate saw Han Fei, he was cautious. He didn't know Han Fei's background and loyalty. Come over here. Which one of you has done a nursing job before? A middle-aged fat nurse and an old man in black walked towards them. I have. Han Fei and another person raised their hands. The 3 players stood at the back and said nothing. Do you have a caretaker license? The fat nurse walked to Han Fei. She saw Fu Yi on Han Fei, and Fu Yi was very handsome. I can't find it, but you can test me now. You're so confident? Not bad. It looks like you do have experience. But the physical requirement of a caretaker is high too. Some patients can't move on their own and need the caretaker's help. The fat nurse opened her arms. See if you can carry me to that bed over there. Han Fei, with 32 stamina, had trouble carrying the nurse, but he still accomplished the job. Director Lee, what do you think? He's older, but he is very experienced. The fat nurse was impressed by Han Fei, but the decision-maker was the old man in black. The old man studied Han Fei and nodded. Assign him to Building 1. Many clients will love him there. Building 1 was for the VIPs. Duju always stayed in Building 1. The old man didn't assign Han Fei to the other buildings, so he probably had hope for Han Fei. However, Han Fei wanted to go to the other buildings. He sighed internally for how overly qualified he was. Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital required a lot of caretakers. Han Fei thought the recruiting would be complicated, but it was done in half an hour. All 8 of them were accepted. The hospital took in everyone, but the new caretakers were arranged at different places. Han Fei was assigned Building 1. The other person with caretaking experience got Building 2. The other 5 were sent to Building 4. Those sent to Building 4 had to sign a night shift contract. They could only leave every 3 days, and they had to stay at the hospital normally. I'll bring you on a tour of your workplace. The fat nurse led Han Fei away. The rest tried to follow, but the old man stopped them. Aren't we going with him? The 2 players Han Fei hadn't seen were confused by how stubborn the NPC at the hospital was. You'll come with me. The old man signaled for the others to follow him deeper into the hospital. They took a path different from Han Fei. We are not only the best plastic surgery hospital, but also the best psychiatry center. We will make people look younger and prettier, and we will also make a tired person's heart re-energized. You still have plenty to learn. After the group left, Han Fei turned to look at them. He asked the fat nurse, "The caretaker at Building 1 doesn't need to work with the others? Your luck is good. You're different from them. You're a real caretaker, and you don't need to work nights." A real caretaker? Don't need to work nights? You don't understand it yet, but you will soon. The fat nurse's face loosened like the face would fall if she laughed too heartily. Han Fei nodded. He opened his menu, and in his personal resume, Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital was added to his workplace. The fat nurse also didn't understand the consequence of hiring Han Fei, but she would soon understand how wrong she was. Chapter 571. The future has changed. This was the first time Han Fei entered Building 1 as a caretaker. With the fat nurse leading the way, they walked past the lavishly decorated corridor and came to the place Du Zhu once was. A big shot used to live on this floor, but an accident happened to her lately. She was the prettiest woman at the hospital, but she had a horrible personality. If you don't want to die so early, you better don't have any interaction with her. The fat nurse should be talking about Du Zhu. The staff at the hospital knew what kind of person she was, but Fu Yi didn't know that. He thought Du Zhu was like any other woman, but in the end, he died in her hands. The whole floor belonged to Du Zhu. One could see into the other buildings at the hospital on this floor. We'll train you to be a high-class caretaker. You need to grasp this chance. The clients in Building 1 do not need money. If you can make them happy, you'll get many benefits. The fat nurse told Han Fei what to notice. I'm just a caretaker, but how come it sounds like I'll have to do other things here? Han Fei frowned. Don't flatter yourself. At this place, you're just a good-looking, muscular vase. You are no different from those decorations. The fat nurse turned to look at Han Fei. Most of the patients have strange personalities. You should know that since you've been a caretaker in the past, to ensure the clients have a good experience, you have to straighten your personality and lower your stance and cooperate with them as much as possible. Cooperate? How? You'll see. Many patients have trouble with normal life functions and have extreme mood swings after plastic surgery and special treatment. They need you to accompany them. You have to love them as your wife, care about them as your children. The fat nurse entered the elevator with Han Fei. You don't need to work the nights. If you worked overtime, we would pay you extra. If the clients want to give you small tips, you can keep them yourself. We only have 4 requirements of you. As the elevator descended, the fat nurse's expression turned strange. First, you cannot leave Building 1 during work hours. Second, you can't communicate with patients and doctors from the other buildings. Third, you have to complete all the patient's demands. If we receive a complaint about you, we'll deduct your salary. 4. If you hear someone calling for help at the hospital, do not go alone. You have to inform the doctor and nurse on duty. Understood. I will follow them closely. Good. The fat nurse was very satisfied. The elevator showed F2, so they should be in the second-floor basement. Building 1 is unique because it has 2 elevators. The luxurious elevator is for the guests. The other one is for staff. Don't get them mixed up. The elevator opened, and the fat nurse got out. This is the underground garage. Some clients don't want to be exposed, so they will use this path directly. Sometimes, you'll be asked to come here to fetch them. The 2 walked forward, and a man in the hospital guard uniform silently appeared beside the fat nurse. Brother C, You're on duty today? The fat nurse smiled when she saw the parking lot guard. She pushed Han Fei towards the guard. This is our new caretaker at Building 1. His name is Fu Yi. He's only slightly younger than you. Then she pointed at the guard and told Han Fei. His name is Si Chung. He's over 50. He's our oldest guard here. You can call him Brother Si. You'll have more interactions with him as you walk our clients down here. Hello, Brother Si. Han Fei looked at Si Chung. The man was supposed to be 50 plus, but he looked barely over 30. His skin was also frighteningly pale, like he had never seen the sun. Si Chung nodded at Han Fei. Then his eyes followed Han Fei no matter where the ladder went. After leaving the underground garage, the fat nurse brought Han Fei to many places. Finally, she led Han Fei to the small room at the end of the second-floor corridor. The other rooms were highly lavish, but this room was the complete opposite. The door and the wall were the same color. Han Fei almost missed it. This is the room where you'd normally rest and change. You can call it the safe house. The room had a unique name, but the nurse didn't seem to have the key to this room. She smiled and knocked on the door. Footsteps came from inside the room. Seconds later, the door opened. A young man about 20 with a muscular body appeared at the door. Big sister, why are you here? Is there work? The young man was handsome, but not as handsome as Fu Yi. We have a newbie at Building 1. You two should get to know each other. The fat nurse pushed Han Fei towards the young man. I still have something else to do. Before she left, the fat nurse looked meaningfully at Han Fei. Little brother, what's your name? The young man reached out his hand at Han Fei. Fu Yi, what about you? Han Fei accepted the hand. The man's hand was unusually smooth, like silk. The name's Ago. I'm 41. You'll be following me from now on. 41. Han Fei's eyes widened. He didn't expect the man to be older than him. You don't look like it at all. Perhaps it's because I'm always in a good mood. People with good mood look younger. The young man invited Han Fei into the safe house. Pick a locker for yourself. They'll place your uniform and other tools in your locker later. There were 7 lockers in the safe house. Only 3 of them were occupied. Han Fei chose the 4th locker. Brother Go, why is this place called the safe house? It feels strange. You'll understand why when you run into difficult clients. Ago signaled Han Fei to follow him. Perfect Plastic Surgery Hospital is the city's best plastic surgery hospital. We've expanded the pursuit of beauty to its end. Many outsiders will come here for plastic surgery. In fact, I've seen many celebrities. Many celebrities came here for plastic surgery? Not necessarily. Some came for anti-aging, others to adjust their emotions. Besides plastic surgery, we are also famed for our psychological therapy and adjustment. Other hospitals care only about the outer beauty, but we approach it internally and externally. We'll make the client feel beautiful from inside out. Ago said casually, but Han Fei didn't believe him. Normal plastic surgery and anti-aging sounded fine, but this hospital's services were clearly more than that. Normally, we don't have much to do. We clean the place and have a meager salary. If you want to get rich, then you need big clients to pick you as a personal caretaker. Before you arrived, one of the caretakers was lucky to be picked by a female boss. He was brought home to be her personal therapist. Doesn't that sound amazing? Ago only described the good things of the hospital. He was like a dog kept by the hospital. He was very loyal. Ago colored a beautiful picture for Han Fei. Suddenly, the receptionist's voice came from his walkie-talkie. Caretaker is needed on the 2nd floor hall 2. Copy that. Ago smiled. It's time for work. Han Fei had just arrived at hall 2 when he heard a familiar voice. Money is not a problem. Arrange her the best doctor now. She is the only survivor at the crime scene. She has seen the murderer. CEO Zhao, we're sorry about what happened at your company, but we need to follow protocol. The front desk receptionist stood at the entrance to the 2nd floor. Zhao Qian and 2 officers surrounded her. We can understand that, but please cooperate with us. One of the officers said. The receptionist hesitated before nodding. Normally, non-members cannot enter Building 1, but I'll make an exception for you. The few waited anxiously at Hall 2. Soon, everyone heard a woman's shrill scream coming from deep inside Hall 2. They ran towards the source. A few seconds later, the ward opened, and an old male doctor walked out. holding his bleeding hand. "Doctor, how is her condition? She was okay yesterday morning, but she became like this after attending a friend's party." Zhao Qian asked the doctor. "She is heavily traumatized. We need to wait for her to calm down before we can start treatment." The male doctor looked at his wound. "We'll use medication to induce sleep. One person can't hold her down. We need 2 caretakers. Unless necessary, we can't remove her binding." The nurse prepared the syringe and shouted at Han Fei and Ah Go. "You two, come with me." Ah Go led Han Fei over. Zhao Qian finally saw Han Fei. She was surprised. "Why are you here?" "I was here to apply for the caretaker job." Han Fei entered the ward and saw the woman tied to the bed. He had an impression of the woman. She was Octopus team member. "The company is in big trouble. 3 employees are missing, and Octopus disappeared at your home yesterday night. Chao Lingling is the only witness, but she has gone insane." Zhao Qian looked so tired. The company's biggest investor was kidnapped, 3 employees disappeared, 1 employee went insane, and the internal cameras captured some scary footage. This was a famous gaming company, but now no one dared to come to work. "What do you mean by that? I have nothing to do with it. I've already been fired. The company can go bankrupt for all I care." Han Fei didn't think he had anything to do with his former company's problem. Han Fei and Ah Go walked towards Chao Lingling. The woman tied to the bed struggled madly. She screamed. "The ghost is standing at the door. She is wearing red." The ghost dragged him away. "Don't be afraid. Go to sleep, and you'll feel better when you wake up." Ah Go and Han Fei suppressed Chao Lingling, and the nurse completed the injection. Chao Lingling slowly lost her energy, but she still tried to grab the people around her. Her lips were white, and she convulsed. It looked like she wanted to say something, but her voice was too small. When she lost control of her limbs, she cried. Her pupils dilated. Seeing Chao Lingling like this, Han Fei was reminded of Fu Sheng in the manager mission. When he did that mission, he saw Fu Sheng tied to his bed in the bedroom. He was dressed in a patient's outfit. He lay in a room filled with ghosts. His eyes were hollow. Lightning flashed in Han Fei's mind. Fu Sheng's face was slowly overlapping with Chao Lingling's. "CEO Zhao, why did you send Chao Lingling here? She clearly faces mental trauma." The district's best private brain hospital, psychotherapy center, rehabilitation hospital are run by Du Zhu's family, and they're all part of Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. For rich people, you can enjoy the best service here and even extend your life. Zhao Qian was a member here. When she heard what happened to Chao Lingling, her first reaction was to find her the best doctor. A scary prediction appeared in Han Fei's mind. Du Zhu forced Fu Yi to kill Fu Yi and her mother in real life. Fu Sheng witnessed the murder. Fu Yi died, and Fu Sheng sank into despair. His wife had to look after Fu Tian and Fu Sheng alone. To cure Fu Sheng, his wife probably came here to find the best doctor. Du Zhu wouldn't stop her revenge. Her goal was to ruin Fu Yi's family. Fu Yi was an intelligent man, but he was a pretty toy to Du Zhu. Fu Yi couldn't deal with Du Zhu, let alone Fu Sheng, who was still a high school student. In Fu Sheng's memory, the hospital became his obsession by leaving a deep shadow on him. Han Fei couldn't even imagine the treatment he had received here. Han Fei believed that was the connection between the hospital and Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng had experienced the worst kind of mental torture here. Looking at Chao Lingling in bed, Han Fei felt the future had changed. If he had chosen to kill Fu Yi and her mother in the life's debt mission, it would be Fu Sheng tied to the bed now. Fu Sheng can see and communicate with ghosts. The murdered Fu Yi and her mother would haunt Fu Sheng after they died. In a way, Fu Sheng was an incredible person. After experiencing such despair, he didn't collapse. Instead, he changed an arrow with his brother. Of course, he had the black box's help, but Fu Sheng was impressive too. Han Fei sucked in a cold breath. Fu Sheng had to go through hell to get the black box's approval. What about me? What have I experienced when I was young? Han Fei was deep in thought as the laughter echoed deep inside his mind. Chapter 572, Aphrodite's Table. Chao Lingling stopped struggling. She looked at the ceiling as the light in her eyes disappeared. It was like her soul had gone into hibernation. What has she seen yesterday night? Zhao Qian moved to the bed to hold Chao Lingling's cold hands. Even Zhao Qian felt helpless. We'll start treatment the moment she wakes up. The nurse examined Chao Lingling's body. Other than mental trauma, she is not injured, so don't worry. The hospital will provide her with the best treatment. But about the payment, money is not a problem. You have to treat her. Zhao Qian showed her membership card to the nurse. You can deduct the payment from this card. She is lucky to have a boss like you. The nurse smiled as she took the card. Zhao Qian ignored the flattery and turned to Han Fei. Why are you here to be a caretaker? Did you hear about the rumors and think you can use your talent to the best advantage here? Zhao Qian looked at Ago with disgust before walking to Han Fei. Octopus is missing. Du Zhu is kidnapped. Immortal is heavily impacted. Now is the best time for you to come back. Go back to the company? Han Fei shook his head. His life was limited. He didn't want to waste it on game design. I know you hate the company, but isn't completing Immortal your life's dream? I can allow you to work at home. You can remotely work with your own team and Octopus team. I can order the other departments to cooperate with you. Zhao Qian was sincere. If you really need it, you can find my replacement among my former team members. They are very talented, but they haven't been given a chance. You really won't consider it? My suggestion is for you to focus on completing my horror dating sim. If it can get popular, it'll take a lot of pressure from the company. It might even help the company get over this hurdle. That is the only thing we can do now. Zhao Qian's eyes moved between Han Fei and Chao Lingling. Since you're a caretaker here, then I'll have trouble you to look after her. I'll come often to visit. Zhao Qian left with one police officer. The other stayed in Chao Lingling's private ward. As the only witness of the disappearance cases, the police valued Chao Lingling's safety. Fu Yi, since they have nominated you to be her caretaker, then I won't steal the job from you. You'll look after this patient from now on. Ago smiled at Han Fei. Chao Lingling was a normal employee. She wouldn't offer Ago any benefits. Okay. Han Fei didn't mind it. She'll be down for at least 4 hours after the injection. I'll give you a tour of the other places first. Ago sneaked a glance at the officer. He didn't dare to look right at the police as if he had done something bad. After they left the private ward, Ago became his usual self. It was hard to tell if he was there to be a caretaker of a male host. Regardless, the man enjoyed his job. Ago led Han Fei to visit all the empty wards. Since Du Zhu was kidnapped, there wasn't that many customers at Building 1. As a hospital with many services, the inside of Building 1 was very complicated. The exterior was just a lavish shell. The deeper one went, the stranger the environment became. Next, I'll bring you to the last place of this tour. It's also the most important place at Building 1. Ago and Han Fei came to the first floor basement. There was a unique room connecting Building 1 and Building 2. All the beauty and love are hidden here. The secret of immortality, the soul of youth, the source of every goodness. Ago's eyes glowed with admiration like a fanatic when he touched the door. His veins pulsed. He was extremely excited. The door opened, and the light was blinding. Han Fei had to take a long time to adjust. The underground room placed between the two buildings was extremely large. The wall was painted with red patterns, and the room was filled with much high-tech medical equipment. There were other humanoid items that Han Fei couldn't recognize. The clients from Building 1 do their surgeries here. A lot of them have sensitive backgrounds. Their info can't be released. Ago stared at the strange devices with fanaticism in his eyes. It was like the machines were a gift from God. Don't touch anything here. We normally do not have the right to come here. Mainly, I brought you here to take a look. Han Fei couldn't connect to Ago's religious fervor. The place looked like a slightly bigger surgical room to him. The two moved carefully through the door. They soon encountered a surgical table more than 2.5 meters long in the room. All the light in the room was directed to the table. Ago's body trembled like he was about to have an orgasm. He placed his face on the table as gently as possible. Come and feel while the doctors aren't here yet. Ago's expression was maddening. This is Aphrodite's table, the closest place to perfection. Han Fei stared at the surgical table. Instead of glory, Han Fei felt discomfited. It was like the table was filled with broken meat and dried blood. As Han Fei's approached the table, the feeling of disgust grew. An image appeared in his mind. His dying body was fixed to the table. 10 Aphrodites looked at him on the dining table as they cut into his body and soul. Aphrodite's table. The surgical room door opened. Two doctors appeared. Who allowed you to be here? One of them shouted angrily. Get out. I need to try it again after I get enough money. Try what? You'll understand soon enough. Ago smiled mysteriously. You're lucky to be assigned to Building 1 when you joined. As long as you don't offend the doctors and clients, your future will be bright. Ago wanted to elaborate, but his walkie-talkie made a noise. The fat nurse's voice came. She ordered Ago to bring Han Fei to the second floor. They returned to the safe house. The fat nurse pushed along a cart. It had Han Fei's 2 working uniforms, a walkie-talkie, and a temporary work ID. This is your stuff. Work with Ago for 3 days first. Once you pass the trial, we'll prepare an official contract for you. The fat nurse had great hope for Han Fei. Come on time for the next 3 days. Work your hands and not your mouth. Understood. Han Fei picked up his uniforms and entered the safe house. There was another man in the caretaker uniform. The man was muscular, but his skin was loose, and he had a lot of age spots. He didn't look so well. Zhuang, this is our new colleague, Fu Yi. I'd advise you to leave this hospital and find another job. The man was half a head taller than Han Fei. He should be at least 1.9 meters tall. Why? The treatment here is nice. Han Fei was confused. Most can't even survive the trial period. The man saw the greed on Han Fei's face. He knew Han Fei couldn't be persuaded. He had seen many people like that. I can't tell you too much. Remember not to trust anyone here, especially that Ago. It might not even be human. From the time I came, it hadn't changed. When did you start working here? I started working here when I was 23. I'm now 26. Over the 3 years, Ago seems to have gotten younger. The man released his grip on Han Fei's shoulder. You can earn a lot working here, but it's not worth it to risk your life. Zhuang left after that. Han Fei looked at the man's face, which was filled with age spots, and he was shocked. 26. Don't listen to his nonsense. Ago silently appeared behind Han Fei. He was chosen by a client and hired as a private therapist. However, he was fired after 2 months. He wouldn't be welcomed back if his big sister didn't work here as a doctor. I looked down on him. We're colleagues. You shouldn't look down on him. Han Fei placed his uniforms inside the locker. The fat nurse had given him 3 days of the trial period, so he decided to use them well. He would try to find out everything about this place before the 3 days were up. At 1 p.m., Han Fei and Ago went to the cafeteria for lunch. They saw Zhuang walk out of the hospital when they passed the entrance. Isn't he going to the cafeteria to eat? Ignore him. Ago dragged Han Fei. The food at cafeteria is very delicious, especially the meat. Once you have it, you will never forget its taste. Han Fei was instantly reminded of bad things. He decided not to touch the meat at the hospital. Han Fei found an excuse and slipped away. He left the hospital with Zhuang. Brother, why did you eat outside the hospital? Isn't the hospital taking care of our accommodation and meals? Han Fei ran towards Zhuang to ask. Sure, but do you know what you're eating? Zhuang grinned wickedly. He bought a simple lunch from the stall near the hospital. You seem to have a strong opinion of this hospital, then why don't you quit? This confused Han Fei the most. Zhuang clearly knew about the hospital's problems, but refused to leave. My big sister is a doctor here. She has been cursed. I'll only leave with her. Zhuang looked at Han Fei and said seriously. Quickly leave and don't come back. Before Han Fei replied, Zhuang left. I should try to get his help. The old employees are getting younger and younger, but he's the only exception. There has to be a problem. Han Fei bought a boxed lunch. He was about to turn back when the pain came again. He looked down, and his nose bled. The pain became more intense, and it also lasted longer. Han Fei felt dizzy. He held the wall as he moved towards the hospital. At that moment, 3 men in caretaker uniform moved to stop his way. We've been waiting a long time here for you. Inmate stopped Han Fei. He looked vicious and dangerous. What did you tell Chong Wei at Golden Leaf? Why did he help you kidnap Duju? If you want to survive, then work with me. Han Fei looked at inmate. If you stand in my way, then don't blame me. You dare to threaten us? Inmate grabbed Han Fei's collar. The black box is most likely in Perfect Life's hidden map. Chang Wei is Absolute Truth's top black box hunter. Did he discover something inside this hospital? You have to ask him. Tell me everything you know. It's not easy for you to raise your account to this level. You wouldn't want to lose everything, right? Inmate was not dumb. We've studied you. You have 7 wives on this map. You should have a very high charm. You will be sad to lose all that. Han Fei felt Fu Yi's face inside his brain. He was eating Han Fei's memory. It was growing and spreading. Speak. Inmate grabbed Han Fei's neck. He threatened. Tell me everything you know. Is the black box hidden here? The pain caused Han Fei's nose to bleed. This confused Inmate. I haven't even hit you. Why are you bleeding? Inmate dumped Han Fei to the ground and wiped his hands. Don't play dead. If you don't tell us everything, you're going to pay. The other players didn't know what happened, but they followed Inmate's orders to surround Han Fei. They wanted to drag Han Fei to the side when a high school student jumped out of the bush. The student had been waiting there for a long time. He used a branch to shield Han Fei. I've called the police. Watch it. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Fei opened his eyes. Fu Sheng shielded before him. Why are you here? Fu Yi's face became clearer. The image of Fu Sheng tied to the bed became clearer. Han Fei couldn't control his emotions. He knew the players were outsiders, and they might harm Fu Sheng. Inmate ignored Fu Sheng, and he kept his gaze on Han Fei. You might survive today, but can you survive forever? If you know what's good for you, tell us everything. Don't mistreat yourself. The 3 players turned to leave. They didn't want to create too big of a trouble since they had just started work at the hospital. After the players left, Fu Sheng instantly checked on Han Fei. Shouldn't you be looking for a job? Why are you at a hospital? Han Fei looked at Fu Sheng and said in a rare stern tone, Don't get too close to the hospital. In real life, Fu Sheng lost his mind because of this hospital. Han Fei believed he had changed the future, but Fu Sheng still found his way to the hospital. This made him worry that fate couldn't be changed after all. Why are you in a caretaker's uniform? Fu Sheng knew his father as an extremely selfish man. He was always in a suit. But now, his father was covered in blood and wore a caretaker uniform. His face was haggard. I came here to work. Han Fei made the decision then. If the hospital had to send someone to the surgical table, he would sacrifice himself for Fu Sheng. You can find a different job. I know you can. Fu Sheng also didn't expect to see his father like this. I can do anything you want me to, but you have to promise me 2 things. Han Fei looked into Fu Sheng's eyes. Do not come near this hospital. Look after your mother and your little sister. Han Fei climbed up from the ground. You need to hurry back. Han Fei gritted through the pain. He held the wall and moved very slowly. He turned around, and Fu Sheng was still standing there. And stop skipping school. I've started working. You also need to move ahead. The tired voice came out of the tired body. Han Fei turned around and moved to the hospital. Chapter 573. 2 hidden missions. Holding his dirty bag, Fu Sheng stood there until Han Fei disappeared in the hospital. He didn't want me to come here because he didn't want me to see how haggard he is. After his biological mother died, Fu Sheng closed himself from the world. He refused to communicate with the outer world and lived in his own world. To be honest, he did the right thing. If he walked out of his own world, he'd see the horrible things Fu Yi had done. Therefore, it was better if he isolated himself. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. However, recently, when the argument at the house turned into Fu Tian's laughter, Fu Sheng tried to get to know his father outside the door. He saw a different side to his father. He was not angry and crazy. He didn't make ridiculous demands. He didn't waste time on women, and he didn't use violence. His father changed. He became gentle, reliable, and kind. If the sky fell, his father would be there to hold it. Fu Sheng started to doubt. He only dared to look through the gap in the door, but the ray outside cut into the enclosed room. Fu Sheng could see his father reach his hands towards him to help him climb out of the misfortune and pain. Fu Sheng, disappointed many times, didn't trust his father. However, when he turned around, he was already out of his room, standing beside his father. Caretaker is a difficult job. They have to take care of the patient's refuse. Your dad looks at least 30 already. It's not easy to do this work at his age. He can't even stand straight earlier. I believe his physique is not so good. The uncle who owned the stall that sold the boxed meals came to Fu Sheng. He gave him a free meal. This is for you. Don't make your father worry. The sky is dark. It might rain soon. You should hurry back to school. I'll pay you. Nah, it's not that expensive. The uncle waved his hands. Holding the box, Fu Sheng walked to the road. He didn't remember getting on the bus. Only did he realize that when the speaker said he was at his station, he had returned to the bus stop near his home. He never saw the house he shared with his brother, father, and stepmother as his home. However, he'd return here when he needed space to think. He hasn't scolded me for a long time already. Fu Sheng was conflicted as he looked at the school down the street. There were many reasons he didn't want to go there, and bullying was one. The sky darkened, and the clouds blocked the sun. Fu Sheng carried his bag and slowly moved to the school. Many awful memories crossed his mind. His table was scrawled, and his homework was stolen. The others pointed at him, calling him names. The teachers didn't care about him. The parents were called, but the teachers pushed the blame on him. Everyone was trying to chase him away from the teacher to the headmaster. The wounds on his body had healed, but the feeling of being bullied, the brain remembered. The only person who helped him was called Lu Lina. However, Fu Sheng knew about the relationship between Teacher Lu and his father, so Teacher Lu's kindness made him even more hurt. He was just a high school student. He should be focusing on his study, but he ran into many awful things. Everyone stood against him. The only one willing to help him had a special relationship with his father. Whenever Fu Sheng thought about it, he'd rather Teacher Lu hate him than pity him with this tainted kindness. He knew there was no hope, but he had to struggle with the illusion of goodness. That was the deepest despair. As he was about to reach the gate, Fu Sheng stopped. He couldn't move any closer. School is a place to study. I can study on my own. I don't need anyone else. Even if I am surrounded by ghosts, I can live better alone. A drop of rain fell on Fu Sheng's head. He could rush into the classroom, run back home, or he could find a secluded corner to avoid the rain. 3 different choices corresponded to 3 different results. Fu Sheng listened to his father, trusted his family, or kept things as they were. Rain covered the ground. The people around him started to run. Fu Sheng's hands on his bag tightened and released. He didn't move forward, but he didn't wish to leave like that either. The rain became more intense. Fu Sheng's hair was damp. He looked at the rain falling from the sky. In the end, he chose to escape. However, as he turned around, the raindrops stopped. They slid down the rim of the black umbrella, and Fu Sheng was spared. A black umbrella appeared above Fu Sheng. Teacher Lu stood beside Fu Sheng. She allowed her shoulders and hair to get wet to protect Fu Sheng. Teacher Lu? The rain is very heavy. We should go in. Teacher Lu held the umbrella. You're finally back. At this school, many people are waiting for your return, including myself. Teacher, once it rains, you'd go to the field to help shield the rain from a tree sapling. At the time, I didn't understand why, but I get it now. Thank you. Teacher Lu whispered. Fu Sheng looked at Teacher Lu, who exposed herself to the rain to shield him. He wanted to say something when someone waved at him. Curtained by the rain, the old headmaster stood beside the sapling. He waved with a smile, telling Fu Sheng to get to class. Fu Sheng's legs moved involuntarily. When Fu Sheng saved the sapling, he never thought of these things. He helped them because he understood the feeling of being left out in the rain. Walking through the rain, Fu Sheng and Teacher Lu entered the school. From far away, a female student flew over from the education block. She was so happy to see Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng, who never smiled, had a light smile on his tense face when he saw the student with twisted limbs. They walked down the corridor. Fu Sheng came to the classroom door. Before he went over, he saw a fatty being pushed out of the door. The fatty tripped and fell. His uniform was dirty. People painted different pictures on his back. Someone wrote the son of a killer. After he fell, some of the boys came out laughing. When they saw Teacher Lu and Fu Sheng, they became obedient and ran back to their seats. The fatty who once bullied Fu Sheng was not as arrogant as before. He covered his bruised face and took a long time before climbing up. When you bullied others, have you considered one day you'd be bullied too? Fu Sheng ignored the fatty. He didn't want to be bullied, and he didn't like to bully others. Fu Sheng found his seat. Originally, his seat was next to the trash can, but now the bin had been moved to the fatty's seat. He looked at his new table and chair. The other students looked at him. Their eyes were cleared of mocking and malice. There were only curiosity, apology, and fear. Fu Sheng knew that his father had come to school to beat up the headmaster. However, he didn't expect his classmates to change too. What has Fu Yi done at school? Fu Sheng suddenly turned to look out the window and then moved his chair further away from it. The girl sat on the window. Her upper body was leaning towards Fu Sheng. Her hands waved wildly about, as if saying, "Look at me, look at me." However, her movements were too big. After some shaking, the girl's wrist snapped and her hand fell on Fu Sheng's textbook. Fu Sheng sighed and wrote in his book, "Don't move during classes. Listen to the lecture. I'll study math and you'll study the rest. During the exam, I'll bring you with me." As the bell rang, Fu Sheng's first class after he returned to school started. Notification for player 0000. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Help Fu Sheng return to school. Fu Sheng's hatred decreases by 1. Mother's hatred decreases by 1. Notification for player 0000. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Help Fu Sheng regain his smile. Fu Sheng's hatred decreases by 1. Mother's hatred decreases by 2. Han Fei, who was cleaning the bathroom, was shocked when he heard the system. He then nodded. He is a kind and understanding kid. It's hard to believe someone like that will choose to destroy the whole cryptic world one day. Chapter 574. It's my ex-wife. Ever since entering the cryptic world, the person Han Fei wanted to get to know the most was the previous building manager, Fu Sheng. He was the guide that led Han Fei into the cryptic world and the brother of the manager of Immortal Pharma. There were so many secrets surrounding him. Han Fei couldn't understand the decision made by Fu Sheng, and he had difficulty seeing things from Fu Sheng's perspective. As the choices they made varied, the difference between them grew bigger. However, Han Fei entered Fu Sheng's memory world. He saw Fu Sheng's past and even participated in it. Empathy was hard, but the memory world enabled Han Fei to experience Fu Sheng's history through the most authentic method. This was probably what Fu Sheng wanted for Han Fei. Ago sat before the mirror and caressed his cheeks like a little girl. Getting the job is a happy thing. Han Fei cleaned the room seriously. However, whenever Han Fei treated his work seriously, something would happen to his workplace. I see that you are quite a good caretaker. I'll leave this patient with you. I'll come to take over your post after dark. Ago was satisfied with his reflection. He blew away dandruff on his fingers and left. Didn't they say caretakers at Building 1 don't need to work nights? Don't ask too many questions. In any case, you don't need to work nights. Ago's voice came from the corridor. If you feel worried when it's almost dark, go hide inside the safe house. Chao Lingling and Han Fei were alone in the ward after Ago left. The pure hatred visited Octopus yesterday night, and this poor girl was accidentally injured. Now that I think about it, the ghost hasn't killed any woman. The missing victims are all men. Maybe I can communicate with such a principled ghost. Han Fei was afraid of running into pure hatreds that he couldn't communicate with at all. The original Zhuang Wen at Ziggurat was the perfect example. She would kill on sight. Han Fei waited by the bed for hours. Chao Lingling didn't wake up even though the drugs should have lost their effect already. Has she fallen asleep? Han Fei had no idea when Chao Lingling would wake up. As he decided to wander around to know his working environment, his phone rang. The caller was still Octopus. You're currently missing, so you shouldn't be calling me daily. This will make me look like an accomplice. Han Fei looked out the window. It was raining outside. The sky was dark. Han Fei hesitated before answering the call. The other side didn't make any sound, but it was very oppressive. Hello? Han Fei placed the phone on the chair and retreated 2 meters away. Hearing Han Fei's voice, a woman's cries and laugh echoed. She was mad. Can you not act like this? We can talk this out. The voices slowly disappeared. They were replaced by the sound of the door being opened. Then, there was the pattering of rain, honking of vehicles, and children crying. The woman walked out of a door and was moving rapidly. You're not coming to find me, are you? It's not even dark yet. Han Fei took another step back. He was afraid because Fu Sheng was not with him. After entering the memory world, Han Fei hadn't interacted with Fu Sheng's biological mother before. So the woman saw Fu Yi as Fu Yi. I've helped the boy return to school, and regain his smile. He is getting better, and I'm getting better. Yesterday night, Han Fei answered the call from Octopus. When Fu Sheng reached for the phone, the person hung up. Now, Fu Sheng was at school. Han Fei had to face a pure hatred alone. He said many things, but the woman ignored him. Han Fei had to end the call out of desperation. I believe I heard from Golden Leaf Mall. The mall is between my old and new home. Is she coming towards me? The world hadn't mutated, but Fu Sheng's mother was already acting like a pure hatred. This made Han Fei anxious. In Fu Sheng's mother's eyes, Fu Yi was not a good person. Han Fei knew that very well. He was terrified that the woman would kill him without giving him a chance to explain. Before Han Fei could think of a solution, his phone rang again. The caller was still Octopus. It'll be hard to explain if the police see this. Han Fei glanced at the door. The officer hadn't left. He guarded Chao Lingling 24 hours per day. Han Fei answered the call again. The woman's voice was gone. Only the sounds of pedestrians could be heard. She is looking for me. She's coming here. Han Fei hung up and switched off the phone. He walked to the window. His heart pounded, and his palms were sweaty. He was about to meet his first love, but his first love had died several years ago. Fu Sheng's mother is still a distance away from me. I don't think she'll reach the hospital tonight. Just as he had that thought, the phone rang again. It was still Octopus. The call got through even though I had switched off the phone. Fu Sheng's mother has such strong hatred. The sky wasn't dark, and the world hadn't mutated, but Fu Sheng's mother had already exhibited the power of a pure hatred. They are related, so why is Fu Yi so weak? Han Fei's head pounded, and his vision blurred. He saw Fu Yi's disgusting face. You bastard, you're picking this moment to trouble me? If I can't complete this mission, I'll chop off your lower body before I die. Han Fei was a kind person. He rarely scolded people. However, his resentment towards Fu Yi had reached its peak in this memory world. Are you all right? The officer walked over when he saw how pale Han Fei was. I work here in the morning, and I have another job at night. I suppose the constant working has tired out the body. Han Fei held the window and massaged his forehead. Life is hard for everyone. The officer helped Han Fei get to the chair. Why didn't you answer your phone? It's my wife. She has great complaints about me. She thinks I don't take care of the children and can't earn any money. Han Fei sighed heavily. My wife says that about me too. I have long working hours but low salary. The officer empathized with Han Fei, and this surprised Han Fei. Brother, what's your name? Fu Yi, and you? Fong Chongqing. The officer glanced at Chao Lingling. How about I stay guard for you while you go to answer the call? You can't ignore her simply because she might complain about you. Life goes on. Thank you, Officer Fong. Han Fei grabbed the vibrating phone and left the ward. Fu Yi, such a familiar name. I think I've seen it on the news before. Officer Fong didn't think much of it. He sat beside the bed to watch over Chao Lingling. Han Fei was desperate to find Fu Sheng even though he couldn't get off work yet. He had two choices, to find Fu Sheng or toss the phone deep into the hospital. As a responsible father, Han Fei walked towards the staircase. He planned to drop the phone at Building 2. Fu Yi, shouldn't you be watching over the patient? Han Fei had just turned the corner when he saw the fat nurse and a young nurse. The young nurse wore a mask, and only her eyes were exposed. However, that didn't take away from her beauty. My wife is calling me to talk about the kid's school transfer. Han Fei frowned. I came out because I didn't want to disturb the patient. Don't wander about. The fat nurse ignored Han Fei and reminded him. The sun is setting. You better stay in the ward to wait for Ah Go to take over for you. How can you tell that the sun is setting when the sky is so cloudy? Han Fei had no idea if the two nurses were watching him. When he turned around, he slowed to listen to their conversation. He was disappointed to find out they didn't say anything. As Han Fei was about to reach the ward, he glanced through the corner of his eyes. The two nurses were still staring at him. The fat nurse's expression was scary. Her face looked cracked. Are they monitoring me? Is this the trial? Han Fei didn't enter the ward. He answered the call in the corridor. Various noises came from the phone. As night fell, the person who called Han Fei moved faster. I didn't mean to miss your calls. Han Fei placed the phone beside his ear. I've been trying hard to look after this family. I'm working many jobs, and my physique is suffering because of it. However, I don't mind it because this is for the kids. Don't act too rashly. If something happens to me, do you really want Fu Sheng to face this life alone? To the outsiders, Han Fei was arguing with his wife, but in reality, he was pleading with his pure hatred ex-wife. I know it's too late for me to say anything now, but I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can come to Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital. I'm working here as a caretaker. Everything I do it for the family and the children. Han Fei brought up Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital as often as he could. He wanted to impress the name into his ex-wife. Fui, why are you out here? Ago changed and came from the other end of the corridor. There were bloodstains on his sleeves. I have another argument with my wife. Han Fei played the role of a cuckolded husband to perfection. It's normal. Life has up and down. Ago patted Han Fei's shoulders. You better go home now. It's raining, so the sky is already dark. Remember to come before 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. We have a morning meeting. Thank you, brother Go. Han Fei returned to the safe house to change his clothes. He held his briefcase and tried to find a place to hide his phone. However, he had a feeling a pair of eyes were looking at him. If he hid the phone at the hospital, it would be discovered. I should go to find Fu Sheng. Han Fei shoved the ringing phone into his briefcase. Something sticky like blood was leaking out of the phone. Han Fei jogged ahead. When he passed the guard, he was reminded of something. He asked the guard, Brother, have the other interviewees from this morning come out yet? No, you're the first to get off work. The guard was gaming. He didn't even raise his head. Don't need to wait for them. The rain slowly stopped. The lights switched on at the hospital. From afar, they looked like eyeballs. Han Fei didn't stop and rushed towards the school. From the system notification, he knew Fu Sheng was at school. When he arrived at the school gate, Fu Sheng was coming out too. Fu Sheng was talking to the girl who jumped. He turned and saw his father back in his suit, rushing towards him. He has changed back to his suit? He doesn't want to make us worry. Fu Sheng saw how scared Han Fei was. Is he afraid that I'd tell the family about his new job? Fu Sheng was rather discomfited. The female student was also embarrassed when she saw Han Fei. She was reminded of the thing Han Fei told her. I approve of your relationship and marriage. The two students were flustered when they saw Han Fei. Han Fei didn't think that much. His life was on the line. He needed to get Fu Sheng to talk to his mother and hopefully say some good things about him. He reached into the briefcase and charged towards Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng walked to meet him. You don't need to worry about me. No, but you need to worry about me. Han Fei took out the phone, but as Fu Sheng's voice rang out, the phone suddenly returned to normal. Even the blood had magically disappeared. Chapter 575. I'm too scared to sleep alone. The father in the suit held his briefcase. The son in school uniform held his bag. The shy daughter-in-law held her broken arm. The three looked at each other. Why did she hang up again? Han Fei's phone had switched on earlier on its own. There were 99 unanswered calls from Octopus. The rain fell on the phone. Fu Sheng saw the 99 unanswered calls. He frowned and finally asked, Did you owe him money? He is my nemesis at the company. Why would he lend me money? Han Fei took the phone and planned to call back. Then, why would he call you 99 times? He looks desperate and angry. Fu Sheng was reminded of a possibility. He looked at Han Fei with disappointment. Did you and his wife? Am I that kind of person? Han Fei argued and frightened the pedestrians. I'll call back and you'll understand. Octopus refused to answer and Han Fei gave up. Never mind. I won't lie to you. Your biological mother will find us soon. But Mom is dead for many years already. Your mom is now a pure hatred. Han Fei looked at Fu Sheng seriously, but Fu Sheng looked at him in confusion. The girl looked at Han Fei with curiosity. Why are you here anyway? Han Fei's eyes were wet like he was tearing up. In the blur, he could see the girl clearly. This should be Fu Sheng's ghost eye talent. What is a pure hatred? Fu Sheng and the girl turned to Han Fei. A normal ghost won't hurt others, and they're weak, like this girl. Han Fei pointed at the girl. The girl puffed up her cheeks unhappily. Some ghosts are very crazy. They have lost their rationality and cannot be communicated with. They are dominated by hatred and obsession. They only know how to kill. I call them pure hatred. Han Fei didn't expect that one day he would need to categorize different ghosts. Impossible. Fu Sheng shook his head. Mom was so gentle, she couldn't become a pure hatred. Never mind. Feel free not to believe me, but you have to promise me one thing. Han Fei sighed. What is it? When you sleep tonight, keep your bedroom door open. I'll be afraid sleeping in the living room alone. Han Fei didn't think that was wrong. Who wouldn't be afraid of a pure hatred? Fu Xing really thought his father had changed. Plus, you're in high school now. I'll buy you a phone, so that we can communicate easily. Han Fei looked for the nearest phone store online. He planned to go there now. The school doesn't allow us to bring phones. The teachers are afraid that we would be distracted. Fu Xing waved his hands. He really thought this was unnecessary. A phone wasted money when their family didn't have much. Then make sure your teachers don't discover it. Bring it with you even during exams. If you're discovered during exam, at most you'll fail. If you don't answer the calls at critical moment, I might die. Han Fei found the store. He prepared to bring Fu Xing there. However, the girl stopped at the gate. She couldn't leave the school. You can't come with us? That's such a shame. Han Fei walked to the girl and used Soul Depth's touch to reattach the girl's broken arm. I'm an open-minded father. I'm not against an early relationship as long as the relationship is positive. A good relationship will improve both parties. The girl was flustered. She stood before Han Fei dumbly. Fu Xing is a good kid, and you're a good kid. He'll be your support, and you'll be his salvation. Han Fei wanted to say something more, but Fu Xing dragged him away. The crowd was already watching. The girl looked at Han Fei's face, and she was reminded of the warm touch on her wrist. She was envious of Fu Xing. She wanted to follow them home. How can you say that in public? People will think you're weird. Fu Xing whispered. Why would we pretend to be common? Han Fei and Fu Xing walked on the sidewalk. Cars drove past them. One needs to learn to be on the low profile at the right time. However, one can't hide one's talents. It'll dull your talents. Han Fei had Fu Xing pick his favorite model and apply a SIM card for him. Now, I can contact you anytime. Han Fei entered Fu Xing's new number in his phone. Fu Xing held his phone, and he entered his first contact. Fu Xing wrote down Fu Yi as the name, but after some hesitation, he changed it to father. You done? Great. Let's go home. Han Fei put away the phone. He was thrilled. When his ex-wife called next, he would call Fu Xing so they could talk. Fu Xing was very sensitive to emotions. He could tell his father was really happy. Fu Xing was also feeling quite joyful. He walked beside Han Fei, and they went home. When they reached home, the wife was ready with dinner. Han Fei smelled the fragrance as he walked in. You've made such a big meal. Did you know something good will happen today? What good thing? His wife walked out of the kitchen holding the soup ladle. I found a new job, and Fu Xing returned to school. Really? Wait for me. I'll add 2 dishes. His wife ran into the kitchen. After Han Fei changed, he helped his wife. Fu Xing returned to his room. Out of habit, he wanted to close the door, but he was reminded of what Han Fei told him. His hands halted. He seemed to understand Han Fei's purpose. Why would an adult be afraid of sleeping alone? He probably didn't want me to close the door. Fu Xing glanced into the kitchen. He saw his stepmother and Fu Xing, who were busy in there. He felt this tiny house felt more like a home than before. The dinner was soon served. The family sat around the table. The wife opened a can of beer for Han Fei. Today is worth celebrating. Dad and Big Brother are impressive. Fu Tian was the best cheerleader. He was too young to understand many things, but he knew his dad and brother had done something amazing so he could have delicious food. I'm very happy to be your family. Han Fei drank the beer and ate the food. His wife was gentle and kind. His eldest son walked out of the trauma, and his youngest son was growing fast. Everything was turning out well. The feeling of home is amazing. An emotion grew within him. Han Fei tried to smile, but he still couldn't. As he made a second attempt, pain shot through his brain. Fu Yi's ghastly face expanded. He wanted to destroy Han Fei due to hatred and envy. Han Fei's grip on his legs tightened. Han Fei turned on the masterful acting switch. He set down the bent beer can calmly. This beer is so cold. I just took it out of the fridge. Next time, I'll leave it to warm first. His wife placed a piece of meat in Han Fei's bowl. You need to eat more. Your new job must be tough. It's not so bad. You should eat more too. After dinner, His wife cleaned the table, and Fu Sheng went to study. Fu Tian leaned on Han Fei and begged to play hide-and-seek. This place is so small, I will find you. I will not go easy on you. Even at the new place, the result was the same. Even a strong child as Fu Tian felt like crying. Seeing the father and son, even though the wife thought they were being silly, she couldn't help but smile. The night darkened. The wife coaxed Fu Tian to bed, and then she returned to her room. Han Fei placed the mattress in the living room and the phone on the table. Before he slept, he glanced at Fu Sheng's room. He only lay down after making sure Fu Sheng didn't close the door. The living room is 3 meters away from the front door, and it is 1.5 meters from Fu Sheng's bedroom. The math is on my side. Time to sleep. Chapter 576. She is coming. The lights went out. The outline of the furniture was barely visible in the dark. Han Fei listened to his heartbeat, and his eyes slowly moved to his phone. I wonder if she'll call again. This was not the first time Han Fei was chased by a pure hatred. This feeling of an imminent danger was uncomfortable. His family had fallen asleep. Han Fei tossed and turned, but sleep wouldn't come. When I got off work today, I turned to glance at the hospital. The lighted rooms are like white eyeballs in the dark. This city is mutating. The center of the mutation is where the altar is. Han Fei curled under the blanket. He only exposed his eyes to look around. I now have 2 chances to access my inventory. I can get Rest in Peace and the red paper doll, so I'm not completely indefensible. If Han Fei was in another memory world, he would have removed the paper doll already. However, he didn't dare to risk that in this memory world. The wall clock ticked. At around 1 a.m., the phone on the table lit up. Han Fei tensed. He slowly adjusted his body. His arms slithered out of the blanket. Han Fei could feel the chill settling on his arm. The room was colder at night. Han Fei saw the caller ID. Zhao Qian? Why is she calling me at this hour? After some hesitation, Han Fei answered it. CEO Zhao, why are you looking for me? The police investigated your home and the company. They discovered something scary on the cameras. Zhao Qian spoke quickly. She had to be in an emergency to call at midnight. What is it? Something is looking for you. When that thing entered the company, she stopped at your workstation. Then she went to your house. You're her real target. Zhao Qian was urgent. I know it's hard to believe, but you better go to a crowded place now. What place is crowded at 1 a.m.? Han Fei was about to comfort Zhao Qian for her to calm down when another woman's voice appeared on the phone. I've called you so many times, but you refused to answer. She called you once, and you did. Why didn't you come to visit me after I fell ill? The child says his most hated person is his father. The icy voice was like tenterhooks piercing into Han Fei's soul. He lowered his head to look. The caller was still Zhao Qian, but her name was slowly colored over by blood. Fu Yi, why aren't you talking? Fu Yi, you once loved me so much, but later you won't even spend time to talk to me. Are you still there? The thing is going over to you. She always appears after midnight. You have forgotten your promises. You turned into a monster. You should have left with me. Fu Yi, can you hear me? Trust me, don't stay in the room alone. Fu Yi, can you hear me? Didn't you promise that you'd take care of our child? Why did you give him the saddest fate? You want me to trust you? Trust you to raise Fu Sheng? Then why did you give him the most despairing life? The shrill cries came from the phone. Han Fei quickly hung up. Fu Sheng's mother already has lowered 3 hatred towards me, but even so, she is acting like this. If her hatred hadn't been lowered, would she have come directly to kill me? Han Fei sat up, and the woman's scary voice appeared again. Perhaps after you die, he'll have a better life. Han Fei turned around and realized the voice didn't come from the phone, but the door. Han Fei's body shot out like an arrow. Normally, he could use less than a second to enter Fu Sheng's room, but at that moment, his brain exploded. The pressure in his mind blew up. Fu Yi's maddened face pressed on Han Fei's every nerve. His face became clearer, and he was making this atrocious noise. He tried his best to kill Han Fei. Han Fei collapsed on the ground. Black blood oozed through the front door, and the lock turned on its own. The head in his mind cackled from joy. Han Fei could feel Fu Yi expanding through his body and taking over. The blood trickled to the ground. Han Fei felt like someone was pushing his eyeballs out from inside his head. The black blood pooled. It slithered towards Han Fei like a snake. The spring eased, and the old door was slowly pushed open. A light scent of blood permeated the air. The lights in the corridor were out. A dark red shadow stood at the door. Every sound was suppressed. Even time appeared to stop moving. In this extreme stillness, the red shadow moved forward. Black blood bound around Han Fei's wrists. This was the first time Han Fei felt the threat of death since he entered this memory world. Hatred cut his skin like surgical knives. The pain sliced through the soul. Pure hatred. She's a real pure hatred. Han Fei had no chance. He couldn't even move. His body was frozen. I once thought Fu Sheng would be happy as long as you're alive. But now I realize you are the source of his pain. The voice echoed in Han Fei's ears. He looked from the corner of his eyes. A woman in red appeared inside the room and stood beside Han Fei. The thin body was covered in traumatic wounds. She was in deep pain when she died. Due to her intense memory of her child, she lingered after death. She heard Fu Sheng's cries every night. Fu Sheng was alive. He had his father and a new family, but he kept missing her. That connection projected Fu Sheng's voice and prayer. It dragged his mother out of the river of the dead. She knew she should be gone, but when she saw Fu Sheng slowly sink into despair, her empty heart bloomed with red flowers. Her kind nature was consumed by hatred. Her obsession became a pointed hatred, and a scary hatred grew out of her heart. She followed Fu Sheng's thread of memory and eventually returned home. Come with me. The branch-like hand reached out of the dress. The woman grabbed Han Fei. The woman held Han Fei's soul. As she was prepared to leave with Han Fei's soul, she sensed something, and she hesitated. At that moment, footsteps came from the opposite bedroom. Wait. The woman raised her head. She saw Fu Sheng standing at the bedroom door. Their eyes met. Fu Sheng saw the ghost he missed the most. The woman turned her ruined face away. Fu Sheng ran forward. All the hatred made way for Fu Sheng. The scary presence pulled back. The emptiness was her hug for Fu Sheng. The twisted darkness returned to normal. When Fu Sheng reached her side, the woman and the blood on the ground disappeared. Only the open living room door proved that she had been here. Fu Sheng ran out of the door barefooted. The corridor was empty. He ran to the staircase. Then he turned back to his house as he had just remembered something. Wake up. Are you all right? Fu Sheng picked up Han Fei. He looked at the bloody Han Fei, and he was nervous. The wife heard the commotion and quickly ran out. I'll call the ambulance. His wife grabbed the phone, but Han Fei struggled to grab her arm. There's no need for that. Han Fei sat on the ground. He knew one thing. If he went to the hospital, his wife and Fu Sheng would know about his latest diagnosis. They wouldn't be happy. Han Fei had spent so much effort to glue this family back together. He couldn't destroy it. He knew that he needed to leave more good memories for Fu Sheng and save his family from tragedy. Furthermore, Han Fei also knew that he needed to complete the altar mission as soon as possible, or something else might happen. How can you not go to the hospital? His wife, who was normally gentle, was determined. Han Fei slowly stood up as she made the call. Han Fei, who was normally determined, was very gentle. He held his wife's hand and wiped away the blood on his face. I'm fine. If you don't believe me, I'll visit the hospital tomorrow morning. As his wife hesitated, Fu Tian opened the door. What are you doing? Nothing. Go back to sleep. Han Fei went to the bathroom to wash his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. The red water slid down his cheeks. Han Fei suddenly closed the bathroom door. He looked at his face in the mirror. His fingers tightened. Rest in peace. The butcher's knife appeared in Han Fei's grasp. He looked at the glowing blade and then swung it at his head. Chapter 577. Second day of trial. The blade fell on Han Fei's head. The light slashed through his soul. The twisted face in the mirror slowly returned to normal. Rest in peace didn't harm Han Fei. The souls avoided his body, so they couldn't harm the thing inside Han Fei's brain either. However, this did scare Fui. The ugly face stopped expanding, and Han Fei could breathe normally again. He almost cost me my life. No matter how he exists in my brain, I'll need to vanquish him even if I have to lure out the mad laughter. For the ranking of people Han Fei wanted to kill, Butterfly was first, and Fu Yi was now the second. Han Fei held the sink and looked at the mirror. He could see the shadow of another person on him. As he weakened, the clearer the shadow was. Han Fei felt better as he left the bathroom. He told his wife and Fu Sheng to go back to bed while taking his place in the living room. My ex-wife's hatred towards me will continue to lower as Fu Sheng's condition improves. I only have one mission left, which is to discover the hospital's secrets. Han Fei wasn't sleepy. He lay there in bed until morning. Han Fei got up at 6 a.m. to prepare breakfast for his family. When his wife walked out of the bedroom and saw how busy Han Fei was, concern flashed in her eyes. Why didn't you sleep longer? Today is my first day of work. I need to get to work early to leave a good impression. Han Fei always had a faint smile on his face like nothing in the world could defeat him. However, when his wife saw that, she only felt heartache. Everyone had their own secrets. His wife didn't ask who Han Fei was and why he was doing this. However, after what happened yesterday, she started to have second thoughts. If she didn't ask these questions soon, she might not have the chance anymore. You. His wife was about to say something when Han Fei's phone rang. Wu-san, why are you looking for me? Han Fei sighed in relief when he saw the caller was Wu-san. Yesterday night, inmate and 2 other players called me. They said they run into you at the hospital. They asked me for your contact and address. You didn't give that to him, right? Of course. Wu-san trusted Chang Wei, so he decided to side with Han Fei. You need to be careful. Even though inmate is impetuous and narrow-minded, he is very strong. He focuses on pure stamina and has a rare talent. Before boss disappeared, he said inmate and Chang Wei were the strongest among us. Compared to that, I'm more surprised that they could leave the hospital alive. Han Fei walked to the corner and lowered his voice. I heard it's because they haven't been made official. Yesterday, they only did some cleaning. They didn't discover anything weird. The hospital will probably expose its true nature after the trial period is over. Wu-san once entered the hospital to fetch Chang Wei and Worm. He knew how scary the place was. You should stay outside to maintain the communication with all parties. Leave the rest to me. Han Fei felt Wu-san was quite reliable. If he was willing, he could give Wu-san a ticket to the cryptic world. If Wu-san could pass the neighbor's test, then he could rent a place at Happiness Neighborhood. He'd have the chance to understand the true meaning of bliss. After hanging up, Han Fei walked to his wife. I need to hurry to work. I'll leave the rest to you. He didn't wait for the children to wait up. He had his breakfast and rushed out. Once he stepped outside the front door, Han Fei felt the temperature drop. The lights in the corridor flickered. The pale light showered on the cracked wall. Whenever the lights went out and came back on, the cracks would become bigger. They looked like a person's wrinkles. He exited the building. The old electric wires crisscrossed above his head. They were like a giant spider web made from hair. The electric poles leaned slightly. The muddy holes around the poles were covered with shredded paper. It looked like someone had torn up all the small S on the poles and dumped them on the ground. Han Fei moved through the mud. The path was the same, but it felt like it took him longer to exit the neighborhood than before. He turned back to look. The old neighborhood was more deserted than before. Some were watching Han Fei behind the windows. This world is mutating. Han Fei remembered his experience in the Mirror God's memory world. The mutation was irreversible. The whole city would become hell, and no one could escape. Every day can be my last day of work. It's quite exciting when you think of it that way. It was still early, so Han Fei didn't take the bus. He decided to walk to work and experience the changes to the city. The sun was rising. The mutation was chased away by the sun. The mutation would only happen at night until the day the sun wouldn't rise again. Han Fei arrived at the hospital around 7:20 a.m. The workers had to take the side door. The main door was for the clients. Han Fei greeted the guard. As he was about to walk in when he noticed the guard was playing a game that was quite familiar. He leaned over to look. He saw a game character who looked like him collapse to the ground. The dining table was filled with food. Then a sexy and mature woman walked out in heels. She grabbed the man by his tie and pulled him underground. I die again. Where did I go wrong? Then again, who could reject the invitation of a boss who looks like that? The guard was very focused in the game. Brother, what are you playing? The art looks interesting. Han Fei looked for 2 minutes, and the game was very familiar. I can't really describe the game, but it's very addicting. Even though you die every time, you want to be killed by them. The guard glanced at Han Fei. This is just a trial version, so only 3 female characters are unlocked. I hear there will be 10 female characters in the official version. The most interesting is This game is based on a real story. Then can you give me the download link? Han Fei took out his phone. You'd find there on any gaming forum. The players promoted the game everywhere. The guard said and restarted the game. He was soon killed by a bespectacled female colleague. The main character sure is pitiable. The guard sighed as he controlled the main character to move to another death. Han Fei downloaded the game and played it for a while. His emotions were complicated. There are many Easter eggs. For me, they are memories, some good and some bad. The real ending can only be achieved through real penance. The game looked like a normal 18-plus game, but its plot and creativity were better than most games of its type. The game started with seduction by one of the female characters, and then the main character had to face the intertwining relationship with all the female characters. The player could focus on increasing one character's affection, but doing that would attract the hatred from others. The only way to survive was to find penance, something that Han Fei hadn't even achieved in real life. Han Fei entered the hospital and greeted the front desk receptionist. He was surprised to find out the receptionist was still the same woman from the day before. She seemed to be always there. The female receptionist flashed a perfect smile at Han Fei. Her face seemed to have been modified only to show that smile. Han Fei pushed open the door to the safe house. He heard a strange noise as he entered, and then a scalpel landed beside his neck. Zhang Zhuang Zhuang. Han Fei, in the suit, raised his arms. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I was too nervous. Zhang Zhuang Zhuang switched on the lights. He looked outside. It's finally daylight. You've been here since yesterday night. Han Fei closed the door. He had many questions for the man. Don't tell anyone that. Zhang Zhuang Zhuang put the scalpel away. This hospital will only show its true self after midnight. If you really want to know the answer, you can stay here for one night. But I don't suggest that because you still have a family. Can't you tell me the truth? It's hard to explain because different people will see different things. Before Han Fei could say anything, Zhang Zhuang Zhuang left. Different people will see different things? Han Fei put on his uniform and entered Chao Lingling's ward. A scent of blood lingered in the air. Chao Lingling was still in bed. She looked thinner than before. Her arms and cheeks were scratched. The bed was torn apart. There was food on the ground. Why is she here alone? Han Fei walked to the bed and was about to bend over to clean up the mess when Chao Lingling suddenly opened her eyes. She grabbed Han Fei and screamed. The red ghosts tear down faces. The white ghosts eat humans. The black ghosts stand beside my bed. Let me go? The straps tightened, and Chao Lingling shouted shrilly. The veins burst on her neck. Her eyes were bloodshot. I could release you, but not now. Han Fei touched Chao Lingling's arm. He used Soul Depth Touch to examine Chao Lingling's heart. Chapter 578. Everything is at the hospital. Soul Depth Touch was a very powerful support skill. It could help Han Fei reach a target's soul to feel their internal emotions. Ever since he got the skill, Han Fei had been using it to complement other attacks. He rarely had a chance to use it to scan a person's emotions. Chao Lingling struggled madly. She was insane like a trapped beast. Don't move. I'm helping you. Han Fei closed his eyes. His fingers touched an icy brook. The memory rippled. Chao Lingling's soul was trembling. Fear, anxiety cracked Chao Lingling's soul. The wounds left behind by fear were destroying her body. This is all because of fear? Han Fei sensed deeper. Underneath the layers of fear, there was a sense of loss and a desire for beauty. Han Fei opened his eyes. Chao Lingling's soul was like a shorn-open doll. The sense of loss and pursuit of beauty was the patching material. When she was patched back with these two ingredients, she would return to normal, but she wouldn't be herself anymore. The original doll was simple, but the patched-up doll was a colorful monster. The wishing well from the Mirror God's world made use of people's greed. This plastic surgery hospital preys on people's pursuit of beauty. They are both about desires. Chao Lingling was still screaming. She was so loud that footsteps came from outside the ward. A doctor with bandaged arm led two nurses into the room. What are you doing? The doctor scolded. Why didn't you call me when the patient is in such pain? Why are you still standing there? The help nowadays is getting worse. The two nurses pressed down on Chao Lingling's body. When Chao Lingling saw the staff, she screamed even louder. The red ghosts tear down faces. The white ghosts eat humans. Doctors and nurses wear white. The doctor gave Chow Lingling a shot. After she went down, he examined her body. After he made sure Chow Lingling was still alive, he left. Doctor, shouldn't we conduct some psychiatric treatment to help her? Han Fei had studied criminal psychology, and simple psychiatry before. Am I the doctor, or are you? The doctor glared at Han Fei. You're a caretaker, so remember that. If something happened to the patient, could you bear the responsibility? I'll notify you immediately when she wakes up. Wasting money to hire a bunch of pretty faces. Duju really thinks this place is her toy store? The doctor looked down on the people at Building 1. He walked past Han Fei with his nurses. After about 10 minutes, Officer Fong Changcheng arrived. He held his phone like he was talking to someone. Good morning, Officer Fong. Han Fei closed the door and pulled the officer to the corner. Brother, when you stayed here yesterday night, did you notice something strange? Fong Changcheng's face shifted. I stayed in this room all night. The last time I looked at my watch, it was 6:06 p.m. Then, I fell asleep. When I woke up, the sky was already bright. I just went to check the hospital's surveillance. No one entered this ward, but Fong Changcheng looked at the door and said, the footage shows the ward door opening on its own like something was moving in and out. Did you check the footage for the other locations? The other places look normal. Nothing unusual. Fong Changcheng sat down beside the bed. He had very heavy dark circles. He didn't look like he had slept. Officer Fong, someone took over my shift after I left yesterday. Where's I go now? Your colleague had something to do and was told to go to the other building to help. He's still not back yet. Officer Fong took out his phone. But he left me his number. He told me to call this number if Chow Lingling woke up at midnight or something strange happened. Han Fei memorized the number at one glance. He used his phone to call it. The call rang for 10 seconds, and Han Fei hung up when no one answered. Officer Fong, you should rest in the day since you need to guard Chow Lingling at night. Han Fei had masterful acting and soul-depth touch. He could tell this Officer Fong was a good and trustworthy man. I can't sleep anymore. I've slept enough. Fong Changcheng forced himself to sit up. Han Fei didn't say more. He started to clean the room. When he cleaned near the bed, he noticed one corner of the bedsheet had been turned up. It suggested someone had crawled under the bed. Han Fei casually pulled up the bedsheet, pretending like he was cleaning. There were coagulated spots of black blood under the bed. There was a decaying smell in the air. Chow Lingling was tied to the bed. Officer Fong was asleep. Ah Go was summoned away. So who was hiding under the bed yesterday night? Han Fei continued to work until 9 a.m. The fat nurse's voice came from Han Fei's walkie-talkie. She told him to hurry to the first-floor lobby. Han Fei nodded at Officer Fong and raced to the first floor. His eyes changed as he exited the corridor. A fashionable woman about 1.8 meters stood in the lobby. The receptionist and the fat nurse surrounded her like pets. Love, look at our new caretaker. Isn't he perfect for you? The fat nurse recommended Han Fei to the woman. The woman was about to leave, but she saw Han Fei. She removed her sunglasses. Her perfect face colored with surprise. Fui. Han Fei's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Hello, love. He's the one. Love pointed at Han Fei. Her surprise soon turned into joy. Why was she joyful? Only she'd know. All right. Do you plan to go under routine treatment like you usually do? The fat nurse was all smiles. I've finished all my jobs recently. I plan to rest here long-term to recover my physique. When Love spoke, her eyes were entirely on Han Fei. Her sharp eyes were like moving saws. I'll arrange it for you now. The fat nurse gave Han Fei an encouraging nod. She was about to go when two more women walked into the lobby. They had completely different personalities. One was silent and pensive, the other loud and open. However, they had the similarity of being rich. Ladies, how can I help you? The receptionist ran over, and the fat nurse paused. We were here yesterday. An elder in black said that we need to be a member to enjoy the service here, so we went back to withdraw some money. The talkative woman placed the platinum card on the table. Is this small change enough to get a membership here? The receptionist took the card and ran to the counter. Soon, a handsome woman in a professional suit walked out of the inner hospital. Welcome. This must be your first time here. I'll introduce you to our services, and then we'll be joined by professional doctors and teachers. The female manager invited the two women to the VIP room. The silent one saw something, and she asked, "Is he your employee?" She pointed at Han Fei, drawing everyone's attention to him. "His name is Fu Yi. He's our new caretaker, but he has years of experience in the field already." The female manager pulled Han Fei to her side. "Bring him along." The silent woman said. This annoyed Love. "Orders, please. He is already my private caretaker." Love's tone was firm. She didn't plan to surrender Han Fei. "You must be one of the 7 poor women," the female guest said with derision. She didn't get into conflict with Love, but left with the manager. Han Fei actually wanted to stop them, but he was afraid of arousing the staff's suspicion. The two clients were players. Han Fei had seen the silent one before, and she was Chang Wei's assistant. They should be rich in real life too. Their presence and fashion sense are stronger than most. They are not acting. They are being themselves. Han Fei actually hoped the two players would pick him. Even though they looked down on him for being a cheater, at least they wouldn't kill him. Love was a different story. Your eyes are glued to them. Are they that attractive? Love moved to block Han Fei's sight. Her provocative clothes exposed her perfect figure. "No, I just thought that client looked like my friend." Han Fei's smile was fake. Perhaps it was because the world had mutated. Han Fei could feel the strong pressure from Love. "She looks like your friend?" Love took another step forward. "Is it your boss, your subordinate, or your wife?" Love was beautiful, but it could burn passionately like fire. Han Fei took a step back. He hadn't figured out how to answer when Zhang Zhuangshuang's voice came from his walkie-talkie. "Is there still free hands at Building 1? Come to the side door. We have a new patient." "Copy that. Coming over now." Han Fei turned and ran. Love didn't chase after him. She took out her phone to contact someone to transport some device to the hospital. Han Fei saw a few medical staff near the hospital's vehicle when he reached the side door. Zhang Zhuangshuang was among them. What patient needs so many staff? Han Fei ran over and took a look. A thin man was strapped to the enforced metal cart. His arms were covered in self-inflicted wounds. His clothes were bloody, but he looked so happy. Worm? Chapter 579. Crush me like a worm. Of all the players, Han Fei was most interested in Worm. The guy was unique. Most players wanted to leave this world, but he wanted to stay. This is not the intention of an Iyashikei game. Han Fei approached the happy-looking Worm and pretended to help. He accidentally touched Worm's arm. Han Fei saw Worm's player profile. Worm's full ID was, "Crush me like a worm." His level was 15. His attribute was even. His intelligence and stamina were average. Worm's luck was 7, and charm was 2. However, his SAN value was 25, which was almost as high as Huang Yin after his training. The higher the SAN value, the greater the player's resistance to pain and pressure. Compared to other players, this was already a high SAN value, but compared to Han Fei, it was nothing. After all, Han Fei had a starting SAN value of 100. Han Fei continued to look through Worm's profile, and his eyes narrowed. Worm had lied to Chang Wei and the other players, and he had 3 very strange talents. The first was a grade F talent, toilet training. The first training a toddler has is toilet training. Parents will train him to go to a fixed location to do their business. If the toddler can't do that, his parents will humiliate and punish him. With this talent, the player's SAN value will act strangely. The player will gain resistance against certain physical discomfort. The second was grade E talent, false pleasure. The home filled with humiliation and violence is his only sanctuary. His parents who scold and beat him are also the people who care about him the most. In this conflicting childhood, he learned to endure the beating. He knew that if he were obedient, the beating would turn into apology and present. With this talent, when the player is anxious, panicked, or in fear, there is a chance to temporarily increase intelligence. When the player is physically damaged, there is a chance to temporarily increase stamina. When despair is at its limits, the player has a chance to temporarily increase all attributes. The third is a grade C talent, vulnerable personality. He is the official loser, the most easily bullied, the natural failure, the useless trash with no presence. But that is the mirage created by the vulnerable personality. With this talent, the player will have a very low profile, and they will be seen as a harmless person by the NPCs. When the pressure reaches the player's SAN value limit, the sadistic strong personality deep inside the heart will surface. There were not many players with 3 talents. Individually, Worm's 3 talents were not that powerful, but combined, and they were horrifying. Inmate was definitely not a match for Worm. Other than these 3 talents, Worm had a grade F unique title at death's door. With this title, the player had the chance to see the world after death and sense their presence. This title suggested many things. Han Fei was the one surviving in the cryptic world, but it was Worm who got this unique title. In other words, this man had been torturing himself since the game started. He tormented himself until he was dying, and then he went to treatment and repeated the process. Perfect Life was a healing game, but Worm turned it into a horror game. Han Fei was surprised as he looked further. Other than these 3 talents and a unique title, Worm had a hidden profession, Pain Specialist. Pain Specialist. I hope you can neutralize all the pain in the world, but I need to tell you something. The cruel truth is that there is only one way to alleviate all pain, and that is death. Worm didn't tell the other players the truth. He could see ghosts not because of his talent, but because of his unique title. The man has hidden well. Han Fei realized there were very impressive players in the surface world. If Huang Yin didn't make early preparations, with his existing talent, he might not reach the top of the ranking. The 12 elites from Absolute Truth are lost in the theme park's maze. The reinforcement they sent will be elites among the elites, so it's not that strange. For me to run into someone like Worm. Worm strapped to the cart, closed his eyes. He didn't know Han Fei had discovered all his secrets. If I make use of him, he should be a great help. Han Fei and the staff moved Worm into the hospital. They walked past building 1 and 2. They moved towards the deepest building. This was the first time Han Fei entered this part of the hospital. He kept looking around. The deeper they went, the more deserted the place. There was no doctor and patient in the corridor. There were only closed doors. Where are they sending Worm? Han Fei silently turned his head. He noticed all the staff, including Zhang Zhuang, had their heads lowered as they moved forward. No one spoke or looked around. It was like they'd die if they saw things they shouldn't. When Han Fei came to Building 4, a weak pleading came out of the room at the end of the corridor. Moments later, the ward door opened. An inmate in his uniform walked out, holding a bowl of bloody bandages. He mumbled, "Why operate when she already looks like that? The face is almost gone. How can she still be beautiful?" Inmate looked at the bandages with disgust, and he didn't notice Han Fei. Han Fei quickly calculated the distance between him and inmate. He also confirmed the location of all the cameras on the corridor. They moved fast down the corridor. As they passed inmate, Han Fei suddenly knocked into the cart as if someone pushed him from behind. None of the staff anticipated this. One of them even tripped and fell. Han Fei fell on the cart. He quickly took out his hand, and a red paper doll was hidden in his palm. No one discovered Han Fei tearing off a part of the doll and hiding it inside Worm's pocket. Han Fei turned around swiftly to grab inmate's collar. "Why did you do that? Do you think I'm that easily bullied?" Inmate, who held the plastic bowl, was confused. But when he saw it was Han Fei, he grinned viciously. "You womanizer, you dare to touch me?" He grabbed Han Fei's arm and pushed. The weak Han Fei fell again. Their enmity was made official. "Do you want to die fighting in Building 4? Zhang Zhuang stared at inmate. The other doctors didn't say anything. They continued to push Worm forward. Since his goal was accomplished, Han Fei didn't waste time with inmate. He crawled up and pushed the cart forward. "What is wrong with this man? Last time, he bled even though I didn't touch him. This time, he tripped himself. Is his profession an insurance scammer?" Inmate patted his bald head, and he hated to think about things like this. "I'm supposed to be playing a game, but I have to come to this damn hospital to take care of patients. If the black box is not here, I'll never forgive them." Inmate grumbled. Han Fei followed the other staff and sent Worm to the corridor between Building 4 and 5. The staff from other buildings didn't have the clearance to enter Building 5. After they stood there for a while, the door of Building 5 opened. A doctor with a scarred face and a tall doctor wrapped in bandages walked out. They moved Worm to another cart and pushed him deep into the dark Building 5. The cursed paper doll can sense its paper shred's location. I'll see if I can reunite with Worm at night. Only Chong Wei and Worm knew what happened when they tried to kidnap Du Zhu. Chong Wei couldn't be contacted, so Han Fei had to rely on Worm. As the two doctors disappeared into the dark, Han Fei was stunned. The tall doctor who was covered in bandages felt very familiar. He feels like Dr. Yin. When Han Fei fell into the memory world, Zhuang Wen, Big Sin, and Dr. Yin were dragged in as well. Han Fei was too busy trying to deal with the women in his life to be searching for Big Sin and Zhuang Wen. Chapter 580, His Resume. Come, we shouldn't stay here. Zhang Zhuang grabbed Han Fei by his arm and pulled him away. The surrounding looked normal, but Zhang Zhuang was acting very strangely. He was so nervous he was sweating. Don't look around. If you saw something you shouldn't, you'd stay here forever. Zhang Zhuang whispered. Han Fei didn't want trouble. He followed the rest and left Building 4. The other staff didn't look at the path. They turned at their corners and returned to their wards. In the end, only Han Fei and Zhang Zhuang returned to Building 1. The temperature slowly rose back to normal. Zhang Zhuang sighed in great relief. His back was covered in a cold sweat. Is it that scary? Han Fei approached the man. What happened in that building? Why are you so afraid? Don't ask. Don't worry, I won't tell. Han Fei stopped Zhang Zhuang. He wanted to know an answer. Even though different people might experience different things, Zhang Zhuang's experience could be a reference. My advice is still the same. Leave while you can. The more you know, the harder it is to leave. I'm not telling you for your sake. Zhang Zhuang appeared to have a few more wrinkles on his face. You need to leave, or you'll regret it. I'll be honest with you. I don't have much time left. Han Fei was firm. I can help you if you tell me everything you know. If you don't, we'll have to be enemies. Enemies? Zhang Zhuang studied Han Fei again. Fine, I'm not trying to hide things from you, but I can't remember many things myself. You've forgotten many things? Han Fei frowned. I've been to the other buildings before, but I have no memory of them. I only have a fear of them left. There is a voice telling me that I'd be tortured in the cruelest way if I didn't leave. Zhang Zhuang's voice lowered. There are many places you shouldn't go and things you shouldn't see at the hospital. If you do, you'll forget important things like me. You can't remember anything you've seen? I can only remember that fear. Zhang Zhuang said seriously. While you're still complete, you better resign. Once your memory goes, it'll be hard to escape. Or you'll be lured back here due to certain reasons. Then Zhang Zhuang revealed another secret. My elder sister is a doctor here. I once received her call at midnight. She sounded like she was hiding in a corner. She was so afraid, and she begged me to bring her away. However, when I came here to find her, she said she didn't call me. It was so strange. You stayed because of that. At first, I wanted to bring her with me, but now, even I can't leave this place. Every time I wake up, I'll be older. Something is living inside me, stealing my youth. Zhang Zhuang touched his wrinkled face. Only by returning here that the aging process will slow down. That is why I advise you to leave. If that thing infected you, then you wouldn't be able to escape. The body will age once you leave the hospital? Han Fei nodded. Then I have nothing to fear. Why? Zhang Zhuang was confused. I'm already in my life's countdown. Han Fei took out the hospital report from his pocket. He showed it to the man. Zhang Zhuang read it, and his gaze changed. I'm sorry. There's no need to be. Actually, I'm here for the same reason as you. Han Fei pointed deep into the hospital. I have a friend working here as a doctor too. His surname is Yen. Han Fei used Zhang Zhuang's story on himself. Soon, with the buff from masterful acting, he created a character who insisted on coming to the hospital to save his friend despite the fact he was dying. Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Zhang Zhuang increases by 3. Zhang Zhuang's tone was friendliness. The trust between them was building. Since we have the same goal, then I won't hide anything from you. Zhang Zhuang signaled for Han Fei to follow him. As they walked, he switched off their walkie-talkie. This hospital is different in the morning and at night. I've discovered some secrets, and I hope they'll be useful to you. They walked side by side and communicated in a whisper. 1. Building 1 is safest in the day. At night, only the safe house is safe in the whole hospital. 2. Doctors save people in the day, kill people at night. 3. Not all patients are innocent. Some of them were doctors. 4. The night security and the front desk receptionist died many years ago. You can approach them when they're smiling. Run when they're crying. 5. Everyone here is in pursuit of extreme beauty. The more beautiful a person, the more dangerous they are. But this doesn't mean ugly things are not dangerous. 6. The hospital has 7 buildings, but the doctor said there's a building 8. 7. The hospital will gain a heavy case patient whenever the city has a disappearance. 8. Befriending the nurses can help you solve a lot of problems. 9. The hospital has 3 kinds of ghosts. Red ghosts kill on sight. You can only run away from them. White ghosts are cleverer than people. They will steal something from you. Black ghosts are the most mysterious. You'll lose your memory whenever you see them. 10. Be it morning or night, there is always a pair of eyes patrolling at this hospital. 11. Do not trust anyone, including me. The things I told you might be fake. Zhang Zhuang led Han Fei to the safe house. He opened his locker, took out a small mirror, and gave it to Han Fei. You should look at your face often. If you start to age, it means that you're being haunted. Thanks, but I carry a mirror with me always. Compared to the mirror, Han Fei trusted the red paper doll more. As the world continued to mutate, the doll would get stronger. I need to go look after my patient. Good luck. Zhang Zhuang switched on his walkie-talkie and left. Han Fei sat on the chair. He remembered everything Zhang Zhuang said. Both Zhang Zhuang and Chao Lingling mentioned 3 kinds of ghosts, but what do they represent? Han Fei placed the doll beside him. He felt secure, which was very rare. However, his heart also beat faster. I wonder if that dining table can fit an 11th person. Su Qin is so good at cooking meat. Han Fei switched on the walkie-talkie, and immediately, he heard the fat nurse yell. Fui, how can you leave the client at the lobby? There was an emergency with another patient. Come to VIP room 4 on the 4th floor now. The fat nurse looked after Han Fei. She didn't have him do any manual labor. Han Fei was sad thinking about Love. He didn't want to, but he had to leave the safe house and take the workers' elevator. Han Fei walked down the corridor and stopped at the 4th floor lobby. Love sat alone on the sofa. She closed her eyes to rest. Chong Wei's assistant and her friend sat opposite Love. For some reason, Love chose room 4, and Chong Wei's assistant chose room 3. Love didn't react when Han Fei arrived. However, Chong Wei's assistant's friend suddenly walked towards Han Fei. Han Fei was about to avoid her when the female player grabbed Han Fei's hand. Love opened her eyes, but the female player was not bothered. She was not tall and purposely took another step towards Han Fei. When she was close, she looked up at Han Fei. Her eyes rippled. Her body was mushy, like she didn't have any energy. Don't create trouble for me. Han Fei had the gentlest smile, but his voice was intensely chilly. The female player had no idea what Han Fei had experienced in this hidden map. She didn't know how fearful Han Fei was of love and desire. We just received another message from Chong Wei. The female player wobbled towards Han Fei like she couldn't stand independently. She whispered. He told us Worm had been captured too, and he said the players held here will slowly their memory. He told us to contact you as soon as possible. The female player studied Han Fei's face. She put her arms around Han Fei's neck and suddenly plucked off Han Fei's hair. She only retreated with a smile when she saw the warning in Han Fei's eyes. She laughed as she told Chong Wei's assistant. This caretaker is interesting. We'll have him service us next time, okay? Sure. This way, please, ladies. The manager was afraid that the 2 players might get into another conflict with Love, so she quickly urged them into room 3. Please wait here for a moment. I'll get the doctors. They will design the best treatment for you. Have you considered your caretakers? The manager produced many files. Among them was Han Fei's resume with his picture. Why don't you leave them here, and we'll look through them slowly. The female player grabbed all the files and chased the manager out. She glanced at Han Fei in the lobby before locking the door. The moment the door closed, the sunniness on her face disappeared. I've already shared with Han Fei the news. And I got his hair too. I want to see how capable he is that Boss Chong Wei values him so greatly. You can only use that talent 3 times a day, and you might fail. I still don't think this is a good idea. Chang Wei's assistant was careful. She took out her phone, and her face darkened as she went through the messages. It'll be fine. The female player walked to the window and closed the heavy curtains. Then, she took out several cards from her bag. She knelt before the cards and slit her wrist. Her blood covered the cards, and then she placed Han Fei's resume on the cards. Spirit medium. She twined her long hair with Han Fei's and slowly closed her eyes. The room was quiet. The light bent, and the room darkened. The blood printed the pictures of the cards on Han Fei's resume. The hair of Han Fei and the player shivered in the pool of blood. The woman's expression pained as she mumbled something. When she opened her eyes, her pupils were gone. Her expression was terrifying, as if some demon had possessed her. Her awkward arms moved downwards. She held the bloody resume and turned it over. When she saw the picture in the first place, her face twisted. Her arms shook, and blood squirted out of her wrists. What's going on? Chang Wei's assistant rushed over. She had seen the woman use her talent before, but this had never happened. The bloody resume turned thick with blood. The female player's pupils rolled around. She turned the resume pages like she was mad. In the end, she suddenly screamed. Her eyes pounded and bled. The female player tossed the resume away like it was burning. The pictures on the cards disappeared. The entwined hair broke. The female player landed on the ground. She held her head and eyes in pain. Sisterling. Chang Wei's assistant hugged her. After a while, the female player opened her eyes. She grabbed her friend's shirt, and her eyes filled with terror. I looked through his resume, and every page is filled with one word, death. Chapter 581. Who was hiding under her bed? The bloody resume fell to the ground. The female player held her eyes like she was going blind. Sisterling, calm down. Sisterling was the first batch of players that entered the theme park. One of the reasons Absolute Truth sent in reinforcement was to find and protect Sisterling. Sisterling had an extremely rare grade B supernatural talent. If Sisterling's account was wiped due to death, it would be a huge loss to the organization. Sisterling's eyes bled, and she couldn't calm down. She saw not a resume, but a book of the dead. Endless tragedy and misfortune gathered on that list. Every colleague, boss, client related to him were killed. They died in the strangest ways. Every name shouted for mercy. The intense presence of death crushed her mind. He's not a caretaker. Sisterling shook her head, and her voice weakened. Sisterling. Suddenly, Sisterling was reminded of something, and she opened her eyes. She pulled on the female assistant's shirt. We need to leave this hospital. We can't be his client. You need to calm down and rest. The female assistant hugged Sisterling's shivering body and consoled her. I can't calm down. Sisterling was different from when she met Han Fei. There was no smile on her face. We'll really die? But where can we go after leaving the hospital? The female assistant couldn't imagine what Sisterling saw. However, her prejudice towards Han Fei lowered. Everyone in the lobby heard the scream from VIP room 3. The fat nurse and the manager in black didn't respond. Instead, they shared a curious look. Their skin was like building blocks. When they were nervous, their face would crack imperceptibly. I'm sorry, I'll go take a look. The fat nurse apologized to Love. Then she ran to room 3 with Han Fei. As they opened the door, they saw the bloody floor and resume. The fat nurse and manager quickly calmed their clients. They apologized and called the doctor. Han Fei walked to the bed and started to clean. The woman took one of my hairs. Did she perform a ritual with it? Han Fei saw his bloody resume. She lost her mind after seeing my resume? Han Fei picked up his resume. The pages were filled with how kind, sunny, and helpful Han Fei was. Why would someone go crazy reading a resume like that? That scared me. I thought I wrote the real thing because I was too tired. Han Fei was very satisfied with his resume. The things that I've done aside, I'm a very good employee. Han Fei left the room to throw the rubbish when Love blocked his path. Put down the things and follow me to my room. Once Love said that, the temperature dropped. However, his heart was burning. Han Fei's heart trembled. He decided to find a time to move the red paper doll away from his chest when he had time. Why do you look so pale? Love leaned close to Han Fei. Am I that scary? I merely have a question that's been troubling me. Han Fei was very confused. Why was the curse on the paper doll triggered? Even though it was reshaped in Su Qin's blood and slowly resembled Su Qin. It was just a cursed item. Through the altar, the cursed item could transmit emotions to Su Qin? Han Fei didn't think that was possible, but he didn't dare to try. This didn't mean that he was afraid. He was merely being a stand-up guy. Han Fei touched his heart and retreated a few steps as Love leaned in. You still want to run? Love was satisfied with Han Fei's choice. She smiled for the first time since she arrived at the hospital. I like it when you run. What kind of sick hobby is that? Han Fei had no idea what the relationship between Fu Yi and Love was. He had a feeling that if their relationship were exposed, it wouldn't do him any good. With a professional smile on his face, Han Fei ran to dump the trash. The only good news for me is since Love is here for beauty treatment, she probably wouldn't carry any dangerous weapon with her. Han Fei knew Love the least of all of Fu Yi's female friends. Fu Yi and Love's chat history was very straightforward too. They mainly were, "Are you there?" "Yes." Then, a room number or an address. The confusing thing was based on the messages. He couldn't find the reason Love would want to kill Fu Yi. The other women were either cheated or had their love turned to hate. But Love was special. She wanted to kill Fu Yi because of Love. After dealing with the trash, Han Fei planned to visit Chao Lingling, but Love trailed him everywhere. He could run away, but Love would catch up to him eventually, like how Love followed him to his company. "Don't you need to do some treatment?" Han Fei finally asked. "For me, love is the best treatment. It can make me young forever." Love moved her arms like she was practicing how to saw. "I hope you think so too." "Then, I'm afraid I would disappoint." Han Fei had just turned around when he saw two officers standing outside Chao Lingling's ward. They were talking to a doctor. Moments later, the ward door opened, and Zhao Qian walked out. She looked pale. The doctor was explaining something, but the police didn't believe him. Han Fei planned to leave when he saw Zhao Qian, but he was still too slow. "Fu Yi, didn't I ask you to look after Chao Lingling? Come and look at her wounds." Zhao Qian shouted through the distance. Everything was normal in the morning. Han Fei knew he couldn't hide, so he turned to face the music. He hadn't figured out what to tell Zhao Qian when footsteps came from Chao Lingling's ward again. Soon, a woman with bandaged arms walked out. "Leader." Li Guo'er's smile was still so sweet. She had a new pair of glasses. Han Fei felt quite happy seeing how well Li Guo'er had recovered, but soon, his heart burned again. The curse was activated. "Li Guo'er, you should go back since you visited your colleague. Don't stay to disturb the police." Zhao Qian ordered emotionlessly. "I'm still recovering, and I can't get back to work. I should stay to accompany Chao Lingling. After all, we're good friends." Li Guo'er smiled at Zhao Qian. "Your good friend is in such a state, and you're still smiling? Do you want me to cry for you?" Li Guo'er pouted at Zhao Qian. "You'll age faster if you're always so angry." Han Fei wanted to say something to help the two. However, just as he took a step, a hand landed on his shoulder. Love leaned close to Han Fei. "I'm tired, but I don't know the way back. Show me the way." Seeing this, Li Guo'er walked over. "Leader, I'll help you walk her back." "Do you know the way?" Han Fei placed his hand over his heart. He wanted to cover the doll's ears. There were 3 women on the surface, but there was another hidden paper doll. "Are you done?" Zhao Qian glanced at Li Guo and Love before glaring at Han Fei. "Come and tell the police. How did you look after the patient? Why are there so many wounds on Chao Lingling?" "She was fine when I got off work. The wounds should be left at night." Han Fei walked to the police. "When did you get off work?" The police led Han Fei into the ward. Chao Lingling was unconscious. The back of her gown was cut open. His back was filled with scratch marks. She couldn't do them herself. "Ago told me to get off work early since it was raining yesterday. I left around 5 p.m. Was the patient acting strangely when you left?" "No, she was sleeping." Han Fei shook his head. He hesitated before saying, "When I came to clean this ward in the morning, I heard Chao Lingling screaming something about white ghosts eating people and black ghosts standing beside her. She's traumatized. That is probably her hallucination." "I thought so too, but..." Han Fei walked to the bed and pulled up the sheet. He pointed at the blood under the bed. If these 2 drops of blood didn't belong to Chao Lingling, then that means someone was hiding under her bed yesterday night. Chapter 582. 3 children, 3 mothers. Han Fei noticed this when he came to work this morning. Chao Lingling's blood didn't seep through the mattress, so the blood can't be hers. The police told Han Fei to back off. They used professional tools to take the blood sample and then check the surveillance again. 3 male employees disappeared for no reason. The only female witness was scared witless and was attacked at the hospital. This case is more complicated than it looks. Han Fei followed the police. Even though he was in a caretaker uniform, he fitted right into the police force. The city is also getting more lawless. Du Zhu was kidnapped, the downtown gangs were fighting, even employees at the company had gone missing. Zhao Qian had a bad feeling. It feels like this is just the calm before the storm. Han Fei looked worried. Based on his action, no one could tell he was the source of all this chaos. Han Fei suggested the kidnapping of Du Zhu, and he urged the downtown gangs to fight. His ex-wife was responsible for the missing employees. Han Fei knew the killer and could call her over with his phone. Han Fei was willing to help the police because he knew the killer. Officers, Chao Lingling is the only survivor. If the killer knows she is still alive, they might come after him. I suggest you add more people to protect her. Han Fei didn't know if the police were reliable in Fu Sheng's memory world, but it was better to side with them than not. Han Fei also felt better if the police were around the hospital at night. Han Fei cooperated fully with the police. He could temporarily avoid Li Guo and Love, but not Zhao Qian. Li Guo and Love stayed in Chao Lingling's ward. They were not worried. Li Guo planned to stay as Chao Lingling's best friend, and Love was the hospital's VIP. She could be anywhere she wanted. The 2 women didn't leave. They had a feeling that more people would be gathered at the hospital. At 10 a.m., Han Fei joined the police in the security room. The security room was in the first-floor basement. It was a combination of 3 rooms. It was filled with monitors and devices. Guards took turns to be on duty so that the security was available 24 hours. Han Fei looked at the many monitors. Each monitor represented a camera. Other than the corridor corners, safety passage, and doors, many heavy case wards had cameras. They would watch the heavy case patients constantly. The police have been here in the morning. No one had gone into Chao Lingling's ward. The guard with the surname C stood before the monitors and pulled up the footage. We don't have cameras inside the wards to preserve the patient's privacy. However, there is a camera right outside her room. Building 1 at midnight was deserted. Ago left the ward at 0:59 a.m. After Ago left, the door opened and closed on its own. Is that the wind? Han Fei tried to use ghost eyes. His eyes watered, and he leaned forward. The monitors turned into twisted faces. The whole security room was blood red. The walls bled. The wires became tiny blood vessels. They constricted and pulsed. Han Fei stood there with the masterful acting switched on. The police beside him hadn't changed. As Han Fei turned towards the security, a dead man's hand landed on his shoulder. The tears in his eyes disappeared. Han Fei looked at the hand's owner. Guard C held his shoulder and said, "We will cooperate with you. Ago has wandered off somewhere, but if you need anything, you can have Fu Yi come find us." The police ignored the guard. They started to look at the other hospital cameras. Han Fei helped. At noon, the police received an emergency call to get to the countryside theme park. Only Fang Chongqing and Zhang Yu were left at the hospital. Han Fei frowned when he heard that. If the police managed to save Du Zhu, his situation would worsen. The only good thing was the police didn't sound like they knew Du Zhu was inside the theme park. They merely noticed a suspect had been to a convenience store near the theme park. The police's new mission gave Han Fei a lot of pressure, and he knew he had to make his move soon. My 3 days trial period is almost over. After that, I won't have this freedom anymore. I might start to lose my memory like Zhang Zhuang. Han Fei glanced beside him. Zhao Qian was still scanning the monitors, and she was more serious than the police. The company was dying, and many employees had quit. No one dared even to use the toilet alone. CEO Zhao, I'll go first. Han Fei memorized the location of all the cameras. He planned to find Zhang Zhuang to infiltrate the other buildings that night. Go ahead, Zhao Qian said without lifting her head. If those 2 give you trouble, you can call me. Han Fei smiled awkwardly before running out of the security room. He called Zhang Zhuang on his walkie-talkie. The man was waiting for a food delivery outside Building 1. Han Fei told the man his plan. He would pretend to leave the hospital and then infiltrate Building 5 with Zhang Zhuangzhuang. Zhang Zhuangzhuang said no initially, but he was worn down by Han Fei's persuasion and determination. He saw his past self on Han Fei. They were caretakers at the hospital for their family and friends. Han Fei used 20 minutes to persuade Zhang Zhuangzhuang. To his surprise, he gained another friendliness point with Zhang Zhuangzhuang. As they started to plan, Zhang Zhuangzhuang's food arrived. Come, let's go grab the delivery. The delivery person should be at the gate. Why did you order a delivery today? Don't you normally frequent the stalls outside the hospital? Han Fei asked. The stalls have all been chased away. The hospital is forcing us to eat at the canteen. Zhang Zhuangzhuang whispered. I suspect they have added something in the food, like meat you haven't tasted before. Stop that. I plan to bring my own food from now on. Han Fei and Zhang Zhuangzhuang walked towards the gate. Han Fei looked at the delivery person, and the delivery person looked back at him. Why are you here? The female netizen took the food out of her motorcycle trunk. I thought I'd never see you again. Han Fei was shocked too. Aren't you a waitress? Our shop provides delivery service. The staff delivers the order to save cost. The girl saw the uniform Han Fei was wearing. Her eyes had complicated emotions. She didn't plan to see Han Fei again. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. Han Fei and the girl stood opposite each other. Zhang Zhuangzhuang stood in the middle. His head turned left and right. It was like the other two couldn't see him. Zhang Zhuangzhuang coughed and said, Is my food with you? I don't want to bring up the past again. Take care of yourself, and I hope you'll be happy in the time you have left. The girl handed the food to Zhang Zhuangzhuang. Then she rode her bike and left. Is that your girlfriend? Zhang Zhuangzhuang held the food. She is so young. Han Fei stared at the girl. He thought this was too coincidental. Certain tragedies had been avoided, but fate was still trying to push everything back to its expected trajectory. The hospital attracts everyone related to Fu Sheng and his father. Images flashed in Han Fei's mind. The cover of his horror game was a bastard being served on the dining table. He used his own death to atone for his sins. Inside the hospital, there was a surgical table called Aphrodite's table. Everyone who wanted to be beautiful would be served on it. Underneath Starry Art Hotel, there was a big iron table ready with torture devices. I need to make my move tonight. I need to turn the hospital upside down before my trial period is up. Speaking of, how can the hospital still be fine? Is the hospital not related to Shun Luo's disappearance? Technically, if a company hired both Shun Luo and me, the company should be in trouble. Han Fei was thinking when the fat nurse shouted on the walkie-talkie. Fui, are you there? Come to the second floor VIP room. Someone is looking for you. Just how popular are you anyway? Coming. Han Fei didn't have time to eat. He glanced at Zhang Zhuangzhuang. Are you normally this busy? That has never happened to me. Zhang Zhuangzhuang gave Han Fei a piece of meat. I'll go with you. You need to eat something. Han Fei finished the meat. Zhang Zhuangzhuang and Han Fei arrived on the second floor. Han Fei walked out of the elevator. Before he even saw who it was, he heard a young voice call, Daddy. Han Fei shivered as he turned around. A mother was pushing a wheelchair with a very cute girl sitting in it. I told you it's not a repeated name. The girl was very happy. A thin blanket covered her legs. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright. You have a daughter? But what about the girlfriend from earlier? Zhang Zhuangzhuang was not married. He was confused by all these. Han Fei ignored Zhang Zhuangzhuang. He walked to the girl and knelt beside the wheelchair. Fu Yi, why are you here? Haven't I told you to find a professional doctor? The illness is progressing too quickly. Fu Yi couldn't even move anymore, and she fainted once. Fu Yi's mother said, We have been to the other hospital, but they can't help us. Okay. Han Fei rubbed Fu Yi's head gently. Fu Yi had killed Fu Yi. Han Fei decided to make up to the girl. I will look after you. Fu Yi's mother still didn't know what that meant. She saw Fu Yi wearing the caretaker uniform. A few days ago, Fu Yi was a team manager at a big company. He was always in a suit and tie. In a few days, he lost his job and house. He was criticized and had to do horrible jobs that he wouldn't do in the past. Fu Yi saw your name, but I thought it wouldn't be you. Fu Yi's mother turned to the fat nurse. Can we make a request? Of course. You are Dr. Du Zhu's special guest. She told us to arrange for you the best VIP room when you are here. That shows how much she cares about you. The fat nurse thought Fu Yi and her mother was Du Zhu's friend. She didn't know Du Zhu did all these to have Fu Yi destroy his daughter. We don't need the VIP room. Fu Yi's mother didn't want to take advantage of Du Zhu. I only have one request. I hope Fu Yi can look after my child. I don't think that's the best choice, but the child wants her father. Fu Yi was happiest, and she looked at the fat nurse with anticipation. You also want him to be your personal caretaker? The fat nurse smiled sadly. She thought Fu Yi was handsome. She didn't expect him to be so popular. Can we? You are Dr. Du Zhu's friend, so you have the first privilege. The fat nurse told the others on the walkie-talkie before turning to Fu Yi's mother. He can't be your personal caretaker, but I'll have him look after you more often. We'll also assign caretakers from other buildings to assist you. No, I only want Daddy. Fu Yi only cared about Han Fei. Han Fei knelt beside the wheelchair. When Fu Yi called him Daddy, his hand went to his chest. The curse is not triggered? Is the doll stunned? Han Fei sighed. This was only the beginning. He had 3 children, and they had different mothers. Chapter 583. Heaven's blessing after extreme obsession was scorched by flames. It might turn into endless hatred. Han Fei had to wonder, would it be a good thing or a bad thing if Su Qin became a pure hatred because of him? As Fu Yi called him Daddy, Han Fei held his chest. His body was frozen. Even his 32 stamina couldn't keep him standing for long. Daddy, is it hard working here? I won't create trouble for you. Fu Yi only had her mother since she was born. Her impression of her father was limited to pictures. She had seen many other people's fathers, and she imagined what his father would be like. Finally, one day, she was saved by her father. Han Fei's appearance turned all her beautiful imaginations into reality. Han Fei looked at Fu Yi gently. He was about to say something when the sound of high heels clicking came from the corridor. Han Fei turned to look. Love was walking towards them. She was not angry, but her smile was very unnatural. I've booked this caretaker this morning, and you swapped him away? What is the meaning of this? Love was taller than the fat nurse. She was fearless and imposing. The fat nurse knew she was wrong, so she apologized. This mother is Dr. Du's client, and the girl is Fu Yi's child, so I thought to arrange them to be together. Don't worry, I'll assign you another caretaker. He will listen to your every order. What if she's Du Zhu's client? Love's smile was charming, but the fat nurse was afraid. That's not what I meant. Don't worry. I'll make the arrangement now. There's no need. Love said as her eyes scanned Fu Yi and her mother before looking at Han Fei. He should be able to handle everything. Fu Yi was too afraid to speak. Han Fei also didn't want to stay for long. He cheered for himself and used cursed word to make himself stand up. He pushed the wheelchair and smiled apologetically at Love. He walked towards the ward. You must be tired. I'll bring you to your room. The fat nurse was afraid of Love. She followed Han Fei. I'll go arrange a room for them. After turning the corner, the fat nurse shouted into the walkie-talkie. Warning. Is there a caretaker at other buildings around 30, mature, handsome, and has clearly been through a lot? It's best if he's over 1.8 meters and divorced. Han Fei was rather speechless when he heard that, so Fu Yi left that impression on others. But how can the hospital have a caretaker like that? Soon, a throaty female voice replied. There is one at Building 5, but he's new. He has been treated twice. The effect is good, but are you sure you want to use him? 2 treatment sessions are good enough. How are his wounds and mental recovery? The fat nurse asked 2 strange questions. Everything is normal. His face hasn't been under the knife. Perfect, I'll go fetch him now. Building 1 needs a good caretaker. The VIP client is furious. The fat nurse ended the call and ran away. They can fulfill such a strange requirement? What is this hospital hiding? Can they create people with specific personalities? Han Fei didn't dare to ask the fat nurse. He pushed Fu Yi into her ward. After closing the door, Han Fei examined the room for bugs and cameras before he said, You shouldn't have come here. I know Du Zhu has malintention, but there's no other choice. Fu Yi's mother walked towards him. She gently pulled off the thin blanket over Fu Yi's legs. She needs emergency treatment. When she feels better, we'll go to another city. Under the blanket, Fu Yi's legs were an unnatural purple color. Fu Yi grabbed the blanket from her mother and covered her legs back up because she was embarrassed. I don't want to leave Daddy. I won't go to another city. Distance will make the hearts fonder. Han Fei knelt before Fu Yi and held her hand. After you're better, I'll bring you on a trip around the world to see all the beautiful things. Fu Yi's eyes brightened. Really? Of course, so you have to cooperate with the doctors. Han Fei wanted to plant a beautiful, hopeful seed in Fu Yi's heart. His time was limited. Actually, Han Fei was curious. Why was Fu Yi's talent called Heaven's Blessing? The girl was killed by her father in real life and dismembered. In the memory world, she was severely ill and was separated from her father since she was young. How could the girl be considered as Heaven's Blessing? Han Fei's heart soured. Fu Sheng has the black box and can see ghosts. He knew about Fu Yi and her mother's existence. He might have made some choices when he was in despair. After Fu Sheng fell into the cryptic world, Fu Yi might help Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng was powerful and opened many layers of the black box. He could bring Fu Yi into the cryptic world with him. This memory world only contained Fu Sheng's schooling days memory. It showed how scary Fu Sheng was. His schooling day memory was powerful enough to support such a large memory world. Fu Sheng, at his prime, would be much stronger than the complete Mirror God. Mirror God is the kindness of an unmentionable. The shadow dog at Building 2 should have a powerful background too. Other than Fu Sheng's 3 children, I might run into Fu Yi in the cryptic world. Han Fei had no idea why he'd suddenly think of these things. He saw his reflection in Fu Yi's eyes, and he held her hands. Her dreams might be fulfilled, but that would be in a very far future. Daddy. Fu Yi grabbed Han Fei's hands back. She seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking. With a pure smile, she said, I know you can do it. Notification for player 0000. Fu Yi's friendliness level increases by 1. The system announced. Han Fei was surprised. He couldn't tell if the Fu Yi mentioned was the one before him or not. Han Fei didn't think too far ahead. He stayed in the ward to accompany his daughter. He told her scary stories and painted her a beautiful future. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. The fat nurse let a rather handsome man into the room. Fu Yi, you'll teach this newbie. Help him learn to possess your aura. The fat nurse pushed the man to Han Fei. But I'm only in my trial period. Han Fei lifted his head. When he saw the man, his eyes twitched. When the man saw Han Fei, he was shocked too. Before the man could say anything, Han Fei quickly stood up and walked towards the fat nurse. How about you let Ago do this? I still have many things that I don't understand. I haven't seen Ago recently, so you'll suffice. The fat nurse whispered to Han Fei. You don't need to teach him much. Mainly, I need him to occupy love, and we can't afford to offend that VIP client. Okay. Han Fei sighed. I know you can do it. The fat nurse chuckled and left. After that, Han Fei turned to the man in the room. This is such a coincidence. We meet again. You can call me Fu Yi. Isn't this our first time meeting? I saw you on television before, but you're more handsome in person. The man shook Han Fei's hand. My name is Boss. I built the most elite team and entered this map. I didn't expect to see you here. This man was supposed to escort Shen Luo back to the base. The other players called him Boss. To the fat nurse's credit, he looked like a rich Lothario. First time meeting? Han Fei noticed Boss wasn't lying. He had forgotten many things. Do you know Shen Luo? No. Boss shook his head. My team and I just got here. We are not familiar with this hidden map. Just got here? Han Fei confirmed that Boss' memory after he entered the memory world had been wiped. The treatment mentioned by the fat nurse was probably a memory wipe and alteration. The same thing happened to Zhang Zhuang's sister. I can help you familiarize yourself with the map. You can call me Fu Yi. Han Fei stressed again. Fu Yi. Interesting name. Boss smiled and turned to look at Fu Yi and her mother. Are they your patients? Our starting job is a caretaker? That matches the theme of an Iyashikei game. That is my daughter. Han Fei didn't know how to introduce Fu Yi's mother. She wasn't his ex-wife because they hadn't married. She wasn't his girlfriend either. You have a daughter? Boss was shocked and then nodded with understanding. Afraid that boss might say the wrong thing, Han Fei waved for the man to follow him. I'll show you around Building 1. You need to be careful of this hospital. They had just reached the first-floor lobby when they saw Love. The guard dragged 3 black boxes following behind her. What a voluptuous woman. This kind of figure only exists in-game. Boss just said that when Love turned towards him and Han Fei. She's coming towards us? Boss narrowed his eyes. Brother, I'll need to snatch this first mission from you. Love stopped before them. Her eyes never left Han Fei. Come to my room when you're done. Don't make me wait too long. I've prepared everything. Please don't say things that can make people misunderstand. Han Fei held his heart and grabbed Boss' arm as they ran to the second floor. Brother, you sure know how to play. Boss' eyes were fixated on the 3 black boxes. He was probably wondering what was inside them. Chapter 584. Is this a horror game? No wonder the paparazzi can't get any fluff news on you. You've gone hiding inside the game. Boss said with understanding. Be careful of what you say. Han Fei glared at Boss. When he touched Boss, he saw the man's profile. The man had normal attributes. The only thing that stood out was his luck. He had 6 luck, which was higher than average. Actually, I've been meaning to get to know you. Do you want to meet after we leave the game? You are this year's best new artist. Would you be interested in being our company's spokesperson? Boss forgot many scary things. He was carefree. He even tried to expand his connections. We'll talk about that if we can leave this map alive. You can't leave the hidden maps that freely. In other words, we are all trapped here. Han Fei pulled up the locations of all the cameras in his mind. He planned to lead Boss to the safe house to question him. It's easy to quit the game, and you only need to die. Others might care about their account, but I don't. I can pay to find another account. Boss adjusted his uniform. These accounts are nothing, and my main goal is the black box. Boss' gaming purpose was different from others. He had the confidence of a whale. I'd advise you not to do that. If you die in the hidden map, it'll cause irreparable damage to your brain. Han Fei led Boss into the safe house. After he closed the door, he whispered, Do you have any memory regarding this hidden map? What memory? Boss was confused. I've only been here for 10 minutes. You're the first player I encountered. 10 minutes? Yes, I was woken up 10 minutes ago at Building 5's caretaker room. The fat nurse said she'd bring me to meet someone, and that someone is you. Boss thought carefully. There's nothing strange other than the fact I haven't triggered any mission. Your memory has been reset to make you believe you've just entered the hidden map. Han Fei scratched his chin. He didn't know how the hospital did this, but he wanted to master this skill. If he could alter the player's memory, then it would be easier for him when other players entered the memory world. This is another reason for me to inherit this altar. I want to know how to edit someone's face and soul. Han Fei stared at Boss until the latter shivered. Brother, you are really good at playing the villain. Just this stare is making me quiver. There are at least 6 emotions behind it. Boss had a very high EQ. He didn't say Han Fei was being too creepy. Don't interrupt me. You won't believe me, but what I'm telling you next is the truth. Han Fei stood before Boss. You've been on this map for days already, but you forgot everything. Your other friends are at this hospital, and I'll bring you to meet them now. I've lost my memory in-game. Boss wanted to laugh. He looked at Han Fei strangely, like the man was crazy. Feel free not to believe me, but you better follow my instructions. When Han Fei and Boss spoke, the safe house door opened. Zhang Zhuangzhuang walked in with another newbie. Do you? Boss. The man following Zhang Zhuangzhuang was another player. He and Boss were supposed to escort Xin Luo. Now they reunited at the hospital. You two know each other? Zhang Zhuangzhuang asked coolly as his eyes traveled between the 2 players. They are old friends. Han Fei offered. The 2 players' memories were wiped. They thought they had just entered the memory world. Okay then. Service the clients well, and you can live longer. Zhang Zhuangzhuang gave a piece of valuable advice, but you and Boss, who lost their memories, didn't care about him. After a 15-minute rest, the 4 caretakers came to the floor where Love and Chang Wei's assistant were. A caretaker's job is simple, especially at this hospital. Zhang Zhuangzhuang looked at the 2 newbies. You need to satisfy the client's request. Many caretakers here only want to be an adopted puppy. It sounds like this hospital is not really a hospital. Yu was a swimmer. His muscle was so large, and the uniform couldn't cover them. The employee who was supposed to help you had gone missing, so that's why we had to teach you. I hope you can understand what I mean. Don't become the next victim. Zhang Zhuang was already being very transparent. The elevator opened. The manager in black jogged to Love's side. Would you like to make another choice? It was our fault earlier. Other than Fu Yi, we found a new batch of caretakers for you. He will accompany you always. These are from the new batch? Love's eyes settled on Han Fei, and she didn't care about the others. Let the others go, I don't need them. Love entered her room. The 3 black boxes were already there. Her eyes softened like she was looking at her 3 children. She caressed the black boxes. She couldn't wait to use them. Han Fei sensed the danger. Before Love raised his head, he slipped away. Love inside the room remembered something. She turned to look outside, but she couldn't find Han Fei. Her face flushed with anger, and she slammed the door close. What a beautiful NPC. Boss lamented. I wish to know the secrets of her boxes. It'll be worth it even if I die. Boss, we need to focus. What is there to worry? This is just a game account. What are you two grumbling about? The manager's face was dark. She walked to Boss and Yu. So worthless. You've wasted my anticipation on you. Is there no other person at Building 5? You're quite interesting. I like this realistic setting. Boss smiled at the manager in black. The worse you are to us, the more interesting it'll be when you're conquered. Has the doctor destroyed your brain? The manager cursed. Blood pulsed under her face. Han Fei sighed and walked out of his hiding spot before the conflict escalated. Manager, don't mind them. Zhang Zhuang, and I will teach them. You're the clever one. Love doesn't need a caretaker, but what about the 2 guests in the opposite room? Han Fei wanted Boss and Yu to meet the other players. With the statement from Chang Wei's assistant, they would realize their memories were wiped. One of the guests fainted, and they have been sent to Building 2 for treatment. There are doctors looking after them. Building 2? Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? The manager glanced at Han Fei. The 2 clients have picked me before, but I couldn't serve them. I feel bad, so I want to introduce a new caretaker to them. The manager nodded with satisfaction. You are born for this job. No wonder so many female clients like you even though it's only your trial period. After the manager left, Boss sat on the couch prepared for VIP. Since Yu and I are here, then the other players couldn't be that far away. They're most likely in this hospital. We need to gather everyone and make a plan. We'll stay at the hospital. With Chang Wei's ability, he'll be here soon. Yu sat down beside Boss. Han Fei and Zhang Zhuang looked at them like they were mentally damaged. Are they your friends? Zhang Zhuang whispered. I used to know them. They came from Building 5. I feel that the hospital has messed with their mind. Han Fei finally witnessed the tactic of this hospital. As the world mutated, the hospital would only become scarier. They've been given treatment. The hospital has made patients into caretakers because they lack human resources. Zhang Zhuang told Han Fei. You have to remember there are good and bad patients. We better don't let anyone know about our plan tonight. Understood. Han Fei and Zhang Zhuang settled their plan. Then, he walked to Boss and Yu. He assigned his manual job to the 2. As compensation, he told them what to pay attention to after dark. After that, Han Fei returned to Fu Yi's ward. He used the little time he had left to accompany the girl without her father's love. The sun was sliding down the horizon. The hospital's lights came on. Han Fei planned to start the mission. Daddy is going off work. Can you stay? Fu Yi lay in bed. Earlier, doctors came to check on her. I'll be back soon. Han Fei comforted Fu Yi. He returned to the safe house where Zhang Zhuang was waiting. The hospital is wildly different in the day and at night. We can't be too careful. Zhang Zhuang looked at Han Fei seriously. I'll try my best to help you. If you see my sister, I hope you can hand this letter to her. Zhang Zhuang handed a wrinkled envelope to Han Fei. My sister's name is Zhang Shi. You've seen her picture before. Don't worry, and I'll do that. Han Fei put away the envelope. He changed and passed the uniform to Zhang Zhuang. At the right time, Han Fei, in a suit, walked out of the hospital. All the cameras caught him. Just as he was about to leave the hospital, an ambulance suddenly rushed towards the hospital. The staff carried a student covered in blood out of the vehicle. Han Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the familiar school uniform. He rushed over. "Dad." Han Fei was halfway there when Fu Sheng's voice came behind him. Han Fei turned around and saw Teacher Lu and Fu Sheng get out from another ambulance. "Why are you here?" Han Fei was anxious. Anyone could come to this hospital but Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng discovered a bullied child at school. Teacher Lu didn't look so well. The child scratched her face and wanted to jump from the roof, but she was stopped by Fu Sheng. "Fu Sheng, you need to go home. Dad and your teacher will stay at the hospital. Leave this to us." Han Fei was really nervous. Teacher Lu noted how strange Han Fei was acting. She consoled Fu Sheng. "Yes, I'll stay here. Li Yuan will be fine." Fu Sheng normally would heed their advice, but this time, he didn't move. Instead, he looked straight at Han Fei. Han Fei believed Fu Sheng had seen something. He walked to Fu Sheng and knelt to look into the boy's eyes. "You need to look after mother and little brother. Leave the rest to me. Should I fail, you'll be the pillar for the family. Go home. Don't make them worry." Fu Sheng looked at Han Fei before nodding. He didn't enter the hospital, but turned to leave. The staff carried the student into the hospital. Teacher Lu followed. Han Fei stood outside alone. He waited until the sun had fully set before he called his wife. "I need to work overtime until midnight, so I will be skipping dinner." When the last ray was consumed by the horizon, the city fell into darkness. Han Fei left the hospital. After taking a long detour, he came to the wall close to the hospital's side door. He jumped over the wall. He found a bag Zhang Zhuang prepared for him inside a bush. It contained a doctor's coat, mask, and a lot of bandages. After he changed, Han Fei assumed the role of a doctor and took out the doctor's work ID given to him by Shen Luo. At first, Shen Luo escaped the hospital with another doctor. Shen Luo was lucky to find Han Fei, but the doctor died in a car accident. Before Shen Luo disappeared, he left the doctor's work ID with Han Fei. The mutation is getting stronger. Standing in the shadow, Han Fei could feel the oppressive pressure. Normally, he'd be home at this hour, so now he finally understood the horror of the memory world at night. Han Fei took out the red paper doll. He used it as guidance. Zhang Zhuang was cleaning the corridor on the third floor. His eyes moved to the corner where Han Fei was. He only has one chance. If he fails, his memory will be gone. He won't be him again. His hands that held the broom tightened. A tear slid down Zhang Zhuang's face, but he had no idea why he was sad. Brother Zhuang, the head nurse, told us to go to Building 2 to help, so we'll be going. Du and Boss left the cleaning job to Zhang Zhuang and left. It's best to stay put after dark. The two players didn't heed his advice and left. I feel like my back is about to break after doing so much cleaning. I've played many games, but I've never encountered something like this before. Boss massaged his back. The NPC ignores us, and we haven't triggered a single mission. What kind of useless hidden map is it? Hidden maps should have their own rules. Perhaps we haven't fulfilled the condition to trigger the missions. You thought? We've explored the entirety of Building 1. We didn't see the other players. They should be at the other buildings. Let's find Chongwei first. He is a hidden map expert and a top black box hunter. He'll know this place better than we do. Boss and Du left the elevator. They walked down Building 1's corridor to head to Building 2. Du shivered as the chill overwhelmed him. Was the heater at Building 1 that strong? How come Building 2 feels so cold? It's more important for us to find the other players. We need to do that before the dumb Zhang Zhuang realized we were lying to him. Boss closed the door. He was about to walk forward when the lights flickered. Was that due to a fluctuating electrical pressure? I don't think so. Don't you feel that the surrounding has gotten darker? Stop scaring yourself. This is an Iyashikei game. There won't be any gore. Boss walked ahead. Soon, he saw a lot of bloody bandages left outside one of the wards. Boss, didn't you say there wouldn't be any gore? Maybe the hidden maps are slightly different. Boss pushed open the door and looked into the ward. The small ward was empty. The lights flickered again. The temperature dropped. This atmosphere is not right. Du examined the bandages on the ground. He noticed there were faint footprints underneath. It was as if the patient had removed the bandage and walked away holding the wall. You followed the footprint to the middle of the corridor, where the footprints disappeared. You looked up and saw a notice board hanging on the wall. It was filled with pictures of doctors. Why would the footprints disappear here? There is no door or window nearby. So where did the person go? A scary thought entered his mind. You looked at the pictures of the doctor. Every picture was clear. It felt like the doctors were staring at him. You suddenly realized that at the bottom row, a doctor had left behind a full-body picture. The doctor wore a white coat but stood away from the camera. The picture was old, like it was taken years ago. "Boss, look at this picture at the bottom." You called the boss. He pointed at the notice board. "What picture?" Boss ran over. "The one at the bottom. The doctor is standing facing away from us." "I don't see anything. Are you hallucinating?" Boss was speechless. "What?" You looked around. There was an old picture still on the board, but there was no one in the picture. You sucked in a cold breath and took a step back. "Can you not scare yourself?" Boss just said that when the lights flicked again. However, this time, the lights at the end of the corridor didn't come back on. "Boss, I have a very bad feeling." Diyu's focus was on the notice board. He looked at the doctors, and the doctors looked at him. Diyu slowly retreated and bumped into a person's back. He felt better. "Boss, shall we return to Building 1 and come back in the day?" Diyu looked up, and he realized Boss was standing before him. The bad feeling intensified. Something is not right. Is this a horror game? Chapter 585. Medicine Boss stared at the notice board, his eyes fixated on the old picture. The background of the picture was one of the wards. It looked very familiar. Boss leaned closer and realized there were several bloody footprints inside the picture. They looked similar to the ones they found underneath the bandages. The bloody footprints on the corridor have gone into the picture? Boss' face was almost touching the board. He used his fingers to touch the bloody footprints. His fingertips felt sticky, like he was really touching blood. Boss jumped away from the board and rubbed his hands on his shirt. He turned to Diyu. The lights flickered. When the lights went out, Boss saw someone behind Diyu. He was in a white coat, standing back to back with Diyu. The fuck? When the lights came back, the person behind Diyu disappeared. Rubbing their eyes, Boss and Diyu looked at each other. "Boss, do you think this hidden map might be a horror one?" Diyu's voice was shaking. He knew he had bumped into someone earlier, but Boss was standing in front of him. Horror maps should have been deleted already. Boss was shaken. He felt like he had forgotten something important. "We better don't stay in open spaces. It feels too dangerous." "Okay." Diyu reached his hands behind him. He only dared to turn around when he was sure there was nothing behind him. However, as he turned back, the lights in the corridor dimmed again. This time, the lights went out longer. When the lights came back on, the frozen Diyu looked at the end of the corridor dumbly. Diyu realized something was attracting him in the dark. It was like someone was waving at him. The lights at the other end of the corridor never came back on. Darkness was slowly spreading towards them. "Boss, didn't more lights come back on earlier?" "I'm not sure." The two players looked at the empty corridor, and the lights went out again. They leaned against each other with their limbs shaking. They could feel the other losing body temperature. Several seconds later, the lights came back on. Another light remained out near the end of the corridor. Darkness was encroaching. "Should we go back to Building 1? With Chang Wei's ability, he wouldn't be in danger." Diyu pulled on Boss' sleeve. "I think so too." Boss took out a fountain pen he stole and then wrote down a symbol used by Absolute Truth on the white wall beside the notice board. Before he could finish drawing, the lights in the corridor went out again. In the dark, a shadow was slowly moving towards them. St stopped drawing. Diyu dragged Boss to go. The lights returned then. However, the lights around the two players remained closed. Darkness surrounded them. "Run." Boss abandoned the pen. He and Diyu ran towards the entrance. The corridor was half submerged in light and half submerged in darkness. It was very strange. The two rushed to the door. They didn't dare stop. When they tried to open the door, they realized it was locked. A few bloody bandages were squeezed into the gap. "Someone has been following us." Diyu shook the door. The lights went out again. The darkness rustled like a babbling brook or a critter. I can't stand this anymore." Diyu was not that courageous. He raised his leg to kick at the door. The impact resounded throughout the building, but the thin door remained unmoved. This shouldn't be. As Diyu planned for the second kick, he felt something touch him on his back. The sudden contact made him jump out of his skin. He turned around, and there was a face in the dark looking at him. There was electricity static, and the light above Diyu and Boss came on. Of the whole corridor, only the light above them was on. There's another door outside this door. We'll go upstairs and see if we can jump out of this building. Boss hadn't seen a ghost before, but he was frightened by this atmosphere. There was definitely something chasing after them in the dark. They stumbled into the stairwell. Boss and Diyu rushed into the first ward they saw on the second floor. Open the window. We'll jump. Boss couldn't run as fast as Diyu. He was behind Diyu as he urged the man. Jump? How? Diyu looked at the enclosed ward. There was no window in the room. It felt so oppressive. There's no window? We'll go to another ward. Boss turned to leave. His hand just grabbed the door handle when the lights on the second floor corridor went out. Boss wanted to run out, but his hands pulled instead of pushed as the lights went out. He closed the door. Shoo! Holding their breaths, Boss and Diyu slowly retreated. They bent low. They planned to rush out when the lights came back on. They waited without even daring to breathe, but the lights outside didn't return. The feeling of uneasiness spread through the room. Diyu looked at Boss beside him, but he only saw a blurry shadow. He made a gesture at Boss. Before Boss replied, strange noises came from outside the door. A trolley from the emergency department rolled by. The plastic wheels squeaked as if they would collapse at any moment. The sound was clear against the stillness. The trolley came closer until it stopped at the ward beside them. The door opened. A girl's laughter echoed inside the room. She asked someone happily, "Can I cry today?" There was whispering in the corridor. More than one person muttered coldly. They poked her body and marked her face. Soon, a heavy object was dropped on the trolley. The girl's joyous voice echoed on the corridor. "Can I cry tonight? Doctor, I don't want to keep on smiling anymore." Another heavy object landed on the trolley. The girl's voice disappeared. The trolley moved on. About 10 seconds later, the lights in the corridor returned. The pale light slithered into the ward through the gap. "Boss, we can go now?" Diyu turned to look at Boss. The man was in pain, his hands scratching his face nonstop. "What's wrong?" "I've heard that girl's voice before, but I can't remember where. She has saved us once." Boss scratched his face so hard it was bleeding. "I really have forgotten something." "That doesn't matter. We need to escape first." Diyu dragged Boss along. He planned to leave, but he was stunned as he left the ward. A giant bloody flower bloomed on the white wall. It was like someone was just murdered here. This is more than a little gore. Diyu resisted the urge to vomit. He pushed the door of the next door ward, and it was locked. Diyu tried the other doors, and they were all locked. The front door was locked, and the wards were locked. They were trapped in building 2. What should we do? Go back downstairs. Diyu turned to Boss. Ever since they heard the girl, Boss was not doing so well. We need to chase after the trolley and find the girl. Boss patted Diyu's shoulder. I'm afraid too, but think about it. This is just a game. At most, we'll lose our account. I promise you that I'll buy you a new account on the black market if we die. This is not a matter of money. I really think something is not right. I think so too. Boss pointed at Head. When I met Han Fei this morning, he was acting strange. He was not acting, and he was like a real killer. He told me that we have been here a long time already, but we have lost that memory. Amnesia? And you believe him? Diyu thought Boss was crazy. A normal map wouldn't do that, but what if this is the map with the black box? Boss narrowed his eyes, which were glowing coolly. The strange things we've encountered coincide with that supposition. The black box we're looking for might be here. Ever since Immortal Pharma's CEO's will was revealed, the black box became more than just a noun. It represented the stock of Immortal Pharma, endless wealth, and the power to decide humanity's future. Boss, are you sure? I'm not, but I know when I gain the stocks, the world will plunge into terror. Boss resisted his fear and followed the trolley's bloody trail. Since this is a game, we might as well take a leap of faith. The lights went out. This time, Boss didn't retreat. He and Diyu walked slowly forward, back to back. The first floor was completely dark, and the second floor was shutting down too. Boss and Yu were chased by darkness to move forward. Third floor and fourth floor. Boss and Yu followed the blood trail to the fourth floor. They stopped at the top of the staircase and looked down the corridor. The blood trail ended. There was no girl, but there was a caretaker cleaning the ground on the corridor. Where's the girl? Has she been moved into one of the wards? Boss stared at the caretaker. He slowly reached into his pocket to grab a scalpel. Boss, calm down. This is just a precaution. Holding the scalpel, Boss slowly approached the caretaker. He thought the man looked familiar. When he was 2 meters from the caretaker, he stopped. He recognized the man and called out. Achu. The caretaker was stunned and then stopped working. Is it really you? You're one of the first batches of players who went missing in the maze. I didn't expect to see you here. The boss took another 2 steps forward. Achu slowly turned around. His eyes were dull, and his skin was bloated. His face was twice as big. You walked over too. We shouldn't stay outside on the corridor. You wanted to leave, but boss wanted to find the laughing girl. He believed she was important. Achu, did you see the doctors pass by with the girl? Boss walked to Achu. He grabbed Achu's arm when the man didn't answer. When he touched Achu, the caretaker's eyes started to turn irregularly. There were incomplete bandages in his pupils. Achu opened his mouth to speak, but the wound inside his mouth slid open. His face looked like it was about to shatter. Yu and Boss were shocked. They retreated immediately. They didn't care about Achu anymore. His legs weakened. Achu collapsed to the ground like his body had no bones. His face showed various exaggerated expressions. Shock, fear, anxiety. Achu couldn't control his face. He tried desperately to tell Boss something, but the more he struggled, the bigger the wounds on his face until his face started to crack. The lights above them flickered. Boss heard one of the wards creak open. He pushed Yu back into the stairwell. The ward near Achu opened. 2 doctors in red coats walked out. They pushed a trolley. An old lady was lying on it. Doctor, can I cry now? I don't want to smile anymore. I'm scared. The young voice came from the old lady's mouth. She was like a child, hanging onto the doctor's sleeves. Do be nice. It'll be over soon. The short doctor pulled off the black cloth on the trolley. They used scissors to cut off the bandage on the old woman's back. Blood gushed out. After the blood finished flowing, one could see there was a blurry human face on the old lady's back. There's still no fruit after consuming so many personalities. It looks like this girl is another failure. The tall doctor said coldly. We need to get a new medicine. Then what about this one? The short doctor rubbed the old lady's head. He felt sorry for her. Expired medicine has to be destroyed. The tall doctor glanced derisively at the short doctor. He took out a white towel to cover the old lady's nose. Then, he pulled out a needle. Help me press her down. I'm sorry, Duju. I don't want to do this either. The short doctor pressed on the girl who didn't know how to cry. The tall doctor was going to inject her with something. As the needle approached the old lady's neck, footsteps came from behind the tall doctor. He turned around, and a scalpel plunged into his stomach. The doctor's eyes widened, and he glanced at the 2 caretakers. You are. Run. Boss knocked the doctor away. Yu grabbed Achu and placed him on the trolley. He almost crushed the old lady. They saved the old lady and Achu. After they grabbed the trolley, they started to run. The short doctor didn't give chase. He helped the tall doctor get up from the ground. The 2 doctors looked quietly at the Yu and Boss. The scalpel dropped to the ground. The wound on the doctor didn't bleed. Han Fei had just reached Building 4 when he noticed the lights at Building 2 went out completely. The corridor that connected Building 2 to other buildings flashed with moving figures. The mutated monsters are hurrying to Building 2. Why? Han Fei had no idea who had helped him, but he would make use of this opening. Han Fei rushed to the corridor connecting Building 4 and 5. He swiped the doctor's work ID and sneaked into Building 5. He stood at the corner and took out his phone to call Octopus. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. Han Fei said, I wish to do one last thing for Fu Shang. If I'm gone, please help me protect him. He can see you. Perhaps God pities him and gives him this present. You should appreciate it. The other end was silent. In his heart, you're not the scariest ghost, but the person he wants to meet the most. Han Fei waited for a while before hanging up. Han Fei set Octopus' phone as speed dial 1. Even though he made it sound so heroic, at desperate moments, He might need help from Fu Sheng's mother. After he was ready, Han Fei took out the red paper doll from his chest. He had it sense the curse's location. Is Worm still here? Soon the paper doll jumped down from Han Fei's palm. The blood-red eyes slowly opened. Before leading the way, it glared furiously at Han Fei. Why did you glare at me like that? The red paper doll couldn't answer. It turned and walked towards the second floor. Chapter 586. White Ghosts, Red Ghosts. I have done nothing out of place. I've been sleeping on the floor. I didn't even hold her hand. If someone took my place, they wouldn't be able to withstand the seduction. If they managed to survive until now, they would have gotten someone pregnant already. Han Fei mumbled as he followed behind the paper doll. Han Fei didn't run into any roadblocks, probably because all of them had been lured to Building 2. The paper doll stopped at the staircase but didn't go up. Is there something up there? Leaning against the wall, Han Fei turned to look down the other side of the corridor. The long hospital corridor was so long it appeared endless. There was static, and the light above Han Fei flickered. One of the lights on the second floor went out when he came to. After the lights in Building 2 went out, all the monsters gathered there. The lights should be some kind of signal. Han Fei's eyes watered. This happened every time Han Fei used the Ghost Eyes talent. Fu Sheng could only see ghosts when he was crying. Someone is standing in the dark. Is he controlling the lights to signal the others? The lights flickered, and 2 lights went out. The shadow appeared to move in the dark too. How did he discover me? Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei decided to opt for a different infiltration method. He picked up the blood-red doll. When the lights flickered for the 3rd time, he charged down the corridor. I need to kill him before he attracts more doctors. Whenever the lights flickered, the shadow would be closer to Han Fei. The shadow didn't do anything but apply this imminent pressure. He thought he would be safe in the dark. When the lights flickered for the 5th time, Han Fei grabbed the darkness. The blade in his hand glowed. Using art appraisal, Han Fei cut the shadow and the darkness behind him. Using soul depth touch, Han Fei pressed on the human shadow. He shoved the paper doll into the shadow's heart. The bloody paper crawled into the shadow's body. His skin cracked and paled like paper. Ever since the mad laughter was released, Han Fei gained more confidence. The lights came back on. The shadow was revealed to be the soul of a doctor in the white coat. He was devoid of emotions, and he was more like a puppet. Under the light, the paper doll grew within the doctor's soul. As the curse spread, the doctor's skin cracked. Through soul-depth touch, Han Fei knew the doctor's heart was hollow. He had no human emotion, just a desire for death. Just how much torture one has to endure to reach this state. Han Fei pulled Rest in Peace out of the doctor. The empty soul dispersed, and bits of light entered the blade. The paper doll sat on the ground. It pulled out many cursed names from the doctor. These people were gone, but their resentment-filled names lingered in the doctor. The doctor wore a white coat, and his soul was marked with resentment. Is he the white ghost at this hospital? Both Kalingaling and Zhang Zhuangzhuang mentioned 3 ghosts at the hospital. Red ghosts would eat faces, white ghosts eat people, and the scariest was the black ghosts. The doctors who died here would become white ghosts? Han Fei looked at the dots of light and Rest in Peace. He shook his head. Perhaps only doctors with humanity left will become white ghosts. But why would white ghosts eat people? A tattered white coat was all that remained of the doctor. Han Fei picked up the coat and found a thin patient's list in the coat pocket. Notification for player 0000. You found a clue related to personality fragment. Related to personality fragment? Han Fei remembered that he unlocked something called personality fragment when he reached level 20. After leaving the Mirror God's world, he also gained a personality fragment. They appeared unusual. As Han Fei leafed through the patient's list, there was another notification. Notification for player 0000. You found the name list for people with imperfect personalities. Name list for people with imperfect personalities. The list has 5 names of patients with imperfect personalities. This is the last mark they left in this city. Warning. After you collect 5 grade G name lists, you'll be rewarded with a grade F clue. Han Fei touched the names, but the system didn't respond anymore. The names inside the doctor's soul correspond to the ones on this name list. The doctor took their personalities? The white ghosts don't really eat people but their personality? When Han Fei entered this memory world, his inheritance mission was called Perfect Personality. This memory world was based on that. If I didn't change fate, a despairing Fu Sheng would have been sent here for treatment by Du Zhu. Fu Sheng would be tortured towards madness, and he would slowly approach the black box in the abyss. I killed the doctor. He didn't hate me, but left the last bit of his humanity with me. Han Fei knew what to do then. I need to help all the doctors seek salvation and gather all the names. That is what the doctor wishes to see. Killing and saving were sometimes not so different. Just like Midnight Butcher and Dawn Butcher were not that different. The career had a different meaning because the butchering target was different. After the doctor died, the lights at Building 5 returned to normal. Perhaps the other hospital monsters would think the intruder had been dealt with. It's not yet midnight. The mutation here hasn't reached its height. Han Fei planned to disguise himself as a doctor to continue his infiltration. When Han Fei was coming up with his plan, the blood-red doll stood to the side. It was already used to this. The paper doll slowly walked towards the stairs after Han Fei put away the patient's record and white coat. The nameless heroes at Building 2 really helped Han Fei a lot. He came to the third floor without running into any trouble. He pushed open the door. The walls were no longer pure white. They had little mottled spots like age spots. Han Fei touched the walls, and they felt strangely like human skin. Building 5 has already mutated to this stage. What about Building 6 and 7? The legendary Building 8 will be impossible. Han Fei followed the paper doll and moved slowly. They finally stopped at Ward 9. The door wasn't locked, and it was left half open. People were talking inside. There appear to be two personas inside this patient. I believe he has the qualification to enter Building 7. If you can find a way to force the other persona out, then I'll accompany you to find the hospital vice director. I've tried many methods, but the more I torture him, the happier he gets. The voice sighed. His other persona doesn't seem to care about the main persona, and I didn't dare to torture him to death. The patient probably knows that and is toying with you. This is the first time I've encountered such a perverse patient. How about we deliver him to Du Zhu? She is the hospital director's favorite child. It'll benefit us to befriend her. Du Zhu doesn't like dogs who are already crazy, and she likes to push normal individuals slowly towards madness. Then, she'll kick them away. A hoarse voice inside the room said. Du Zhu likes someone from a gaming company, right? She wanted to take control of the man. However, after the man got Du Zhu, he didn't correct his mistakes and became worse. It infuriated Du Zhu, and we had to exhaust a lot of medicine that week. The man continues to cheat after he has the perfect monster. In a way, he matches Du Zhu. Anyway, let's stop talking. We need to destroy his face so that he'll forget himself. Then we'll send him underground to have his personality stripped. The conversation softened until Worm's familiar scream rang out. The man was crazy. He got off in pain. He moaned and groaned as he was tortured. He laughed and begged for mercy at the same time. It annoyed the ghosts in the room. Worm might die if this continued. Han Fei covered the paper doll's ears as he opened the ward door. Inside the large ward, two doctors and a nurse whose face was covered in bandages stood beside the bed. They were injecting Worm with different needles. They also carried a long scalpel. Why is there another one? Who are you? A doctor looked at Han Fei confusedly. His face was bound in bandages. Did you get the wrong ward? This is our patient. The doctor kneeling beside the bed lifted his head. His body was splattered with blood. His face had no bandages. In fact, he had no face, only bloody strings pouring out his head. Red ghosts eat their own faces? As Han Fei approached, he took out Rest in Peace. Before the doctor could react, the blade pierced into his chest. No one would have expected their colleague to attack without warning. Idiot, knife can't kill him. The faceless doctor smiled. Blood leaked out of his gash. Before he could finish his mutation, Han Fei slashed Rest in Peace through his head and right into his brain. The wiggling blood vessels snapped as they neared the blade. This was a light that had never appeared in this world before. Han Fei immediately turned around to deal with the third threat. The nurse wanted to scream, but as she opened her mouth, a red paper doll was shoved into her mouth. The doll was aggressive and tore open her tongue. To deliver a quick death, Han Fei stabbed her. The 3 doctors and nurses collapsed in a pool of blood. They didn't have anything positive left that entered rest in peace. Rest in peace cut through them like butter. Are they doctors or butchers? Even the white ghost who had lost his emotions still has some humanity left. These 3 have human emotions, but their souls are of no value at all. Han Fei looked at the blood on the ground. The 3 didn't disappear after they died. Their bodies decayed and gave off this horrible smell. Han Fei pulled off their bandages. Their faces were a blur. Perhaps even they couldn't remember themselves anymore. Do they hide deep inside the hospital normally? Han Fei found 2 more patient lists. 2 more, and I should get a grade F clue. Han Fei dropped the 2 doctors' coats on the ground and turned to Worm. Worm almost peed, being stared at by Han Fei. The man entered the ward and killed 3 people. Then he calmly rifled through the dead bodies for items. The mad doctors were gentle compared to this man. Don't worry, and I'm here to save you. Han Fei pulled down his mask. Do you remember me? Han Fei. Worm's eyes darted about. You really killed those people in the movie? What nonsense. Han Fei removed the ropes on Worm. Come and help me deal with these dead bodies. Move quickly. I don't know how to. Worm collapsed on the bloody ground. It's okay. I also didn't know how to do this at first. I trained. Worm didn't know how to get up once he heard that. You are not going to kill me, are you? Why would I do that? Han Fei was speechless. He cleaned up the blood and stuffed the dead bodies inside the cupboards. He turned to Worm. How come you're so crazy around others, but so scared around me? Chapter 587. Conscripting Worm. Han Fei had high expectations for Worm, but Worm was not showing up so far. He didn't dare to deal with dead bodies. How could he call himself crazy? Come, I'll teach you. Move faster. Worm was a masochist, but that didn't mean he had no fear. He stood up shakily. He was forced to learn from Han Fei. While they were cleaning up, Han Fei asked Worm the things he wanted to know. What happened on the night you kidnapped Du Zhu? Han Fei got straight to the point. This was the thing Worm refused to remember. Something very scary. Worm stammered. We saw that woman changing her medicine. How is that scary? The medicine she uses is different from usual. They are human faces with different expressions. Worm's shoulders shook. The faces were still alive like they had just been torn from living humans. Other than the medicine, there were many medical dregs in her room. You mean ruined faces? Yes and no. Worm shook his head. These medical dregs are young and pretty women. The human faces grew on them. After the faces were harvested, the women wouldn't die, but they would age. I discovered another strange thing. The medical dregs were called Du Zhu too. It felt like Du Zhu had imbued a part of herself into those women. After they grew Du Zhu's faces, they would be eaten by Du Zhu. Han Fei was a well-versed cryptic world traveler, but this was the first time he heard something so strange. I know you might not believe me, but that is the truth. I was so afraid when I saw Du Zhu changing her medicine. However, Chang Wei took that moment to make his move. Worm's eyes were filled with regret. I shouldn't have joined that mission. Every light at the hospital went out after he nabbed Du Zhu. It was like we were fighting with the dark. Then how did you manage to escape? I. Worm stammered for a long time before confessing. I'll not lie to you. Actually, I have 2 personas. I fainted when Chang Wei came out with the bloody Du Zhu. It was my other persona who saved me and brought out Du Zhu. Han Fei knew Worm wasn't lying. He knew Worm had the talent, vulnerable personality. One had to fulfill stringent requirements to force out the other persona. Worm had to be in extreme danger. This also proved that things were really dangerous for Worm back then. You don't believe me? Worm squatted beside Han Fei. He didn't dare to look the man in the eyes. I do. Trust is the most important between teammates. Han Fei snapped the dead doctor's bones so that he could fit into the cupboard. I heard outside the door that the doctors planned to turn you into medicine and send you somewhere else. There is a surgical room under every building. The place can remove a person's memory and personality. I saw a patient taken away. When he returned, he was a completely different person. It's underground? Han Fei nodded as he wiped the blood from his hands. Other than the underground surgical rooms, did you hear anything else useful? We better escape as soon as possible. The hospital has a unique way of finding Duju. The medicines called Duju are connected to Duju. I believe they'll find her soon. Worm said sadly. When she returns, we'll all die. Do you know where all the medicines are hidden? They should be in Building 7, but I can't be sure. Worm thought. The hospital categorized the patients into 7 categories. The most serious cases are at Building 7. Apparently, that building is the most important and dangerous at this hospital. Okay, then we'll visit the underground surgical room at Building 5. Then we'll go to Building 7. Han faced on Worm. Are you sure? Just the 2 of us? If we don't escape now, we won't have the chance again. This hidden map is only so big, and we can't hide forever. Han Fei broke Worm's last hope. I already told you players that you have to cooperate with me if you want to survive. However, some of you refuse to listen to me. My other teammates are still alive? They are still alive, but I wish they're dead. Han Fei led Worm to the door. In the morning, when I sent you to Building 5, a very tall doctor accepted the card at the door. Do you remember where he went? A very tall doctor? Worm followed behind Han Fei. I think I remember him. He pushed me to Building 6. As we were about to enter Building 7, he realized I was faking being unconscious, but he didn't expose me. And then? He entered Building 7 alone to finish some paperwork for me. Then, I was sent to Building 5. Worm recalled. Is he your friend? I felt like he had saved my life. Building 7 again. Han Fei nodded. It looks like a trip there is inevitable. They exited the ward, and Han Fei closed the door. From the outside, the ward looked totally normal. No one could tell the massacre that had happened inside. Worm saw this, and it made him even more afraid. Stay close to me. Han Fei placed the paper doll inside his pocket. Worm, and he walked towards the stairwell. Han Fei perked up his ears, and he heard light footsteps and wheels rolling coming from upstairs. Han Fei shushed Worm and slowly moved up the steps. Aren't we going underground? Why are you moving up? Worm grabbed Han Fei's shirt. The people upstairs might discover us. Han Fei carried his knife and moved up. Instantly the lights on the 5th floor corridor went out. Only a trolley used to transport dead people remained on the empty corridor when the lights came back on. Brother, let's go. There's no one here. Worm saw the trolley, and his heart pounded. Several seconds later, the lights went out again. The trolley wheels creaked in the dark. Worm shivered. He was reminded of that scary night. He persuaded Han Fei again. We're supposed to go underground. Why are we on the 5th floor? We shouldn't find unnecessary trouble. He grabbed Han Fei, but he only got the air. He was stunned. His lips were dry, and his palms were sweaty. Han Fei, where are you? The wheels creaked closer, and Worm's heart jumped faster. He felt the dark was infinitely long. Finally, the lights came back on. Worm looked ahead, and he saw Han Fei standing beside the trolley. The lights behind Han Fei came on, but the lights before him remained closed. The man stood between dark and light. How did he run faster than the trolley? Static returned, and the lights flickered again. As the lights went out, a blinding light flashed. The trolley tipped over, and all the lights on the corridor returned to normal. Worm widened his eyes as he stared at the returning Han Fei. The man was holding a thin patient's list. That's all. What else do you expect? Han Fei put the list away. It wasn't hard for him to collect 5 clues. Since that was your first time, I'll dismiss it. But next time, when I told you to be quiet, you need to shut up. Of course. Worm nodded heavily. He was very confident after he saw how powerful Han Fei was. Big brother, can you tell me how you did that? Can you teach me? Everyone wanted to know how to deal with ghosts in this scary world. Now you. Han Fei wanted to say something when the pain shot through his head. Then, his nose started to bleed. He almost fell. Han Fei. Worm moved to support Han Fei. He looked at this, and his confidence was shattered again. One has to pay so much to deal with ghosts. Worm wanted to say something more, but Han Fei pushed him away. What's wrong? Worm was confused. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Then he saw something staggering. Han Fei held the butcher's knife and swung it at his head. Don't. Worm gasped and fell to the ground in shock. The blade cut through the head. Han Fei opened his eyes. His eyes were muddled. Do you think I can't kill you since you're hiding in my head? But I'm right here. Worm held the staircase banister and stood up. He didn't dare to get close to Han Fei. Worm's knees gave out, and he knelt to the ground again. He thought he was crazy for having two personas, but he realized he was a small case after meeting Han Fei. Han Fei calmed down after a long time. His face was icy. He glanced at Worm on the ground. What are you doing there? Lunar New Year is almost here, so I thought to kneel to you for saving me. Worm remembered what his doctor told him. When dealing with a schizophrenic patient, one should go along with everything they say. As the trump card of absolute truth, can't you be more useful? Han Fei dragged Worm up. They were about to move downstairs when strange voices came from above them again. We're going to the first floor basement. To ensure that we're not discovered, it's quite logical to clean up the other floors. Worm followed obediently behind Han Fei. Now, he agreed with everything Han Fei did. You have a point. Han Fei calculated the time. Since they were already on the 5th floor, what was one more floor upwards? He moved quickly, and several minutes later, he gained a new patient's list. At the same time, the system said, Notification for player 0000. You've gained grade F clue, Building 5's name list for people with imperfect personalities. Building 5's name list for people with imperfect personalities. There is no perfect persona in this world. Like the world itself is not perfect. The people on the name list are sent underground. These imperfect people are the foundation of this absurd world. Their growth allowed me to reach perfection. Gathering 3 grade F clues will grant the player 1 grade E clue. Han Fei placed the patient's lists together. Han Fei noticed the writing on the edges. He ran downstairs with the new clue. The patients have been moved underground to have their personalities removed. If I go now, I might still meet them. Chapter 589. Fellow patient, the beauty of humanity formed the sharp blade. When Han Fei raised the butcher knife, it lit up the 1st floor basement. The night turned to day. Without wasting any extra movements, Han Fei slowly approached his target. The smile on the fat doctor froze. Even a ghost would have trouble smiling then. He didn't expect a normal-looking living person would take out such a dangerous butcher's knife. Compared to Han Fei, he was so harmless. I think. The fatty arms raised. Then the fat doctor saw his arms being cut from the middle, and nothing could stop the blade. His sight was dominated by light. The fat doctor felt warmth from his forehead, and he hadn't felt that in a long time already. What a charlatan. The enormous body crumbled like a deflated balloon. A copious amount of blood vessels exploded out of his body. Then, something curious happened. The blood vessels gathered around the 2 nurses, and then returned to the fat doctor's stomach like some kind of power controlled them. A normal person might be surprised, but Han Fei knew something was wrong with the fat doctor's stomach earlier. Therefore, he never stopped swinging. The doctor's coat was slashed through. The fat doctor's stomach had completely mutated. It was hiding a beautiful human face. The face looked like Du Zhu. She was furious. Fury distorted her face, making her look so scary. An angry face? Emotions could bring people power. The fat doctor was far stronger than the other doctors, which might have to do with this angry face. To prevent the face from recovering, Han Fei used rest and peace to shred it into pieces. Worm, who hid inside Ward 6, saw this. He bit his hands not to make any sound. It was too cruel. This was more than self-defense. It was premeditated murder. Worm saw the fat doctor and the 2 nurses dissolve into blood, but the man was still chopping. Worm curled at the corner, and he bit his finger until it bled. The wall behind him reflected the shadow of Han Fei in the middle of a massacre. The shadow would haunt him forever. At that moment, both his hidden and main personas were shocked. Is he really just a horror film actor? If you ask me, this is his real job. Worm conversed with himself. When he saw Han Fei chase after the 2 guards with the butcher knife, Worm had to ask, are we really the good guy here? After the last guard collapsed, the light dwindled. Han Fei walked back with the stuff he found. You're too eye-catching in the patient's garb. Change into this guard uniform. Okay. Worm moved with the highest speed. He would do everything Han Fei said. Han Fei didn't think much seeing Worm act so obediently. He merely thought this was a result of Worm's childhood trauma. Move faster. The mutation here is getting serious. During the fights, Han Fei felt that clearly. The guards were faster and more agile than before. The mutation will be the heaviest when it's midnight. Han Fei took out his phone. There were 1.5 hours to midnight. Han Fei moved deeper into the first-floor basement while Worm changed. Other than the 6 wards, the most important room here was the surgical room, where the fat doctor came from. The surgical room was left ajar. The layout inside looked similar to the one at Building 1. However, there were more broken equipment and fake limbs on the ground. One's emotions and memories can be stripped with these things? Han Fei turned to the middle of the room. There was a surgical table covered with a bloody cloth. Han Fei removed the cloth, and he was shocked. A patient lay on the table. She looked about 30. Her left leg was missing. Notification for player 0000. You've triggered the alter mission, fellow patient. Fellow patient, this is a memory he can't forget. When he was strapped to the sickbed, when he was tormented to madness, when he lost all hope, it was this normal fellow patient who showed him hope and gave him the ray of light. Mission Requirement 1. Protect her until dawn. Mission Requirement 2. Complete her wish in life. Find her daughter, no matter what she has become. Warning. Completing this mission will award the player with a chance of special alter reward. The mission notification stopped Han Fei in his tracks. He found the woman's patient record in the surgical room. Patient, Du Jing, age 31, original VIP client at Building 1, source of money unknown. She encountered a car accident on June 15th. Her husband and daughter died in a car crash. The patient lost her left leg in the accident. The physique is perfect, but her mind is affected due to overwhelming sadness. The patient shows signs of self-mutilation. Based on Dr. Du Zhu's suggestion, the patient has been moved to Building 7 for isolation. Han Fei managed to guess the story from the information on the patient's record and the system notification. In the real life, Fu Sheng had a mental breakdown after witnessing his father's murder. Du Zhu found a way to send Fu Sheng to this hospital for treatment. Fu Sheng probably met Du Jing at the hospital. One of them was a poor child whose mother died earlier and the father was a murderer, and the other was a poor mother who had lost all of her family. Based on the mission notification, Du Jing has helped Fu Sheng a lot. The future in the alter world had changed. Fu Sheng was not in the hospital, but his father was. Worm, bring the leg over. Han Fei finally knew the purpose of this mission object. He wanted to attach the fake limb back to Du Jing, but as he removed the cloth, he saw the wounds on her leg had almost decayed. Du Jing slowly opened her eyes from the pain. She was pale. She looked like she was going to die soon. Stay here, and don't move. I'm here to save you. Han Fei found bandages in the surgical room. He moved expertly. He stopped the bleeding of the leg. However, the woman didn't look like she wanted to live. She showed no interest in the outside stimulus. Seeing the woman, Han Fei was reminded of Fu Sheng. They had both sunk into despair, and they couldn't care about living anymore. Han Fei still needed to head to the most dangerous Building 7. If Du Jing continued to act like this, no one could save her. If a person didn't want to live, the others couldn't do too much to help them survive. Can you hear me? Han Fei knelt beside Du Jing and looked at the woman's numb face. The best solution to help a person in despair was to give them hope, no matter how impossible it was. Actually, there's something that we've been hiding from you. Han Fei spoke into the woman's ears. Your daughter didn't die in the car accident. I don't know your history with Du Zhu, but she ordered us not to tell you about this. She wanted to do something terrifying to your daughter. With the buff from cursed words, Han Fei's words were very convincing. When Han Fei said her daughter was alive, Du Jing's eyes flickered. Du Jing turned to look at Han Fei. The despair in her eyes was replaced by something else. I suspect it was Du Zhu who was behind your family's car accident. Did you have an argument with her at Building 1? Han Fei's words lit up the anger and suspicion within Du Jing. The numbness on her face disappeared. She stared at Han Fei, and her purplish lips slowly moved. My daughter is still alive? Yes, and I can tell you she should still be in this hospital. We can go look for her together. Once Han Fei said that the woman pushed herself up the table with her wounded arms. I will give you anything as long as we can find her. Don't be so reckless. After Du Jing sat up, Han Fei noticed there were many Du Zhu's faces growing on Du Jing's back. However, all their eyes were closed. You are also Du Zhu's medicine? Du Jing didn't answer, but her fingers tightened when she heard the name, Du Zhu. The patient's record says that you're once a VIP at Building 1. Then you should know Du Zhu. What is the bad history between you two? Why does she hate you? Han Fei looked at Du Jing and felt she looked like Du Zhu. I never have any bad history with Du Zhu. Du Jing shook her head. She is my big sister. Chapter 590, 7 Despairs. Even though Du Zhu is my elder sister, I rarely interact with her. She is our father's favorite daughter, and I'm his bastard child. She is the jewel on the crown, and I'm the barely noticeable accessory. Du Jing crossed her arms. If Du Zhu was really behind everything, why did she do this? Probably because of envy. Han Fei found a rather clean nurse's outfit. She was envious that you have a good family, an obedient child, and love that she lacked. Being Du Zhu's lover was scary, but it was not scarier than being her younger sister. Han Fei handed the nurse outfit to Du Jing. You are her sister, so you should know her better. The woman looks perfect on the surface, but her soul is rotten. I have suspected that, but I believe she wouldn't be so crazy. Du Jing struggled to get up. She was deeply concerned about her daughter. Wait a moment. I'll see how to install this thing. Han Fei cleaned the blood off the fake limb. After multiple tries, he finally got it on Du Jing's leg. See if you can walk. If not, I'll have my friend carry you. Du Jing changed into the nurse outfit. When she moved around, the place where the fake limb joined to the body bled. It looked so painful. Never mind, let him carry you. Han Fei asked Worm to carry Du Jing. The player finally had some use. We have no time to waste. Let's get to Building 7. Han Fei cleared the first-floor basement and returned to the corridor. They had created a considerable commotion in the first-floor basement, but no one came from the second floor. This confused Han Fei. The second-floor basement contains corridors that connect to other buildings. Many heavy case patients are sent through the second floor. They would never see the light in their lives. Du Jing explained weakly. Does that mean we can go to Building 7 through that floor? Han Fei had been to the second-floor basement at Building 1. He knew the place was a VIP parking lot. It looked like there were some secret passages he didn't know. You need special keys to open the passages. Du Jing knew many things about the hospital. Based on what I know, only people in black can have that key. Then, we'll have to follow our original plan. They returned to the surface and headed to Building 7. Han Fei swiped the doctor's ID and was about to walk in when he saw someone standing at the receptionist counter at Building 6 lobby. Why is there a receptionist here? Han Fei remembered Zhang Zihuang's warning. After dark, one could approach the receptionists if they were smiling. Building 7 has all the heavy case patients, but when there is no vacancy at Building 7, some of the patients will be transferred to Building 6, so these two buildings are hazardous. Du Jing whispered. Both patients and staff are very dangerous. Understood. Han Fei was thankful he saved Du Jing. This fellow patient knew many things about the hospital. Big brother, there is 1 hour and 20 minutes left to midnight. How about we skip over this building and go to Building 7 directly? Worm was worried that Han Fei would do something reckless like massacring the whole building just to silence one person. You're calling me big brother? Han Fei frowned. He didn't think he was older than Worm. Then what do you prefer, master? Worm was spooked. He blurted out quickly. Just call me Han Fei. Han Fei didn't waste time with this madman. He told Du Jing and Worm to stay while he pushed open the safety door to enter the corridor. Zhang Zhuang's warning was fresh in his mind. However, the receptionist kept her head lowered, so he couldn't tell if she was crying or smiling. Han Fei made himself look as normal as possible. He was a doctor on duty who had something to say to the receptionist. The pale light shone at the counter. The surrounding was quiet. The receptionist was like a mannequin, and she didn't move at all. Good evening. Han Fei slowly approached. When he was about 2 meters from the counter, the receptionist started to tremble. Her shoulders shook. Someone without experience would have halted already. However, Han Fei didn't stop, but moved faster. The receptionist shook harder. When Han Fei stood before her, the receptionist suddenly raised her head. She was smiling, but her eyes were hollow. They had been dug out. Her ruined face was covered in bloody tears. Good evening. Beautiful sister, you've scared me. Han Fei took out Rest in Peace. The receptionist lunged forward. She opened her arms to hug Han Fei. She stuck her face close to Han Fei. You made the first move. Light glowed as Han Fei and the receptionist collided. Han Fei was knocked back while the receptionist was cut through her torso. Many small capillaries tried to fix the wound, but the wound created by Rest in Peace couldn't be healed by corrupted material. The receptionist collapsed and dissolved into a pool of black blood. Weak light entered Rest in Peace. Han Fei sat on the ground. He looked at the wounds on his shoulders, and he was fearful. She knocked me off so easily, even though I have 32 stamina? He touched the marks on his shoulders. He squeezed out the black blood. Thankfully, I have a high resistance against soul poison. Han Fei was the owner of Ziggurat, so he was familiar with death curses. Plus, he had been eating Su Qin's cooking, so most curses were spices for him. Brother Han, are you all right? Worm carried Du Jing to check on Han Fei. I'm fine. Han Fei glanced upwards. We should head to Building 7. Be careful not to touch the blood on the ground, and they are cursed. The receptionist was filled with curses, the doctor's body was filled with soul poison. Every monster here had its own unique power, but Han Fei always ambushed them before they could strike. I need to be more careful. The hospital is mutating. The deeper we go, the scarier the monsters. Rest in Peace was incredibly sharp, and it could cut through any bloody monsters. However, Han Fei only had one chance to strike if he ran into powerful monsters. If he didn't kill the enemy, he would be killed. Han Fei led Worm and Du Jing out of Building 6 into Building 7. Standing outside Building 7 and looking in, the place looked no different from other buildings. It merely appeared quieter than normal. Du Jing, you've stayed here, right? Is there anything we should pay attention to? There are many abnormal patients here. Do not approach any half-open ward doors. Du Jing thought about it. I heard some doctors here are disguised by patients. It's a lawless place. Have you encountered a Dr. Yin? He's very tall. No. Du Jing shook her head. My main doctor was Zhang Shi, a reticent woman. Zhang Shi. Han Fei was startled. He was surprised to hear about Zhang Zhuang's sister from Du Jing. Do you know where she normally is? I have a letter for her. She is normally on the 4th floor, but I'd advise you to stay away from her. Du Jing looked fearful. I have seen the doctor kill someone. The patients are like building blocks in her hands. She would do her rounds every night, and the ward she picked would be covered in blood the next day, and the ward would be available to welcome a new patient. She's that scary? Many patients on the 4th floor call her the female death. Even though she is our counselor, she needs counseling herself. Du Jing shivered just thinking about it. She sounds powerful. All the more reason to look for her. Han Fei nodded. Sister Jing, are you familiar with the patients here? Have you seen someone called Chong Wei? He was captured only a few days ago. Not sure. Du Jing looked apologetic. The only recent patient at Building 7 I know is called Shun Luo. Apparently, he bribed a doctor and was the only one to have escaped from Building 7. However, he was recaptured. He sounds familiar, but we can ignore him for now. Han Fei didn't want to reunite with Shen Luo at a time like this. I don't know about the rest. That meant Han Fei had to examine Building 7 himself. He eased the door open. The white lights in Building 7 pricked his skin like ice. This was the first time Han Fei realized light could be so cold. There was no one on the empty corridor. None of the labs and wards was locked. Some were left half open. The light couldn't cut through the darkness inside. Han Fei was covered in light, but he felt so cold. His heart froze, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. This place is so strange. Han Fei looked at the room closest to him. The door was left half open, and the door was labeled Hair Transplant Center. Han Fei remembered Du Jing's warning, but they were too close to the room. The hair transplant center was right beside the stairwell. If they wanted to use the stairs, they would have to pass this room. Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei signaled for Du Jing and Worm to stay behind him. He slowly moved forward as he kept his eyes on the door. The darkness in the room moved like something was alive. Everything looks normal, but this whole building has mutated. Han Fei's red blood doll climbed onto Han Fei's shoulder to warn him. This was its first time doing this. The doll wasn't this nervous when it found out I have 3 children and many wives. It looks like we've really run into trouble this time. Han Fei thought about retreating when the system sang. Notification for player 0000. You've triggered the altar mission, 7 despairs. 7 despairs. The 7 labs have 7 emotions that killed him, delivering him 7 despairs. Mission requirement. Vanquish the despair amalgamation inside the 7 labs. Every successful elimination will grant the player unique reward and a lot of EXP. Han Fei was ready to give up, but the system hooked his interest again. The 7 labs represent 7 despairs, and killing each will grant me rewards? Han Fei had only completed 2 missions since he entered this memory world. He only had 2 chances to access his inventory, so he still had many things he hadn't retrieved. Altar missions have incredible rewards. This mission will provide unique rewards. I mustn't miss them. Han Fei placed the doll back near his chest. Han Fei trusted this doll the most. When in danger, it would protect his heart. Time to head upstairs. Han Fei moved forward, and the darkness in the lab wiggled. Other than that, there was nothing too special. Han Fei successfully walked past the lab. He entered the stairwell, and nothing came out of the lab. It looked safe. Worm followed closely behind Han Fei. However, when he passed the lab, a giant hairy arm reached out. Get up. Han Fei urged and lunged forward. He cut the giant arm. The black hair was severed. The hair that touched rest in peace disintegrated, but those that didn't touch the blades slowly gathered back together. I need to kill the main body. Han Fei didn't dare to enter the hair transplant center alone. He needed someone to work with him, so he had the chance to find the main body of all the black hair. They rushed to the 2nd floor. The lab on the 2nd floor was strange too. The door was left half open and blood leaked out. The door label floated on the pool of blood, Kylopalatoskysis Center. Han Fei was very focused. He was about to charge past the door when a doctor in a white coat walked out of the lab. He was facing away from Han Fei, and he said in a strange tone, Why is there someone on the corridor so late at night? We have some question to ask Dr. Zhangxi. You can find her later. I have some problems that I need your help with. The doctor still hadn't turned around. He sounded urgent. What kind of help? Han Fei narrowed his eyes at this suspicious doctor. An emergency room patient is going out of control. The doctor shouted. Don't waste time, come with me. Okay. Han Fei moved forward with the blade. As the doctor was about to grab his wrist, Han Fei asked, The patient is you, right? The doctor shook and he turned to reveal a mouth that had been spliced into 4 muscular petals. How did you know? Is it because of how I look? I look different from you. The doctor's coat had a bloody patient's outfit. His eyes were different from the other souls controlled by the hospital. Chapter 591, Big Sister. The doctor's lips parted to reveal the jagged teeth underneath. The doctor's face tore open almost fully as the mouth bit at Han Fei. Han Fei wasn't fazed. He faced it head-on. With rest in peace, he dared to challenge pure hatreds. The glowing blade swung. The ugly doctor sensed the danger at the last moment and immediately jumped back. Rest in peace cut off one of his lips and left a bloody gash on his face. The doctor held his deformed face. His eyes were red as he stared at the fleshy lip on the ground. It was like a flower petal made from human flesh. You will die? The doctor pulled out 2 bloody scalpels. I will make all of you look just like me. Then the perfect people will be in the minority. The minority is the patients. The doctor moved very fast. Han Fei was shocked. He aimed at the doctor's neck, and he managed to evade it at the last moment. Han Fei came to a decision instantly. We better get to the 4th floor first. The doctor before them was disguised by a patient at the Kylopalatoskysis Center. Han Fei's solution was to attract the attention of the real doctors to deal with this fake patient. Worm carried Du Jing up the stairs. He didn't dare to waste time earned by Han Fei with his life. None of you are getting away. The doctor was mad. He held the 2 scalpels and was insanely fast. He was like a beast lurking in the dark, aiming to kill everything alive. To protect Du Jing and Worm, Han Fei stayed behind to slow down the doctor. The doctor was crazy. The scalpels aimed at Han Fei's face to carve it like a pumpkin. For most actors, the face was their most important asset. However, Han Fei was an exception. He started to wonder how to make use of this attack pattern. If he was given another chance to strike the doctor, rest in peace would make short work of him. The doctor was an extremely aggressive madman. Han Fei was an extremely calm madman, and both had experienced the darkest despair. Han Fei, be careful. Worm's scream came from the third-floor landing. Han Fei didn't turn to look, but jumped up several steps. The step that he had occupied earlier was covered in an almost transparent yellow-orange sticky liquid. This came from upstairs. Han Fei didn't dare to get too distracted. He glanced at the thing from the corner of his eyes. He noticed the liquid was leaking through the gap in the stairwell. It was very disgusting. Han Fei was afraid of being cornered by two monsters. He canceled the idea of trading injuries with the doctor and ran upstairs. The doctor didn't let them be. He chased after them, swearing to turn Han Fei into something that looked like him. They soon arrived on the third floor. The floor was covered in the disgusting yellow liquid. At some places, the liquid was almost clear, but at other places, it had coagulated into something solid. It looked revolting. What is this? The liquid stuck to their shoes. Worm almost tripped. He grabbed the banister, and his fingers touched the liquid. It's very slimy. It feels like lard. Worm's fingers felt numb. At first, it was quite comforting, but then he was soon alerted. The clear liquid seeped through the skin, and his fingers bloated to 1/4 their usual size. Brother Han, my hand is poisoned. If it can't be cured, then chop off the hand. Don't let the poison spread. Han Fei answered. As he fended off the crazy doctor, he looked around. All the liquid came from the body sculpting and liposuction center on the third floor. The door was left half open too. They were being chased by the doctor with split lips, so they didn't have the chance to examine the place closer. They continued to run to the fourth floor. Is Dr. Zhang Shi on this floor? As they arrived, Han Fei was already feeling exhausted. As the world mutated, the doctor also became faster. The scarier thing was the man's scalpels were imbued with an unknown curse. A cut from it, and the victim would slow down. Han Fei found the doctor getting harder to deal with. To make matters worse, whenever the danger reached its height, his skull would thump with pain. Fu Yi had returned. We're almost there. My former ward is in front. Dr. Zhang is normally working inside the lab in the middle of the corridor. The mutation at the hospital was serious. The pale light twisted the corridor. The corridor looked short, but actually, the distance between each room was very large. Han Fei's group ran until they finally reached the center of the fourth-floor corridor. A unique lab sat here, Cosmetic Psychology Consultation Center. The lab was huge. This line was written outside the wall. Beauty was more than just outer beauty. It also involves inner beauty and one's ability to adapt to societal life. We need to reject the blind pursuit of the beauty that will injure and harm. The sentence was positive, but every word was written in blood. It sounded like a mockery. Han Fei, are you sure we're going in? Worm carried Du Jing. He looked at the bloody message and shivered. Han Fei didn't have time for Worm. When they retreated to the lab door, he kicked Worm into the lab. Then, he also slithered into the lab and closed the door. You can't escape. I will make you into me. The doctor stabbed his scalpels on the door. Han Fei's chest rose and fell. Dr. Zhang should be inside this lab. Du Jing held the wall as she slowly approached the inner room of the lab. As she got close, she heard a female voice coming from inside. Yours is a psychological problem. It's called body dysmorphic disorder. It'll make you become overly concerned with your physical deficiency. The woman's voice was mature and melodic. She invoked trust in others. Finally, there is someone normal. Worm heard the doctor who was conducting a consultation. Don't let your guard down. Han Fei looked at the shaking lab door. The doctor might cut through the door anytime soon. Dr. Zhang, she is normal most of the time. Du Jing knocked on the inner uncertainly. Come in. After getting Dr. Zhang's permission, Du Jing opened the inner door. A female doctor was sitting beside the clean office table. Opposite her was a patient. Are you looking for me? The female doctor looked and sounded normal. She appeared to be spared by the mutation. Du Jing sighed in relief. She was about to walk in when Han Fei stopped her. Don't go in just yet. Look at the patient. The patient opposite the female doctor kept shaking. 2 seconds later, his body crumbled like building blocks. But the strange thing was he was still alive even after all that. You must be here for counseling too. Dr. Zhang didn't seem to notice the patient opposite her. She held her chin and studied Du Jing. She muttered to herself, "How are you faring with your fake leg? You must be tormented by pain. This is body dysmorphic disorder, so you need treatment immediately." Dr. Zhang, compared to that, I am more concerned about my daughter. Du Jing said softly, but Dr. Zhang ignored her. Dr. Zhang turned to Worm. You care too much about other people's opinions, and you'd evade them. You suffer from body dysmorphic disorder and need immediate treatment. Initially, Worm thought the doctor was normal, but he had a second opinion now. Strangely enough, everyone had body dysmorphic disorder in Dr. Zhangxi's eyes. This is weird. Worm pressed on his bloated fingers and stepped back. However, there was another crazy doctor outside the door. There was no place to run. Zhangxi's eyes moved away from Worm, and her beautiful brows knotted when she saw Han Fei. You are in a constant state of self-contradiction. These are classic symptoms of body dysmorphic disorder. There is something about yourself that you want to change. Putting down the pen, Dr. Zhang, she stood up. Her upper body was white, but her lower body was covered in blood. She was like a bloody angel. The human desire for beauty came from a yearning for safety, belonging, love, respect, and self-actualization. Dr. Zhang, she pulled out her drawer to retrieve a glowing scalpel. She looked at Han Fei gently. No matter your yearning, I will satisfy you so that you can be the better version of yourself. When Zhangxi spoke, Han Fei realized he couldn't move his body anymore. Zhangxi's voice had the power to control her victim's flesh and blood. What terrifying power is this? Before Han Fei could do anything, Zhangxi already loomed before him. The bloody doctor's coat expressed a cruel beauty. The letter. Han Fei opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. You are close to perfection, but not perfect enough. Zhangxi's scalpel approached Han Fei's face. She was about to make an incision when a blood-red doll crawled out of Han Fei's collar, holding a wrinkled letter. The doll opened the letter and showed it to Zhangxi. The blood on the coat dripped. The scalpel stopped before Han Fei's eyes. Zhangxi read the letter, and then her face twisted like she was in great pain. Han Fei took a deep breath and realized he could control his body again. He immediately pulled away from Zhangxi. Compared to Zhangxi, the doctor outside appeared cuter. I'm your brother's best friend. He told me to give this letter to you. Han Fei switched on masterful acting. He also used cursed words. He said he had forgotten many things, but he would never forget his big sister. He knows you have been protecting him. Chapter 592, Luck. Your little brother has been worrying about you. His greatest wish in life is to escape this hospital with you. For this wish, he has given up everything. Han Fei's voice contained special power. Duzhu has been kidnapped and the hospital is in chaos tonight. We risked so many things to come here to deliver your brother's concern to you. We know that you have forgotten many things to protect him, but we believe you are still alive. Even if you have forgotten some memories, you're still his best sister, his most important family. Han Fei, who used masterful acting and cursed words, sounded very convincing. It was unknown whether Zhangxi believed him or not, but Du Jing did. She believed this was the real Han Fei. Worm, who held his fingers, was touched when he heard Han Fei. But when he calmed down, he realized they were not here to rescue Zhangxi, but they had to rely on Zhangxi because they had no other option. With that in mind, Worm looked at Han Fei in shock. He couldn't believe this man was the madman who had been going around cutting people. Is this the ability of a grade C actor? He could get into the character in just a second. Even those who knew the truth would have trouble telling if he was acting or not. Worm was stunned again. He was so overwhelmed by Han Fei's show of cruelty that he forgot Han Fei was originally an actor. The three audiences inside the room had completely different reactions. Worm and Du Jing were fine, but Zhang, she was in a very special state. When she saw her brother's letter, something in her brain was triggered. Her soul and consciousness started to resist. Han Fei was like a counselor and used the voice kissed by the devil to guide her to unlock her memories slowly. Han Fei was not a professional psychiatrist, but he had dealt with many crazy souls in the cryptic world. He danced with despair and pain daily. He was familiar with the regret deep inside human hearts. With Han Fei's endless persuasion, Zhangxi's expression became wilder. Blood vessels popped underneath her cheeks, a sign of the curses. Brother Han, perhaps you should give her some time to breathe? What if she gets worse? Worm was really worried. He still remembered the last comment the fat doctor had for Han Fei. Useless doctor. At that moment, the door of the lab was destroyed. The door slammed into the wall. The doctor walked in holding 2 scalpels. All of you look so ugly. You need emergency treatment. Du Jing and Worm had the same idea. They hid behind Dr. Zhang Shi. A patient had gone insane, so it was logical for them to seek help from a doctor. However, Han Fei's reaction was completely different. He held rest in peace to guard before Zhang Shi. You are Zhang Zhuang's big sister, so you're my sister too. I'll do everything to protect you. He didn't make any big proclamation, but he used his action to prove his words. Han Fei actually wanted to kill this doctor with split lips as well. However, he never had the chance. Building 7 was rife with danger. If he stopped to deal with the doctor, he might be ambushed by other things. However, in Zhangshi's lab, Han Fei didn't have that worry. Now was the perfect time to kill the doctor. After living for so long in the cryptic world, Han Fei knew how to assess the situation better than most players. He and the split-lipped doctor was in a deadlock. One of them had to die. Plus, if Zhangshi wanted to kill him, Han Fei wouldn't be able to survive. However, if Zhangshi didn't want to kill him, then helping her kill the other doctor would increase Zhangxi's friendliness level. Therefore, the best choice was not to hide behind Zhangshi but to protect her and hold the agency in his hands. Han Fei and the split-lipped doctor were caught in a fight where a careless mistake would lead to death. Zhangxi's face twisted before she raised her head. Perhaps she was a doctor, or her memory was returning. She started to speak. The split-lipped doctor slowed down, but Han Fei was not affected. Worm was stunned. He knelt to the ground and looked at Han Fei with respect and admiration. So this is the real top player? No wonder he has 7 wives. Worm was really impressed. Sensing the slowing doctor, Han Fei started to adjust his movement. He moved to block the lab's only exit. After that, Han Fei purposely slowed down too, to create the impression that they were both impacted. When the doctor was so slow that he couldn't easily evade Han Fei anymore, Han Fei exploded in speed. The blade of humanity cut through the doctor's face. Notification for player 0000. You've destroyed the despair at the Kylo-Palatoskysis Center. You've gained a lot of EXP and obtained his first despair. Temporarily, the player's charm will be lowered by 1. His first despair. The patients hate his handsome face, so they cut his lips and nose to make him ugly. The doctor fell. Han Fei removed his coat and started to loot his body. Looting was a common game mechanic, but doing it in real life was quite disgusting. The feeling of the warm blood and sick put many players off. Notification for player 0000. You found grade F unique attire, the patient's white coat. The patient's white coat. The patient has owned this white coat for a long time. He has been acting as the doctor at the Kylo-Palatoskysis Center and operating on the other patients to look like him. After you put on this special attire, you'll be cursed by the patient's soul and become more aggressive. However, your speed will have a small increase, and it'll be harder for the other doctors to detect your disguise. I found a grade F attire. Is it the effect of Fu Yi's heaven blessing? Be it in the cryptic world or surface world, attire that could raise attributes was extremely rare. Han Fei immediately put the coat on. Du Jing was confused, but Worm was already used to it. After dealing with the split-lipped doctor's body, Han Fei walked to Zhangxi. He glanced at the letter, and he saw the first line. Zhangxi, you have to look after your little brother. The letter was yellow. It was from years ago, but Zhang Zhuang had preserved it well. This is my mother's letter to me. I know I have a little brother, but I can't remember what his name is and where he is. Zhangxi looked at Han Fei. Once she spoke, Han Fei felt his control over his body lessened. I can bring him to meet him. Han Fei took out his phone. Your brother is now at Building 1. This is his number. Han Fei called Zhang Zhuang, but no one answered. No one can leave Building 7. If my brother is really here, then tell him to leave immediately and don't harbor any more unrealistic dreams. How is saving you an unrealistic dream? Han Fei interrupted her. You are Zhang Zhuang's sister, so you're my sister too. I'll bring you away even if I have to destroy Building 7. Zhangxi looked at Han Fei silently. Suddenly, she raised her palm and placed it on Han Fei's heart. You're willing to fight the whole hospital for a friend's sister? You can still escape now. After midnight, death will become a luxury. You'll forget yourself and become the type of person you once hated the most. My intention is still the same. I'll have to bring you away from here no matter what. If the hospital intends to stop you from reuniting with your brother, then we'll destroy the hospital together. Zhang Shi's fingers touched Han Fei's heart. When Han Fei spoke, her eyes were terrifying, but when he finished, her eyes returned to normal. No one can destroy the hospital. I appreciate your concern, but I can't leave this place anymore. Zhang Shi pulled back her hand. She knew Han Fei wasn't lying. You better leave now and escape before midnight. I will destroy this place. Han Fei grabbed Zhang Shi's hand and placed it before his chest. You should be able to tell that I'm not lying. I can tell you in no uncertain terms that I will destroy this hospital even if I have to die to do it. Han Fei was very sincere. He wanted to end this tragedy. Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Zhang Shi increases by 2. Zhang Shi used her talent to listen to Han Fei's inner voice with her hand over his heart. She could feel his determination. I still don't think you can do that. Zhang Shi sighed. But I do wish to meet the little brother that I've forgotten. Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despair at Cosmetic Psychology Consultation Center. You've obtained a lot of EXP and his second despair. His second despair, the endless counseling and consultation broke his mind. This place that should bring him hope buried him deeper into the abyss. It made him feel like his illness would never be treated, and he would never leave this place. Han Fei was shocked to hear the system notification. He hadn't done anything but hand the letter to Zhang Shi after entering his lab. The mission is completed? Han Fei looked up in confusion. The blood-red doll crawled back into his pocket. He felt his luck had improved a lot. This lab should be one of the hardest rooms. However, Han Fei was lucky enough to gain Zhang Zhuang's trust, and from him, the key item. After entering the lab, he didn't even have the chance to retrieve the letter. The doll was not made from flesh and blood, so it was immune to Zhang Shi's power. It grabbed the letter for Han Fei. He then used his experience and cursed words to help Zhang Shi find part of her rationality. Then, the split-lipped doctor barged in. Han Fei protected Zhang Shi and murdered the doctor to prove he was there to help her. The endless coincidences meant that Han Fei left the perfect first impression on Zhang Shi. Things are that successful. Han Fei felt things were too surreal. He opened his menu because he was worried that he had accidentally triggered the profession of lapidarist. His profession tab hadn't changed, but Fu Yi's talent of heaven's blessing had been active all this time. Chapter 593, Reunions. The difficulty of this lab is to give Zhang Shi hope and persuade her to leave. In real life, after Fu Sheng was captured by Du Zhu, he must have yearned to leave. After Fu Yi's death, Fu Sheng had a mental breakdown. People already treated him like he was crazy. After he was sent here, he met Du Zhu. He couldn't prove that he was not crazy. All his protests became symptoms of his madness. I need to shatter all the 7 despairs before midnight. But one thing's strange. Han Fei checked the system. After breaking the despairs in the lab, he would gain the EXP and something called one of his despairs. This was not an item or a buff, and it was an emotion of despair. After Han Fei shattered the despairs and changed the future, the despair on Fu Sheng appeared to transfer to him. Temporarily, Han Fei didn't feel anything change. Although, he would continue to finish the mission even if he knew Fu Sheng's despair would harm him. To change Fu Sheng's future was the choice he had already made. This was the first time Han Fei became a father, and he didn't know how to be a good father. He was trying his best to fight for his family. Sister Zhang, I'll bring you to meet Zhang Zhuang. But before that, we need to find someone else. There weren't many doctors who were communicable. The person's surname is Yan. He is a doctor here. He is very tall and joined this hospital just recently. There's a Dr. Yan on the 6th floor's burn and plastic surgery center, but I'm not sure if that's the person you're looking for. Zhang Shi provided valuable information. Okay, we'll head to the 6th floor now. When they moved close to the stairwell, they saw something disgusting. The yellow liquid was moving on the steps like they had a mind of their own. It looks like something is wrong at the liposuction center again. Zhang Shi said. Don't touch the fat, you'll die. Sister Zhang Shi. Worm held up his bloated fingers. He carefully approached Zhang Shi. I accidentally touched the yellow liquid earlier. Now, my hand is swollen, and my arms are numb. Worm showed Jiangxi his arm. His skin was turning a strange color. His capillaries bulged. There was something white flowing in them. Sister Jiangxi, what should I do? Since Jiangxi didn't answer, Worm asked again. Jiangxi finally turned around. She shook her head. There's nothing you can do. There's not even a chance. Worm looked sad. He regretted not listening to Han Fei. If he had chopped off one finger, he could have saved his whole arm. Chin up. We'll meet up with Dr. Yin first, and then go to the liposuction center together. Han Fei encouraged Worm. We'll capture the doctor there and force him to treat you. Thank you, Brother Han. Worm knew how dangerous the hospital was, but Han Fei was still willing to take risks to save him. Worm slowly understood why someone as crazy as Han Fei was so popular. Brother Han, if you have use of me, I will sacrifice myself for you. Don't jinx it. Keep close to me. Han Fei didn't think he did anything to deserve something like this. He was also afraid that Worm might mean something different by sacrifice. After all, there was no telling what the man was thinking. Han Fei's group rushed to the 5th floor before the fat flooded the 4th floor. All the wards here were open. Only the lab door was closed. Prosthetic Limbs Reconstruction Center? Han Fei glanced at the lab, but didn't get close. There's a very greedy person on this floor. Even I can't tell if he's a doctor or a patient. Once Jiangxi said that there was this strange sound. It sounded like many people scratching on the floor with their nails, or a centipede moving. Let's get to the 6th floor first, and there's no need to fight every time. After clearing Jiangxi's mission, Han Fei realized murder was not the only solution. The other doctors might let you go, but definitely not the thing on this floor. Jiangxi knew her colleagues well. She looked coldly at the empty wards. His inner greed will be triggered once night fell, and he'd turn everything on the 5th floor into his private possession. The scratching grew louder, and Han Fei confirmed where it came from. He turned to the stairwell. A bespectacled old man's head reached out from the landing between the 5th and 6th floors. The wizened face was followed by an aged neck and then many pairs of arms and legs. The old man was like a giant human centipede. If Han Fei had charged upstairs, he would have fallen right into the old man's trap. Dr. Wu is very greedy. He has no family, and he likes to scam the patients for money. In the morning, he would recommend the patients different prosthetics, and then at night, he would pull off the young people's prosthetics and attach them to his body. Jiangxi looked at Dr. Wu like how one would look at a disgusting bug. If there's a ranking for the most hated doctors, Dr. Wu would be ranked first. Almost everyone here has been scammed by him before. I rarely judge a book by its cover, but this thing deserves to be killed. Han Fei took out Rest in Peace. He wanted to chop off Dr. Wu's every limb. The old man stared at Han Fei. The 4 limbs on his shoulders grabbed the banister, and the 2 arms poking out of his ribs pointed at Han Fei. I can let you pass, but you have to give me something in return. I have a medicine that can cure all ills. If you're satisfied, I hope you can let us pass. Han Fei put on his masterful acting. He wore the split-lipped doctor's coat and put his hands in the pockets. A cure-all medicine? The old man revealed an ugly grin. Give me. He climbed on the wall until he stopped above Han Fei. This medicine is very precious. I only have one. I hope you'll keep your promise after you try it. Han Fei pulled his hand out of his pocket. He was holding a blade hilt. A hilt? The old man frowned. Where's the medicine? You can't see it? Then I'll feed you myself. Han Fei rushed forward. Rest in Peace glowed. The shine of humanity pierced through the old man's head, and then it slid down to cut the body in half. The old man was cautious when he saw the hilt, but his body suddenly slowed. He couldn't evade. The giant body fell to the ground. The endless limbs crawled away. As long as the old man's weakness didn't perish, he would eventually recover. Don't stop. Jiangxi shouted. Han Fei never intended to do that. He was not going to win the old man alone, but with Jiangxi's help, he easily evaded the old man's attack. He chopped through the endless limbs. After the last limb was severed, blood leaked out to reveal the black heart underneath. Han Fei punctured it, and the black-hearted old man stopped struggling. Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despair in the Prosthetic Limbs Reconstruction Center. You've obtained EXP and his 3rd despair. Your life points will recover faster. His 3rd despair, His stepmother lost everything to help treat his illness. He felt like the biggest failure in the world. His life was a burden. Han Fei didn't stop and ran to the 6th floor. The corridor was silent. This floor felt more like a real hospital compared to the other floors. Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei slowly moved to the burn and plastic surgery treatment center. The lab looked normal from the outside. Han Fei pushed on the door, and the door wasn't locked like the people inside knew he was coming. The smell of burnt flesh assaulted his nostrils. Han Fei looked into the lab, and a tall doctor was working beside the surgical table. Dr. Yin? Han Fei held up Rest in Peace. When the blade of humanity glowed, the doctor slowly turned around. An unfamiliar face appeared before Han Fei. Dr. Yin didn't have a face in the cryptic world, so Han Fei never knew what he looked like. You're finally here. Dr. Yin saw Han Fei's blade. A person's appearance and personality could be swapped, but only Han Fei could use Rest in Peace. I've been waiting for you. When Dr. Yin said that, the system said, Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despairs in the burn and plastic surgery treatment center. You've obtained EXP and his 4th despair. Your resistance against negative emotions has increased. His 4th despair, he thought about death. His soul fell into flames, but he didn't know he didn't even have the power to die. Dr. Yin stood up. We are running out of time. This world is going to mutate soon fully. Then everyone will be consumed by the altar, and no one can leave. To leave, I have to inherit the altar, but I don't even know where it is. Han Fei sighed. The inheritance mission of this memory world was different from the Mirror God's world. I've searched the whole hospital. I can confirm its general location. Dr. Yin surprised Han Fei. But it's impossible to get there. I believe you need the memory world's owner to accompany you. What if he can't enter this hospital? I suppose someone who carries his regret and despair will work too. Dr. Yin wasn't sure. I am the altar owner's father. I have shouldered part of his despair. Han Fei grabbed Dr. Yin. Bring me there. I should be able to get close to the altar. You're the altar owner's father? Dr. Yan's expressionless face filled with shock. How is that possible? Bring me there now. I'll explain along the way. Han Fei didn't want to waste any time. Okay. Dr. Yin nodded and then shouted at the surgical table. You should come with us. After I leave, the other patients can come into this lab. The patient on the surgical table slowly sat up. His exposed arms, and cheeks were burnt. Han Fei, I'm surprised you know my savior. Chong Wei's voice came from underneath the bandage. Han Fei was surprised too, but he didn't show it. You and Worm are players with great potential. Stay close to me, and I'll bring you all out of here. Han Fei still had many questions for Dr. Yin, but nothing was more important than the altar. In the memory world, the altar was the anchor. Come with me. Dr. Yin put on his work ID and led everyone out of the lab. They took the elevator to the 7th floor. Dr. Yin stopped at the corner of the corridor. He was nervous as he looked at the long corridor that led to the emergency room. The altar is there. Other than the lights, there was nothing on the corridor. Are you sure? Worm widened his eyes. How come I can't see anything? The white lights shone on the white wall. Han Fei was reminded of something as he slowly moved towards the emergency room. With each of his steps, the lights dimmed. Fu Yi, who was quiet, suddenly started to struggle. Han Fei's mouth and nose bled. The closer he got, the weaker he was. Fu Sheng's despair pressed down on him. Negative emotions consumed him, but he didn't stop. Every step was heavy. He was about to break. This corridor appeared to collect humanity's tragedy. His lungs had difficulty breathing, and his eyes watered. Han Fei could hear someone crying weakly and someone calling his name. Han Fei took the last step, and he stopped before the emergency room door. Fu Sheng's despair in his mind suffocated him. Fu Yi struggled to get his body back, but he couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei raised his hand to push open the emergency room door. The answer was right here. The lights on the 7th floor went out at the same time. The crying prayers came out of the walls. Endless souls were praying. They tried their best to plead with the divine for them to stay longer on Earth. Divine patterns appeared on the corridor. Looking at Han Fei and the souls imprinted on the corridor, Dr. Yin sighed in relief. As a doctor, He knew that the corridor towards the emergency room had heard more prayers than the most famous place of worship in the world. This was this memory world's altar. Chapter 594, Our Favorite Toy. When Han Fei opened the emergency room door, the lights at the whole building went out. They fell into darkness. Endless prayers and wishes poured out of the walls. The divine patterns flowed. The separation between life and death was imprinted on the corridor. Even time couldn't wash away the paramautum wails and cries. The despair that exuded out of Han Fei's body mixed with the building. He lifted his head to look into the emergency room. Names surfaced on the white walls. The desire for life turned into shackles, with one end left in humanity, the other end dropping into the abyss. On the wall covered in memories, Han Fei saw a scary shadow. Big Sin was like some kind of religious painting. It was carved into the wall. Its body was bound by shackles. It couldn't exit the hospital wall and enter this memory world. Big Sin. Han Fei called out softly. The giant shadow in the wall started to raise the storm of tragedy as a response to its owner. The shackles pulled tight. Big Sin, who was able to destroy altars easily, matched his match in Fu Sheng's altar. Han Fei tried to move forward, but the despair within him was not strong enough to sustain his movement. The prayers of the soul resisted him. It looks like I need to collect all his 7 despairs first. Since he couldn't force his way in, Han Fei quickly turned around. Just as he was about to leave the corridor, Fu Yi yelled again. It felt like someone had shoved a metal ball into his brain. He almost fell. The pain shot through his body. Han Fei could feel Fu Yi spreading through his limbs. He cut himself with rest and peace, but he failed to fully exterminate Fu Yi. By now, Fu Yi knew rest and peace couldn't really kill Han Fei, so he became more fearless. Fu Sheng's despair strengthened Fu Yi. Or rather, Fu Yi was Fu Sheng's biggest despair all along. With teetering steps, Han Fei walked back. Dr. Yin moved to help him. You also can't approach the altar? You were so close to the core. I need more despair, so I need your help to destroy the other labs at Building 7. Han Fei wanted to transfer all the despair left at the hospital into his body. He would clean up his son's painful past so he could have a new start. Since he had chosen to help Fu Sheng, this was something he needed to bear. I think I get it now. If I chose to destroy Fu Sheng, then I would slowly turn into Fu Yi. Fu Sheng would take all the despair, but I will survive. However, I will combine with Fu Yi and become the new Fu Yi. The changes at Building 7 attracted the hospital's attention. The dark Building 2 returned to normal. More things headed to Building 7. Quick, we don't have much time. The door to the hair transplant center was kicked down. The pool of black hair was like a swamp. My power is useless on it, so I can't help you. Zhangxi stayed away from this lab. The doctor of this lab hasn't really shown itself, so no one knows what is really inside. Shall we visit the other labs first? Worm was afraid. Humans were always afraid of the unknown. Perhaps we can use fire. Dr. Yin glanced at Chong Wei. We can use fire to light up the oil that flows out of the liposuction center. How about we burn both the centers down at the same time? Body fat has a high concentration of water. They won't ignite so easily. Normal fire might not work, but the black flame of hatred should. Dr. Yin cut open his chest to reveal a weak ember. Zhuangwen hit a spark of hatred inside my body. Where is Zhuangwen now? Han Fei knew Zhuangwen also followed them into the memory world, but until now, he hadn't seen her. I don't know. She implanted this in me because she didn't trust me. If I did something bad to you, I'd be burned to death by this flame. Dr. Yin smiled sadly. I really don't understand why a murderous pure hatred would care about you so much. Either way, let's try this out. Han Fei walked in front with some difficulty. The pain in his brain came in waves in the past. However, after Han Fei approached the altar and triggered Fu Sheng's despair, the pain became unbearable. Fu Yi became a lot stronger. Zhuangwen, pure hatred? Chong Wei silently memorized these terms. Are pure hatreds that scary? While he mumbled, worms sidled over. This crazy player looked at Han Fei with respect and admiration. When he was close to Chong Wei, he warned, don't have any bad ideas. If you do anything to fail his mission, don't blame me for not caring about our old relationship. I am on his side unconditionally. Have your conditions worsened? Chong Wei held his ruined face and looked at Worm with shock. He didn't expect the strangest player among them to become so loyal to Han Fei within a few days. What has he done to you? Worm didn't answer. He carried Du Jing and ran towards Han Fei. He didn't dare to walk beside Han Fei. He made sure he was an arm's length from Han Fei. Chang Wei, who saw this, was even more confused. The group came to the third floor. The corridor had fully changed already. The fat glued to the walls and mirrors. The air seemed to freeze with a horrible stench. I'll handle this. Dr. Yin walked to the liposuction center alone. He pierced his finger through his cheek. After leaving this world, I will return to my usual state. Many people will be tempted by the false hope. His finger slid down. Dr. Yan's human skin had a scarred face. He pulled the wound right to his chest. The blood dripped on the black flame of hatred. Dr. Yin used his blood to wrap around the spark and slowly took it out. Dr. Yin bent down and pushed open the door of the liposuction center. The horrible smell invaded Dr. Yin. Inside the lab, several machines kept working. In the middle of the machine was a giant meat mountain. The person moved his giant arms to shove the patients and nurses into his giant mouth. No one knew what became of the consumed individuals. The machines attached pipes into the meat mountain and kept pumping out fat from under the skin. Dr. Yin walked to the machines until he couldn't go any further. Then, he carefully reached the flame towards the meat mountain. When the black flame touched the meat monster, the large monster started to tremble. The weak spark suddenly danced. Endless cries came from deep inside the fat. The black flame found the perfect fuel. In the blink of an eye, it spread on the monster. Dr. Yin and the monster screamed. The lab felt like it was about to collapse. A lot of smoke came out. The black flame could burn a soul. Drag Dr. Yin out now. Han Fei shouted. Zhang Shi used her power to control Dr. Yin to move him out of the lab. The black flame spread quickly. Dr. Yin was surprised by the flame's effectiveness. The meat mountain inside the liposuction center screamed. The fire burned larger. It spread from the center of the lab and burned through the pipes and the medical devices. Then it started to move outside. It was like a giant black fireball. The fat that covered the ground was lit up. The meat mountain couldn't survive anymore and collapsed in the black flame. The small spark became an uncontrollable inferno in just half a minute. In the black flame, one could hear a woman's maddening cackle. Back up. We need to leave this floor. The flame was spreading quickly. This floor couldn't be saved. Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despair into the body sculpting and liposuction center. You've obtained EXP and his fifth despair. Your stamina has increased slightly. His fifth despair. He took the medication and cooperated with the treatment in the hopes to leave the hospital. But he became more sleepy and muddle-headed. He knew his sickness would never heal because he had more problems. Not too long after that, he might really be ill. After getting that mission, Han Fei immediately pulled off Worm's guard coat, soaked it in the fat, and reached it into the black flame. No one else could approach the black flame, but the flame didn't harm Han Fei. Quick, back to the first floor. Holding the burning black flame, Han Fei ran back to the first floor. When they arrived, the monsters were already gathered outside Building 7. The ugly things were rapidly moving here. There was a small problem at Building 2, but someone was trying to burn down Building 7. We don't have time already. Han Fei opened the door to the hair transplant center and barged in with the black flame. Pain, despair, and negative emotions are the perfect fuel for the black flame. It didn't take time for the fire to burn inside the center. The black hair kept moving, but it couldn't put out the black fire. The more it struggled, the quicker the flame spread. As the flame became larger, a dwarf in a white coat crawled out of the pool of hair. His limbs had atrophied. He couldn't even move normally, but it was not a normal circumstance now. If he didn't run, he'd die in the flame. He crawled to the door, but his hair blocked the way. He was consumed by the black flame. Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despair in the hair transplant center. You've obtained EXP and his sixth despair. Your intelligence increases slightly. His sixth despair. He abandoned all struggle and became numb. He buried his heart in the dark. I lack one last hope. Han Fei saw the ghosts outside Building 7. He knew he didn't have much time left. The black flame of hatred burned through the building. A woman's laughter echoed in the flame. No one realized Zhuang Wen's location, but as the black flame burned, Han Fei felt Zhuang one was quite close. She might be trapped inside the altar like Big Sin. Hiding the spark inside Dr. Yin was all she could do. If that's true, then I have to open the altar door to let them in. Han Fei tore open his shirt. He lit it with the black flame and then staggered upstairs. 6 despairs affected Han Fei. Fu Sheng's experience was like 6 thorny vines bound around his soul. To make things worse, after Fu Yi felt Fu Sheng's despair, he became stronger. The monster would only bully his family. Fu Sheng's despair enhanced his existence. He envied everything Han Fei had and hated Han Fei for changing his fate. Han Fei's steps became heavier. As he took on more despair for Fu Sheng, he became weaker while Fu Yi became stronger. When Fu Sheng was studying, Fu Yi was the source of his despair. In the memory world, Han Fei was like the lock for the box that stored all the despair. If he gave up and collapsed, the most despairing thing in this world would be released. Han Fei finally understood everything at this point of his inheritance mission. The final boss at the Mirror God's world was the Mall boss. The final boss at Fu Sheng's memory world was Fu Yi, or Han Fei himself. I will pave the path for you so that you won't have such a despair-filled future. Han Fei struggled to the 7th floor, and Han Fei walked to the last lab, Injections and Beauty Treatment Center. It was a normal-sounding lab, and there was nothing strange around it. However, Dr. Yin and Dr. Zhang, she were nervous like this was a huge battle. This is the last room. It might be dangerous, but someone has to do the correct thing. When Han Fei entered the hospital, he was alone, but now he had many people around him. He opened the door, and a doctor was standing inside the large lab. Her body was covered tightly, and only a beautiful pair of eyes was exposed. The doctor turned around when she heard someone come in. She glanced at everyone and put down the needle she was holding. The giant needle didn't contain any medicine but a pleading human face. Get her. Han Fei would never waste time to take when he had the advantage. He used the black flame to ignite the cupboards in the lab and charged in with Rest in Peace. Zhang Shi stared at the female doctor and mumbled. The most surprising was Dr. Yin. His tall body expanded. His skin cracked to expose the ugly mess underneath. Ever since I was here, I've killed quite a number of doctors and patients. I used them to create this new skin. This is such a waste. Dr. Yin was a large, lingering spirit. He stopped holding back. The female doctor didn't panic. She slowly injected herself with the needle. The wales of the face softened. After the injection was complete, the doctor tossed the empty needle into the medical waste bin. There were already a lot of used syringes there. The female doctor slowly pulled down her mask to reveal her perfect face. She smiled at Han Fei. Fu Yi, you will never escape. Du Zhu? Han Fei halted. The female doctor looked just like Du Zhu, but her presence was weaker, like she was a failed product. After the female doctor heard Han Fei, she pulled off her coat. Many of Du Zhu's faces grew on her body. You are our favorite toy. You will never leave us. Chapter 595, Fu Sheng's Trust. Du Zhu's face was flawless, and it was the face closest to perfection. However, when it grew all over a woman's body, it was scary no matter how pretty it was. How do you know my name? Han Fei asked the female doctor while he used the black flame to burn the things in the room. How can I forget you when so many things have happened between us? I've stored everything in my mind, and I'll take them out to study them when I'm lonely. Due to Zhang Shi, the woman's face couldn't move, but the other faces on her body started to speak. Du Zhu has been kidnapped, so you are not her. Han Fei believed this female doctor was also Du Zhu's medicine. How can you be so sure? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? The female doctor opened her arms to reveal her almost perfect figure. It was like she was wearing clothes made of human faces. I can't do much. There are too many souls in her body. Even if I manage to suppress one, there are still many others. Zhang Shi tried her best, but her power was perfectly neutralized by the female doctor. She has many souls in her body. Zhang Shi's words confirmed Han Fei's supposition. Du Zhu's medicine was made from taking beauty and memory from others. The actual process was the hospital's biggest secret. Han Fei wanted to learn this special power. The female doctor didn't panic as the black flames spread through the lab. She didn't show panic as she stared at Han Fei. The black flame destroyed most of the medical equipment. The freezer door fell, and it revealed rows of syringes arranged neatly. Every syringe contained a mutated human face. They had different expressions, memories, and appearances. The black flame covered the freezer. The syringes were consumed by the flame. The syringes melted, and the faces turned into ashes. Their emotions and humanity, their last despair and curse became fuel for the black flame. The flame of hatred burned brighter, and the familiar woman's laughter became clearer. A small spark can burn down the whole building. Han Fei walked forward with rest and peace. A small hope can turn destiny around. Fu Yi, you're not the kind of person who'd believe in false hope. The female doctor walked towards Han Fei. As she moved, the whole building trembled. The human faces at the building opened their eyes. Even Du Jing, whom Han Fei had saved, screamed. Her life was rapidly drained by the face on her back. As she weakened, her face blurred, and Du Zhu's horrifying laughter came from her back. You'll never kill me because I'm not the source of the problem. I haven't forced anyone. It was you who hugged me voluntarily. The face on Du Jing's back said with mockery. The female doctor smiled beautifully. Her movement was soft and alluring. Her fingers touched her skin, caressing the human faces. You'll never escape from me. As long as you still have an animalistic desire, you will see Du Zhu in your eyes. You are more familiar with that than I am. You're not wrong. Fu Yi is indeed an animal clouded by desire. Han Fei glared at the female doctor and shouted. But I'm not him. The blade of humanity glowed among the black flame. It suppressed all the light and aimed at the doctor's neck. Dr. Yin supported Han Fei. His scarred arm grabbed at the female doctor. The calloused fingers easily punctured the female doctor's supple skin. Dr. Yin felt something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. The blade shone, and the female doctor's head rolled to the ground. The process was too simple. Han Fei didn't dare put his guard down. Just as he prepared to swing the second time, the human faces on the female doctor started to laugh. The many open mouths looked like black holes. Fu Yi, I didn't think you'd really attack me. Didn't you promise to only love me? Didn't you promise to heed my every word? Didn't you say you'd leave that broken family and be with me forever? The mouths uttered different things as Du Zhu's faces glared at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't answer, but continued to attack. Rest in Peace sliced the female doctor into pieces. However, something scarier happened. The teetering female doctor still didn't die. If anything, the human faces on her body became madder. This is not her real body. Just as the female doctor's blood was about to splatter onto Han Fei, Rest in Peace's light bounced it back. Dr. Yin beside him was not as lucky. His arm that grabbed the female doctor suddenly jolted with pain. When he let go, two human faces appeared on his arm. The eyes opened, and Du Zhu's laughter came from Dr. Yan's arm. As long as there is a heart, no one can reject desire and perfection. The female doctor stood before Han Fei. The human faces kept saying things. Fu Yi, you disappoint me. I've prepared the best path in life for you. I helped you become the company's main game designer to help you fulfill your dream. And this is how you repay me? The mouths were chopped apart by Rest in Peace, but the female doctor laughed louder. I've noticed you a long time ago. At the time, you were still so young. You accompanied your wife to the hospital for her treatment. I remember she was a woman who loved to look beautiful. The female doctor's words caused Han Fei to break out in cold sweat. He knew Fu Sheng's mother died from illness, but he didn't know the details. After a long time, the beautiful woman became so thin that she didn't look human anymore. You dropped the kids at the ward and went out to satisfy your own desire. I wanted to see if your heart was as beautiful as your skin. Han Fei believed Du Zhu did something to the mother. Why are you surprised? Can't you remember what your wife told me at her deathbed? I still haven't forgotten the things that you did. The broken faces cackled. She was excited. At the time, I wasn't as beautiful as I am now. At the time, you at least still looked like a human. Rest in Peace had minced the female doctor, but her voices were everywhere, on Dr. Yan's arm, behind Du Jing's back, the other wards on the 7th floor. You want to kill me to cover up what you did? Fu Yi, you are my toy. Since you are unwilling to play nice, then I will make you lose everything. I heard that you would go back home early now. Since you like to play house, I will have you see how you have made your family suffer. The female doctor was crazy. Han Fei slowly retreated. He reached his hand into his pocket to press on something. After you died in humiliation, I will have your family bear your sin. I will torture everyone you leave behind. I will move your son into the ward his mother died in and put him in isolation. I will make him befriend the worst patient and prepare for him various treatments that excite me just thinking about it. I will destroy his heart and mind, and finally his face. I'll make him look exactly like you. He will be scolded and humiliated by what you did. He hates you the most, but he will have a face exactly like yours and walk your path. You are the most interesting toy I've ever since. I will turn your child into my new toy. More human faces appeared on the 7th floor. Every patient who had taken the hospital's medicine grew Duju's face. Han Fei's group was too small to deal with the monster in the injection lab. Han Fei knew that, so he had prepared something beforehand. He took out his phone. Before the female doctor started her maddening speech, Han Fei made a call. The screen was showing the contact name, Octopus. The female doctor's curse on Fu Sheng was heard by the person on the other end. Blood leaked out of the phone. The screen looked like it was about to break. Fu Sheng's biological mother had already possessed a pure hatred's power before the world mutated. She was the most special ghost in Fu Sheng's memory world. There was no voice from the other end of the line, only howling wind. Soon, a shattering scream came from Han Fei's phone and the hospital's gate. The windows at Building 7 shattered. Fu Sheng's mother appeared to have arrived. She's here? Han Fei exited the injections lab and looked out the window. Doctors in black coats walked out of the underground passage. The old man who interviewed Han Fei and Ah Go was among them. These are the black ghosts. They do exude a presence different from normal doctors. It's like an invisible thread is bound around them. Some of them rushed to Building 1, while others came to Building 7. Their goal was clearly Han Fei. Fu Sheng's mother can't get in? Han Fei frowned when a woman's chilling voice came from the phone. Kill her. Have to kill her. The blood on the screen possessed endless hatred. It dripped to the ground, and then it started to move on its own like it was possessed. Follow the blood trail. When the voice came from the phone, Fu Yi in his mind was triggered. He started to destroy everything Han Fei was. The thing in his brain expanded. Han Fei's eyes bulged and his lips couldn't even close anymore. Han Fei. Dr. Yin held his arm. He could see that Han Fei was at his limit. He could collapse at any moment. Follow the blood trail. Fu Sheng's mother is guiding us. Han Fei started to move. He still had many things to do. He couldn't stop now. His strong determination silenced the pain. Han Fei forced himself to continue. Seeing this, Zhangxi shook her head slightly. She whispered and used her power to lighten his pain. The group followed the blood that leaked out of the phone. They came to the warehouse at the end of the corridor. This was the warehouse that kept the spare medicine. He kicked the door down, and the blood instantly shot through the freezer. The heavy door fell to the ground. Endless syringes rolled about. A woman who wore Duju's clothes cowered behind the freezer. She was silently trying to model herself after Duju. However, she was extremely ugly. Her skin was covered in holes. I'm just the dispensary doctor. Duju forced me to do everything. The ugly doctor was the complete opposite of Duju. Duju took all the beauty, but this doctor gathered all the ugliness on her. How to destroy the medicine in the building? Speak. I don't know. The medicine is made in the first-floor basement. Every patient is turned into medicine there. The ugly doctor held her head and pleaded. I am Duju's victim too. I was once the most beautiful doctor here, but Duju envied me, so I was turned into the ugliest person. The doctor sounded pitiful, but Zhangxi behind Han Fei suddenly spoke. She's lying. The dispensary doctor is the most important doctor at the hospital. Duju trusts her implicitly. I believe so too. Pure hatred is extremely sensitive to hatred and curses. Pure hatred can sense hatred easily, and she will not mistake her revenge target. Han Fei moved with the blade. He and Dr. Yin slowly approached. The ugly doctor knew her jig was up. The expression on her face changed, and the distorted body charged at Han Fei with the sharp needles. Your acting skill really needs some work. Han Fei put down the paper doll. The ugly doctor was no match for Dr. Yin, Zhangxi, and the paper doll. When the ugly doctor was cornered, Han Fei picked up speed and swung at her body. Light glowed in the dark warehouse. The ugly doctor and the freezer behind her were slashed apart. Notification for player 0000. You've shattered the despair in the injection and beauty treatment center. You've obtained EXP, his seventh despair. Your soul is blessed. His seventh despair. The deepest pain in life is to become the person you hate. At this plastic surgery hospital, he was given the face of the person he hated the most. His mind and body were destroyed completely. Notification for player 0000. You've completed the altar mission, 7 despairs. You've obtained a large amount of EXP and his 7 despairs. Fu Sheng's hatred decreases by 3 and you've gained Fu Sheng's trust. His 7 despairs. When you suffer the 7 despairs for him, you also gain his approval. Fu Sheng's trust. You chose the path that is destined to lose. You walked towards death and faced his former despairs. You gave him a sanctuary that he hadn't experienced before. Chapter 596, Mad Laughter. After Han Fei gained the last despair, he seemed to form a special connection with the hospital. The Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital became a giant spider's lair in his eyes. Endless threads formed by despair bound around him. The spider web of fate stuck to his soul. No matter how far he ran, he couldn't escape the hospital. Fate has been decided. No one can escape it. Fu Yi fed on Fu Sheng's despair. He spread within Han Fei. Fu Yi only existed in mind before, but now he was everywhere within Han Fei. Every single blood echoed with his disgusting voice. The internal change affected his exterior. Everyone could see Han Fei's skin bloating. Go back to the first floor. Han Fei turned to Zhang Shi. He couldn't control his body usually anymore. He needed to use all his determination to combat Fu Yi and sustain Fu Sheng's despair. Zhang Shi saw Han Fei's pain. She used her power to control Han Fei. The elevator at Building 7 was broken. The black flame burned the negative emotions. The endless wails morphed into a woman's laughter. Everyone in Building 7 could hear her curse. The whole hospital was submerged into chaos, but for Han Fei, this was only the beginning. The monsters from the underground also tried to enter Building 7. However, they were held back by the black flame for now. The group returned to the emergency room. Han Fei had to walk the rest of the path alone. Are you sure you can do this? Zhang Shi and Dr. Yin held Han Fei's shoulders. The two doctors had seen many patients. They both saw death on Han Fei, so they were worried. Use your power to send me on this last journey. If I can open the altar, there's still a chance. Perhaps it was Fu Yi's blessing, and he was lucky to run into Zhang Shi. He had Zhang Shi control his body to move into the emergency room. As Han Fei entered the corridor that separated life and death, prayers and divine patterns appeared under his feet. The Song of Mercy rang. Unknown names formed on the walls and floor. They formed the path moving forward. The hospital looked more like the inside of an altar. There was the sound of rattling chains. There was something inside the emergency room waiting for Han Fei. I'm sorry, this is the most I can do. Zhang Shi reached her limit too. She looked older. Crow's feet appeared around her eyes. Her lips were black with blood. She sent Han Fei to the emergency room door, but that was where her connection to Han Fei severed. Even though they could still see each other, there was a giant gulf between them. Han Fei used 10 seconds before he steadied himself. This was his second time here. He finally understood the weight of Fu Sheng's pain. Die? Why are you such a busybody? Everything has been decided, and you are only giving him false hope. You never really love him. I can see your selfish soul. You are only using him. Stop resisting and give me back my body. Fu Yi had already spread to the rest of the body. The man became stronger and Han Fei weaker. He was losing control of his body. Every organ yelled in pain. He felt like he was about to explode. Something bulged under his skin. Han Fei raised his hands shakingly. He grabbed the emergency room door, gritted his teeth, and tried to push it open. At the same time, all of Fu Sheng's despair formed a picture in Han Fei's mind. The young Fu Sheng carried a school bag with his mother's picture and alone stood at the emergency room door. The pale light above him lit up his face. He waited anxiously until the doctor's shouts and nervous footsteps came from inside the emergency room. He didn't understand anything, but his heart ached, and he pushed forward. Han Fei also pushed with all his might. The despair in his mind opened the door with Han Fei. The young Fu Sheng saw his dead mother lying in bed. She looked like she was asleep. Han Fei, as the father, entered the emergency room. He saw the altar in the middle of the emergency room. All the divine patterns and shackles formed the center. There was a faceless statue at the spot where all the despair and memory converged. It is mine. Fu Yi exploded his full power. He almost consumed Han Fei's rationality. The pain slammed into Han Fei's soul. The blood capillaries under his skin burst. His body was like a broken toy. His blood and bone were twisting. Han Fei was very close to the faceless figurine, but he couldn't close the distance. Han Fei stood at the door, and Fu Sheng, in the despairing image, also stood at the door. He looked at his thin mother. These few short steps separated life and death. Fu Sheng and Han Fei tried to move forward, but both only took one step before kneeling. Their bodies were drained of energy. The pain in their chest expanded. The young Fu Sheng didn't stand up again as endless despair crushed him. He looked numbly at the mother he couldn't wake. Han Fei was defeated by despair and Fu Yi. He collapsed before the statue. However, different from Fu Sheng, Han Fei didn't give up. He pressed on the ground to push himself up. No matter the pain, he didn't want to lose to Fu Yi and return the body to that animal. Is it time to say goodbye? Han Fei honestly wasn't ready yet. He wanted to stay longer in this world, to see Fu Sheng and Fu Tian grow up, and to bring Fu Yi happiness. He was an orphan, and he didn't wish these children the same fate. The bloody phone fell to the ground. Han Fei knew what he had to do. In this world, we assumed we had plenty of time to say goodbye. However, in reality, goodbyes often come without warning. You could turn around, and the person would be gone. The weakened fingers found the number for home and pressed the call button. The call was answered instantly. His wife's voice came. "When are you coming home? I've prepared dinner. I can heat them for you." Black blood oozed out of Han Fei's lips and nose. He couldn't speak. His last words were, "Be careful of Duzhu. Don't let Fu Sheng come close to the plastic surgery hospital." There was no final goodbye. Han Fei gave his last order and hung up. He knew he had reached his limit, and he was ready to give up everything. Han Fei had one last thing to do. He stirred his memory and pieced back all the red memories. The maddening laughter came from his mind as his mind was dyed red. "I told you I'd kill you even if I have to kill myself." Han Fei told Fu Yi and revealed a cruel smile. "From the moment I became you, you had no right to return to this body." The shackles of memory were shattered. The blood waves rolled in the mind, and the sea was rising. Without the hindrance from his kind and evil soul, the blood-red orphanage in Han Fei's mind slowly surfaced. Han Fei's eyes were dominated by murder. He unlocked the limitation on his mind. He stopped resisting Fu Sheng's despair, but started to pull them into his mind. The despair of the hospital flowed into the red orphanage. The bell chimed inside the broken building. The blood frozen by time started to melt. The figure inside the orphanage laughed maddeningly. He was escaping the orphanage. Han Fei's lips curled to match the smile of the person inside the orphanage. Human emotions were silenced, and only madness remained. Han Fei adopted Fu Yi's identity in this memory world. The body belonged to Fu Yi. Han Fei reached into his pocket to pull out the paper doll. He studied its beautiful face and the curses on it. He shoved the doll into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. He sent the blood and curse of the doll into his ill body. Fu Yi was still trying to control the body. Han Fei couldn't care about him anymore. He controlled the doll pieces and used the cursed item to make himself stand up. The faceless figurine was before him. When Fu Yi saw Han Fei stand up, he tried to spread faster. The mad laughter didn't move towards the figurine. He seemed to know the blood-red doll couldn't support him through the journey. Instead, the laughter took a step back and touched Big Sin on the wall. The red eyes glowed with surprise. Han Fei's alter talent was activated. Soul mist infused into the emergency room wall as his life points depleted. The mist weakened the prayers. The laughter grabbed onto something. The ghost tattoo on Han Fei's back glowed. The large cat cowered deep inside the tattoo. It growled weakly in fear. The laughter's target wasn't 9 lives. He held on to Big Sin and tried to shove Big Sin into the ghost tattoo. The moment Big Sin touched the ghost tattoo, the skin on Han Fei's back exploded. It shocked even Fu Yi. Then something even more horrifying happened. The ghost tattoo appeared to be injected with the world's most dangerous venom. It turned a pure black color and then carved into Han Fei's flesh. The divine patterns and chains inside the emergency room started to shake. Big Sin's giant body was slowly being dragged into Han Fei's ghost tattoo. Han Fei's proximity to death caused Big Sin to go into a state of ecstasy. It struggled to move closer to Han Fei. Half of Big Sin's body was shoved by force into the ghost tattoo as the shackles snapped. Han Fei was a walking blood fountain. The laughter didn't plan to leave Fu Yi a complete body. Instead, he planned to resculpture it. Big Sin approached Han Fei happily, but it sensed something when he was close to Han Fei. The creature who was not afraid of anything started to turn and run. It was certain that the man before it was not his master. Big Sin wanted to run, but it was already too late. It was dragged into the ghost tattoo by the mad laughter. The ghost tattoo Yu painted for Han Fei could only support a medium lingering spirit. Big Sin was already more powerful than that. Big Sin would be injured if this continued, and Han Fei might die. Soul poison flowed through Han Fei's body. The original ghost tattoo collapsed, and the soul poison painted a new black ghost tattoo for Han Fei. This new tattoo, which was a mixture of Han Fei's blood and Big Sin's soul poison, was terrifying. Fu Yi was stunned. He just wanted to take back his body, but the madman wished to destroy the body. The body was now filled with cursed paper doll pieces, and the blood was flowing with soul poison. Fu Yi stopped fighting for the body. What could he do about the paper doll pieces and the soul poison even if he took over the body? The mad laughter's goal was simple. Since I couldn't retain control of the body, then I would destroy it. The dying flesh was infected by soul poison. Han Fei's soul twisted from pain, but he was still laughing. The laughter used 3 minutes to shove Big Sin fully into the ghost tattoo. Han Fei's body had lost its human shape. The only clear thing was the glowing black ghost tattoo. Big Sin was extremely loyal to Han Fei. It loved the dying Han Fei, but it didn't wish for Han Fei to really die. After it was inside the tattoo, it controlled itself so that it wouldn't accidentally kill its master. With the cooperation between Big Sin and the laughter, the new black ghost tattoo stabilized. No one could expect that Han Fei would still have a heartbeat after all that. This was a miracle. Chapter 597, Women. The laughter allowed Fu Yi to steal the body. He controlled the curses on the broken paper doll and forced Big Sin to cooperate with him to manipulate the ghost tattoo. The black ghost tattoo was like blood vessels filled with soul poison. It embedded into Han Fei's flesh and controlled the body to move towards the faceless figurine. Fu Yi started to resist again, but the laughter didn't care. His goal was evident when he saw the faceless figurine. Life and body were nothing before the chance to become God. A faceless figurine, an ownerless altar. This world was waiting for a new owner. The divine pattern was dyed red. While the laughter suffered Fu Sheng's despair, he spread the despair from the orphanage around him. Each time he was released, the shackles on him weakened until they couldn't stop him anymore. Rest in peace cried in the laughter's grasp. Humanity's glow was dyed red. The emergency room echoed with that crazy laughter. With each bloody step, the laughter dragged Han Fei's broken body to the faceless figurine. The figurine was like a sick woman. She was peacefully sleeping as if she would never wake up. The bloody palm pressed on the figurine's face. Then, the laughter did something no one expected. He raised the red rest in peace and swung it at the figurine. The bloody light glowed among the divine patterns. A small bloody wound appeared on the figurine's neck. And then, the injury started to spread. When the crack reached the figurine's cheek, its empty face collapsed to reveal the perfect face underneath. Duju. The figurine lying in bed, listening to endless prayers and worship, was not Fu Sheng's mother, but Duju. The image of despair started to change again. In the darkness, Fu Sheng on the ground began to grow, but despair kept him pressed to the ground. Time flowed around him. Others walked around the hospital. People moved on, but he was trapped where he was. He was stuck on that night. He pushed open the despair alone and looked at his mother, who had gone into permanent slumber. Fu Sheng was an adult, but he was still numb. The hospital had changed too. The woman lying in bed was no longer his mother, but Duju. There was endless despair that invoked the black box. No one knew what Duju did to Fu Sheng in real life, but in the altar world, Duju stole everything from Fu Sheng's mother because she wanted to be the world's new god. The faceless figurine was chopped through by the laughter. When the figurine's base collapsed, the endless chains connected to the bottom of the figurine rattled. The floor of the emergency room gave out. The prayers of the soul were replaced by screams of despair. The hospital's secret was slowly exposed. Underneath Building 7, people wandered about like zombies. They were trapped in the dark. Their eyes had regressed. Once they sensed any changes, they would scurry to hide like rats. Chains bound around their bodies. There were doctors, patients, seniors who came to visit their other halves, crying husbands and wives, as well as children who were lost. The microcosm of life was replicated underneath the hospital. Everyone was at the edge of despair, but they held onto the chains tightly. Even if they had been sucked dry by the chains, they refused to let go. Their lives were tiring and painful, but as long as there was hope, none of them would let go. The chain was connected to God. When one was in despair, God became the only hope. They placed everything on Duju, but their goddess only saw them as her medicine. After the figurine shattered, the whole hospital rapidly mutated. Heartbeat came from underground. The chains pulled out of the walls. It was like a monster out of control. The chains that represented hope solidified. When it revealed its true form, many people realized hope was merely decorated despair. The prayers turned into cries of despair. The pale wall became human skin. From the figurine, things were turning into flesh and blood. As the laughter slashed through the figurine, the black flame reached the top floor. At the highest spot, a woman covered in death curse silently appeared. She was held down by chains, but as the figurine shattered, the chains stopped binding her, but instead started to destroy this memory world. Han Fei laughed happily, looking at the messed up world. He could barely hold on to rest and peace. The world never had hope to begin with, and everything was based on despair. After the laughter chopped the original figurine, the chains started to look for a new god. Endless despair rushed into the laughter's body. The chains drilled into his flesh. To become a god, one had to go through many trials and tribulations. Destruction of the physical body was just the beginning. As more chains entered Han Fei, his connection with the altar deepened. In a way, Fu Yi's plan was successful. The only difference was he meant to kill Han Fei in his plan. However, Han Fei didn't die but took back most of his body. After the original figurine shattered, the people who placed their hope on Du Zhu had to face reality again. They couldn't evade the ugly truth anymore. However, they soon found new hope in Han Fei. They transferred their pain and despair through the chains to Han Fei. Han Fei could also use the chains to edit their memory so that they could live in a false bubble. As their pain got transported to Han Fei, their faces blurred again. They lost their real self. Fu Sheng had once used this power at Happiness Neighborhood. To help his neighbors, Fu Sheng edited their memories and sealed up their deepest despair in their minds. As more chains embedded into Han Fei, he was dragged down further into the abyss. The laughter didn't resist this. If anything, he was enjoying it. The shackles wound around the laughter, and the cackle echoed down the corridors. Everything at the hospital shed their disguises. The wounds under the patient's bandages scabbed and formed new skin. The doctors' faces fell to reveal screaming mannequins. The black ghosts turned into strange monsters. Other than these, a few pure hatreds started to move towards the hospital. Outside Building 1, Fu Sheng's biological mother yelled painfully. Her thin body contained amazing resentment. On the third floor of Building 1, a bespectacled woman walked out of a ward. She removed her new glasses and pulled out the old, bloody spectacles from her bag. She caressed the old spectacles. Her love and hatred bound together. She placed the spectacles gingerly inside her mouth. "Leader, I'm still waiting for you." The grinding of saw appeared at the end of the corridor. A model-esque woman moved in the dark. Her eyes were bloodshot as she mumbled a name. In the special ward, Fu Yi was woken up, and she looked beside her bed. Her mother stood inside the room, holding an old picture. Her eyes bled. Inside the security room of Building 1, a sexy and mature woman moved her legs down from the sofa. She looked at the monitors for Building 7, and she laughed. Barely discernible hatred burned inside her heart. In her business suit, she walked deeper into the hospital. Inside Building 2's emergency ward, a silent teacher guarded beside her student. Her head was lowered, and her long hair covered her face twisted by pain. The lies and hatred dominated her heart. But then she was reminded of that man's children and the things he did for her. The female teacher didn't leave the ward and stayed to look after her injured student. On the hospital's side door, the delivery person's motorcycle toppled over. A woman in a yellow dress held her bleeding chest as she moved forward. I know we were only playing, but my heart died from it. It has stopped beating since we separated. The hospital was still mutating. Away from the hospital, a police cruiser sped through the night. Woosin held the phone nervously. He kept calling Han Fei. His face was covered in blood, and he was fearful. No one is answering. This has never happened before. Wu San heard the beep and shouted out the message. Do ZH. She went insane, and she escaped from the theme park. Han Fei, leave the hospital now. She is a monster. Wu San saw a perfect woman's face appear on his phone screen. He was so afraid he dropped his phone. As he was ready to park, he glanced at the rearview mirror. An exceptionally beautiful woman was in the back seat. The night above the hospital was dyed red by hatred. However, a normal-looking woman appeared at Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital entrance. She didn't carry any hatred, and there was only concern in her eyes. Why the sudden goodbye? The children are waiting for you to come home. Chapter 598. Dinner is served. The wife looked at the hospital not far away and the night sky that had turned blood red. Where are you? She held the phone in her palm. The number that couldn't go through was her only connection with Han Fei. Compared to the monsters at the hospital, she was common and small. Even so, she didn't retreat. She slowly approached the mutated hospital. The moment the wife walked past the hospital gate, her heart pained like it had been cut. Indescribable hatred surged from her heart. Scary images appeared in her mind. The memories that she didn't want to remember were forcibly invoked. The dust of time was blown away by hatred. Pain pierced into her heart. Blood flowed down the wounds. The wife's eyes filled with blood. Things aren't supposed to be like this. She pressed her heart and slowly fell to the ground. Her mind was dominated by past despair. She overheard Fu Yi's conversation with other women, and she encountered Fu Yi shopping with another woman at the mall. The woman was even wearing her dress. Working overtime, not coming home, having to accompany the client. The excuses were like curses that surrounded the wife's ears. She closed her ears, and her purplish lips trembled. In this world, she loved Fu Yi the most, and she was hurt by Fu Yi the most. The woman gave Fu Yi plenty of chances until she grabbed the knife in the middle of the night. She could still remember everything that happened that night. She carried her drunk husband into the bedroom and helped change his clothes like usual. She frowned at the smell of alcohol and perfume that radiated off him. She was tired of this life. Every similar night was a rehearsal for her. But when she was consumed by hatred and came to the bedroom with the knife, she changed her mind due to his sudden thank you. When hatred filled up her body, the wife still retained some sanity. In her years of marriage, she felt like she was truly alive in the recent month. She felt bliss. The hand on her heart tightened. She remembered the hatred rooted in her heart, but she also remembered the first night she met Han Fei. The slurred thank you was something she hadn't heard over the years she slaved for this family. It was then that she felt her husband had changed. The days after that confirmed her suspicion. No matter what happened outside, he would smile when he got home like home had some kind of magical power that could keep the negative emotions out. He made dinner, listened to the children, and played with them. He held up the house and loved everyone equally. The story's ending was predestined, and the mistakes had to be rectified. However, he didn't give up. Every day, he struggled to bring changes. He used his small body to stop the wheel of fate. His wife had been watching him. When she tasted bliss, she knew her husband was not her husband anymore. Inside the familiar and disgusting shell lived a strange, yet beautiful soul. The fingers cut through her skin. The wife's eyes were dominated by hatred, but she didn't lose her rationality. The blood from her chest dyed her dress red. She stood up among the sea of hatred. She looked at the mutated hospital and said, "We will go home together." Walking on the ground that felt like human skin and the corridors that were wounded, the wife's eyes settled on a building deep inside the hospital. She walked past the dark corridor. The hatred in her heart boiled, but it couldn't affect her. Her eyes, dominated by hatred, carried a rare trace of gentleness. The ownerless hospital couldn't stop her. The wife walked past the passage meant for patients and stopped before the fully mutated Building 7. Black flame enveloped the whole burning. Scorched by flame, Building 7 changed its appearance. The wails and prayers of the souls echoed inside the building. This building was like a large altar. "Are you here?" The wife wasn't afraid of the black flame. She walked towards the entrance. At that moment, the woman standing on the rooftop jumped down. Black flame wreathed around her body. The death curse on her was triggered. The collision of pure hatreds was like a signal for the other hatreds. Some of them had hatred formed by desire and domination, and others had their hatred created from strong love. In this mutated world, extreme hate was the scariest power, but no one expected the mutated hospital to gather so much hatred. Just a quick collision caused the night sky to be torn open. The fleshy ground collapsed. The woman from the rooftop couldn't stop so many hatreds. She wasn't injured because she was not the hatred's target. A giant hole was made in Building 7. The flesh was torn apart. All the hatreds saw the long corridor outside the emergency room. The chains twirled around the corridor. They carried the people's hope and crawled underground. The hatreds at the hospital saw this. They walked down the corridor and entered the emergency room. They looked down the giant hole and the endless soul buried underneath, as well as the numerous chains. The wife was the first to walk over. She held the chain and pulled it up with the prayers and divine pattern. Han Fei, who was falling through despair, halted. His falling speed slowed. Not far from the wife, there was a lanky woman in red. She saw the severed Du Zhu figurine. After a long silence, she also grabbed a chain. "Leader, why are you evading me lately?" A bespectacled woman knelt beside the hole. She smiled sweetly as she grabbed a chain. "I don't mind sharing him with you, but I have to be the one who decides how to cut him apart." The saw cut through the chains, and it was as fiery as summer love. The woman with death curses looked around with confusion. The image that she expected didn't happen. After some hesitation, the woman also grabbed the chain on the ground. The red arms carried endless hatred to grab at the chains that represented hope. The mad laughter who wanted to become God absorbed the despair of the memory world. Han Fei, who just wanted to leave behind some good memories for the people around him, was given precious hope by 7 pure hatred. Blood cut through the night. Han Fei, who sustained the entire world's despair, stopped failing. The mad laughter was directing the despair into the Red Orphanage. Fu Yi and Han Fei were too busy fighting to realize what was happening outside. Fu Yi had basically taken back his body except for the heart and a small part of the brain. When Fu Yi fully dominated the body, Han Fei would disappear, and Fu Yi would inherit this broken shell. If mad laughter didn't appear, Fu Yi would have succeeded already and become the new god. Unfortunately, the mad laughter not only bought time for Han Fei, but also seared Big Sin into the ghost tattoo. The moment mad laughter felt Han Fei's consciousness disappear, he would trigger Big Sin to explode the body. He might not win, but if he lost, he would bring Fu Yi down with him. That was the mad laughter's plan. As more chains wrapped around Han Fei, the underground hospital slowly revealed its true appearance. Other than the endless souls, the underground contained many despairing human faces. Their beauty was taken by Du Zhu, so they couldn't even be made into medicine. They were abandoned in the dark. When the last chain bound around Han Fei, the last secret of the hospital was revealed. Underneath Building 7 was the abyss of despair. It was dark as if representing Fu Sheng's final ending. Fu Sheng found the black box in endless despair. The hospital's final truth enabled Fu Sheng to see the black box. Broken faces fell from the wall, and they were shredded as they dropped into the darkness. Han Fei had no idea what was happening outside. His body had been turned into a ball bound by chains. The chains constricted, and he paused in midair. The 7 pure hatreds pulled on the chains. Each of them represented different hatred, and only the wife sincerely wanted to save Han Fei. While the situation at Building 7 reached a stalemate, a police cruiser stopped at the door of Building 1. The car door opened, and the glass split open. A woman with the perfect figure and face got down. She stepped on the broken glass with her bare feet. "If not for you, this wouldn't have happened." The woman glared at the human face in the glass. She looked at the mutated hospital, and her perfect face twisted. As she walked through the gate, her body mutated. She was connected to the fleshy hospital. She was the hospital's heart. Every blood rushed towards her. Invisible threads appeared on every patient, doctor, and staff. Everyone who had taken medicine was connected to this woman. When the woman returned, all the patients who had taken medicine walked out of their wards. At Building 2, a student with a ruined face raised her head. Her expression was dull, and she stood up like she was sleepwalking. Her head turned like she heard something. Then suddenly, she picked up speed and ran out of the ward. Her teacher was suffering from the torment of hatred. She didn't want to be connected to Fu Yi anymore, but the student she watched over was pulled by the thread of destiny and rushed towards Building 7. "Why are you going there?" "To that man." There was a scream. A new hatred pierced through the heart and sky. Duju noticed the new hatred. Her eyes burned with fury. "He is mine. No one can take him from me. Even his body is mine." If Perfection Plastic Surgery Hospital was a palace made from flesh, then Duju was its owner. She raced down the fleshy corridor, and everything parted for her. Duju was consumed by hatred when she saw Building 7. She screamed and charged into the emergency room to destroy everything. Her figurine was destroyed, and its base collapsed. "How dare you!" Duju grabbed the chains on the ground. She needed to become the chain's new source. Only by doing that could she control all the despair and continue as this world's god. At that moment, broken mirrors fell from her hair. Another weak hatred appeared. Sensing the presence of the altar core, the faceless woman slowly crawled out from Duju's back. She had combined with Duju, but she couldn't fully control Duju. About 10 meters from Duju, Teacher Lu held back her student. She had no idea how to remove the medicine so that her student wouldn't be consumed by Duju. Led by the thread of destiny, she also entered Building 7. Another red hand grabbed the chains. 10 pure hatreds gathered at Building 7. The intense hatred tore apart the night sky. Han Fei was slowly raised to the surface. The chains were slowly pulled apart, and Han Fei regained his power of sight. Han Fei and Fu Yi opened their eyes. Among the maddening laughter, the two saw the 10 pure hatreds gathered at Building 7. The chains in their hands bound Han Fei. None of the women was willing to let go. Each had her reason. In the small space, the palpable hatred collided with one another. As the saw buzzed, Love was the first to charge at Han Fei. Han Fei, who was pierced through by chains, couldn't move. He was like a dish served on the table. Han Fei forced his eyes open, and he saw 10 crazy pure hatreds charging at him. The smile on his face froze. Han Fei realized he could feel Big Sin's presence. Only then did he realize the mad laughter had returned to the Red Orphanage after consuming all the despair. Fu Yi had gone silent. Han Fei was lying alone on the table shared by his wife, ex-wife, and girlfriends. Han Fei licked his dry lips. He didn't know what to say. The mad laughter and Fu Yi were gone. Han Fei could only feel Big Sin's indescribable excitement. It almost died on the spot. This was so exciting. Chapter 599, Lapidarist. There was blood everywhere. The 10 pure hatreds shared the beauty of the world. They were like fallen deities, sitting around the last dinner. Han Fei's body was punctured by the chains. He lay on the broken altar's base. The golden divine pattern and black ghost tattoo flowed through his flesh. One could see his beating heart through the chest wound. Han Fei couldn't move. He listened to the prayers of the memory world. The soul's prayer was injected into his body through the chains. When the prayers were joined with his body, he might become the world's new god. The saw buzzed beside his ears. The sharpest thing in the world was extreme love and extreme hate. Love was the first to approach the dining table. She planned to cut Han Fei into 10 portions. The spinning saw approached Han Fei. Love was blinded by blood. She laughed and cried madly. She wanted to saw through the memories Fu Yi left her. Han Fei wanted to struggle, but he couldn't control his body. He couldn't even say a complete sentence. His pupils darted about anxiously. Han Fei could imagine the ending. His game had become a reality. I might not get his full love, but I don't want to share the right to kill him with anyone else either. A sweet voice said. Even after becoming a pure hatred, Ligua Air was very cute. As the saw fell, Ligua Air let go of the chains. She was surrounded by hatred and charged at love. That was how she approached love. She was direct, rash, and didn't think of the consequence. The two pure hatreds collided, and Building 7 started to collapse. Du Zhu noticed Han Fei was combining with the prayers of the dead, and she knew what this meant. She didn't hesitate and pulled Han Fei towards her. Her perfect face cracked to expose her real appearance. The face maintained through medicine fell, and the woman looked very normal. After tasting perfection, average became an unbearable pain. To maintain perfection, she planned to consume Han Fei. In Du Zhu's dictionary, there was no sharing. Fu Yi was her special toy. Han Fei's body was torn apart. As he was pulled towards Du Zhu, the thin woman released her grasp on the chain. A trembling hatred radiated from the woman. Fu Sheng's mother glared at Du Zhu. Compared to Han Fei, she wanted to kill Du Zhu more. After seeing Du Zhu's real face, Fu Sheng's mother gave out a shrill cry. She carried her life of hatred and pierced through Du Zhu's heart. Teacher Lu saw this opportunity and pulled out a blood-red knife from her purse. Her student had consumed the hospital's medicine and became Du Zhu's toy. To save her student, she had to kill Du Zhu. Teacher Lu didn't want to have any connection with Fu Yi. She was doing this for her student. At least, that was what she told herself. All the hatred focused on the tip of the knife. Teacher Lu and Fu Sheng's mother attacked Du Zhu simultaneously. You think you're able to match me? Du Zhu let go of the chains. She combined with the hospital and absorbed the hatred within the hearts of the patients and doctors. The perfect Du Zhu started to grow with ugly faces, which might be her authentic appearance. The hatred on Du Zhu expanded wildly. However, as she drained the hatred from the hospital, the prayers flowed faster into Han Fei. After the laughter and Fu Yi left, Han Fei sunk into despair. But now, his heart lit up with hope again. If he could inherit the altar, he could end this looping night. There's still a chance. The moment he had that thought, Han Fei felt a piercing pain. The hatred shot into his body like a knife. Han Fei turned his eyes to the source. Fu Yi's mother stood at the edge of the abyss. Her calloused and wounded hands held the chains. Time had dried out her beauty. She was the same age as Fu Yi, but she looked much older. She had to raise a child with a terminal disease alone. She moved around different cities, suffered endless humiliation for Fu Yi. Only the single mother knew how much pain she had suffered. Blood tears slid down her cheeks. She always put others first. She still believed Fu Yi for a time until Fu Yi remarried, and she wasn't the bride. After her daughter was born, she swore to make her daughter the happiest girl in the world. She would pour double the love into her daughter. However, her endless love was repaid with tragedy. When she first saw the report, she leaned against the ward, held her mouth, and cried soundlessly. When she exited the ward, she didn't tell her daughter the truth. She looked at her daughter with love and warmth. In this house without a father, the mother was the strongest person. She would never cry before her daughter. The moment her daughter was ill, the mother stopped crying. She was determined to walk the path of death with her daughter. She watched her daughter slowly grow up and, in the end, leave this imperfect world. The mother who never cried finally shed her tears. She slowly moved towards Han Fei. She always lived for others. The hatred and pain twisted together. They crushed her happiness. She reached out her hands. Fu Yi's mother let go of the chain. She reached for Han Fei's neck. Mom. A young female voice called out. Fu Yi, with deformed legs, crawled on the ground. She grabbed the wounds of the floor and slowly moved forward. Don't kill Dad. Fu Yi's mother paused. Her hands stopped before Han Fei. Her tears dropped on Han Fei's body. After that, her fingers pressed on Han Fei's neck. No one can forgive Dad on Mom's behalf. No one. He is not Fu Yi. A woman's voice came from the 10 hatreds. The formerly gentle voice became anxious. Fu Yi's mother turned around. Han Fei's wife picked up the chains abandoned by the other pure hatreds. She bound them around her body. She tried her best so that Han Fei wouldn't fall into the abyss again. All the pure hatreds wanted to kill Han Fei or claim the prayers on him. Only his wife didn't want anything from him. The hatred in Fu Yi's mother's heart rippled slightly. Her hands on Han Fei's neck never tightened. Mom. Fu Yi tried to approach her father and mother, but as she approached the emergency room, her weak body was bounced back. While Fu Yi's mother hesitated, the faceless woman hidden behind Du Zhu saw her chance. She slithered towards Han Fei. A large hole opened on her face. She had the same idea as Du Zhu. She wanted to consume Han Fei to be the new altar. Inheriting the altar was her initial goal. She would inherit the altar on her own when the painter and the white shoes were gone. The faceless woman moved fast, but Zhuang Wen had been watching her. Honestly, when Zhuang Wen saw 9 pure hatreds appear at the hospital, she was flustered. How did a man manage to gain the attention of 9 pure hatreds? This was more than pure effort, it was his natural talent. If she had to face 9 hatreds on her own, even if she did her best, she could only keep a full body for Han Fei. Thankfully, that didn't happen. When the faceless woman wanted to consume Han Fei, Zhuang Wen's hands filled with death curse pressed on the woman's forehead. Her body was covered in black flame, and she kicked at the faceless woman's upper body. Death curse crawled into the faceless woman. Zhuang Wen had the black flame of 10 fingers and butterfly's death curse. Those touched by her would die. The faceless woman knew this was her last chance. She stopped hiding her ability. Her face started to turn into Du Zhu's face. The faceless woman became stronger, and she fought Zhuang Wen. The night cracked, and the ground was covered in wounds. Currently, only the youngest female netizen, the oldest Zhao Qian, and the wife still held onto the chains. As the other pure hatreds approached the dining table, the female netizen in the yellow dress also slowly moved forward. Among all the women, she was the youngest. She was most easily affected by emotions. She couldn't hear the outside voices as she was taken over by hatred. She didn't know when she let go of the chains. She looked at the wounded Han Fei. When she was kicked out of her home, Fu Yi took her in. When she fell into despair, Fu Yi shed her shell. But she didn't expect the person that she thought was her savior would abandon her without hesitation. The girl's last trust became trash thrown away. She was like a stray cat no one wanted. She would gnash her teeth whenever a stranger came too close. After multiple bad encounters, she finally found a warm home. The owner gave her endless love and warmth. He promised her many things. When she planned to move into the warm home with the owner kicked her out. After being abandoned so many times, the girl held her dead heart and stood beside Han Fei. "Can you return me my heart?" The girl was consumed by the world's hatred. Her eyes were red. The reason she hadn't made her move was that the things Han Fei did near the end flashed in her mind. Han Fei cleaned up the poisoned coffee at the company entrance so that the stray cat wouldn't be accidentally injured. On that rainy night, Han Fei carried her to the hospital. No one had done that for her. She always had to go to the hospital alone. That night, when her vision blurred due to a high fever, she believed she saw Han Fei fussing around her. The images were soon wiped away by hatred. However, that was one image that couldn't be eroded. The female netizen stood beside Han Fei's bed and opened his health report. She was the only person who knew Han Fei wouldn't live for long. The hand that reached towards Han Fei's heart stopped moving. Hatred consumed her mind, but she still couldn't pluck away Han Fei's heart. Zhao Qian stood furthest away. Ever since she entered the emergency room, she stopped approaching Han Fei. The pair of beautiful eyes swept every pure hatred in the room before settling on Han Fei. Zhao Qian knew Fu Yi before his ex-wife died. She was the one who taught Fu Yi and raised him from an unknown employee to the company's main game designer. She prided on being rational and mature, but from an unknown moment onwards, everything had gone down the wrong path. "I know there are more than 10 women on your phone. The 10 here are the ones who suffer the most because of you. My rationality told me that I should kill you so that other people wouldn't be injured, but..." Zhao Qian's eyes contained complicated emotions. She moved her eyes away from Han Fei to his wife. After the other pure hatreds let go of the chains, the wife picked them all up. She was dominated by hatred, but she refused to let go. "Actually, when I gave you the game's bonus, I had a feeling you were not him." Fu Yi, who only cared about name, power, and sex, would never spend his whole day playing Plants vs. Zombies and not mingle with other women. "Do you know how bored I was spying on your computer for the whole day?" This mature woman looked at Fu Yi's wife through blurred vision. "I'll lose to her again. After all, I don't have her courage to fall into the abyss with you." Letting go of the chain, Zhao Qian walked towards Du Zhu. Her red eyes looked at the monster. Perhaps killing her is the better ending. Zhao Qian stopped all the patients and doctors who ran towards Du Zhu. Zhao Qian wanted to sever Du Zhu's connection to the hospital. 9 pure hatreds let go of the chains. Only the wife wound all 10 chains on her body. However, she couldn't fight all the despair of the world alone. She couldn't drag Han Fei out of the abyss. If anything, she was slowly sliding towards the abyss. Han Fei was not afraid of death, but he didn't want to cause his wife to suffer. "Why don't you let go?" Han Fei's lips trembled, and he could barely speak. "I have not done anything for you. Don't lose everything for this false bliss." No one could hear the voice in Han Fei's heart. He looked at his wife. His wife, covered in chains, met his eyes. She slowly slid towards the abyss, and she forced a smile at Han Fei. A pure hatred smile? Perhaps because she had lost too much, when everything changed, the wife desperately wanted to hold on to that bliss. Even though she knew it was fake and temporary, she refused to let go. Han Fei couldn't speak, much less stop his wife from falling into the abyss with him. Every pure hatred was fighting. The ones who still hadn't made their decision were Fu Yi's mother and the youngest netizen. They were Han Fei's final hopes. Han Fei's body disintegrated. His blood boiled with soul poison. His flesh was cut through by chains. He couldn't use any ability. He pulled up the menu. Han Fei looked around and settled on the empty tab for his second profession. At this point, he had no other choice. He glanced at the 10 pure hatreds and made his final choice. The system said, "Notification for player 0000. This is your 5th time completing the prerequisite mission for the hidden profession, Lapidurist. Your compatibility with it is more than 100%. Will your second profession be the Lapidurist?" "Yes." Chapter 600. He is not Fu Yi. Notification for player 0000. When the player adopts the profession at full compatibility, they will trigger additional profession talent. Notification for player 0000. You've unlocked your second hidden profession, Lapidurist. Profession Talent 1. Resistance to Feeling Type Curse increases by 30%. Profession Talent 2. There is a chance for the friendliness level of a ghost of your opposite sex to transform into love or hatred. Please be careful when raising their friendliness level. Profession Talent 3. The starting friendliness level of all unfamiliar lingering spirits, animated regrets, and pure hatreds will not be 0 but 1. You have a chance to gain their help directly, but some help comes with a price. Profession Talent 4. Lapidurist has only one active talent. You can use it thrice per night. You can temporarily lower the hatred of any member of the opposite sex towards you or temporarily remove their love towards you. However, be careful before using this talent. After you start to manipulate a person's love and hatred, you will lose the qualification to love her forever. Her hatred towards you will double after the effect of this talent is over. Warning: the lower the player's charm, the stronger this effect. Warning: the effect of this talent will differ on animated regrets, lingering spirits, and pure hatred. Profession compatibility is more than 100%. Unlock Profession Unique Talent 5. With every level increase, your charm will lower by 1. It is easier for you to increase your friendliness level with ghosts of the opposite sex. Since the player has rejected the profession 5 times despite high compatibility, the profession properties have changed. Profession Property. You have not even held the hand of a girl, but have managed to complete the prerequisite for this mission 5 times. Perhaps you can give this profession a new meaning. A lonely Lapidurist. You have no concept of family. You have never been loved. You walk through the night alone. When will you find the soul who will voluntarily embrace you? A lonely Lapidurist. Unique Profession Property 1. When an out-of-control spirit approaches you, she might regain memories related to love. A lonely Lapidurist. Unique Profession Property 2. Before you understand true love, you will have a chance to gain 1 free attribute points whenever you kill a monster who has betrayed love. Han Fei didn't even have the chance to think. He used his quickest speed to scan through his new profession's ability. When he became the Midnight Butcher, his knife would become sharper when facing bloody butchers. He became a butcher who killed butchers. Now, with this new profession, it was the same thing. He had the chance to gain a free attribute point once he killed a ghost who had betrayed love. In short, Lapidurist was a profession that relied heavily on the ghosts of the opposite sex, and some of its talents were quite scary. Han Fei glanced at the Lapidurist's only active skill. He could temporarily lower the hatred of a female ghost. However, the price was he would be hated twice by the ghost after the effect was over. Fu Yi's mother grabbed Han Fei's neck, and the female netizen wanted to remove Han Fei's heart. They were struggling with their inner despair. Han Fei glanced around. Duju had combined with the entire hospital. The endless faces and medicine underground fed her continuously, making her stronger. If this continued, Han Fei and his wife would fall into the abyss, while Du Zhu would regain control of the hospital. If Du Zhu is left alive, Fu Sheng will still suffer despair and pain. The crazy woman will turn Fu Sheng's face into Fu Yi's face and continue to torment Fu Sheng as a toy. Han Fei was familiar with Du Zhu's personality, and because of that, he had to kill Du Zhu. Without their parents, Fu Sheng and Fu Tian would fall into Du Zhu's hands. Their endings would be worse than real life. Han Fei glanced at his wife. She still hadn't let go. She wouldn't let Han Fei fall into the abyss alone, even though she was sliding towards it. I think I know what to do now. Pulling back his gaze, Han Fei looked at Fu Yi's mother and used Lapidus' active skill for the first time. Her heart pounded, and at that moment, two heartbeats overlapped. A special connection formed between Han Fei and Fu Yi's mother. Han Fei had no idea what Fu Yi's mother felt, but he could see into the woman's heart. Inside the pure hatred's heart, Fu Yi's mother locked up a beautiful woman who loved music, food, and clothes into an old dresser. The woman looked just like her. She used the hospital reports to seal up the dresser. After she knew Fu Yi's condition, she forgot to take care of herself. She gave up her identity to become the powerful mother who only knew how to earn money to cure her daughter. Her face was dry, and her hands were calloused, her skin loosened. She hadn't smiled in a long time. Han Fei's inner voice traveled over. The tired mother heard something, and she lifted her head. Perhaps I should help you remove all the hospital reports from the dresser and help to pass you out, but I do not have the power to do that now. Han Fei chose to lower the hatred of Fu Yi's mother. After he made that choice, the image he saw slowly disappeared. The connection between the two severed, and the hands on Han Fei's neck retracted. Her eyes on Han Fei became more complicated. When the Lapidus' active skill was used, the two parties' heartbeats overlapped, and they could see into each other's hearts. Han Fei had no idea what Fu Yi's mother saw, but after Fu Yi's mother let go of his neck, she turned to walk towards Du Zhu. Killing Du Zhu is my strongest desire. Perhaps she can see that. While Han Fei was confused, the system said, "Notification for player 0000. The active talent of Lapidus will last for 1 minute." The active talent could affect pure hatreds, but the price was heavy. 1 minute later, Fu Yi's mother would have double the hatred. She wouldn't be able to control herself then. Du Zhu once owned the hospital and the altar, and she was the ghost closest to being the altar owner. She was now a mad monster, and she was powerful. 1 minute is enough to say goodbye. Han Fei turned to the female netizen. I can't give you my heart, but I can help you kill Fu Yi. When their hearts beat together, Han Fei saw a pretty stray cat inside the female netizen's heart. It had a beautiful fur coat and the most amazing pattern. However, it was kneeling, watching a closed door. Warm light came from the glass window and showered on the lawn. The stray cat bit on the heart it had just retrieved from its chest. It was flustered. Notification for player 0000. The effective time for the Lapidus talent is 1 minute and 15 seconds. The female netizen touched Han Fei lightly before walking towards Du Zhu. She joined the fight. As powerful as Du Zhu was, she couldn't handle 5 pure hatreds on her own. It was a matter of time until she was killed. 1 minute later, Fu Yi's mother and the girl will return with double their hatred. If they plan to kill me, then the situation will turn around again. Han Fei had already reached this step, and he refused to allow any accident. Du Zhu had to die here. The 9 pure hatreds fought together. Only his wife held on to all the chains alone. She stood at the edge of the abyss. Even if she had done everything, she was at her limit. With one more step, she would fall into the abyss with Han Fei. How could a single housewife take on the despair of the whole memory world? After Fu Yi's death, she raised Fu Tian and Fu Yi alone. Perhaps in real life, she had once faced the despair of the whole world alone too. Han Fei looked at his wife. He didn't speak, and he didn't want to use the Lapidus' power on her. He looked at the woman silently. She grabbed all the chains and tried to haul Han Fei out of the abyss. I'm sorry, but it's time for goodbye. 1/3 of the prayers had gathered on Han Fei. Han Fei needed more time to be the new god, but he had less than a minute left. There are two major despairs in this world for Fu Sheng, Du Zhu, and Fu Yi. The last thing I can do for him is to destroy these two despairs. Once I die, Fu Yi will disappear. Once I die, Fu Yi's mother and the girl won't be affected by the double hatred towards me, and they will continue to attack Du Zhu. Once I die, you'll put down the shackles and stop at the edge of the abyss. Han Fei looked at his wife, and then down the distance at home. I think I understand why he still chose to protect humanity after everything done to him. Han Fei pulled his gaze back and gave Big Sin one last order at the end of the 1 minute. Big Sin. The creature in the ghost tattoo responded, but it refused to come out. Eat me. The voice was firm. When Han Fei made this decision, Fu Yi sensed something. He reappeared. He had been waiting for Han Fei to deal with his wife and lovers before coming out to steal the altar. Han Fei lost control of his body again, and only his heart still beat. Eat me. The black tattoo cut through the skin. A large creature emerged from Han Fei's body. When Big Sin appeared, Han Fei's body collapsed. The 10 chains shattered. The prayers on Han Fei burst, and it fell like a rain of light. The heart dissolved into the rain. Two consciousnesses bound together. Han Fei grabbed Fu Yi, who was trying to escape. His hands dug into Fu Yi. Do you think I'll give you the chance to be a ghost? The soul covered in soul mist bit on Fu Yi's neck. Even if Han Fei had to die, he would kill Fu Yi first. Without the chains, Han Fei and Fu Yi fell into the abyss. Fu Yi tried to escape, but Han Fei grabbed firm to him and refused to let go. Han Fei's soul wrapped around Fu Yi. He would drag the man down into the abyss with him. Han Fei ate, punched, tore apart Fu Yi's consciousness. When Fu Yi couldn't scream anymore, Han Fei consumed the last shred of memory, and everything returned to peace. Han Fei looked at the disappearing consciousness and the exit slipping away. He had no idea how long he fell before reaching the bottom of the abyss. The man barely had a sliver of consciousness left, and he saw the source of all the despair in the memory world. At the bottom of the abyss was a black box. No one knew what was inside and where it came from. It was placed at the bottom of the abyss, so only those who had experienced extreme despair could see it. Fu Sheng saw the black box after being tortured by the hospital. He should be like me now. He was heavily wounded and dying. Han Fei couldn't even think. Death was coming. As his last consciousness approached the black box, before he disappeared, he mumbled, "Resurrection." The prayers within Han Fei exploded. A gentle rain fell at the mutated hospital. Every raindrop of light carried beauty and hope. It paused the mutation. The wife stood at the edge of the abyss with all the chains. She saw Han Fei's death and the fight between Fu Yi and Han Fei. She saw Han Fei's face. The chains fell to the ground. She slowly turned around and walked towards Du Zhu. Hatred burned. She wanted to surrender her rationality to the hatred. That way, she wouldn't feel pain anymore. There was a shrill scream, and Du Zhu was annihilated by the team of pure hatreds. The most beautiful woman only had an ugly shell left. After Du Zhu died, all the medicine at the hospital returned to normal. The mutation was limited to the hospital, and it hadn't spread. The altar and the figurine at the hospital collapsed. The world hadn't collapsed because this world had two altars. Leader. After the other pure hatreds managed to kill Du Zhu, Ligua Air turned to look at the abyss. Wearing her old spectacles, she tried her best to piece Han Fei back together. The heart was broken. Han Fei was dead in the memory world. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even gather a complete body. After Du Zhu died, the other pure hatreds walked over too. Everyone surrounded the altar base, looking at Han Fei's broken body. He was served on Aphrodite's table, but no one wanted to harm him anymore. Love is like a saw. This is how one would after being ravaged by love. Love put down her saw. She pressed her hand on Han Fei's neck. She left her love and hatred inside Han Fei. We had nothing when we met. We should be like that when we leave. Love and hatred twirled around Han Fei's neck and head. The blood on Love's body faded away. When she turned to leave, the silent wife suddenly spoke. He is not Fu Yi. The wife looked at the women with clenched fists. Do you know that? He is not Fu Yi.